Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
The CEO's wife filed for divorce from me for Bai Yuiguang. What conditions can you put forward? I can compensate you an additional 50 million. I cried on the outside but smiled on the inside. I was just waiting for you to say this. I have long wanted to leave you, you scumbag. When I get the money from the divorce, I will live in a club and raise a few young models and watch you and Long Yashin's harem tear each other apart. Yi Qingyu was a little confused. She seemed to hear a happy celebration just now, but she didn't see any change in my expression. She thought she might have heard it wrong. After all, we have been married for 2.5 years. Apart from using her connections to open a processing factory, I have been licking her all day long. I don't have the ambition that a man should have. Her white moonlight Lin Jai not only founded a media company after returning from overseas, but also won 4 or 5 government projects in one go after taking over the family business. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu said indifferently, Lin Jai has returned to China, and both our families hope to renew my engagement with him, so let's part ways in peace. I pretended to sigh in disappointment. In this case, you must take good care of yourself. But I was speechless in my heart. Yi Qingyu, you are such a scumbag. When you just took over the bankrupt Yi Group, did you forget who took out all his property to help you stabilize the stock price? Now Yi Qingyu was sure that she had heard it clearly. She had been staring at Song Yang and was sure that Song Yang had not spoken just now, so what she heard was Song Yang's inner voice. At this moment, Yi Qingyu's 3 views were a little shattered. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu with a complicated look and whispered, Boss Yi, I wish you happiness in the future. I'll go cook first. Happiness? Just because you are such a scumbag, Yi Qingyu, you will never be happy in this life. The reason why Lin Jai doesn't like you and likes Yi Nianshu is definitely because he sees through your nature as a scumbag. Song Yang really felt sorry for his predecessor. My predecessor was very smart. When he was in college, he invested in a dating software developed by his childhood friend, and he made hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. After marrying Yi Qingyu, he threw all his money into the stock market in order to help boost Yi's stock price. Although he made a lot of money now, that was a time when Yi was about to collapse and delist. It took a lot of courage. The result is that you said I wasn't of any help. It's so ridiculous. If it wasn't for a smooth divorce tomorrow, Song Yang would definitely abandon Yi Qingyu and leave now. You must be sick to bother with a scumbag like you. Yi Qingyu stared at Song Yang's back. Just now, she heard Song Yang complaining in his heart that she was a scumbag. Also, Lin Jai likes Yi Nianshu. She knew Yi Nianshu, the owner of Jinyang, a newly emerging beauty technology company in Fenghai City. She now owns 50 beauty salons in Fenghai City. She also produces several beauty products and has her own processing plant. She is very famous. Today, she was named one of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Fenghai City. Yi Qingyu has also read Yi Nianshu's autobiography. It says above that Yi Nianshu was born in a single-parent family. Her mother raised her and her younger brother alone. Because she was beautiful since she was a child, and her mother was a famous senior makeup artist in the entertainment industry, she was particularly fond of makeup and gradually entered the beauty industry. I worked part-time in a photo studio when I was in college, and later I set my sights on the light beauty industry and made decisive investments to enter the field. He expanded from 1 store to 10 stores, established his own brand company, and even opened his own factory 2 years ago. That's pretty impressive. She is a strong woman. However, Yi Qingyu did not remember knowing Lin Jai or having any communication with him before he went abroad. As Lin Jai's childhood sweetheart, she knows Lin Jai's experience very well. Song Yang must love me too much, so he has wild thoughts and can't bear to see me well. Well, I'll call the lawyer later and give Song Yang more money. He's worked so hard. In the kitchen, Song Yang had already put his mind at ease and was happily cooking. Once he gets divorced tomorrow, his relationship with Yi Qingyu will be completely severed. Then he can sell the factory under his name and return to his hometown with the money, becoming a glorious 3rd-generation oil man. Based on my memory of my previous life's understanding of my parents, grandparents, great-grandfather, and other elders. I will definitely introduce him to a well-educated, beautiful woman he knows well to marry and have children with. And this girl is most likely a teacher at the Oldfield University in their hometown. Everything is perfect, except for the divorce tomorrow. Maybe the food Song Yang cooked was so delicious, or maybe it was the last meal tonight. Yi Qingyu ate 2 large bowls of rice in one breath. The last time she looked at Song Yang, her eyes were full of reluctance, which scared Song Yang so much that he shuddered. "Let's get a divorce quickly. I don't want to be involved in the future war between you," the Dragon King and his wife. After Yi Qingyu finished taking a bath and Song Yang massaged her feet for 30 minutes, the day's work was officially over. Before leaving, Song Yang couldn't help but take another look at Yi Qingyu's figure and sighed in his heart. I seem to understand Song Yang's love for Yi Qingyu. With this figure, if it weren't for the death threat, I would have stayed. 30 minutes of foot massage every day is nothing. I can die on her. Yi Qingyu looked at Song Yang, who was reluctant to go out, and listened to his inner thoughts, feeling happy. He loves me so much that he would die on me. Otherwise, let the lawyer give him more money. At night, the Yi Group's legal affairs department, Zhao Zhenjin, who was still working overtime, looked at the message on her phone asking for a redivision of property again and couldn't help cursing. "Are you crazy? It's outrageous enough that you're getting a divorce tomorrow and writing a divorce agreement today. You changed it 3 times in one night, and each time you increased the other party's property. Are you so anxious about the money? If you really can't spend it, can't you give me a higher salary?" After cursing, Zhao Zhenjin, who came from the countryside, continued to modify the divorce agreement. There was no other way. Even if her current resentment could support 10 evil sword immortals, she still had to work hard. Who made her Zhao Zhenjin, not a rich second generation? Ding dong! Zhao Zhenjin, who had just put down her phone, picked it up impatiently. "Lady Boss Song Yang, I guess stingy Yi Qingyu used her own company's legal department to write the divorce agreement. Thank you for your hard work. Transfer 1888 to buy a cup of milk tea. I'll have to trouble you again tomorrow morning." Zhao Zhenjin felt refreshed instantly. "I'm sorry, Zai Jiangxian. The boss lady's money doesn't allow me to support you anymore." Resentful Zio Zhao. "Thank you, Madam Boss. The message has been withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Song. I will make sure you get a happy divorce tomorrow." Lady Boss Song Yang. "Thank you very much. After the matter is accomplished, there will be a generous reward." In the room, Song Yang felt even better after receiving Zhao Zhenjin's affirmative answer. "We're getting divorced tomorrow." Happy? By then, he will be able to stay in his hometown and listen to others broadcasting the exciting story of the villains in Fenghai City fighting the Dragon King and his little wife. In this book of the Dragon King's beloved wife, there are love triangles, love quadrangles, the older generation running away with the baby, real and fake daughters, and the 13 illegitimate sons of a company's boss who came together after his death and demanded a share of the property. The original wife produced the boss's infertility certificate and a personal appraisal that her own son and the boss were not related by blood. If it weren't for the fact that staying in Fenghai City would make it easy for the Dragon King to kill him, Song Yang really wanted to stay here and watch the show. When Song Yang fell asleep happily, Yi Qingyu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Just as she closed her eyes, the first words she heard from Song Yang flashed through her mind. "That's great. I've been waiting for you to say that." What that sentence meant was that Song Yang was waiting for her to file for divorce. Looking at the starry ceiling, Yi Qingyu found it more and more strange. Song Yang definitely loved her madly, and later cursed her to be unhappy because of the divorce. Counting the stars on the ceiling, Yi Qingyu suddenly thought of something. Could it be that some little scoundrel is trying to steal her away? Song Yang just wants to experience the love of another woman. The more Yi Qingyu thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so she called her best friend. On the other side, Shen Liuliu, who had just finished a day of filming, had just laid down on the bed and was about to fall asleep when she was awakened by the vibration of her cell phone. Looking at Yi Qingyu's call, Shen Liuliu forced herself to answer it. "Qingyu, what's the matter?" "Lolo, I suspect Song Yang is cheating on me." Shen Liuliu woke up instantly, swallowed her saliva, took out another mobile phone from under the pillow, opened it, and looked at the chat history with Song Yang on the small WeChat account, which contained all kinds of black stockings, white stockings, and sexy pajamas. The latest one was posted today, and it's a still of her. She's a female secretary in black stockings with big wavy hair, red lips, and high heels. She's very charming. Could it be that Yi Qingyu knows that I'm trying to steal her girl? Suppressing the panic in her heart, Shen Liuliu said in a low voice without confidence. "Qingyu, how could Song Yang cheat on her? The person in the world least likely to cheat is Song Yang." Shen Liuliu was very confident. She had been seducing Song Yang for a year and a half, but he had never touched her and had not even replied to her messages on his secret account. Yi Qingyu sighed. I don't know if he cheated or not. Can you help me analyze it? Shen Liuliu. Okay, you go ahead. Shen Liuliu breathed a sigh of relief, which scared me. It turned out that she didn't notice. Yi Qingyu, Lin Jai is back, and the Lin family wants to rekindle our relationship. They hope that I can divorce and remarry Lin Jai. Then I mentioned it to Song Yang today, and he said he was waiting for me to say this. Tell me, is there some little bitch trying to steal my girl? Song Yang has also been seduced, but she is too embarrassed to ask for a divorce and destroy his image as a sweet man, so she is deliberately waiting for me to speak up. After saying a lot, Yi Qingyu found that the other party did not reply, and hurriedly said, Hey, Luo Luo, why are you silent? Is something wrong? Shen Liuliu's eyes flashed with ecstasy. My good friend, you are finally going to let Song Yang go. Shen Liuliu automatically completed Yi Qingyu's subsequent speculation, because he was the one who poached the girl, and Shen Liuliu firmly believed that she was the only one who was shamelessly and brazenly poaching the girl. After all, other people can't do such a thing as sending black stockings to married men, especially their best friend's husband, every day to seduce them. Page 3. Therefore, Shen Liuliu speculated that Song Yang was most likely moved by her shamelessness. Swallowing his saliva, Shen Liuliu said cautiously, Qingyu, when are you two going to get divorced? Yi Qingyu sighed. Lolo, tell me first, is there anyone trying to steal my girl? After struggling between love and friendship, Shen Liuliu said firmly, Qingyu, Song Yang is a man who has the support of the Yi Group and has only run a chip processing factory for 2.5 years. He has no ambition and only cares about the daily necessities. You must break up with him. Come on, tell me when you will get divorced, and I will go to support you. Yi Qingyu was caught off guard by this sudden excitement and said cautiously, Lolo, aren't we all trying to persuade them to reconcile instead of breaking up? Shen Liuliu's distressed voice immediately rang out on the phone. Qingyu, wake up a little. You can't have a cheating man. Unless the person you are cheating on is me. You don't want it, but I do. Sister, what are you still hesitating about? Yi Qingyu looked at the ceiling, slowly sat up and sighed. I just can't accept it. How could he cheat on me? Shen Liuliu sneered in her heart. Why can't others cheat on you? You haven't let Song Yang touch you for 2.5 years, and you still have Bai Yuiguang in your heart. You scumbag girl. Taking a deep breath, Shen Liuliu spoke again. Sister, listen to my advice. Divorce, let's not waste our energy. Tell me when you are going to divorce, and I will go to support you. Yi Qingyu whispered, You probably won't be able to come tomorrow. Shen Liuliu's eyes widened instantly, and she jumped up from the bed. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely go. I'll book a flight right now. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Shen Liuliu immediately sent a message to the director. Let's shoot the other people's parts first. I have something important to do. An unknown director. Okay, Mr. Shen. Shen Liuliu sent another message to her mother. Mom, after your daughter's continuous efforts, Yi Qingyu is finally going to divorce Song Yang. Get the household registration ready. I will go back now and try to get Yi Qingyu divorced tomorrow morning. I will marry Song Yang in the afternoon. Mother Shen, okay, my daughter has finally made it. Hurry up and marry Song Yang home to me. Night. After finishing overtime, Zhao Zhenjin turned off the lights, closed the door, and walked out of the office. Zhao Zhao, did you just get off work? The gentle voice startled Zhao Zhenjin. She looked over quickly and saw a plump lady in a white business suit standing not far away holding a folder. Secretary Jin, you haven't gotten off work yet. Zhao Zhenjin glanced at Secretary Jin's grandeur, then looked at her own skinny figure, and said painfully that she clearly insisted on drinking papaya milk every day. Secretary Jin pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, the same style as Yi Qingyu's, and said gently, Well, I left something at the company, so I came to pick it up. Have you finished drafting the divorce agreement that CEO Yi wants? Zhao Zhenjin nodded painfully and finished drafting. Take it over tomorrow morning, and have Mr. Yi and the boss lady, no, Mr. Song, sign it. Secretary Jin nodded, very good, and took the initiative to invite. I remember we're going the same way, let me take you there. Zhao Zhenjin was stunned and hurriedly followed. Sister, can I call you sister? From today on, you are my real sister. Secretary Jin regretted why she bothered with this chirping little bird. However, the good news is that Song Yang is confirmed to be getting divorced tomorrow. Very good, it was worth her 2 years of undercover work, tirelessly telling Yi Qingyu that Song Yang was not ambitious and only ran a small factory. After sending Zhao Zhenjin away, Secretary Jin, who was sitting in the car, pushed her glasses again. She decided to go home to get her household registration book tonight, and after accompanying Yi Qingyu to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the divorce tomorrow, she would take Song Yang to get married. Given Song Yang's love for Yi Qingyu, he will definitely be in a trance at that time. She can take advantage of the opportunity and pull Song Yang into her arms. Secretary Jin believes that with her gentleness, she will definitely move Song Yang. Then everything Yi Qingyu has enjoyed will be hers. Ha 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 ha. Yi Qingyu was lying on the bed and was about to fall asleep when she was awakened by a gust of cold wind, as if she was being stared at by someone with a vicious tongue. In the dream, Yi Qingyu saw that after she and Song Yang divorced, Song Yang became a hot commodity. First, his chip processing factory had a technological explosion, capable of mass-producing 3nm chips, and monopolized the domestic chip market in one fell swoop at an era when foreign countries blocked chip technology. Then his best friends, secretary, aunt, and some unfamiliar beautiful women surrounded Song Yang, and each of them rushed to devote themselves to him. Yi Qingyu sat up instantly. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was a dream, not reality. However, Yi Qingyu recalled Shen Liuliu's voice advising her to break up, and also thought of Secretary Jin, who had been constantly telling her that Song Yang was not working hard, and Lin Jai was working hard during the month since Lin Jai returned. Finally, Yi Qingyu thought of Song Yang's words, "I've been waiting for you." There's always a feeling of being calculated. Taking out her cell phone and checking the time, Yi Qingyu discovered that it was only 3:30, but she just couldn't fall asleep. Or let's watch some videos. Yi Qingyu didn't watch short videos before. Before taking over the family business, Yi Qingyu studied acting. Her dream was to become a sister with Shen Liuliu, enter the entertainment industry, and become a well-known movie queen. At that time, she spent every day in hard training and had no time to do anything else. After taking over the family business, she spent every day maintaining the company and had even less time. When Yi Qingyu clicked on the popular TikTok app, he suddenly felt like his eyes were blinded. Compared to Song Yang, these boys who danced only marginally are scum. Compared to her, these girls who dance only marginally are scum. Boring videos like this are meaningless. List of the girls who have been cheated on the most. This title successfully attracted Yi Qingyu. The table of 20 people was filled with plump girls. The woman in black tights stood up with a glass of wine in her hand and said confidently, "We are all good sisters and good girlfriends. I don't want to make it too ugly. Who of you seduced my husband? Raise your hands and stand up. I won't make things difficult for you." The next second, the other 19 girls lowered their heads, raised their hands embarrassedly, and stood up nervously. The woman in the black tights put down her wine glass, covered her face, and sat down first, whispering, "Sit down, everyone sit down, waiter, serve the food." Yi Qingyu smiled. This type of video is pretty good and quite entertaining. I watched the video all night long. Song Yang shook his head as he looked at Yi Qingyu, who had dark circles under her eyes, took out concealer cosmetics for her, and helped her put on makeup manually. Looking at Song Yang, gently helping her put on makeup in the mirror, Yi Qingyu felt a little regretful about filing for divorce. Song Yang is fine, except for his lack of ambition. At least he was sincere to her. After hesitating, Yi Qingyu slowly said, "Song Yang, as long as you promise me to work hard in the future, I can stay married. I don't really care about the engagement with the Lin family." Yi Qingyu's eyes were serious. Song Yang's movement stiffened for a moment, and he was furious. "No, no, no, I want a divorce. I really want a divorce now. If you don't divorce me, how can I find a young and beautiful girl to spend my life with?" Content from. On his face after being stiff, Song Yang continued to gently put makeup on Yi Qingyu and whispered, "Qingyu, I don't have any great skills. I'm sorry to disappoint you." At this moment, there was endless anger in Yi Qingyu's eyes. "You really cheated on me. Your inner voice has betrayed you. In that case, let's get a divorce." Yi Qingyu said coldly, "You don't need to draw, we'll leave now." Downstairs, Secretary Jin and Zhao Zhenjin were already waiting for the two of them. As soon as Yi Qingyu walked out of the elevator, Zhao Zhenjin handed her the divorce agreement. "Boss Yi, Boss Song, the revisions have been completed, just sign them." Yi Qingyu snorted coldly, waved his hand, signed, and got in the car. Song Yang took it and signed it after a quick glance. Yi Qingyu got into the car and looked back to see Song Yang signing on his own initiative. Anger surged in her heart again, and she couldn't help but sneered. "Are you busy looking for a lover?" Song Yang frowned and ignored her. They were about to get divorced, and he was too lazy to act with Yi Qingyu. Secretary Jin, next to her, took the divorce agreement with joy in her eyes. "Marvelous. It feels so good." The car drove steadily towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. The atmosphere in the car was very awkward, and no one dared to speak. Yi Qingyu seemed to suddenly react and asked Secretary Jin in confusion, Why are you driving today? Where is Zhao Shuang? Secretary Jin glanced at the rearview mirror and replied calmly, Sister Shuang went to pick up the children. I'm working part-time today. Yi Qingyu nodded and said nothing more. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, as soon as Song Yang got off the car, he was attracted by two figures and wondered in his heart, why are Lin Jai and Shen Liuliu here? I saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman standing at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. They were Lin Jai and Shen Liuliu. Yi Qingyu also saw them after getting off the car and asked in confusion, why are you here? Shen Liuliu glanced at Song Yang apologetically, came to Yi Qingyu, and said indignantly, I am afraid that you will be bullied, so I came here specially to be your in-laws. Yi Qingyu happily hugged Shen Liuliu. She was indeed her best friend. Lin Jai stood aside and said gently, me too, I will be your in-laws. A murderous look flashed in Secretary Jin's eyes. Page 4. Song Yang rolled his eyes. Yes, you really are her family. After all, you like Yi Nianshu. You can also send Yi Qingyu to prison so that Yi Nianshu can inherit the family property. Yi Qingyu, who was about to talk to Lin Jai, was shocked and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. What? Qingyu, what's wrong with you? Shen Liuliu, who was holding Yi Qingyu, asked in a low voice. She just felt Yi Qingyu's body stiffen for a moment. Lin Jai quickly said, Qingyu, are you feeling unwell? Yi Qingyu took a deep breath and looked at Lin Jai deeply. She believed that Song Yang would not lie to her, but she really didn't think that Lin Jai and Yi Nianshu knew each other. There's a world of difference between the two people's levels. Also, she believed that her father would not cheat. At this moment, Yi Qingyu felt conflicted. Zhao Zhenjin glanced at the sun in the sky and felt miserable. She decided not to waste time here. Sighing, Zhao Zhenjin took the initiative to say, Boss Yi, how about I go get you a number? Hearing this, Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up, and he had an idea, so he immediately said, Take the number. What numbers? Yi Qingyu took the divorce agreement from Secretary Jin's arms, stuffed it into Zhao Zhenjin's arms, and said angrily, Look at the divorce agreement you drafted. It only states that Song Yang divides my property. Where did his property go? Zhao Zhenjin's eyes widened. What's going on? Why are you suddenly relying on me? This is not what you said when you asked me to draw up the agreement yesterday. You said that Song Yang didn't have much money, and his share didn't need to be calculated. The boss's mind is as mysterious as a needle in the sea. Zhao Zhenjin responded with a bitter face. Sorry, boss, it's my fault. Then look at today. Yi Qingyu pulled Shen Liuliu into the car and said unhappily, The divorce agreement isn't even clear. How can we get a divorce? Let's talk about it another day. This sudden change caught everyone present off guard. Shen Liuliu held Yi Qingyu's hand and subconsciously exerted force. Sister, you can't do this. There was a flash of disappointment in Secretary Jin's eyes. Song Yang was anxious. Qingyu, I don't have much property. No, you are worth hundreds of billions. Why do you care about my petty quarrels? You are really stingy. Yi Qingyu's face flashed with anger, and she couldn't help but scolded. Song Yang, you don't have much money, but this money is also our common property. How can I allow you to use my money to support another woman? Shen Liuliu and Secretary Jin felt a subconscious tightening in their hearts. Lin Jai next to him said gently, Qingyu, since Song Yang has cheated on you, you should just divorce him directly to save you the trouble. I will give you the little money he has from the resettlement housing project. Lin Jai's words made everyone passing by admire his generosity. After saying that, Lin Jai looked at Song Yang again. Mr. Song, how could you cheat on her? Qingyu is such a nice person. Song Yang rolled his eyes at Lin Jai. If you keep teasing me, I will expose you to the truth when you cheat Yi Qingyu in the resettlement housing project. You will be dumbfounded. Yi Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Is there a trap in the resettlement housing project? By the way, after divorcing Yi Qingyu, should we expose the two facts that Yi Nianshu is Mr. Yi's illegitimate daughter, and Lin Jai is Bai Yueguang? I remember that Lin's private hospital had the paternity test records of Yi Nianshu and Mr. Yi. Come back and find some connections. A huge wave of emotions surged in Yi Qingyu's heart. Yi Nianshu is Lin Jai's white moonlight. Lin's group's private hospital has paternity test records. Okay. At this moment, Yi Qingyu no longer believed her previous judgment. She wanted to see the facts. Yi Qingyu glanced at Lin Jai dimly. No, I just can't swallow this breath. After taking another deep look at Song Yang, Yi Qingyu asked Shen Liuliu for her car keys and threw them to Song Yang. You drive the Lolo car, and we can talk about the divorce another day. I have other things to do now. After saying that, Yi Qingyu asked Secretary Jin to drive away. With such swift and resolute actions, only Song Yang and Lin Jai were left confused. What's going on? In the car, Shen Liuliu couldn't help but say, King Yu, you don't look like someone who would care about Song Yang's assets. Secretary Jin, who was driving, also looked at Yi Qingyu through the rear-view mirror with confusion. She was very curious. She didn't look like someone who cared about that little bit of money. Yi Qingyu said with a gloomy face, I don't want others to spend our joint property. Then Yi Qingyu thought of the video he watched in the early morning, and his sixth sense gave him a warning. He looked at Shen Liuliu suspiciously. Liuliu, why are you so concerned about my divorce? With a tight feeling in her heart, Shen Liuliu smiled and said, I just want you to find true love. No way, I just want Song Yang's body. Shen Liuliu sighed secretly. The opportunity she had waited for so hard was gone again. She could imagine herself being scolded by her mother when she returned home that night. Her mother, a beautiful middle-aged woman of 43, also particularly admired Song Yang. Secretary Jin in front also spoke up at the right time. Yes, President Yi, President Song doesn't have much money at all. There is no need for you to waste your time on her. If you had that kind of energy, you would have earned the worth of several Mr. Songs. Yi Qingyu shook her head and said softly, You don't understand. Secretary Jin sighed. The household registration book in her bag is useless. The atmosphere gradually quieted down, and Yi Qingyu looked at Shen Liuliu. Lolo, I remember your family also has shares in the private hospital, owned by the Lin family. Shen Liuliu nodded and said, Yes, there are some, but not many. Secretary Jin, let's go to Lin's private hospital now. Lolo, I need you to help me get a paternity test as a boss. Yi Qingyu didn't want to make a mess, so he went straight in, got the evidence, and confirmed that Song Yang's thoughts were absolutely accurate. Then all the calculations afterwards would be simple. She is confident in dealing with the Dragon King, his lovely wife, the Lin family's schemes, his illegitimate daughter, and the pitfalls in the project. She was the queen who brought the Yi family back from the brink of death in 2.5 years. She has the confidence to face everything. On the other side, Song Yang and Lin Jai, who were unaware of Yi Qingyu's actions, were squatting on the side of the road smoking. It was the cigarette given by Lin Jai, and Song Yang took it because he was in a depressed mood. People who don't know would definitely think that the two are good friends. Yang, thank you for your hard work in the past 2 years. Lin Jai spoke first. Song Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and sighed with a melancholy look in his eyes. It's really hard work. My waist hurts a lot. Yi Qingyu's needs are great. Although he didn't know why Lin Jai asked him to smoke, Song Yang decided to stab him in the heart first. Lin Jai's body obviously stiffened. He and Yi Qingyu had been together for 4 years in college, and they had only held hands. They didn't even let each other kiss, and when they got married, Song Yang said that his waist hurt. It was really infuriating, especially when you think about Yi Qingyu's plump figure and sexy lips. Even more angry, suppressing his unhappiness, Lin Jai said softly, As long as you are willing to leave Qingyu, you can name any price. Song Yang's eyes lit up. This was a gift of money. Since we are going to get divorced anyway, it is reasonable to make some money before leaving, just as if it were interest collected on behalf of your predecessor. Boss Lin, since you said that, I won't be polite. 100 million and I'll leave Boss Yi. Lin Jai sneered. That was all he could do. He couldn't help but sneer. I thought you wanted a project. For projects of their level, if they can win just one, they can make hundreds of millions. Song Yang heard his sarcasm and sarcastically replied, Project. I'm afraid there's a pitfall, so you send me in. Lin Jai's heart tightened. So, as long as the money arrives, I will leave immediately without any hesitation. Thinking of you at night, you. Lin Jai picked up the phone. Boss Zyro Lin, it's bad. Boss Yi and Boss Zyro Shen are here at the hospital. They want to retrieve the paternity test of Boss Nyan Shu and Boss Old Yi. The anxious voice came out quickly, causing Lin Jai's head to tremble. What's going on? Song Yang next to him was confused. What? Yi Qingyu went to get a paternity test. You can't give it to her. Lin Jai yelled in frustration. This is something that has been hidden for more than 10 years and must not be made public. Oh, I can't tell you anything. Brother Lin Jai, I didn't expect you to betray me again. Yi Qingyu's cold voice came from the phone. We'll see. Drop. The call was hung up, and Lin Jai stood there in a daze. Song Yang next to him was still confused. What was going on? This paragraph is not in the original book. Lin Jai glared at Song Yang fiercely. Okay, you and Yi Qingyu really put on a good show. Song Yang continued to be confused. Are you sick? Why are you scolding me? Seeing that Song Yang was still pretending, Lin Jai sneered. Why are you still pretending? Isn't this just a play between you and Yi Qingyu, tricking me here, and then you held me back while she went to retrieve the paternity test records? You win this round. Song Yang tilted his head. as if to say, I don't understand what you are saying. Lin Jai left angrily. Song Yang shook his head and became alert. The plot had changed and was no longer the same as in the book. He should find a way to escape as soon as possible. The farther away from this ruined place, the better. Lin's private hospital, paternity testing center. Yi Qingyu looked at the report that had just been printed with a gloomy expression. The dean, vice dean, and a group of people stood aside, trembling. Shen Liuliu's eyes were full of horror. Page 5. A well-known wife-loving man in the circle actually cheated on his wife, and his illegitimate daughter is about the same age as his wife's child. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingyu suppressed his anger and instructed Secretary Jin. Have someone clean up the villa in Xinglan, have Uncle Li personally lead people to check it, and then check all the cars under my name once a day. Secretary Jin suppressed his fear and nodded in agreement. As I said, someone who is generally recognized as unlikely to cheat actually cheated, and it doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. After leaving the hospital and returning to the car, Shen Liuliu said silently, Qingyu, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. A fierce look flashed across Yi Qingyu's eyes, and he said darkly, why are you so exaggerated? The Yi Group is worth hundreds of billions. Whoever gets it will become a nationally famous tycoon. If you just take on a few projects, you can earn more money than an average person can earn in a lifetime. And for this kind of money, anything is possible. Shen Liuliu, shut up, it was true. Secretary Jin asked in a low voice, Mr. Yi, where are we going now? Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered and he slowly said, go to the company and wait for the guests to come. On the other side, Lin Jai got back into his car and called Yi's father. Uncle, the truth has been exposed. Yi Qingyu already knows about your relationship with Nianshu. In the old house of the Yi family, even in middle age, he is still a handsome man. Father Yi's heart skipped a beat and he shouted angrily, who leaked the secret? Lin Jai said dimly, I don't know. Today Yi Qingyu and Song Yang tricked me. Lin Jai slowly told what happened today. Father Yi sighed, then there is nothing we can do. Let's proceed according to the original plan. It depends on whether she is willing to take on the resettlement housing project. If she is still willing to earn money, then that is an opportunity. If not, then we will look for another opportunity. Lin Jai nodded and hung up the phone. Then he called Yi Nianshu. Yi Nianshu, who was inspecting the factory in a dress and looked like a white lotus, was stunned for a moment when she saw the incoming call and hung up. She found a room and asked her men to leave before answering the phone. She said delicately, Brother Jai, why are you in the mood to call me today? Lin Jai's heart melted when he heard the soft and tender voice. But she still did not forget her mission, and told Yi Qingyu that she already knew about her relationship with Yi's father. Yi Nianshu chuckled a few times and said lightly, so what if I know? At most, it will only embarrass my cheap father. Yi started out as a real estate company, and I'm in the beauty business. We're not related, so she can't suppress me. Lin Jai nodded. That's true, but there will be problems with your path to inheriting the Yi family's wealth. Yi Nianshu smiled sweetly and said, Brother Jai, let's not talk about you first. Let's talk about the latest law issued by the country that illegitimate children have inheritance rights. Even if there are any problems in the future, I can still get half of the Yi family. Yi Qingyu is just a stinky worker. Lin Jai laughed when he heard this. Well said, you are indeed a bookish sister, you are resourceful. It's all thanks to Brother Jai's good teaching. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jai drove to the headquarters of Yi Group. Yi's old house. After Yi's father hung up the phone, his face was very gloomy and he was in a bad mood. Then he gritted his teeth and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Qingyu, you forced your father to be mine. On the other side, after Lin Jai left, Song Yang drove Shen Liuliu's car. As soon as he sat in, he saw the household registration booklet on the passenger seat. Is this girl here to get married? Song Yang couldn't help laughing. Yi Qingyu has committed a great sin. Taking her away will cause her to miss out on a good marriage. The more I thought about Song Yang, the more I wanted to laugh. Then a memory of his previous life emerged in Song Yang's mind. It was the memory of Shen Liuliu seducing her predecessor and adding him on WeChat a year and a half ago. Song Yang's face turned pale. This was another plot that was not in the book. The book only records the story that the liquor's predecessor was Yi Qingyu, who led a group of Yi Qingyu's sisters, and angrily attacked the Dragon King and Yi Nianshu after Yi Qingyu's death. Thinking of this, Song Yang quickly logged into his predecessor's small account. As soon as I logged in, I was stunned by the densely packed unread chat records. The first one is Shen Liuliu. After clicking in, Song Yang quickly exited. So erotic. Song Yang hesitated for a moment and replied to Shen Liuliu with a received response. Song Yang scrolled down and found Secretary Jin's WeChat. Secretary Kim didn't post those erotic photos, but the photos in her circle of friends are all quite erotic. After taking a look, I found that there were almost dozens of friends, and most of them sent messages to their predecessor every now and then. Song Yang couldn't help but sigh. I can be considered to have inherited a huge legacy. After clicking and looking at them one by one, Song Yang posted a selfie to his circle of friends. My dear predecessor, you are willing to remain chaste for Yi Qingyu, but I am not. After the divorce, I'm going to indulge myself. After cutting off the chat, Song Yang drove to a mobile phone store, bought a second phone, and transferred the WeChat card and WeChat account of the small account to it. Then Song Yang drove to the factory run by his predecessor. The factory is very large, with a market value of over 10 billion yuan, and it mainly engages in chip processing and chip technology breakthroughs. We only take on small orders. After seeing the huge factory, a strange idea came to Song Yang's mind. Why does Yi Qingyu always say that his predecessor had no ambition? Couldn't she see the factory that was her predecessor? With a market value of over 10 billion, there is no way they are not ambitious. Song Yang turned around and threw this strange idea away and began to study the future of the factory. The chip industry is an industry worth developing and has a bright future. The only pity is that the technological development of this world is similar to that of the previous world, and the development of domestic chips is very backward. It's a pity that I didn't study chips in my previous life. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through Song Yang's mind, and he remembered that Dragon King Hua Chengfeng, Yi Nianshu's husband, was the real mastermind behind the Yi family and had once attacked the predecessor of the chip company. We even spent a lot of money to hire a chip expert for this purpose. But unfortunately, the invitation failed because the expert did not like Hua Chengfeng's working style. So Hua Chengfeng gave up on dealing with Song Yang and the chip industry and turned to sniping Song Yang through other channels. Touching his chin, Song Yang smiled slightly. I remember that the expert was from the Lin family in Beijing, and the reason he came to Fenghai City was to look for his abducted daughter. So, as long as I find his daughter in advance, I can gain his friendship and get in touch with the Lin family. Song Yang has a goal, but before he could come up with any idea, his cell phone rang. The caller ID says, Mr. Yi. Why is this old man calling me? Old Master Yi is Yi Qingyu's grandfather, and he looks down on his predecessor. At the same time, he also looked down on Yi Qingyu because he favored boys over girls. However, Song Yang still picked up the call. Tell that damn girl Yi Qingyu that she must come back to the old house for dinner tonight. I have something to announce. Song Yang hummed. After searching through the memories in the book, Song Yang still couldn't find the plot of returning to the old house for dinner. Never mind, it doesn't matter. However, I think I can use this meal to get away from Yi Qingyu. Although Mr. Yi favors sons over daughters, he has transferred all his shares to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu should listen to him. Arriving downstairs at Yi's group, sitting in the front lobby, drinking the tea brought by the little girl, Song Yang began to recall everything about Yi's group. The Yi group is a century-old group. It was originally owned by Yi Qingyu's grandmother and was called the Chamber of Commerce at that time. Later, as people in Yi Qingyu's grandmother's family died one after another, it was Grandpa Yi who changed the name. A total of 40 years have passed since the name change. During these 40 years, the Yi group has gone through many ups and downs. According to the older generation in Fenghai City, the Yi group has been on a downward trend ever since Yi Qingyu's grandfather changed its name and took power. When Yi's father first took power 20 years ago, the Yi group was already on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Yi's father married a good wife. It was Ms. Yi Zhen who saved the Yi group with the company she founded. During the 20 years of their marriage, Yi's father and Yi Zhen have always been in love. It was also during the 20 years that Yi Zhen was in power that the Yi group reached its peak. From small businesses in Fenghai City and several surrounding cities to large groups spread across the country. After Ms. Yi Zhen's death, Yi's group was once again taken over by Yi's father. After 2 years of glory, it began to decline again. Until 2.5 years ago, when it was almost bankrupt, it was rescued by Yi Qingyu. Therefore, there has been a joke circulating in Fenghai City that the men of the Yi family are trash. Tusk, the men in the Yi family are useless, and the women are all love-brained. Song Yang thought of the plot in the original book. Grandma Yi Qingyu married Grandpa Yi with her family business, and eventually died of cerebral hemorrhage. As we all know, cerebral hemorrhage can be saved as long as the patient is sent to the hospital early, not to mention that a large family like the Yi family has a live-in doctor. Yi Qingyu's mother, Yi Zhen, worked hard for Yi's father. but was eventually killed by someone hired by Yi's father who couldn't stand the rumors about her being a waste. In the original book, Yi Qingyu fell in love with White Moonlight Lin Jai, but was eventually framed and sent to prison by Lin Jai and Yi's father. Tusk, the third generation of the Yi family's daughter, is obsessed with love and has ruined the family business. Yi Qingyu, who had just come downstairs, heard Song Yang's complaints, and his face couldn't help but darken. Page 6. Shen Liuliu, who was following beside him, sighed and said, "Qingyu, if you don't like Song Yang, break up as soon as possible. Why bother to be so disgraceful when we meet?" After a slight pause, Yi Qingyu realized that her defense had been breached again, and she covered it up by saying, "Then I can't let other little bitches spend my money." Shen Liuliu rolled her eyes. "Don't worry if Song Yang divorces you. He will only spend my money, and I will be very happy." Seeing Shen Liuliu beside Yi Qingyu, Song Yang smiled and took the initiative to say, "Your car is really good, especially easy to drive." Shen Liuliu pretended to be indifferent and said, "Well, you can ask Qingyu to buy it for you." Inwardly, Shen Liuliu was excited. Song Yang took the initiative to talk to me. Seeing Shen Liuliu like this, Song Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart. "You're pretending to be pretty good. You send me black stockings every day." There was a flash of disbelief in Yi Qingyu's eyes. "What? The person who stole my girl turned out to be my best friend." Yi Qingyu felt a black screen before his eyes, and he was about to fall. Song Yang subconsciously hugged Yi Qingyu, took out a piece of candy from his pocket, and put it into Yi Qingyu's mouth. Song Yang was stunned by the smooth habit and realized that it was left over from his predecessor. Shen Liuliu hugged Yi Qingyu's other arm and looked at her enviously. It was so good to have a man who would take care of you at any time. After Yi Qingyu recovered, he pushed Song Yang away and stared at him with murderous eyes. "You cheating man." Then Yi Qingyu looked at Shen Liuliu, who was hugging his arms, and disappointment flashed in his eyes. In the end, he just sighed deeply. Song Yang was a little confused. What was going on? Yi Qingyu is really crazy. She obviously doesn't like me, but she still drags on and refuses to divorce me. How about I give up the property? Yi Qingyu's face turned even darker, and he swallowed back the words he wanted to question Shen Liuliu. "I won't ask anymore. I will just drag on and not get a divorce so that your love story will never be made public. It will piss you off to death." Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu brought Shen Liuliu to Song Yang and kissed him lightly on the lips. "Honey, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I was stressed. Let's go back to the old house now." Yi Qingyu noticed a flash of disappointment in Shen Liuliu's eyes. "Humph, my good friend, just wait." At this moment, the evil in Yi Qingyu's bones grew wildly. She thought of many ways to make Shen Liuliu angry. Song Yang was still confused. "No, is Yi Qingyu crazy? Why did he kiss me?" Shen Liuliu was very unhappy. She said to Yi Qingyu that she would see him another day and left. Song Yang looked at Shen Liuliu's lonely back and couldn't help but yell in his heart. Yi Qingyu, you annoying bastard. If it weren't for you, Shen Liuliu wouldn't have left." Song Yang was unhappy. Yi Qingyu was happy and walked out holding Song Yang's hand. "Honey, let's take a car back to the old house for dinner." Yi Qingyu has never been a generous person. Ever since Lin Jai left 2.5 years ago, she has not accepted any betrayal, even if that person is your bootlicker or best friend. Shen Liuliu returned home disappointed. When Shen's mother saw her, she hurriedly asked what happened and why her handsome and charming son-in-law didn't come back. Shen Liuliu explained bit by bit. "Mom, I think Qingyu may have discovered my feelings for Song Yang. She kissed Song Yang in public today. This was their first intimate contact in 2.5 years. Mother Shen, a strong career woman, looked at her daughter's red eyes and said calmly, "I think you may be right. In this case, you should express your attitude directly to Yi Qingyu." Shen Liuliu looked at her mother in shock. "What are you talking about?" Sitting on the sofa, Shen's mother said calmly, "Daughter, it is impossible to have both. You can only choose between friendship and love unless Yi Qingyu is willing to share Song Yang with you." Shen Liuliu sighed. That was indeed the case. Mother Shen continued, "But it's not impossible." Thinking of something, Mother Shen let a fox smile appear on her face. Shen Liuliu raised her head and wondered what that meant. Mother Shen said proudly, "I reviewed the situation between Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, especially the image of Song Yang expressed by Yi Qingyu to the outside world and the image of Song Yang in our eyes. I found that someone was constantly instilling in Yi Qingyu the idea that Song Yang was not good enough." Shen's mother admires Song Yang very much. 6.5 years ago, Song Yang first appeared in front of the public as Yi Qingyu's bootlicker. At that time, everyone regarded him as a joke. 2.5 years ago, Song Yang married Yi Qingyu to save the Yi family's collapsing stock market. Afterwards, Song Yang began to help Yi Qingyu save Yi's. During this period, Song Yang traveled all over the country to use branches for Yi Qingyu, especially the commercial plazas under his name. Finally, he proposed a strategy of using the new company to feed back the old company. With commercial plazas as the center, a chain of cinemas was established and the entertainment industry was entered. In terms of publicity, Song Yang asked Yi Qingyu to invest all the money of the Yi family into rescuing women in mountainous areas, thus gaining great fame. It was this set of policies that successfully saved the Yi family from the brink of collapse. Afterwards, rumors began to circulate within the Yi family that Song Yang was going to wipe out the entire family. So Song Yang withdrew, shocking everyone. After that, Song Yang established a chip processing factory. It was at this time that Yi Qingyu's words to the outside world changed to that Song Yang was not making progress. But Shen's mother, who had been paying attention to Song Yang, knew clearly that Song Yang's chip processing plant had a market value of more than 1 billion yuan, and the companies he invested in privately also had a market value of several billion yuan. This is a very capable and charming man. Of course, what Shen's mother admired even more was Song Yang's integrity. A year and a half ago, she attended a banquet in the circle. Some drunk hooligans insisted on asking a young girl to go on stage to dance. Song Yang directly protected them. There was also the Feng family, an old family that was almost bankrupt a year and a half ago, and was saved by Song Yang. At that time, the head of the Feng family wanted to give his daughter to Song Yang, but Song Yang decisively refused, saying that it was just normal cooperation. There was also a time half a year ago when she got drunk while discussing business at a table, and it was Song Yang who happened to be passing by and took her home. Mother Shen is not bragging. Her figure, face, and temperament are definitely what everyone desires. Song Yang took care of her for half the night and did nothing out of the ordinary. Mother Shen now recalls how Song Yang cooked the hangover soup, and she wants to sigh, Yi Qingyu, you are eating so well. However, such an outstanding person like Song Yang is just a useless person in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Shen's mother felt that Yi Qingyu was definitely deceived, and the people around her blocked Yi Qingyu's understanding of Song Yang. After all, Yi Qingyu is not stupid. A person who can save the Yi family must have no problem with his IQ. Of course, there is another possibility. Yi Qingyu doesn't want others to see Song Yang's good side, so he is spreading rumors. But Shen's mother believed the former guess more. So, Shen's mother whispered to Shen Liuliu. You and Yi Qingyu explained everything and said that Song Yang's company is worth more than 1 billion yuan, and your goal is not to possess Song Yang, but to join them. Shen Liuliu was stunned. Mom, you are letting your daughter take the initiative to be the third. Mother Shen sneered. The only way you can pry it away is to get close to Song Yang. But Shen Liuliu was still hesitant. Is this possible? Can Yi Qingyu agree? Mother Shen said firmly. Yi Qingyu will definitely agree. She just found out that her father betrayed her marriage, so it's time to be alert to any disturbance. On the way to the old house, Song Yang drove Yi Qingyu's G-Class depressed. There is a driver, so why let him drive? Yi Qingyu next to him was in an equally bad mood. Her husband wants a divorce. Her 22-year-old best friend is trying to steal her boyfriend. Her biological father is cheating on her. Her childhood sweetheart is plotting against her. And there is an illegitimate daughter she doesn't know who is eyeing her. The most important thing is that there will be a big enemy called Dragon King in the future. Yi Qingyu felt that he was being targeted. Ding dong. I picked up the phone irritably. Shen Liuliu. Qingyu, I like Song Yang. Sincerely, I hope you can let me join you. Yi Qingyu was so angry that he laughed. Good job, you're here to join us. Shen Liuliu. Don't be angry, I'll just tell you one thing. Song Yang's chip processing plant is worth more than 10 billion, did you know that? Yi Qingyu instantly suppressed the anger in his heart, put down his phone, turned to Song Yang and said word by word, how much is your company worth? Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu strangely. You are so weird. Yi Qingyu was shocked. She didn't even know how much Song Yang's company was worth. No, she is not testing me. With an idea in mind, Song Yang said calmly. More than 10 billion, I have also invested in some of my classmates' companies, including a paint factory, my steel cable processing factory, and a media company. The scattered shares are worth more than 10 billion in total. Oh, I also have some shares in Feng's company. If you want to divide your property during a divorce, all of this can be included. I just want a divorce. Yi Qingyu felt a surge of blood rushing to his heart. Yi Qingyu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Secretary Jin and Feng Qiuyu, the current young president of the Feng family. Do you like Song Yang? Secretary Jin, who had just arrived home, hesitated for a moment and replied, Yes, Mr. Yi, I like Mr. Song. If you think it's not possible, I can resign, but I will pursue Mr. Song legitimately. Boss Yi, I hope you can help us. You don't like Boss Song anyway. Feng Qiuyu. King Yu, you are joking. How could I like a stingy man like Mr. Song? I only like a man like Lin Jai who can give me a project worth hundreds of millions with a wave of his hand. Page 7. At Feng Group, Feng Qiuyu put down his phone and said distressedly, "Could that scumbag Yi Qingyu know something? I don't know when she will divorce Song Yang." Yi Qingyu sneered, judging from the fact that Secretary Jin kept saying to her that Song Yang was not ambitious and not good enough. Feng Qiuyu was probably lying when she told her that Song Yang was narrow-minded and not like a man. All this was done to make her have a bad impression of Song Yang. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but said in her heart, Okay, it turns out that I live in a huge Truman world." Taking a deep look at Song Yang who was driving, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Song Yang has a good figure, is handsome, has a gentle personality, can cook, can spoil people, is infinitely tolerant of his wife's temper, and is responsible. Why do so many people like him?" Sighing, Yi Qingyu replied to Feng Qiuyu, "I'm sorry, I'm just playing around. I'll treat you to dinner some other day." He replied to Secretary Jin, "No need, as long as you don't betray me." Finally, he replied to Shen Liuliu, "Okay, but we have to form an offensive and defensive alliance and defend against other little goblins together." Shen Liuliu, "Okay." At the Shen family, a smile appeared on Shen's mother's lips. Everything was as expected. Yi Qingyu put down his phone. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Looking at it from another perspective, as long as she is good enough, she can turn Song Yang's confidant into an ally and strengthen herself. As a businessman, you must know how to distinguish between the pros and cons. After comforting herself, Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang. She remembered that Song Yang was still a virgin. No, Song Yang has so many female confidants, she has to test them out. Clearing his throat, Yi Qingyu asked, "Song Yang, we've been married for 2.5 years, and I haven't asked you how many times you've been in love." Looking at Yi Qingyu suspiciously, Song Yang said depressedly, "You are my first love." "No, Yi Qingyu is sick. Why are you asking this? It makes me angry just thinking about it. Song Yang has dozens of female confidants, but he just stays chaste for Yi Qingyu, a woman who never lets him touch her. He's really crazy. I have to find an opportunity to get rid of my virginity. Otherwise, it would be a shame to die someday." Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up and his mood improved. Sure enough, Song Yang still loves me. Okay, in that case, she won't be polite. Song Yang suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being targeted by some ferocious beast. The car drove all the way into the Yi family's old house. This is a garden located in the suburbs, covering an area of 500 acres. It was passed down from Yi Qingyu's grandmother's family. The old man of the Yi family and Yi's father both live here. The security guard of the old house opened the door when he saw the car from a distance. Song Yang drove all the way to the hospital entrance without any obstruction. As soon as the car stopped, a butler came up to open the door. "Welcome home, miss, and your husband will be home." Looking at the polite young butler and the young servants coming and going, Song Yang couldn't help but complain in his heart. What a luxury! From security guards to housekeepers to servants, Song Yang estimated that the monthly salary would be more than 1 million. This does not include the cost of maintenance and upkeep for the Yi family's old house. That's why I don't like living here. If possible, I really want to donate this place to a museum and exchange it for some other projects. Yi Qingyu said hatefully, as if she had a grudge against the Yi family's old house. The butler next to him led the way silently. The old house is worthy of being an old house, and the architectural design is still in the style of classical gardens. The housekeeper first brought Song Yang and Yi Qingyu to the main hall. Before I even entered the door, I heard laughter from inside. As soon as he looked up, Yi Qingyu's face turned cold and Song Yang smiled. Song Yang knew everyone inside, including Old Man Yi, who wore a tang suit and pretended to be a cultured man, Father Yi, who was elegant and known as a Confucian businessman, Lin Jai's family, Old Man Yi's sister-in-law with her grandson, and an unknown beautiful woman holding a child. Oh, isn't that Yi Qingyu's cousin Yi Yun? This thin-looking boy, after making sure that he could not take over the Yi family and could not defeat the Dragon King, surrendered directly and sacrificed his wife to the Dragon King. The young woman next to him couldn't be his wife. But that's true. After all, this young woman is Mr. Yi's mistress. Yi Qingyu was shocked. Is our house so messy? And what's going on recently? The guys who used to be honest have become ambitious. The people in the main hall were about to stand up when they saw Song Yang and Yi Qingyu. The old man of the Yi family was obviously a feudal remnant. He snorted coldly, raised his hand to let everyone sit down, and said dissatisfiedly, "You are here, but you don't want to come in. Are you waiting for me to invite you? You have no manners at all." Song Yang rolled his eyes and said, "I just arrived. Your personality really reflects your clothes. You are a feudal remnant, now modern, you still act like a patriarch." Yi Qingyu chuckled and said, "Good scolding." This laugh made Mr. Yi angry. As a junior and a woman, when you meet your elders and your fiancé, don't you know how to serve tea and water as a courtesy? Still laughing, Song Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes again. "6. Are you still living in the Qing dynasty, old man? You are still serving tea and water, and don't you have servants at home?" However, thinking that he would have to rely on old Master Yi to get him to divorce Yi Qingyu later, Song Yang decided to endure it and agreed with him. Grandpa is right. But Song Yang was also worried. In the novel, after the plot began, Yi Qingyu was directly framed and sent to prison. When he came out, he broke up with the Yi family. There was no mention of their relationship. Song Yang could only hope that Yi Qingyu had feelings for old man Yi. After all, the other party had given all his shares to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang. How could he curse in his heart but appear obedient on the surface? "But I can't do it." Yi Qingyu glanced at old man Yi, took Song Yang's hand, and walked into the living room. He found a place to sit down in the shocked eyes of everyone and said slowly, "First of all, I have been married for 3 years. Where did my fiancé come from? Secondly, for a woman to serve tea or water to an elder, there must be an elder present. And our family, hee." The last 2 words directly expressed the attitude. Old Master Yi's beard was shaking with anger. Song Yang sighed, "It's over. He can't count on old man Yi anymore." Lin Jai, who was standing opposite him, stood up and said gently, "Qingyu, aren't Grandpa Yi and Uncle Yi your elders? Am I not your fiancé?" Yi Ernai's family hid aside and didn't say a word. Yi Ernai's little grandson even stood behind Yi Ernai, holding the young woman's hand. Yi Qingyu seemed to have just seen Lin Jai and asked in surprise, "Isn't this my fiancé who went abroad when the Yi family was in crisis? Why are you back? Did you come back to eat my gigolo after seeing my Yi family rise?" 6. Song Yang gave Yi Qingyu a thumbs up in his heart. "That's really cool." The Lin couple and Lin Jai's faces turned pale. Yi Qingyu looked at old man Yi and father Yi again. "Isn't this my grandfather who had a mistress, and my father who cheated on his wife while she was pregnant?" After saying that, Yi Qingyu looked at Lin Jai again. "Lin Jai, you probably don't know that my Yi family has an ancestral precept that those who lack moral integrity are not worthy of being elders. So, Mr. Yi," Father Yi's face also turned dark. Song Yang couldn't help but admire Yi Qingyu, who was firing on all cylinders. "So damn handsome. There are no elders like me here, so why should I pay my respects?" Yi Qingyu swept his murderous eyes over everyone present. The domineering attitude of bringing back a multi-billion-dollar group that was on the verge of bankruptcy made everyone present realize it. This is not a lady from an aristocratic family who can be suppressed by scolding, but he is a hegemon who controls a group worth hundreds of billions. "Rebellious girl," Father Yi spoke angrily. "A son should not criticize his father's faults. I think you have read so much that you have become a dog." Father Yi's eyes were red, as if he wanted to kill someone. Song Yang watched all this jokingly. Tusk, his defense is broken already. His mental strength is really poor. Look at Yi Qingyu. She knew her father was having an affair, and guessed that her childhood sweetheart Bai Yuiguang was plotting against her. But she was not at all defensive. Yi Qingyu was speechless. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" Yi Ernai beside him also spoke appropriately. "Qingyu, what nonsense are you talking about? How could your grandfather have a lover? How could your father have an illegitimate daughter? What the Lin family did was not right, but they have come to admit their mistakes." As she said this, Yi Ernai looked at Song Yang with disdain. "Qingyu, Song Yang has been in the Yi family for 2.5 years and has not achieved any results. He is not a good match. Look at Lin Jai. He has won many projects as soon as he returned to China. In order to express his apology, he just said that in addition to the resettlement housing, he would also give us the land in the south of the city. Once the demolition is completed, our family can just lie down and make money." Song Yang was speechless. With Yi Ernai's words, Lin Jai smiled gently again and said, "Qingyu, I am doing this for your own good. To express my apology, I will sell you the land in the south of the city that is waiting to be demolished at a fair price." Mother Lin also frowned and advised, "Qingyu, it was our Lin family who was unkind 2.5 years ago. Now we admit our mistakes." As he said this, he looked at Song Yang with the same contempt. "Besides, Auntie really doesn't want you to waste your time on trash." Song Yang was speechless. Old Master Yi next to him snorted coldly. Yi Qingyu, I forgive you for your messy remarks just now. You should think clearly about what to do. As he said this, he looked at Song Yang with contempt. Waste. Yi Qingyu sneered. Song Yang had already endured to the limit at this time. Damn it, I'm here to take advantage of you to divorce Yi Qingyu, not to feel wronged. Now it seems that Yi Qingyu is too lazy to pay attention to you, so why should I tolerate you? Page 8. Song Yang took a step forward, and Yi Qingyu sat back. Song Yang glanced at the whole audience and looked at Yi Ernai first, saying sarcastically, Yi Ernai, you are really awesome. If I remember correctly, your son, Yi Yun's father, was a fat boy weighing 8 kilograms in July. Tusk, he was born 3 months premature and still weighed 8 kilograms. If he wasn't born prematurely, he would have weighed more than 10 kilograms. Yi Qingyu chuckled. Oh, so the uncle from the second house is an illegitimate child. Could it be that my second uncle was mad to death? After saying that, Yi Qingyu covered her mouth in a panic. Oh, this doesn't seem to be something I can say. Pulling Song Yang's hand, Yi Qingyu said nervously, Husband, I won't be beaten, right? Awesome, this exaggerated acting is comparable to Sister Boar. After sighing in his heart, Song Yang pretended to be nervous and said, Wife, don't be afraid, your husband will protect you. Besides, looking at the way Grandpa takes care of the second uncle, maybe he is his son. Mr. Yi's face flushed as he angrily cursed, You fart. As he was about to step forward and fight, Song Yang smiled coldly. Are you angry out of shame? Yi Qingyu also smiled coldly. This Yi family is so dirty. Old Master Yi sat back in anger after hearing this. Song Yang looked at Lin's mother and tilted his head and said, Aunt, I'm a loser, but I don't cheat. Unlike our Uncle Lin and Mr. Lin Jai, they use the media company as a brothel. Father Lin immediately stood up and yelled, You fart. It's easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. This is absolutely unacceptable. Song Yang took a step back as if frightened and covered his mouth and asked, Really? Then I want to ask, since you, Pulin Media, don't have all kinds of messy deals, then how do those girls who have no acting skills and no fame become the leading actress? Yi Qingyu stood up at the right time, walked to Song Yang, hugged Song Yang's arm, and whispered, Husband, you make money in the business circle. Don't you know that Mr. Lin once said that whoever I want to become popular can become popular? And then the next day, the media company under the Lin Group broke out about the Hidden Rules incident. Blatant insults. Very dirty. Father Lin wants to beat someone. Lin's mother also wanted to take action. Lin Jai looked at Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, and he finally understood that these two people did not come back to discuss business. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jai said in a deep voice, Qingyu, stop making trouble. I really want to get back together with you. You are so awesome. You should have stayed here to fight with Yi Qingyu. Song Yang started cursing in his heart. Although he is afraid of the Dragon King, he also has a sense of justice. Yi Qingyu sneered, scanned the whole place, and said to Lin Jai, Get back together, you bastard. Don't talk like we were together before. The rude language brought silence to the living room. The butler who was about to call everyone to dinner at the door was stunned and could not maintain good etiquette. Yi Qingyu, a well-known female billionaire in Fenghai City and famous throughout the country, actually used foul language to curse people. Is this really the future aloof female villain Yi Qingyu? Song Yang was shocked. Old Master Yi was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Yi Qingyu with a trembling finger and roared, It's extremely shameful, extremely shameful. Yi Qingyu sneered and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Lin Jai coldly and said sarcastically, My dear childhood sweetheart, Lin Jai, you are a young man who doesn't want to marry a beautiful young girl. Instead, you want to marry a divorced woman like me. Are you sick? There was a flash of anger in Lin Jai's eyes. Lin's mother next to her said with all her might, Qingyu, I know you are angry, but this also proves that Lin Jai loves you. Ha. Yi Qingyu laughed, a crazily laugh with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Love me. You love me even though you knew my father had an illegitimate daughter who is only a few months younger than me and didn't tell me. Lin Jai suppressed his anger and spoke. Qingyu, I just don't want to make you angry, so I want to help you get rid of her secretly. Yi Qingyu tilted his head and stretched out his hand. Take out your phone. Everyone present was puzzled. Mother Lin asked in confusion, Qingyu, what do you mean? Yi Qingyu's eyes were dim, and he said slowly, It's nothing, I just used his phone to call Yi Nianshu. Ask him how he got rid of it. The aggressive Yi Qingyu made Lin Jai and his family lose face. Lin Jai clenched his fists. He didn't expect Yi Qingyu to be so shameless and play so directly without following any rules of the game. Seeing this, Father Lin slammed the table and stood up, shouting, You, the Yi family, are going too far. Turning around, he pointed at Yi Qingyu and continued, Girl, if Lin Jai didn't love you, do you think we would marry you? A second married woman who often shows up in public and has drunk with countless people for the project. This sentence is too humiliating. There was a flash of murderous intent in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Song Yang's expression also changed. Fuck, old man, don't be so shameless. As he said that, Father Lin turned to look at Song Yang and said with disdain, "You too, a poor laborer from the oil field in the countryside and a shameless woman who accompanied others to drink and get projects, are really a perfect match. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore." Song Yang stopped Yi Qingyu, who was about to speak, picked up the fruit plate next to him, and smashed it on Lin's father's head. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Yi Qingyu looked at Song Yang, rubbing his wrist in surprise. "My husband is so handsome." Song Yang then went up and kicked Lin's father down, stepped on his chest, and said coldly, "Since Qingyu and I came in, you guys have been suppressing us with all kinds of words. Now they are insulting Qingyu and my family, who is shameless." Father Lin, who was lying on the ground, was furious. "I will beat you to death." Lin Jai just reacted and was about to step forward, but Yi Qingyu picked up the fruit plate pieces on the ground and pointed at him. "Let's see who dares to move." Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi quickly called for bodyguards. Yi Qingyu looked at the bodyguards who surrounded him and said coldly, "I pay your salaries. If any one of you makes a move today, I will make sure he will no longer be able to work as a bodyguard." The bodyguard stopped and left quietly. "Whoever pays the salary is awesome." Song Yang glanced at Yi Qingyu in surprise. "Is this woman protecting me?" Although the original book proved that Yi Qingyu was not the kind of love-brained fool, it also did not write that she loved Song Yang. No matter what, Song Yang stepped on Lin's father's chest and sneered. "Come on, continue to insult my family and Qingyu with your mouth. If you dare to say one more word, I will crush your chest. When the time comes, I'll go to the police station and you'll go to the hospital. The headlines will be about the Lin family robbing a decent woman, being brutally beaten by the woman's husband, and forcing the woman's husband to go to jail." Father Lin swallowed it back. This must not make the headlines. Father Yi looked at this sudden change and gritted his teeth and said, "Rebellious daughter, what are you two going to do?" Seeing that the other party didn't dare to talk anymore, Yi Qingyu pulled Song Yang back to sit and said slowly, "I should be the one asking. Why did you call me and my husband back? Tell me your purpose." Lin Jai helped his father up, took 2 deep breaths, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a gentle tone, "Qingyu, whether you believe it or not, I love you and I am here to marry you." Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "You are my ex-fiancé who can go abroad when I am in crisis, and you are my father-in-law who calls me a bitch. How much do you think I should love you to marry you?" Song Yang interrupted and said, "I have to add one more sentence, abandoning a husband who would risk his life for me." Yi Qingyu gave Song Yang a look of praise. "That's right. Lin Jai is worthy of being the man who successfully plotted against Yi Qingyu in the original book." Facing the constant sarcasm, he still spoke gently. "So to express my sincerity, Qingyu, I am willing to share the resettlement housing project with you, and I am willing to sell you the land in the north of the city at a fair price. If you still think it is not enough, I am also willing to open the Lin group to your Yi family." Yi Qingyu interrupted Lin Jai impatiently and said sarcastically, "I am in love, but I am not a fool. That piece of land in the north of the city can only be developed into residential buildings, and there are now 5 times more residential buildings than the total population in the country. Are you sure it's a benefit for me?" Lin Jai said firmly, "Yes, you know my family has someone upstairs. Fenghai City wants to develop the north of the city into a development zone. The house will be valuable." Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu and smiled in his heart. This Lin Jai is really a ruthless person who doesn't care about his life when trying to trick people. The north of the city is indeed being developed, but there is an ancient tomb under that land. Yi Qingyu's eyes darkened. "My goodness, this is really a conspiracy. Lin Jai is trying to kill me." However, Yi Qingyu did not get angry directly this time. Instead, he looked at old man Yi and Yi's father meaningfully, then looked at Lin Jai meaningfully and raised a new question. "If I marry you, the entire Yi group will become my dowry. I own 57% of the shares of the Yi group." Just as Lin Jai was about to speak, Mr. Yi next to him took the initiative to say, "If you marry Zioji, then of course you have to keep the shares. I'll give it to Zioyan when the time comes. I asked you to come here today to talk about this matter. I plan to pass the Yi family to Zioyan. After all, you have to get married." Lin Jai closed his eyes. It was over. Page 9. Mr. Yi is indeed a well-known fool. He probably uses up his little wisdom in living off his wife. Yi Qingyu smiled coldly, stood up, looked directly at old man Yi and said, "Pass it to Yi Yun." "Why?" Old Master Yi stiffened his neck and said, Because Zioan is a male of the Yi family. Song Yang rolled his eyes. It's because Yi Yun can't have children. The young woman next to him is holding your son, right? Yi Qingyu sneered. Why didn't you pass it to Yi Yun 2.5 years ago? Don't think I don't know what you old Biden are thinking. Yi's is about to go bankrupt, so just give me all the shares, and you can transfer the fixed assets and valuables to me for retirement, and then I will be the only one to bear the debt. Now that Yi's is on the rise, kick me out and give Yi's to whoever you like. There was a flash of murderous intent in Yi Qingyu's eyes. You're dreaming. As long as I, Yi Qingyu, am alive, I will not return the vomit I have received. Hubby, let's go. After knowing the purpose of this Hongmen banquet, Yi Qingyu turned and left. Song Yang glanced at old man Yi and father Yi with a gloating look. Tusk, Yi Qingyu has turned evil ahead of time. You are doomed. Song Yang could remember that in the original novel, not long after Yi Qingyu was released from prison and turned evil, 2 members of the Yi family had a car accident. Originally, he thought that the Yi family at this time had family ties, so he hoped that they could make Yi Qingyu divorce. Tusk, disappointed. When he was about to walk out of the door, Yi Qingyu turned to look at Lin Jai again and said disdainfully, Boss Lin, there is an ancient tomb under the land in the north of the city. Do you have the nerve to sell it? Lin Jai's pupils shrank sharply. It was over. From today on, he and Yi Qingyu had completely broken off. Song Yang was surprised. How did Yi Qingyu know? A smile appeared on Yi Qingyu's lips, because I have you as a cheat. After watching Yi Qingyu and the other person walk out, the main hall fell into an awkward atmosphere. They had a rough time that night. Lin Jai looked at Mr. Yi and sighed. Grandpa, what should we do next? The original plan is definitely not going to work. Old Master Yi glanced at Lin Jai, snorted coldly, and said sarcastically, Don't worry, Yi Zhen was also so strong back then, and he returned his shares in the end. Mr. Yi said he had experience. Father Yi also said confidently, Zio Jai, don't worry, our cooperation will not end, and Yi Qingyu will not be an obstacle. Lin Jai nodded. Oh my, why is the living room so messy? Just at this moment, a woman in a white dress walked in from outside the door. She looked like a lotus flower that emerged from the mud in the pond without being stained. Seeing the woman, Lin Jai's eyes lit up and he called out softly, Study. Lin's mother stepped forward to greet the woman. Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi's expressions also looked much better. Yi Yun, who had been invisible, also came forward with the young woman and said respectfully, Sister Reading. At this moment, it seemed as if Yi Nianshu was the real legitimate daughter of the Yi family. Yi Nianshu greeted everyone gently. After understanding the whole process, he finally sat down next to Mr. Yi and said softly, Grandpa, my sister has also paid too much for the Yi group, so she is excited and unwilling to give up the group. We must understand her. Mr. Yi snorted coldly. Yi's father beside him said dissatisfiedly, Reading, you are too kind. Yi Qingyu is a greedy woman and does not deserve sympathy. Old Master Yi also said, Reading, you don't know that Yi Qingyu was raised by the lowly man Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen is full of the greedy aura of the market, and so is Yi Qingyu. A surge of anger surged in Yi Nianshu's heart. How could ordinary people be greedy? What gave you the right to label them as such? Yi Ernai beside her smiled and said, It's better to study hard. You should know the big picture and understand the overall situation. You should know that women cannot inherit the family business. From the beginning, you should give everything to Zioan. Mother Lin also smiled and said, That's right, and she's not only good at studying but also good at cooking. If she marries Zioji, it will be a good thing for both of us. We'll get a good daughter-in-law who will be a good family keeper, and you'll get back the shares that Yi Qingyu took away. Lin Jai kept looking at Yi Nianshu gently. Old Master Yi took a deep breath and spoke slowly with a cold and murderous voice. Yi Qingyu, she is too self-righteous. If the Yi family can let her live, they can let her. Yi Nianshu stood aside silently. She had made up her mind that once she got what she wanted, she would stay away from this group of psychopaths. No one in the Yi family, or the Lin family, treated her as a family member. Inside the manor, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu walked together with gloomy faces. After leaving the house, they didn't even see the car parked at the door. More importantly, the butler and the manor's bodyguards also disappeared. With 500 acres of garden, how long will it take to get to the parking lot? Yi Qingyu listened to Song Yang's complaints and silently took Song Yang's hand. Mom, I was touched by a scumbag, I'm dirty. Yi Qingyu held on tighter, and Song Yang did not break free. It may also be that the hands are too soft and cannot break free. Slowly, Song Yang stopped struggling. In the garden at night, the handsome faces of the 2 men were even highlighted by the moonlight. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Yi Qingyu thought of the time when Song Yang beat Lin's father for her in the main hall. the time when the two of them fought side by side to save the Yi family 2.5 years ago, and the time when Song Yang had taken meticulous care of her in the past 2.5 years. Song Yang, I'm sorry. The sudden apology made Song Yang alert. The bad girl's apology must be a lie. I have to be careful. Yi Qingyu was amused by Song Yang's vigilance and said to herself, Song Yang, after we have dealt with the Yi family's affairs, let's go back to your home and see your parents. Yi Qingyu's voice became smaller and smaller. This was her initiative to show goodwill. I knew it was a trick. Woman, are you trying to drain all the value out of my family? Yi Qingyu's face turned black, this man. Song Yang decided to stop Yi Qingyu's idea and said firmly, no. Yi Qingyu frowned, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Why? Yi Qingyu said that she would get angry as long as the reasons Song Yang gave were not justified. The queen is showing you goodwill, and you don't accept it. Because you are not good. Yi Qingyu was confused. What did this mean? Song Yang complained in his heart, while flipping through the memories of his previous life. I'm not lying to you. It's just that your ingredients are really not good. To use a popular saying on the internet, my family is the Zhenghanqi. My grandfather came from the military and participated in the war against eagles. For the sake of national oil freedom, he rushed to the northwest and became the first generation of oil workers. Our whole family is working on the front line of the country, and we have come out of this through real hard work. Your Yi family is a merchant family, a bunch of thieves and robbers, so my great-grandfather really doesn't think highly of you. Song Yang felt that the background in his previous life's memory was so awesome. Unfortunately, in the novel, Song Yang, the villain, died before he could use his family's influence. Yi Qingyu was stunned when she heard Song Yang's inner voice. She had no idea, but Yi Qingyu felt that it was not his fault. When Song Yang first entered university, he was a village boy who spoke with a northwestern accent and carried a snakeskin bag filled with bedding. The only thing to look at is his streamlined muscles, bronze skin, and the gentle confidence that emanates from his bones. The two did not mention the topic of meeting the parents again, and they slowly walked to the parking lot. Looking at the G-Class parked there alone, a strange look flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Song Yang, are you afraid of death? Would you like to go to the gates of hell with me? I don't want to. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu with strange eyes. Sister, what are you talking about? Why do you have to bring it up with the gates of hell? Yi Qingyu nodded, calmly sat in the driver's seat and said calmly, then you wait here for Secretary Jin to pick you up. Fuck, you want to leave me here alone? Woman, are you trying to kill me? Song Yang rolled his eyes and thought Yi Qingyu was a very bad person. He had just scolded the old man of the Yi family, Yi's father and a group of people, and then asked him to stay here. Doesn't this mean he wants to be bullied? Song Yang sat in the passenger seat without thinking. Yi Qingyu was moved. Indeed, one cannot judge by what he says, but needs to judge by what he does. Yi Qingyu was deeply moved when she saw Song Yang's decisive decision to accompany her in the car. When the G-Class drove out of Yi's manor, the guard sent a message to Mr. Yi. In the restaurant, Mr. Yi, who was eating, smiled at Yi's father and nodded slightly. Yi's father lowered his head and sent out a message. After raising his head, he smiled and said to Yi Yun, Yuner, when you enter the Yi group, you must work hard and show your best side to others, so that they know that the men of the Yi family are talented, but they just don't want to compete with others. Being teased by people in the circle for relying on their wives has always been a pain for the men in the Yi family. Old Master Yi looked at Lin Jai again and said kindly, Zyro Jai, our two families will be one family from now on. You have to study hard and help Yi Yun. Yi Nyanshu's eyebrows jumped, and he said softly, Grandpa, father, didn't Sister Qingyu not allow Yi Yun to enter the Yi family? Isn't it too early to say this now? Old Master Yi chuckled and said, when it comes to studying, how could that girl Yi Qingyu be my opponent? She can only yell a few times. Page 10. On the way from the suburbs to the city, Yi Qingyu felt the brakes gradually failing, and the scene of his mother's car accident that he had witnessed suddenly emerged in his mind. Heavy rain, highway, broken cars, cold bodies. Song Yang, are you afraid of death? He looked at Yi Qingyu suspiciously. Afraid? I was driving the car just fine. Why did I suddenly say something like this? Did the brakes fail? Yi Qingyu chuckled and said, the brakes failed. Song Yang's pupils shrank sharply. You must be kidding. Yi Qingyu's death from brake failure would not happen until a long time later. Why did it happen now? Yi Qingyu laughed even louder. It turned out that she died of brake failure. As if to suit the occasion, it suddenly started to rain heavily. Song Yang swallowed his saliva, thinking that God wanted him to die. Oh my God, please don't let me live. Don't let me know who did it. I will chop him up. Song Yang, I'm sorry. If I survive this time, I will definitely give you the best of myself. Boom! The G-Class was rear-ended, and from the rearview mirror it looked like it was a truck. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qingyu turned the steering wheel sharply, and the G-Class directly crashed through the guardrail, rushed out of the main road, entered the fields on both sides of the road, and ran away all the way. Yi Qingyu was glad that he didn't drive fast. Yi Qingyu was glad that the Yi family's old house was built in the suburbs, and there was a field on the way back. Yi Qingyu was glad that it rained heavily today, which made the fields moist and slowed down the speed. Song Yang felt the vibration of the car body and listened to the big cake that Yi Qingyu painted for him. His pupils shrank sharply and he shouted, "Don't paint cakes at this time. Save yourself." Yi Qingyu looked through the rearview mirror at the truck that was chasing after him and stuck in the mud, excitement jumping in his eyes. "The person a fool looks for is also a fool. If you follow me down here, it proves that you have a problem." Yi Qingyu looked at the tractor parked in the field and drove his car directly into it. The G-Class stopped, and the huge impact force caused the airbags to pop out, making Yi Qingyu and Song Yang dizzy. Yi Qingyu struggled to take out his cell phone and sent a location to Secretary Jin before he fainted. When Song Yanglin fainted, he had only one thought, which he had not yet gotten rid of in this life. The sound of sirens cut through the darkness. Secretary Jin arrived in time with the police and ambulance and sent Yi Qingyu and Song Yang to the hospital. That night, news that Yi Qingyu, president of Yi Group, and who had just been selected as one of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Fenghai City, and her husband Song Yang were hospitalized after a car accident was posted on Weibo. Moreover, the car accident happened just after he came out of the Yi family's old house. Some powerful people even released the record of Yi Qingyu's mother Yi Zhen's car accident, considering the rumors circulating online that the men in the Yi family are losers, as well as the equity distribution of Yi Qingyu's holdings in Yi Group as shown on Tianyangcha. Everyone started to speculate on conspiracy theories. Mr. Yi, Father Yi, and the Lin family were drinking tea and chatting after dinner when they were suddenly visited by the police. "Hello, Mr. Yi Jiangguo and Mr. Yi Lin Cheng. Someone has called the police and said you are suspected of murder in Yi Qingyu's car accident." The scene of the Yi family father and son, and everyone else in the Yi family's old house being taken away, became a hot topic on the news overnight. There were even paparazzi who took photos of Lin Jai's family and Yi Nianshu coming out of the Yi family's old house. For a time, all kinds of rumors appeared on the internet. Major marketing accounts started working overnight. This is the heat. Although no one has bought the press release yet, they can already use conspiracy theories to gain popularity. Early morning, Yi Qingyu woke up from the hospital bed, and what came into his sight was Secretary Jin and Shen Liuliu, who had not slept all night. Looking at the two of them, Yi Qingyu smiled. "Although you guys are competing with me for men, you are still my best friends." Shen Liuliu's originally sad mood disappeared in an instant. Secretary Jin silently handed the tablet to Yi Qingyu. Looking at the news above, especially the scene in the headlines where Grandpa Yi and Yi's father were taken away, Yi Qingyu laughed and laughed wildly. "It's worth my while to get involved." Secretary Jin pushed his glasses up and began to speak seriously. "Uncle Lee has sent the car inspection records to the police station as you requested. The truck driver was also detained. We found out that he had cancer and had parents and children to support at home. Everything is so bloody." Yi Qingyu complained in his heart and slowly said, "I'm not short of money. I'll give money to the truck driver's family. A desperado like him will definitely have a record. Our next goal is to get my grandfather and father in, leaving me with a clean Yi family." A sneer appeared on Yi Qingyu's lips. Ever since receiving the news last night about returning to the Yi family's old house for dinner, Yi Qingyu has been making arrangements. "It is certain that you will get involved. Only murder can lead to the death of another person." As for why, it was because Yi Qingyu suspected that his mother's car accident was man-made. She doesn't have evidence, but if she has doubts, she can make preparations. The ending was good. The other party fell into her trap. "Secretary Jin, throw out the paternity test between Yi Nianshu and my father, and investigate the relationship between my grandfather and Yi Ernai, as well as the relationship between my grandfather and the young woman that Yi Yun brought." Secretary Kim's pupils shrank sharply. "Is it so exciting?" Shen Liuliu said from the side. "Qingyu, Grandpa Yi is so old, it's impossible for him to do such a thing as an old man and a young wife. It's really hard to believe." Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes and complained. "If you can like Mr. Song, why can't he like someone young and beautiful and let his son inherit the Yi family?" Shen Liuliu shut up. Yi Qingyu continued. if everything goes as expected, by some more press releases, saying that the Lin group was also involved in the murder, because Lin Jai's family was also in the Yi's old house. Finally, write some stories about Lin Jai and Yi Nianshu loving each other, but the older generation trying to break them up, and Lin Jai framing his former fiancée Yi Qingyu in order to make Yi Nianshu the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Finally, a press release was also sent out stating that I was the one who called the police and put justice above my own. It is my duty as a citizen not to shield any criminal. We must get to the bottom of this. Yi Qingyu's attitude was very clear: kill all external enemies. Secretary Jin returned to Yi Group and started taking action immediately. Lin Jai vomited blood when he saw the news on the internet that he was involved in a car accident murder. The share price of Lin Group began to plummet, and shareholders called to ask if Lin Jai was going crazy. On the contrary, Yi's stock, thanks to Yi Qingyu's character as a heroine who sacrificed her own relatives for the sake of justice and called the police immediately, has been rising like crazy. The power of women's rights is strong. The shareholders of the Yi family advised Yi Qingyu to recover from his injuries, and then they mobilized their own connections to increase the difficulty for the Lin family, Mr. Yi and Yi's father. Yi Nianshu doesn't care. Her company is not listed and she lives a free and easy life. Inside the police station, the police began a lightning-fast investigation amid the uproar of public opinion. Yi Qingyu's murder case was easy to calculate. Under Secretary Jin's huge financial attack, the truck driver and the people in Yi's old house admitted their mistakes one after another. Father Yi and old man Yi went straight in. The chain of evidence is complete, and the crime of murder is established. Moreover, Yi Qingyu requested to reopen his mother's car accident case. After hearing the news inside, Mr. Yi and Yi's father were frightened and wanted to see Yi Qingyu like crazy. Someone died in that case. If they are convicted, they will never be able to get out. Yi Qingyu went to see the two of them with injuries. I can let you go, but the condition is that all the property under your names must belong to me. Make a will. Faced with Yi Qingyu's cold face, old Master Yi and Yi's father had no choice but to give in. They don't want to be stuck in the house for the rest of their lives. Yi Qingyu nodded with satisfaction, wrote a letter of apology in person, and withdrew the application to reopen her mother's car accident case. She said that they were all family, and she definitely couldn't bear to see her grandfather and father suffer in prison, so she would rescue them. Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi laughed when they saw this. Women are still women, not cruel enough. Only the truck driver, who was in the same prison ward as Grandpa Yi and Yi's father, met his parents and wife. Son, Mr. Yi is a good man. He gave us 5 million each. It's our own card. I also bought 2 houses for my eldest and youngest and set up a school fund. My youngest is now attending an international bilingual kindergarten. Also, your father and I have jobs now. We work as cleaners at Yi's and earn 10,000 yuan a month. Good days are coming for our family. The truck driver looked at the mother's tearful eyes and clenched his fists. 10 days later, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were discharged from the hospital together. Come on, we're going to a funeral. Yi Qingyu took Song Yang's arm and said with a smile. Song Yang had a sour look on his face. He couldn't blame Yi Qingyu after walking on the brink of life and death. He was really annoyed. Yi Qingyu asked him if he was willing to step into the gates of hell. It was he who refused and then stepped in, so he couldn't blame others. Whose funeral? Song Yang asked doubtfully. Yi Qingyu nodded with a smile. My dad and my grandpa's. They were killed because they couldn't negotiate the balance with the truck driver. Song Yang was silent. It's really not you who did this. At the funeral, Yi Qingyu cried her heart out. Yi Nianshu was also invited. He stood aside with dull eyes and a look of being tortured. Page 11. Next to them are Hua Chengfeng and Lin Jai. After helping Yi Qingyu sit aside, Song Yang glanced at Hua Chengfeng. This is the Dragon King, much more handsome than on TV. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu raised her head and glanced at Hua Chengfeng. Is he the Dragon King? He doesn't look very strong, and I don't think he can kill me. The guests all smiled when they saw Yi Qingyu. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Nianshu and Lin Jai was full of jokes. They already knew that Grandpa Yi and Yi's father left all the money to Yi Qingyu, and Yi Nianshu did not get a penny. Don't underestimate these legacies. Mr. Yi and his father have a lot of personal wealth. The villas and luxury cars he owns are worth tens of billions. In addition, the two also have some investment shares, stock funds, etc., which are worth a lot of money. All the scattered sums added up, it would be at least 30 to 40 billion, or even more. Although they are all figures from the upper class of Shanghai City, the group is worth millions every minute. but no one would turn down a multi-billion inheritance. That's pure cash flow, and if you put it in the bank, you can earn several thousand yuan in interest every day. A few thousand yuan is equivalent to a month's salary for a working ox. So many people say that Yi Qingyu is cruel and crazy enough, and Yi Nianshu's methods are not strong enough. At the end of the funeral, Yi Ernai wanted to ask for a share of the inheritance for Yi Yun, the young woman and her children. Yi Qingyu asked in public, "Second house grandma, may I ask what is the relationship between Yi Yun and my grandfather, my father, and what is the relationship between this child and the young woman? First, we are not in the same household registration book. Second, we are not direct relatives. And third, there is no will. How can they divide the property? Because you are thick-skinned." Some people also said that Yi Qingyu should be kind and give others a way out and not go too far. Yi Qingyu burst into tears and said as she cried, "I'm a girl. My grandfather and father just died, and now a group of people come to fight for the inheritance. Another illegitimate daughter, who is less than 2 months older than me. This is another uncle that my grandfather might have created for me. Are you trying to kill me? Do you know how much salary the Yi Group pays per month? Am I easy?" Yi Qingyu's tears and her image of a weak woman made those who tried to persuade her feel embarrassed. After the funeral, Yi Qingyu took Song Yang to a stinky ditch in the suburbs. Yi Qingyu is still crazy after all. What kind of good person would come to a stinky ditch? Yi Qingyu ignored Song Yang's complaints and took out 2 boxes from the trunk. "I know you hate my scumbag father and scumbag grandfather, so I'm giving you a chance to take revenge with your own hands." Song Yang was not a fool. He looked at the 2 boxes in amazement and said, "This is." "Oh my God, Yi Qingyu, you are going to get a high score." Yi Qingyu said with a smile in the corner of his eyes, "Yes, it's just what you think. What was buried today were actually 2 cans of milk powder." Song Yang looked at the box and then at the stinking ditch. "Vali, I asked you to find someone to hit me." Looking at the second box again, Song Yang stepped back and gave the chance to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu also went up and kicked. "You favor boys over girls." Looking at the box floating in the stinking ditch, Yi Qingyu murmured in his heart, "Old man, scumbag father, I not only inherited my grandmother and mother's love brain, but also inherited your only advantage, cruelty and ruthlessness." In the car returning to the villa, Song Yang sat in the driver's seat and Yi Qingyu sat in the passenger seat, and neither of them spoke. Yi Qingyu observed Song Yang's expression through the mirror. She didn't know whether Song Yang liked her gift or not. But it doesn't matter, she has a second gift and will give it to Song Yang tonight. One is to make up for Song Yang's care for her over the past 2.5 years. Second, she really wants to be with Song Yang now. During the time he was in the hospital, she investigated Song Yang again in detail. He has a good family background, and the names of some of his elders could not be traced, so they were found through the school's family contact information. He has a masculine and handsome appearance, and is currently on the list of most handsome boys in their school. He has a gentle personality, and even though he wanted to divorce her, he didn't do anything extreme. Instead, he discussed the matter gently and waited for her to bring it up. With his extremely strong capabilities, he built a chip processing plant worth more than $10 billion in 2.5 years, and has the ability to conduct independent research and development. She has a perfect character. She found that in the past 2.5 years, most of her female friends and besties, whether they were dissolute young ladies, beautiful girls from a small family, or mature beauties, had seduced Song Yang, and Song Yang rejected them one by one. When this investigation came out, Yi Qingyu almost exploded with anger. These people were the ones who started talking to her and complained about Song Yang together with her when she complained about him. Like a widow who is famous for collecting rent and making a lot of money, she treats the other party as a friend regardless of age difference. But the other party has been spying on Song Yang. Yi Qingyu now understood that they were all drinking buddies, and Song Yang was the only one who was good to her. The more Yi Qingyu thought about it, the more she felt that she had to give the second gift to Song Yang as soon as possible. If this gift still can't dispel Song Yang's idea of divorce, then she can only use the series of ultimate tricks that Shen's mother told her during her hospitalization. For example, she and Secretary Jin teamed up to create the beautiful secretary of the CEO in the office, and the best friends she created with Shen Liuliu, and even dragged Shen's mother into the water to create. Yi Qingyu didn't believe that Song Yang could bear it. As she thought about it, Yi Qingyu blushed. Song Yang glanced at this scene and complained in his heart, "You are crazy. You can blush even when you are sitting alone." Yi Qingyu was a little angry. "Don't you know why I'm blushing?" "Oh, you don't know. But you'll find out tonight." Song Yang came back to his senses and began to worry about his own affairs. Yi Qingyu has obviously turned evil ahead of time, and the battle with Dragon King Hua Chengfeng will probably also be brought forward. Then I have to speed up my divorce. What should I do? Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth. Is Song Yang so afraid of the so-called Dragon King? No, she doesn't believe it. I have a way. There are so many beauties in my phone. As long as I act a little more fickle, Yi Qingyu will definitely divorce me. After all, no woman would accept a man having affairs outside. No, you underestimate me. Yi Qingyu sneered in his heart. Man, you are too naive. You don't understand how far a love brain can go. Just like my mother, she is a top love-brained person. So, do you think she really doesn't know about Yi Nianchu's existence? Yi Qingyu decided to go back and teach Song Yang a lesson later. Song Yang, who thought he had found another way to divorce, drove happily, secretly planning for a better future in his heart. As long as Yi Qingyu and I divorce, I will pretend to sell the factory and then hide behind the scenes. If we can find the daughter of Beijing expert Lin, we won't have to worry about not being able to make a lot of money in the chip industry. Yi Qingyu was confused when he heard this. Can chip professionals make a lot of money? As far as she knows, the chip major has always been unpopular in the country. After all, there is a huge gap between our technology and that of foreign countries. However, Yi Qingyu still wrote down this sentence. Well, I remember that when expert Lin came to Fenghai City, he stayed at the Hua family's house. So the problem now is also the Hua family's. Hua Chengfeng will definitely stop him at that time, so how can we stop him? When Song Yang thought of Hua Chengfeng, he felt a headache. Damn, who would have thought that Hua Chengfeng, the real young master who was replaced by a nanny, would meet a group of hidden big guys in the countryside and learn a set of Taoist magic, medical skills, treasure appraisal skills, and other skills, and also get the Dragon King Palace token. It's just outrageously scary. But what is even more outrageous is the blackened Yi Qingyu. Although this grandmother is only a midterm boss, she almost killed Hua Chengfeng. When Song Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but take another look at Yi Qingyu, who was wearing a black dress suitable for attending funerals. Very charming. Yi Qingyu silently took note of Hua Chengfeng's information, which was the basis for future battles against the enemy. At the same time, Yi Qingyu also understood why Hua Chengfeng's company was able to start with medical technology and where the starting funds came from. As for the Dragon King Palace, he had never heard of it and wondered if it could defeat the government machine. What made Yi Qingyu happiest was what Song Yang said. He was the only one who almost killed Hua Chengfeng. Since it's just a little bit off, it means it's still possible. Alas, I can only wait and see whether I can be insincere with Hua Chengfeng after divorcing Yi Qingyu. Our current mission is to find expert Lin's lost daughter. I just don't know what this daughter has. Damn it, they didn't even write about it. They only wrote that expert Lin encountered it by chance while eating snacks. Damn it, I actually played the game of looking back suddenly and seeing that person in the dimly lit place. Song Yang's good mood also began to fade after this circle of imagination. A smile appeared on Yi Qingyu's lips. The vehicle continued to drive. After Song Yang regained his consciousness, he felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Recalling his previous habits, he said, "Qingyu, the speed of handling cases in Fenghai City is also quite fast." After saying that, Song Yang began to understand why his predecessor had been unable to lick Yi Qingyu into bed after licking her for several years. With your chatting habits, how could any girl like you? Yi Qingyu sneered disdainfully. It's not that they are fast, it's that I have paid more in the past 2 years in Fenghai City. As she spoke, Yi Qingyu looked at Song Yang deeply, and she decided to give Song Yang a little more confidence. I dare not say anything about other places, but in Fenghai City, I, Yi Qingyu, can still be called the underground queen. Page 12. Looking at Yi Qingyu's arrogant look, a sentence emerged in Song Yang's mind. I have been in Jinghai for so many years, spending so much money and supporting so many people, all for this moment. Fuck, I didn't say Yi Qingyu was involved in organized crime. Song Yang screamed in his heart. Yi Qingyu's face darkened. Who said that I was involved in organized crime? I just paid taxes on time, arranged for companies to help with poverty alleviation, saved some children who had gone astray, and gave some credit to some big guys. Angry Yi Qingyu glared at Song Yang fiercely, but she couldn't explain it clearly. The car was driving faster and faster, and in a blink of an eye, it arrived at Xinglin Yuan's villa. Following the habit of his predecessor, Song Yang got out of the car first, opened the door for Yi Qingyu, helped Yi Qingyu out of the car, and sent Yi Qingyu into the villa before parking the car. When Song Yang parked the car, opened the door and walked into the villa. Banged! Song Yang closed the open door, took 2 deep breaths and chanted Amitabha twice. Opening the door again, Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu, who was sitting on the sofa under the light, looking like a widow. He asked with a twitching mouth, "Qingyu, what are you doing? Woman, you are playing with fire, do you know that?" Yi Qingyu showed a look of pity as a widow on her face, and laughed wildly in her heart. Haha, it was worth it that she listened to Shen's mother and watched dozens of widow movies during her hospitalization. As expected, the widow's lethality is enormous. Very good, this is the second gift she gave to Song Yang, the widow game. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Yi Qingyu said weakly, "Brother-in-law, my sister is gone, my grandfather is gone, my father is gone, and the people from the second house are fighting for the family property. What should I do?" Song Yang felt his hormones surging. Under the warm light, the young woman who had just finished attending to her father and grandfather's funeral wore a black gauze skirt, revealing her snow-white thighs. She looked at you pitifully with tears in her eyes and called you brother-in-law. "Woman, I can't control myself anymore." Song Yang was furious, and his face was extremely stiff. Yi Qingyu smiled slightly, then quickly suppressed it, slowly came to Song Yang's side, twisted her foot, fell on Song Yang, raised her head, and said pitifully, "Brother-in-law, can you help me? I'd give it everything. I do." Song Yang couldn't bear it any longer. At this moment, Song Yang no longer cared about Yi Qingyu's identity as the boss in the book, nor did he care about the threat from the Dragon King. He only wanted to die under the peony flowers and be a romantic ghost. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the delivery guy rang the doorbell. "Put the food at the door." "Okay." Listening to the sound of the motorcycle going away, Song Yang opened the door a crack and quickly took the dishes in. After closing the door, Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu, who was lying on the sofa with drooling from the corner of her mouth and staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Hee, my fighting ability is just that strong. Zio Chu, are you convinced?" Song Yang laughed wildly in his heart. Yi Qingyu turned her head stiffly, looked at Song Yang with a dim gaze, and said in a hoarse voice, "Apply medicine to me and cook for me. I haven't lost yet." Song Yang rolled his eyes, took out the medicine box from the express delivery, and carried Yi Qingyu upstairs. "There's no way. I've been traveling here for half a month and I feel so suffocated. My predecessor had been holding it in for more than 20 years and only suffered a loss in ability, but my body was now more energetic. In addition, his predecessor grew up in an oil field and had excellent physical fitness. In a moment of excitement, Yi Qingyu's chick was crippled. It swelled up immediately. After carrying Yi Qingyu, who was only talking stubbornly, into the bathroom and washing her himself, Song Yang applied medicine to Yi Qingyu bit by bit, covered her with a quilt, and said gently, "I'll bring you the meal later," and then went downstairs to cook. The two arrived home at 6 in the evening and played for 2.5 hours. After Song Yang left the room, Yi Qingyu forced herself to get up. "That's crazy. Isn't it said that a fledgling's first time is fast? As for the later ones, they are like a storm." Yi Qingyu came to the closet, opened it, and looked at the gauze skirt and nightgown inside. A sentence came to her mind. "My sister said that purple is a very charming color. Yi Qingyu can lose, but Mr. Yi, who has revived the Yi group in 2.5 years and put it on the road to prosperity, cannot lose." In the restaurant, Song Yang hummed a song and started to fry beef and mutton chops, squeeze fruit juice, and cook wolfberry and red date soup in a familiar manner. Before traveling through time, Song Yang had read an unofficial history book, which said that Jai Ziralan loved meat and women, ate at least 2 pounds of beef and mutton every day, and had sex with 2 women. He lived to be 82 years old and took a 15-year-old concubine at the age of 65. In the words of a Taoist priest whom Song Yang met later, the reason why Jai Ziralan was so powerful was because he loved to eat beef and mutton and ate it every day. After frying 3 steaks and 3 lamb chops, Song Yang turned around and stood stiffly in place. Yi Qingyu was seen sitting at the dining table in a purple gauze dress. Under the light, the white light is faintly visible under the gauze skirt. "Hubby, do you want to eat the meat first or do you want to drink the soup first or my juice first?" The gentle and seductive words, the sliding calves, and the reflected white light made Song Yang swallow his saliva. But Song Yang still suppressed the fire in his heart, put down the plate, and said softly, "Qingyu, you just got injured, you need to rest." Yi Qingyu walked down from the table, walked to Song Yang's side, gently stroked his abdominal muscles, and whispered in his ear, "My study materials say that a 3-pronged approach is the best way. So I'm not afraid of you." Song Yang swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Then, let's eat the meat and drink the soup first." "Fairy, it's too torturous." Yi Qingyu giggled, picked up the plate and juice, twisted her way to the dining table, and pulled out a chair. Zid. Song Yang suppressed the anger in his heart and sat down. Oh, husband, the stool is too hard. What should I do? What to do? What if the stool is too hard? What else can I do? I can only sit on it. Yi Qingyu listened to Song Yang's inner roar and the forced endurance on his face, and felt a burst of joy. Song Yang loves me and can't bear to hurt me. Yi Qingyu sat down. That night Song Yang ate 2 steaks, 2 lamb chops, and drank 3 glasses of juice. Yi Qingyu ate a piece of steak and a piece of lamb chop and drank a glass of milk. She said that she didn't like juice. The next day, when Secretary Jin came to the villa lobby, she saw the mess and blushed instantly. Song Yang, who had finally gotten up, blushed when he saw Secretary Jin when he went downstairs. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I'll clean it up right away. Secretary Jin shook her head and said indifferently, I'll go with you. After sweeping, mopping, and wiping the table, Song Yang quickly finished and started to make breakfast. Secretary Kim went upstairs to the bedroom. Once you open it, the room is filled with spring scenery. Yi Qingyu was leaning on the bed playing with her cell phone. When she saw Secretary Jin, she patted the person next to her and asked her to come up. Secretary Jin sighed and said sadly, if I had known that this would be the environment, I wouldn't have come. Seeing the man she loves making love with other women, Secretary Kim feels excited. She had an urge that was difficult to conceal. Yi Qingyu smiled, then said seriously, then you have to get used to it. Secretary Jin was dumbfounded. What was going on? Yi Qingyu put down his phone and took Secretary Jin's hand. I lost last night, so you should pack up and move in with me today. I have sent a message to Luo, asking her to move in as well. What the hell? Secretary Jin felt dizzy. What the hell is this plot? Yi Qingyu continued with a serious face. Secretary Jin, you and Luo have signed a pact with me to advance and retreat together. Secretary Jin giggled. Should I be happy or should I be sad? Moreover, Secretary Jin didn't know whether Yi Qingyu was plotting against him. So, Boss Yi, you are not testing me, are you? Yi Qingyu blushed and lowered her head, saying shyly, it's not a test. I really hope you and Luo can come. Secretary Jin frowned. Why? She really doesn't understand. Yi Qingyu sighed softly. Because I'm seriously in love. What? Secretary Kim was confused. What does this have to do with being in love? Because I'm in love, and because Song Yang is so good to me. I hope he's okay, too. When Yi Qingyu read the history of Qin before, she thought Zhao Jai was really sick. She gave her heart and everything for a man and almost lost her kingdom. It's ridiculous. Secretary Jin was dumbfounded. She knew that Song Yang was very charming and there were countless women who liked him, but Song Yang was very chaste. However, this wouldn't make Yi Qingyu surrender in just one night. Yi Qingyu took Secretary Jin's hand and said meaningfully, to question Zhao Jai, to understand Zhao Jai, to become Zhao Jai, all you need is Song Lao Ai Yang. Secretary Kim felt dizzy. The door creaked open, and Song Yang walked in carrying a small table. Secretary Jin, please get up for a moment. Secretary Jin stood up. Song Yang put the small dining table on the bed, helped Yi Qingyu sit at the table, took out a wet wipe and wiped Yi Qingyu's hands. Secretary Jin looked at all this with envy. She also wanted to become Yi Qingyu, especially the fried eggs, fried dough sticks, red dates and wolfberry soy milk, shredded potato wraps, stir-fried rapeseed, and chicken legs wrapped in rice on the small dining table. They looked delicious. Although they are all home-cooked dishes, the chef's cooking skills are very high. After serving Yi Qingyu her meal, Song Yang looked at Secretary Jin gently. Secretary Jin, thank you for helping me clean the room this morning. Page 13. There's still food in the restaurant. You can go get it. Looking at Yi Qingyu and thinking about going to the restaurant to get this sentence, Secretary Jin felt that he should agree to Yi Qingyu. So, in order to experience this imperial enjoyment as soon as possible, Mr. Yi, I agree to your request. After saying that, Secretary Jin took the chicken leg rice from Yi Qingyu's small dining table and left with big strides. Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu in confusion. What is she talking about? Yi Qingyu smiled mysteriously. I won't tell you, you will find out tonight, husband. Song Yang shook his head, looked at Yi Qingyu eating, and said softly, Qingyu, I will go out to work later and come back to cook for you at noon, okay? Yi Qingyu shook his head and refused decisively. No, just do your thing. Song Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Secretary Jin came in with food and saw this scene. She said lazily, Boss Yi, it seems that you put a lot of pressure on Boss Song. She was obviously relieved when she heard you asked her to take care of herself. Yi Qingyu glared at Secretary Jin angrily and said to Song Yang gently, Husband, you take care of your own things, don't worry about me. Secretary Jin rolled her eyes. What's he busy with? Secretary Jin regretted what she said. Now that Yi Qingyu knew that she had a crush on Song Yang, she no longer had to confront Song Yang as she did before to gain Yi Qingyu's favor, and thus seduce Yi Qingyu to stay away from Song Yang and create opportunities for herself to get promoted. Song Yang had seen Secretary Jin on the WeChat account of his predecessor, and he immediately guessed what she was thinking and said with a smile, "I'm busy too. Since Qingyu and I have become a real couple, I can't just think about divorce and watch Qingyu fight to the death with Dragon King Hua Chengfeng." Song Yang said that he is not a scumbag, and he also has the spirit of a man. Yi Qingyu drank the soy milk contentedly. "My husband loves me so much. It's great that I can fight against the enemy I fear." Then she couldn't be discouraged. After watching Song Yang leave, Yi Qingyu asked Secretary Jin to bring the computer over. With the computer in hand, Yi Qingyu gradually entered combat mode. The momentum of the president of a trillion-dollar company has returned. Secretary Kim stopped joking and got into the mood. "Mr. Song, the fake young master of the Hua family, Hua Ling wants to see you." Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows, looked up, and asked in confusion, "See me?" Secretary Jin took out her cell phone and opened her mailbox, which contained an email. The Hua family is a company that started out as a foreign trade company and has no connection with the Yi family. In addition, Yi Qingyu does not mix in the second-generation circle, so Hua Ling can only contact Yi Qingyu through formal channels. Send an email to make an appointment, and the letters in the mailbox mention the relationship between Hua Chengfeng and Yi Nianshu. Yi Qingyu laughed as he watched. Interesting, really interesting. It turns out that Yi Nianshu was taken away by her mother. Yi Nianshu was brought back by Lin Jai specifically to deal with me, and for this reason, Lin Jai gave Yi Nianshu the first startup capital. Yi Nianshu's true love is her childhood sweetheart, Hua Chengfeng from high school. She thinks Hua Cheng is outstanding, so she strives to catch up with him and starts her own business. After reading the email, Yi Qingyu sneered. "Secretary Jin, do you think this is like a melodramatic romance novel?" Secretary Jin nodded. "It's not like it's." A fierce light flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Reply to Hua Ling, just one sentence. I have already given him a sample." Yi Qingyu didn't know how Song Yang was sure that Hua Chengfeng would deal with him. She was also not sure whether Hua Chengfeng would deal with her for Yi Nianshu. But she didn't mind finding something for Hua Chengfeng to do. Yi Qingyu didn't know whether Hua Chengfeng's magical Taoist skills, amazing medical skills, and the people from the Dragon King Palace could save the people who were hit and killed by the dump truck. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu added, "Add one more sentence." Secretary Jin was puzzled. "Add what?" Yi Qingyu said with a smile, "A mud truck is also a EI." Secretary Jin was speechless. On the other side, in the vice president's office in the Hua Group building, Hua Ling, dressed in a suit, sat in front of his computer and worked seriously. He looked at the reply email, laughed, and murmured, "Is the mud truck EI also EI?" After laughing, Hua Ling's eyes flashed with viciousness. He really wanted to crash Hua Chengfeng to death because the other party was too outstanding. Not long after returning home, Mr. Hua's back disease was cured. The Huyang technology company he founded was even more prosperous, and its pharmaceutical business was excellent, bringing huge profits to the Hua family. More importantly, Mr. Hua took Hua Chengfeng to the capital and cured the illness of Mr. Long of the Long family in Beijing. The dying man was said to have had his life extended by 10 years. Old Master Long also wants to marry his granddaughter Long Ling to Hua Chengfeng. When Hua Ling thought of this, his fist stiffened. The most important thing is that he has no property under his name now. All his cars and houses belong to the Hua Group. Once he is kicked out, Hua Ling will be in dire straits. If he had money, he would not be willing to be hostile to Hua Chengfeng. He is an unparalleled genius. If Yi Qingyu doesn't want to join, then Song Yang will be the one. Ding dong. Song Yang, who was driving to the company, looked at the email on his mobile phone and clicked it in confusion. "Anonymous, there is a video above." In the bar, "Brother Chengfeng, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Yi Qingyu to be so cruel. I didn't have time at all. It's okay, I'll think of another way. Brother Chengfeng, how about I sell my company to help you fill the cash flow gap?" "No, I can think of other ways." Hua Chengfeng in the picture had an extremely gloomy expression, and Yi Nianshu's face was full of worry. "Brother Chengfeng, I'm going to sue Yi Qingyu." Hua Chengfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's useless. This kind of lawsuit will take a year or so." Yi Nianshu said angrily, "It's all because of those people who didn't keep their word. They got the goods but didn't pay for them, causing problems for your company." Hua Chengfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I am immature and too eager for quick success. This may be the reason why I was not trained by a big family. How's Lin Jai doing? In the box, Yi Nyanshu sighed, took a sip of wine, and said helplessly, "The cash flow of the Lin Group has completely collapsed now. He is busy starting the resettlement housing project and can only survive on government grants. Otherwise, Lin Jai would not have come to me a year ago and tried to split the Yi family with us. If there are any problems with the resettlement housing project again, the Lin Group can clean up and close down." Song Yang smiled and sent a message back to the other party according to the email address. "Since Hua Chengfeng's company has cash flow problems, why don't you take advantage of the situation? Why send it to me? I have no grudge against him." Hua Ling sighed after receiving the reply. He didn't take the bait either. But it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of playing the game whether there is a date or not. If they all can't do it, I can still do it. As for luring the other party to take action, Hua Ling is not that stupid. He will just stop when the time is right. If he lures the other party excessively, the other party will definitely not take action. No one wants to be cannon fodder. After arriving at the company, Song Yang went straight into the office, leaned back in his chair, and began to compare the plot of the original book in his mind. According to the plot in the book, at this time Yi Qingyu divorced her predecessor Song Yang and got engaged to Lin Jai. The Yi group and the Lin group began to cooperate vigorously. Immediately afterwards, Yi's father and Lin Jai teamed up to send Yi Qingyu in. Yi's father announced Yi Nyanshu's identity, and the marriage contract was transferred to Yi Nyanshu. Yi Nyanshu took a big piece of cake from Yi group, and Yi Yun officially joined Yi group and served as president. Judging from the current intelligence, this is a conspiracy to divide the Yi group. Lin Jai and Hua Chengfeng got enough cash from Yi group and left. Song Yang murmured. For some unknown reason, Yi Qingyu sent old Master Yi and Father Yi away this time, leaving the Yi group in his own hands. Hua Chengfeng and Lin Jai no longer had enough cash flow to tide over the difficulties. This is an opportunity to deal with both of them. However, I remember that in the original book, Hua Chengfeng was about to get engaged to Long Ling from the Long family in Beijing. But Long Ling broke off the engagement for her predecessor Song Yang and slapped Hua Chengfeng hard. A smile appeared on Song Yang's lips. He found Long Ling's WeChat from his small phone. Song Yang quickly flipped through the memories of his previous life, and soon he found the record. It turned out that when Long Ling was a child, he followed his grandfather to the oil field to visit old Master Song. During that visit, Long Ling almost got into trouble and was saved by her predecessor. From then on, the two fell in love at first sight. Song Yang thought it was outrageous. It's so melodramatic. No wonder Long Ling broke off the engagement for her predecessor. The white moonlight's destructive power is still very great. While Song Yang was thinking, his cell phone rang. "Brother Song Yang, I'm in Fenghai City. Can you pick me up?" That's right, Long Ling is 3 years older than Song Yang. Airport. As soon as Song Yang walked into the hall, he saw Long Ling, dressed in white, gently rejecting a handsome young man who was trying to chat her up. "Long time no see, Sister Ling. You are still as beautiful as ever." Song Yang appeared in front of Long Ling holding lilies and said with a smile. After looking at Song Yang, Long Ling let go of the suitcase and directly picked up Song Yang. "Long time no see, Yang Yang." The handsome young man who had just been rejected had a broken face. The other men around, who wanted to strike up a conversation, looked at Song Yang angrily. Feeling the softness on his chest, Song Yang couldn't help but teased. "Sister Ling, if you keep hugging me, I will become the public enemy of all men in the airport." Long Ling burst out laughing, handing the suitcase to Song Yang. Long Ling took Song Yang's hand and walked out of the airport together with a smile. Page 14. In the car, Song Yang asked with a smile, "Sister Ling, how are Grandpa Long and Uncle Long doing?" As if hearing a bad name, the smile on Long Ling's face dimmed. Grandpa fell ill some time ago, and it was Hua Chengfeng, the eldest young master of the Feng Heihua family who just came back, who cured him. When mentioning Hua Chengfeng, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Long Ling's eyes, and the emotions in her voice were also very complicated. "This time I came to Fenghai mainly to follow my father's order and go on a blind date with Hua Chengfeng." The resentment in Long Ling's voice grew even louder. Song Yang's eyes flashed, and he felt that he should not be as inhuman as his predecessor, taking advantage of Long Ling's love for him and causing Long Ling to escape the marriage. In the original book, Long Ling's ending after escaping from marriage was that after Song Yang's revenge on Hua Chengfeng failed, she was forced to become a monk and live a life of seclusion and worship. The reason is very simple. No one dares to marry Long Ling. However, when Song Yang thought that he and Yi Qingyu would definitely face off against Hua Chengfeng in the future, he felt a bit of a headache. When she was struggling, Long Ling asked, "Let's not talk about me anymore. Let's talk about you, Yang Yang. How is your marriage life?" There was already a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Now that you're married, you're ignoring me, your sister. That's really too much." Touching his nose, Song Yang felt embarrassed for his predecessor. "You said you wanted to get married, so just get married. Why don't you even keep in touch with your friends of the opposite sex?" Totally pure, right? Song Yang couldn't understand it. Maybe he was just a scumbag. Seeing Song Yang was silent, Long Ling hummed. A cunning look flashed in her eyes. "Since you are unable to refute, then sister will regard this as you being sorry for me, and punish you to treat me to a meal, and by the way, tell me about Hua Chengfeng." After saying that, Long Ling looked at the scenery outside the window with a slightly red face. "Brother, as long as you say Hua Chengfeng is a bad person, you like me and are willing to divorce for me, I will be willing to marry you." Song Yang saw Long Ling's thoughts, hesitated, sighed slightly, and said slowly, "Sister Ling, I don't want to lie to you. Hua Chengfeng and I might end up on the path of hostility." Long Ling turned around and asked in shock, "What?" Song Yang handed the phone to Long Ling and played the received video. "Sister Ling, the Yi Nianshu who was communicating with Hua Chengfeng, is my father-in-law's illegitimate daughter. She and my wife's ex-fiancé, Lin Jai, and my father-in-law worked together to deal with my wife some time ago. In the end, my wife was the better chess player and won. Yi Nianshu and Lin Jai didn't get what they wanted, and my father-in-law also died. Even after a few days, Song Yang still felt that Yi Qingyu was cruel and crazy enough. Based on the conversation in the video, Hua Chengfeng's company is short of money right now, and the gap should be quite large. And Hua Chengfeng and Yi Nianshu have a special relationship. So after Hua Chengfeng recovers, he will probably target us for Yi Nianshu. After all, revenge for his wife is a choice that every capable man would make." Song Yang glanced at Long Ling and found that her expression did not change. He continued, "Also, there is a conflict between Hua Chengfeng and the fake young master of the Hua family. I suspect that this video was sent to me anonymously by the fake young master Hua Ling. I guess if Hua Ling knew you were coming to Fenghai City, he would definitely send it to you, hoping to find a way to deal with Hua Chengfeng from you. Sister Ling, you..." Before she finished speaking, Long Ling turned her head and looked at Song Yang with a smile on her face, teasing, "Yang Yang, you are saying this because you don't want Hua Chengfeng and I to be together." This one sentence almost made Song Yang choke on his saliva. It seemed like he never said a word that didn't want the two of them to be together. Of course, he didn't want the two of them to be together. Sighing, Song Yang said calmly, "Sister Ling, stop making trouble. We are siblings, you said it. I'm telling you this just to give you more information, so that I can analyze it better." A flash of pain flashed across Long Ling's eyes, and his thoughts went back to that summer. After graduating from high school, Song Yang confessed his love to her. She refused, because she didn't believe in love at that time. That summer, she witnessed her father and mother divorce. Who would have thought that the father, who was always gentle and polite, would actually bring back a biological boy from outside? Her grandfather, who had always loved her, said at that time that the Long family needed a boy to inherit the family business. How understandable and helpless. During that time, everyone in the Long family, including those from various branches, stayed away from Long Ling. Long Ling originally wanted to leave with her mother, but her grandfather and father refused to back down. In the words of a cousin who married into a branch of the family, "If you are born into a large family and enjoy the family's glory, you need to give something. The most basic thing that women give is genes." During that period, she was so crazy that she said some very excessive words to Song Yang. This includes, "None of you men are good. You say you love me, but can you guarantee that you won't cheat on me if I can't give birth to a son?" Song Yang's reply was guaranteed at that time. Long Ling still remembers his answer, "I don't believe it." 3 words cut off everything. That summer, Song Yang pursued her for the entire summer and accompanied her on a trip around the world. But she still ignorantly rejected Song Yang's kindness, and she did so while enjoying herself. On the day when the round-the-world trip ended, Long Ling said to Song Yang, "We are just brother and sister." When Long Ling graduated and started working, when she looked back, she got the news that Song Yang had fallen in love with another girl. Taking a deep breath, Long Ling looked at the scenery outside the window and said calmly, "Yes, we are just brother and sister." Song Yang sighed. From the plot in the original book, he knew that Long Ling was in love. But sorry, she has Yi Qingyu now, and she has to be loyal to her love. While the two were silent, the car stopped in front of a private restaurant. As usual, Song Yang opened the car door for Long Ling and helped her get out of the car. Just sat down and ordered. The slightest sign of trouble, the cell phone rang. and Long Ling looked at the caller ID and her face instantly darkened. But I still picked up the phone. Long Ling, I know you are not happy with this marriage, but this is not a reason for you to change the flight information privately and let Xiao Feng wait for you at the airport. As the phone was connected, a mature and steady male voice was heard. It's just a question. Song Yang recognized it as Long's father's voice. Long Ling sneered. First of all, I didn't tell you that I came to Fenghai. Secondly, I didn't ask Hua Chengfeng to pick me up, so don't make me look like a scumbag. The word scumbag was emphasized so strongly that Long's father on the other end of the phone sighed. Ever since Long's father brought his illegitimate son back, the relationship between father and daughter has deteriorated rapidly, and now it is almost zero. After a few seconds of silence, Father Long's voice came again. I'll send you Xiao Feng's phone number later and ask him to pick you up. The phone was hung up. Song Yang handed the menu to Long Ling without asking too many questions. Putting down the phone, Long Ling sighed slightly and said irritably, Sorry, Yang Yang, you made a fool of yourself. Song Yang shook his head. What a joke. Song Yang silently began to heat the teacup and tea bowl for Long Ling and pour tea for her according to his previous life's memory. She picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said sadly, Don't you think it's ridiculous that the eldest daughter of the Long family has become a bargaining chip for marriage? Song Yang shook his head. It's not funny. This is just a fixed drama between you wealthy families. It's a high-end game that we oil workers who shout that labor is the most glorious will never experience. Song Yang recalled the scene when his previous life went to the capital for the first time with his father. My predecessor was only 13 years old at that time, but I still remember it vividly. My predecessor and Song's father lived in an oil town in the northwest for many years. They were exposed to the wind and sun, so no matter how well they took care of themselves, they still had a wildness in them. The wheat-colored skin is different from the milk-colored skin of the rich young masters in Beijing. So when those young masters mocked my predecessor for being a country bumpkin, a laborer and someone who didn't understand the game of the rich, my predecessor raised his fist. The wolf boy from the northwest beat up the canary from the capital. Since then, the predecessor has become famous among the wealthy families in Beijing. Barbarian is the label. Long Ling smiled and said, You still remember what those people said to mock you. Shrugging, Song Yang didn't care. If he was the predecessor, he would also fight. Soon, sadness climbed onto Long Ling's forehead again. She drank a sip of tea gracefully and said with a wry smile, If I had accepted your confession back then, would this not have happened? Song Yang shook his head and said casually, In the past is irreversible, young lady. When you recall the past, you lose. Yi Qingyu's cold voice sounded, and Song Yang looked up in surprise. Not far away, Yi Qingyu, dressed in black, came with Shen Liuliu and Secretary Jin with a frosty face. When Long Ling saw Yi Qingyu, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Her queenly aura is top-notch even among the young ladies in Beijing. Why is Qingyu here? Shouldn't she be resting at home today? Song Yang felt very strange. Yi Qingyu glared at Song Yang fiercely. Why am I here? It's because you, a succubus, are cheating on me outside. At the same time, Yi Qingyu felt relieved. Fortunately, she had conquered Secretary Jin and made him stand on the same front with her. Otherwise, she would not have received the information that Song Yang suddenly went to the airport to pick someone up. Secretary Jin, through her network of personal relationships, keeps a close eye on Song Yang. Song Yang looked at Long Ling apologetically and introduced them to several people. Sister Ling, this is my wife Yi. Page 15. I know President Yi, hello. My name is Long Ling, and I'm Song Yang's childhood sweetheart's sister. Seeing Long Ling extending her hand to show goodwill, Song Yang hurriedly introduced Yi Qingyu. Qingyu, this is my sister. I know the eldest daughter of the Long family in Beijing, Hua Chengfeng's soon-to-be engaged fiancé. Yi Qingyu held Long Ling's hand and said meaningfully, Miss Long, I just received a piece of gossip saying that you will marry Hua Chengfeng with 1.5 billion in cash. There was a flash of shock in Song Yang's eyes. How did Yi Qingyu know this news? Also, shouldn't the eldest daughter of the Fenghai Chen family be the one who marries Hua Chengfeng with 1.5 billion in cash? How did it become a dragon spirit? Song Yang was speechless for a while. Yi Qingyu's eyes darkened. Hua Chengfeng has many allies. By the way, after Yi Nianshu and Lin Jai teamed up to send Yi Qingyu to prison, the cash flow that Yi Nianshu received solved Hua Chengfeng's funding problem. After Hua Chengfeng was slapped in the face by Long Ling for escaping from his marriage, he used his Taoist magic to save the old lady of the Chen family who was possessed by evil spirits. In order to repay her gratitude, The old lady of the Chen family decided to let the eldest daughter of the Chen family marry Hua Chengfeng with 1.5 billion in cash, which resolved the second crisis of Hua Chengfeng's company. Tusk, think about it from another angle. Hua Chengfeng is really not cut out for business. The first time his cash flow was cut off was because the warlords in the Black District swallowed up his goods and refused to pay. The second time, about 2 years later, was when Yi Yun introduced him to an overseas wealthy businessman named Wang. The businessman paid a deposit but didn't pay the balance, so the order for medicines worth 6 billion with a cost of 2 billion was lost. It's outrageous to think about it. How can they deliver goods without paying, especially for an order worth billions? Hua Chengfeng's still a rookie. Now it seems that Hua Chengfeng wants to take advantage of his kindness to Mr. Long, and then form a marriage alliance, marry Long Ling, and obtain cash flow to save his life. A smile appeared on Yi Qingyu's lips. Oh, so that's how it is. After taking a deep look at Song Yang and then at Long Ling, Yi Qingyu felt that Song Yang still loved her, and in order to resolve the crisis, he even seduced his childhood sweetheart. After comforting himself, Yi Qingyu felt much better and asked everyone to sit down and eat together. With Yi Qingyu's interest, Long Ling, Shen Liuliu, Secretary Jin, and Yi Qingyu quickly started chatting together, and Song Yang became an outsider. As they chatted, Shen Liuliu asked curiously, "Sister Ling, you are so young, why do you suddenly want to marry Hua Chengfeng?" There was a flash of anger in Long Ling's eyes. She was very annoyed because she didn't receive any news. Taking a deep breath, Long Ling smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, I said I don't know either. Do you believe me?" Shen Liuliu pretended to be surprised. Secretary Jin next to him pushed up his glasses and said softly, "Ms. Long, I believe it." Yi Qingyu nodded. She also believed it. Song Yang asked doubtfully, "Where did you get this information?" Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang, took out his cell phone, and logged into a forum called Gold Coast. Fanghai City was previously known as the Golden Sea. Later, as the internet developed, someone established a forum called the Golden Coast. Here are the heads, young masters, and young ladies of various wealthy families. It's by invitation only. Maybe because there are so many upper-class people, this place has become a gathering place for gossip. Sister Ling is going to marry Hua Chengfeng, and the news that the Hua family is going to form an alliance with the Long family also came from here. Having said that, Yi Qingyu looked at Long Ling meaningfully again. Long Ling's body was a little stiff, and he smiled and said, "Can you show it to me?" Yi Qingyu smiled gently, "Of course." After handing the phone to Long Ling, Yi Qingyu said at the right time that she was going to the bathroom and asked Shen Liuliu to accompany her. In the bathroom, Shen Liuliu said dissatisfiedly, "Qingyu, the way Long Ling looks at Song Yang is not right." Yi Qingyu nodded, and while letting Shen Liuliu touch up her makeup, she said calmly, "I know, so I have a very simple method that can be used to destroy the marriage between the Long family and the Hua family." Shen Liuliu was surprised. "What method?" A smile appeared on Yi Qingyu's lips. Master Zhen is in love with his childhood sweetheart's illegitimate daughter, but at the same time, he wants to marry Zhen's daughter in exchange for the company's favor. The real daughter is angry and is with her childhood sweetheart. What do you think would happen if this rumor got out? There was ruthlessness in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Shen Liuliu was stunned. She thought Yi Qingyu was really crazy. This is a tactic that kills 1,000 enemies, but injures 800 of your own. Swallowing his saliva, Shen Liuliu immediately said angrily, "Do you know that if this news spreads, Song Yang will also be involved? At that time, the Long and Hua families will certainly not be able to continue the marriage. But Long Ling, Song Yang, and the three of you will also be involved in rumors. The most important thing is that Song Yang's accumulated good man image will collapse in an instant and backfire." Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered. Shen Liuliu was angry. She would not allow Song Yang to be involved in such rumors. "Miss Shen, Mr. Yi certainly knows that Mr. Song will be involved. But this is also what Mr. Yi wants." Secretary Jin's voice sounded cold, but with a hint of anger. "I don't know when." Secretary Jin, wearing a professional suit with a perfect figure, appeared at the bathroom door. Yi Qingyu frowned. "Why are you here?" She should stay there and supervise Song Yang and Long Ling. Judging from himself, Yi Qingyu suspected that Long Ling was also a bold person. Shen Liuliu looked at Secretary Jin. "What do you mean?" Secretary Jin looked at Yi Qingyu meaningfully. "If my guess is correct, the reason why Mr. Yi chose to use self-destructive rumors to sabotage the marriage is to destroy the marriage between the Hua family and the Long family and make Hua Chengfeng lose the cash flow injection. The second was to ruin Song Yang's reputation and prevent other women who had a crush on him from coming after him like Long Ling did. From now on, Long Ling will become Song Yang's last woman. Shen Liuliu felt like an idiot. Standing with Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin, she seemed too naive. However, Shen Liuliu said unconvincedly, "But in this way, Song Yang will officially go to war with the Long family and the Hua family. Taking someone's fiancé and destroying the marriage is a bad thing no matter how you look at it." Yi Qingyu smiled and hugged Shen Liuliu into his arms, taking advantage of her and whispering in her ear, "Why do you think the Hua family doesn't inject cash flow into their genius young master? Guess why the Long family from Beijing came to Fenghai City to form an alliance with a second-rate regional family?" The two questions made Shen Liuliu fall into deep thought. "Why?" Yi Qingyu smiled slightly. "I don't know either." Angrily breaking free from Yi Qingyu's arms, Shen Liuliu glared at her fiercely. "You're crazy, don't you know why you are teasing me?" Yi Qingyu went back to the dining table with a smile on her face. Secretary Jin glanced at Shen Liuliu and couldn't help but complain in his heart. "You are also very cruel. After knowing Yi Qingyu's second plan, you didn't even refute him." However, Secretary Jin then gave a bitter smile. She is also quite ruthless. She doesn't want to refute Yi Qingyu and hopes to follow Yi Qingyu's plan. Song Yang was disgraced, and they took over this perfect man. How nice. When the time comes, she will push the reputation of spreading the rumor onto Yi Nianshu, and she has already thought of the reason. She doesn't want her childhood sweetheart, Hua Chengfeng, to marry someone else. Jealousy is such a good excuse. On the dining table, Long Ling swiped his phone with a gloomy face, watching the exchanges on the Gold Coast forum. A photo of her getting off the plane was pinned. Below is the news about the upcoming marriage between the Hua family and the Long family. A large group of local young masters and young ladies from Fenghai were swiping the screen frantically. Envy, jealousy, all kinds of words are coming together. This topic was not discussed until 10 minutes ago, when it was interrupted by Lin Jai. "Lin Jai, my sister's birthday is in 3 days. We will hold a banquet at Xinglin Hotel. Everyone is welcome to come. The invitations will be sent today." After Yi Qingyu and the other two came back, Long Ling returned the phone to Yi Qingyu. "Thanks. You're welcome." Yi Qingyu was very calm. Song Yang also put down his phone. When Long Ling was reading the forum, he was also reading it. For a while, apart from the waiters walking around serving the dishes, the beauty started talking. Everyone has their own ideas. After knowing that his plan had been exposed to the public, Long Ling could no longer maintain the gentle smile on his face. She just couldn't understand why her father was so cruel that he could do such a thing as scheming an engagement. Yi Qingyu looked at Long Ling's ugly face with satisfaction. After the waiter brought the dishes, he gave Secretary Jin a look. Secretary Jin took out some cash from her bag and handed it to the waiter, and then told him not to come over unless she called him. After the waiter left, Yi Qingyu said calmly, "Love is never equal, especially for a wealthy family like ours. Even if the elders do not favor sons over daughters, they will unconsciously sacrifice the interests of their daughters for the sake of the family's interests." After seeing Long Ling looking at him, Yi Qingyu paused, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. "What's more, it's a family like yours where your parents are divorced and your father has a younger brother. The hostility of your stepmother and brother, the concubines' fear that you would fall in love and sacrifice the family, and your own disobedience have all made you increasingly distant from the family. In the end, the family has made up their mind to use you to exchange for benefits before you betray the family." The mocking smile on Yi Qingyu's lips grew bigger and bigger. Page 16. Song Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Tusk, my evil Qingyu wife is so strong. She shattered Sister Long Ling's defense with just a few words. This voice made Yi Qingyu satisfied. "Hubby, you calling me wife makes me very happy." Long Ling ignored Yi Qingyu, but sighed and started eating. Ignoring, although impolite, is also a good way to refuse to answer a question. Yi Qingyu gave Shen Liuliu a look, and the other party immediately understood. Shen Liuliu stood up with a smile and picked up some food for Long Ling. "Sister, try this pork ribs with preserved plum sauce. It tastes very good." Long Ling thanked him softly. She has a great liking for the gentle Shen Liuliu. "Sister, I remember that the capital has always refused to marry into local families. Is your marriage this time a way for Hua Chengfeng to repay a favor? I heard that he is a great doctor and saved Grandpa Long." Shen Liuliu had a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes and waved her fist cutely. "He's so mean." Long Ling looked at Shen Liuliu's face, which showed that she was defending her, and chuckled, then said with a gloomy face, "It's not about repaying a favor, it's about going both ways." Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jin, and Shen Liuliu all widened their eyes at the same time. "What?" Song Yang even roared in his heart. Damn, the Long family and Hua Chengfeng are heading in both directions. From this perspective, given the tense relationship between Long Ling and her father, her escape from marriage for Song Yang was also partly out of revenge. Yi Qingyu narrowed his eyes. What? Long Ling could actually escape from the marriage for Song Yang. As for revenge on the Long family, Yi Qingyu felt that was not the main factor. Long Ling poured herself a bowl of soup, swirled the soup base with a spoon, looked at Yi Qingyu and Shen Liuliu and smiled slowly. I know what you are thinking. You want to know the specific situation of the Long family and the Hua family. For example, why the Hua family doesn't inject capital into Hua Chengfeng themselves, or why the Long family wants to marry him off. As he spoke, Long Ling looked at Song Yang with resentment. Brother, you are so heartless. You don't even ask your sister. Yi Qingyu coughed lightly and said, I'm still here, stop looking at my husband. Song Yang was also embarrassed. Long Ling sighed and said with a slightly nostalgic look in his eyes, some people can get rich not because of their own abilities, but because they met a good era. Yi Qingyu nodded. Yes, that's right, his grandfather and father were like that. My father, Long Zhen, was such a person. With the help of my grandfather's power, he successfully started a business in that era. The main business is foreign trade. The Hua family, where Hua Chengfeng belongs, is a vassal of the Long family. There was a flash of sudden realization in Yi Qingyu and others' eyes. It turns out that the Long family, like the Hua family, started out in foreign trade. Foreign trade business was easy to do in that era because the country lacked various resources and technology, and the import and export laws were not complete. As long as you had connections, you could start a business in minutes. My father, for example, made his fortune by importing and exporting scrap steel. Shen Liuliu interrupted with a smile. Sister, you are not going to say that with the development of the times, the foreign trade business of the Long family and the Hua family is on the verge of collapse, which is why the Hua family can't inject capital into Hua Chengfeng. If so, that's a bit bloody. After saying that, everyone laughed. Long Ling didn't say anything, but just looked at Shen Liuliu gently and quietly. The smile, as gentle as spring breeze, made Shen Liuliu stop smiling. Damn, it's so bloody. Long Ling continued casually. I don't know much about the Hua family's business, but the Long family's foreign trade business is completely ruined. If it weren't for my father's wit, he quickly sold the business and cashed out a large amount of cash. The Long family's economy would be ruined now. I guess the Hua family won't be any better. So that's how it is. Song Yang understood. Yi Qingyu also understood and interrupted. Because the family business collapsed, the Long family targeted Hua Chengfeng's pharmaceutical company. The combination of a miracle doctor and a pharmaceutical company is indeed very promising. However, I am quite curious. Does the Long family have no other business besides foreign trade? And the Hua family's business seems to be thriving. Yi Qingyu didn't understand. According to the custom of big families, it was impossible to put the family business in one cage. Also, the Hua family should be making money. At least, Yi Qingyu didn't see the Hua family's decline. Of course, Yi Qingyu also admitted that she did not understand foreign trade business. Song Yang also had this doubt. Long Ling showed a mocking smile. That's why I said at the beginning that some people are just taking advantage of the times to make money. Okay, everyone understands that Father Long must have failed in all his investments in other industries. As for the Hua family, their foreign trade business now only has the shipping part, but they really have no money. When Hua Chengfeng treated my grandfather, Mr. Hua said that the cruise ship business invested by the Hua family had lost money. A gleam of understanding flashed across Yi Qingyu's eyes. No wonder the Hua family has been so honest in recent years, so this is the case. There was also a flash of understanding in Song Yang's eyes. Wait, if that's the case, then it seems that this can explain Hua Ling's crime. Tusk, the Hua family is to blame. No wonder after Hua Chengfeng took over the Hua family, they went all out into pharmaceutical research and production. No wonder Hua Ling was imprisoned for that crime. This is the Hua family completely abandoning Hua Ling when they made the split. Listening to Song Yang's voice, Yi Qingyu felt joy in her heart. Long Ling said personally that foreign trade is not profitable, but the Hua family can still maintain it. Hua Ling will go to jail on charges of criminal offense, and then the Hua family will be fully transformed into Hua Chengfeng's pharmaceutical company. What does this mean? Yi Qingyu really knows it. This means that the Hua family is not clean. Is there anything more inspiring than hearing that your opponent is not clean? Long Ling seemed to have thought of something and said with a half smile, by the way, the Hua family has a ship that sails to Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, and Japan. Yi Qingyu nodded, Secretary Jin nodded, and Song Yang also nodded. We understand. After saying that, Long Ling continued to eat. After several hours of flying, she was exhausted and needed to rest. In addition, the food was all her favorite, which made Long Ling couldn't help but look at Song Yang a few more times. As he was eating, Long Ling realized something was wrong. Sister Qingyu, why don't you eat? Yi Qingyu smiled slightly. Sorry, I'm not used to eating outside food. I usually only eat the food cooked by my husband. Fuck, this woman got it right. Long Ling felt that the dishes ordered by Song Yang, which perfectly suited her taste, were not tasty at all. Song Yang sighed. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle in the sea. The person who was chatting so well just now is like this now. After the meal, Yi Qingyu took the initiative to invite Long Ling to stay with her, which made Song Yang very nervous. Yi Qingyu smiled at Song Yang and said, Our villa is very big. How can we let my sister live outside? Song Yang hesitated. It's not a good thing. Long Ling raised her hand to interrupt Song Yang's next words and said with a smile, Brother, although my last name is Long, my relationship with the Long family is not good. Yi Qingyu happily took Long Ling's hand. She liked people who didn't contradict and were straightforward. Song Yang could only say, okay. Everyone drove all the way to Yi Group. Now that he's out, Yi Qingyu of course has to go to work. Long Ling was very happy about this. In her words, there was no hope for the Long family. Her biological mother had remarried and had another child, so she had to find a way out for herself. It would be nice to take a look at the business skills of the genius president Yi Qingyu. Downstairs of Yi Group, as soon as Song Yang and others got off the car, they met Yi Yun and a young woman holding a child. Sister, brother-in-law, long time no see. Yi Yun smiled happily and brightly. The young woman also greeted softly. Yi Qingyu's face turned visibly darker. She hates people who have no sense of boundaries, but she couldn't chase people away downstairs of the Yi Group. Come with me. Yi Qingyu and others went directly to the top floor office. As soon as he came in, Secretary Jin went out to pour tea. Yi Qingyu was too lazy to waste time and said directly, I don't want to recover the property that the old man transferred to you privately before, and I don't bother to care about it. So don't be ungrateful. Before the young woman wanted to speak, Yi Yun said, Sister, of course I won't be ungrateful. After all, the money the old man gave us is enough for us to live a good life. But I think I should still do something serious so. Yi Qingyu glanced at Yi Yun coldly, then looked at the young woman and the boy in her arms, and a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. The red lips parted slightly. Go away. Yi Yun and the young woman were stunned. The young woman became anxious. Yi Qingyu, I don't believe you don't know whose child I'm holding is from. Do you really want the Yi Group to be eaten up as your dowry? With a disdainful sneer, Yi Qingyu said indifferently, It's none of your business. See a visitor out. Long Ling was stunned by Yi Qingyu's domineering attitude. Is this the domineering attitude of a genius female president? Yi Yun took a deep breath, no longer able to show a gentle smile, took a step forward and said with a fake smile, Sister, no matter what, we are all family. There is no need to be so harsh. Yi Qingyu glanced at Yi Yun, who was no longer pretending to be a good person, and said with a half smile, You guys are still living in the old house now, right? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment, wondering what that meant. Page 17. The young woman came forward holding the child and said proudly, Don't think of driving us away. The child in my arms also has the right to inherit the old house. Yi Qingyu nodded and smiled casually. I donated the old house with historical value to the country. I guess they should collect it in the next 2 days. See a visitor out. Yi Qingyu said that you don't have to say everything, but you must do everything. Yi Yun was dumbfounded. An old house worth hundreds of millions was donated. Is that crazy? The young woman was anxious and roared. Yi Qingyu, since you are so cruel, don't blame us. Yi Qingyu looked at her as if she were a fool. The young woman stood up and said to Yi Yun, Let's go. If Yi Qingyu doesn't give us what we want, then we will sell the last few cards to Hua Chengfeng and Yi Nianshu. Hearing this, Song Yang became interested. Hua Chengfeng. Has Yi Yun already connected with Hua Chengfeng at this time? Interesting. Why don't I use Yi Yun to give a forbidden fruit to that business idiot Hua Chengfeng? I don't know if it's the original author's fault, or if Hua Chengfeng's skill points are all focused on Taoism, medicine, martial arts, and other areas. Anyway, Hua Chengfeng's business skills are not that good. In the original book, the simplest manifestation of this is that the company under his command was cheated several times and almost went bankrupt. Therefore, Song Yang decided to give Hua Chengfeng a big gift through Yi Yun. Outside the president's office, after Yi Yun and the young woman came out angrily, Song Yang followed closely. Yi Yun, let's chat. Song Yang looked at the two of them with a gentle smile. Yi Yun and the young woman looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Yi Yun said in a mocking voice, "Boss Song, are you calling us for something? If not, don't delay us from going home to pack up our things. We don't want to be kicked out." Yi Yun was very angry at this time. He didn't expect Yi Qingyu to be so cruel as to donate the old house. Before they got any share of the old man and Yi's father's inheritance, they were thinking of occupying the old house and making a scene. After all, an old house covering 500 acres, and with a history of more than 100 years, is very valuable. But Yi Qingyu actually donated it. Song Yang pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Yi Yun's words and continued gently. "Let me buy you two a drink. As your brother-in-law, I can't let you live on the streets." Yi Yun and the young woman looked at Song Yang suspiciously. "As a liquor, shouldn't you obey Yi Qingyu? Why do you still have to take care of us?" "No, we have to be careful and avoid any tricks." After saying hello to Secretary Jin, who was passing by, Song Yang took the two of them to the rest area inside the Yi group. After sitting down by the window and ordering 3 cups of milk tea, Song Yang said gently, "I know some of your secrets and they're pretty disgusting." Yi Yun and the young woman's faces both darkened. Yi Yun said in a deep voice, "Song Yang, don't waste your time. The love between Linglong and I does not need your evaluation." Raising his eyebrows, Song Yang looked at the young woman in surprise. So she was Linglong. Tusk Tusk, the top female assassin following Dragon King Hua Chengfeng, the future head of the Dragon King Hall's Holy Killing Hall, turned out to be Mr. Yi's former lover, Yi Yun's wife. In the top floor office, Yi Qingyu, who was monitoring Song Yang through surveillance, didn't know why she could still hear Song Yang's thoughts, but she didn't care. The point is, Linglong is a killer, or a top female killer too interesting. Long Ling, Shen Liuliu, and Secretary Jin were all looking at the surveillance video in confusion. Shen Liuliu said dissatisfiedly, "Why does Song Yang bother with these two bad guys?" Secretary Jin pushed his glasses and said, "Maybe there is an arrangement. I believe Song Yang." Long Ling looked at Shen Liuliu, Secretary Jin, and Yi Qingyu with interest. These 3 people made no secret of the fact that they liked Song Yang, and they had a pretty good relationship. Is this 3 women and 1 man? Interesting, the little brother is really charming. Long Ling felt a surge of emotion. After the milk tea came up, Song Yang took a sip and said with a smile, "I love Qingyu, so I will never openly oppose Qingyu, so I can only help you to a limited extent." The young woman frowned and interrupted Song Yang, saying sarcastically, "Boss Song, it is well known that you are Boss Yi's liquor. Why should we believe that you will help us?" This may sound harsh, but it's true. Song Yang remained calm and continued to speak gently, "Because I don't want Qingyu to be sad because of you. If you guys expose the Yi family scandal without caring about anything, then the Yi group will definitely be in trouble, so I am helping Qingyu." Yi Yun and the young woman looked at each other again. This reason was acceptable. Song Yang said to himself, "I know that Mr. Yi must have given you money privately and even supported you to start your own company. For example, Linglong, the female security company under your name, and Yi Yun's company called Kaikehua." Yi Yun and Linglong's faces changed. Smiling, Song Yang continued, "There are also some building materials companies whose business was cut off by Qingyu. I won't mention the media company." Yi Yun and Linglong looked at Song Yang warily. "I didn't expect you, a bootlicker, knew so much. After all, we are a family. Qingyu will no longer care about you, and I am too lazy to care about you. What I am pointing out is very simple. From today on, you take the path I pointed out to you and don't bother Qingyu anymore. Understand?" Yi Yun nodded with a grim expression. "Understand." Waving his hand, he asked someone to bring a piece of paper. Song Yang wrote and drew on it and slowly said, "What you want is nothing more than money, and today I will provide you with a way to make money." I think Yi Yun's open-mindedness is too naive. You can just take out a large sum of money to mortgage at the bank, and then use the data as an excuse to borrow money, lend it out, and mortgage it again, using a small amount to leverage a large amount, and finally go public, cash out, and leave. Yi Yun looked at Song Yang in shock. "Oh my God, how come you are so good at playing?" In Yi Qingyu's office, Yi Qingyu sneered. "Song Yang is really bad." Long Ling's Shen Liuliu looked at her in surprise, but Yi Qingyu did not answer. "This is the first one. The second way is to create momentum." As he spoke, Song Yang stopped writing, handed the paper to Yi Yun, and said with a smile, "I guess you are related to Hua Chengfeng. For this second way to make money, I suggest you cooperate with Hua Chengfeng and then proceed." After recovering from the shock, Yi Yun asked doubtfully, "Cooperate with Hua Chengfeng?" Yi Yun took a sip of milk tea and nodded. "Yes, just cooperate with him." You are responsible for publicity up and down the hierarchy, and he is responsible for the product. By then, with the help of profits and rebates, you will be able to make money quickly. After all, Hua Chengfeng's product quality is genuine. Song Yang had to admit that Hua Chengfeng's product quality was really good. This guy is serious about making products. Linglong frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Isn't this just a rumor?" He didn't finish what he said, but everyone understood. Song Yang smiled and shook his head. "Not really, because you have actual products. The rebates you give are actually equivalent to the commissions of those people's personal sales." Yi Yun suddenly realized that this was the reason. He just used the speed of light under the rebate model to sell the products and quickly accumulate money. Song Yang said that there was once a company that almost went public by relying on this kind of rebate promotion and real products. As a good business talent, Yi Yun was tempted. Linglong was silent, but also moved. In the office, Yi Qingyu sneered again. Shen Liuliu looked at her in confusion. "Qingyu, you look so disdainful. Are you angry that Song Yang didn't teach you a good way to make money?" With a sigh, Secretary Jin answered for Yi Qingyu. "No, Mr. Yi is probably lamenting Mr. Song's ruthlessness. Both solutions proposed by Mr. Song are very attractive, but they are absolutely unworkable." With a flicker in his eyes, Secretary Jin spoke again. "No, it may work at the beginning, but if it is stopped at an emergency, the investors will definitely lose all their money. And these two methods can indeed bring in a lot of cash flow at critical moments. Hua Chengfeng, Lin Jai, the Long family and others are either short of money or want to change careers, so they will definitely be attracted." Shen Liuliu shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. Besides the fact that he is really outstanding, another reason why she likes Song Yang is his business ability. Her family has tens of billions of dollars waiting to be inherited, and she needs a capable husband to help her. Long Ling spoke at the right time and asked in surprise, "And about my family?" With a cold snort, Yi Qingyu said disdainfully, "The Long family is going to marry Hua Chengfeng. Do you think Hua Chengfeng will drag your father to make money together?" As he spoke, Yi Qingyu's eyes flashed with a teasing look. "It's a pity that Hua Chengfeng has a hungry wolf like me watching him. I won't allow him to have an easy life." Seeing Yi Qingyu's unabashed malice, Long Ling couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't forget that Hua Chengfeng has connections with many big shots with his medical skills, so it's possible that he could get through. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take the Long family, for example. They have a lot of connections." Yi Qingyu looked at Long Ling indifferently and said disdainfully, "Take the second method as an example. If Hua Chengfeng is really successful in large-scale publicity, with his current cash flow, even with the support of the Long family, he will still owe part of the payment for the goods." Page 18. Long Ling nodded. That was inevitable. After all, large-scale production would inevitably require large-scale expansion, which would cost money. Yi Qingyu continued, "If that's the case, then as long as Hua Chengfeng's capital chain is broken, he won't be able to give rebates. Will ordinary people who have just joined and paid money be willing to do so? At this point, all it takes is one report, and Hua Chengfeng and the companies involved in this matter will be accused of uploading. I just want to ask, do you, the Long family, dare to get involved in a lawsuit involving hundreds of thousands of people?" Long Ling was silent. "I dare not." But Shen Liuliu frowned and said, "But if that happens, a lot of people at the bottom will suffer." Long Ling shook her head and said softly, "No. Have you forgotten the lawsuit in the news 10 years ago where people were forced to sell their property and pay compensation to the people? If there is a sudden explosion, it will definitely be stopped immediately, and then Hua Chengfeng and others will be forced to pay compensation. The methods used by the Ming Dynasty court were so radical. When the necessary moment comes, you will all be crushed by my feudal dictatorship iron fist. This is also the reason why Song Yang dared to come up with bad ideas. Please explain. The background is the fictional Ming Dynasty, otherwise it would not pass the review. But I think that to deal with certain things, you have to force the cow to drink water. I'd like to recommend 3 more books from my friends. Gao Wu, Start Suppressing the Starry Sky from the Moment of Transferring to Another School. Journey to the West. The goddess who writes diaries starts to throw herself into your arms. Du Luo, the lord of the martial soul element, reigning over the world. At the gate of Yi Group, Song Yang sent Yi Yun and Linglong away with a smile. Turning his head, Song Yang said to the front desk, "Let them continue to stop us when they come." When Song Yang returned to the office, he saw Yi Qingyu and 3 others sitting on the sofa, chatting about spiritual practice. Shen Liuliu just asked Long Ling with a smile, "Are there really such things as spiritual practice and ghosts in this world?" Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin stared at Long Ling closely. Long Ling smiled and nodded. Yes, for example, the Long family is a place of spiritual practice. Shen Liuliu, Yi Qingyu, and others widened their eyes. What? They originally just wanted to find out more. After all, the Long family is a big family in the capital. I never thought that I would find out the answer to my question right away. Yi Qingyu has been on alert ever since she heard from Song Yang that Hua Chengfeng knows Taoist magic. You have to know that as the president of a trillion-dollar group, she has countless industries under her command. Not to mention anything else, the commercial real estate alone brings her tens of billions in rent every year. She has come into contact with many people, but has never seen a real Taoist master. Now that I meet a big shot from the capital like Long Ling, I naturally want to ask him some questions. Long Ling saw Song Yang coming back and greeted him with a smile. Yang, I'm done. Song Yang nodded and sat next to Yi Qingyu. Secretary Jin stood up and poured tea for Song Yang. Are you guys talking about cultivation? Drinking a sip of tea, Song Yang asked with a strange expression. Shen Liuliu spoke with excitement. That's right, aren't you excited? This is cultivation. Flying with a sword, just thinking about it is awesome. Song Yang and Long Ling laughed at the same time. Long Ling picked up the teacup and shook his head. No, there are very few practitioners nowadays. For example, in the Long family, in our generation, I am the only one in the entire family who knows how to practice. I can only practice the exercises and draw qi into the body to make my body stronger. That's why Dragon King Hua Chengfeng is so scary. He can shoot fireballs, but he can only shoot fireballs and perform some magic with special tools. Song Yang said that this was the reason why he dared to go against Hua Chengfeng, because the other party could not use any decent secret techniques at all. Yi Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Song Yang's thoughts. She was also afraid that Hua Chengfeng would use some secret techniques that only existed in the Middle Ages, which would be too terrifying. By the way, if you want to practice, I can teach you my skills. You guys can practice it if you have nothing to do. It can improve your appearance. Long Ling said with a smile. Song Yang's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Sister Ling, isn't this the secret technique of your Long family that is not passed on to others? You know, even if it only has the effect of strengthening the body, it is also the foundation of your Long family. For a family like the Long family, which is considered a family of practitioners, mental methods, secret techniques, and the like are the core. Long Ling waved his hands, narrowed his eyes, and said indifferently, If I don't take out some treasures, how can you believe that my relationship with the Long family is not good? A strange feeling surged in Song Yang's heart. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, Sister Ling, are you going to join our big family? This one sentence made Song Yang's heart beat wildly. Qingyu, your words are ambiguous. Long Ling glanced at the handsome Song Yang, and her face turned slightly red. I do have this idea, but I'm afraid Yang won't accept it. No, Sister Ling, your words are even more ambiguous. Song Yang felt like he had become a commodity, perhaps because the method was so attractive. Yi Qingyu was too lazy to deal with work in the afternoon and went straight to study with Long Ling. While learning to chat, Song Yang curiously asked Yi Qingyu how she knew that Song Yang and Long Ling were having dinner together. Yi Qingyu pointed at Secretary Jin. Secretary Kim said that she is very good, especially in terms of interpersonal relationships. Song Yang didn't understand. Shen Liuliu explained with a smile that Secretary Jin is good friends with many of the boss's secretaries and assistants. What's Secretary Jin? Yi Qingyu. And Shen Liuliu did not tell Song Yang was that the pervert Secretary Jin had been hiring a private detective to follow Song Yang. The other side, Yi Yun and Linglong left the Yi group and got in the car and went directly to Huyang Technology Company to find Hua Chengfeng. The moment they could no longer get the family property, they turned to Hua Chengfeng. Not to mention, as soon as she saw Hua Chengfeng, Linglong handed the child to Yi Yun and bowed respectfully. I have met the Dragon King. Hua Chengfeng waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Tell me about your actions. Did you find out Yi Qingyu's attitude this time? There was a gloom in Hua Chengfeng's eyes. In another 3 months, Huyang Technology's loan will expire, and it will be time to repay the bank. The Hua family is currently unable to take care of themselves. The Long family wants to invest, but before Hua Chengfeng marries Long Ling, the other party does not dare to give money rashly. After all, some things are easier to discuss between in-laws. Linglong told him everything she had done, including where she met Long Ling. Humph, that bitch Long Ling, she's obviously my fiancé, but she ran off to Song Yang. She really doesn't care about etiquette at all. Hua Chengfeng was very angry. Born in the countryside, he was taught by several masters since he was a child that he was the Dragon King and should rule the world. He could not accept the fact that a woman had cheated on him, unless he wears it for someone else. Just like Linglong is Yi Yun's wife or his situation. Yi Yun quickly flattered on the side. Your Highness, Long Ling does not understand your greatness. She is blind. Linglong also said, That's right, Your Highness, you are more powerful than ordinary people. After hearing what the two said, Hua Chengfeng's expression looked much better. Hua Chengfeng looked at Linglong and said in a deep voice, Has anyone from the Dragon King Palace contacted the Black Area and reported the results? When talking about the Black Area, Hua Chengfeng's eyes flashed with anger. Those bastards were so unethical that they ate his food and didn't pay him. Linglong knelt on one knee, looking embarrassed, and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, because the old palace master and his men have been away for many years, our Dragon King Palace no longer has that much prestige in the world. This time, the request for revenge from the branch temple in the Black District was rejected, on the grounds that there was no need to go to war with the sponsor for your personal affairs. Hua Chengfeng's pupils trembled, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Have they forgotten who saved them? His master said that the Dragon King Palace was brought together by trust and loyalty, and every family that is still alive today owes them a life-saving favor. Yi Yun stepped forward again and said flatteringly, Your Highness, now that you have just returned, those branch halls that have been independent for many years are bound to be dissatisfied. But I believe that once your business is established, those people will immediately be convinced. More importantly, the great power you wield means they will come to you for help sooner or later. As the words fell, Yi Yun's eyes flashed with fanaticism. The medical skills, Taoist magic, and land surveying skills that Hua Chengfeng has mastered are truly powerful. Like him, who was once an impotent man, now with the help of Hua Chengfeng, he has shown signs of recovery. What's more, Hua Chengfeng can also refine elixirs. For example, Yi Nianshu was once a sickly person, and only recovered after taking Hua Chengfeng's magic pill. Even if the success rate is not high, it requires a lot of money and resources to be invested. But this is still a great power. Therefore, Yi Yun firmly believed that as long as Hua Chengfeng's power was not stolen, the final fruits of victory would definitely be theirs. Hua Chengfeng liked listening to Yi Yun talk and was very pleased. After taking a breath, Hua Chengfeng gritted his teeth and said, It's not your fault, Linglong. Send them a message and tell them that after I have resolved domestic affairs and obtained the dragon energy of this era, I will visit them one by one to settle the cause and effect between us. Now, you two tell me the way Song Yang told you to make money. We now need resources and money to build our own strength. Hua Chengfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What was the method used by the Taoist masters to settle the cause and effect? Of course, it was to take back the benefits given to the other party. Page 19. We gave those families a chance to survive back then, so now we should take their lives back. When Hua Chengfeng thought of the dragon energy of this era that his masters had talked about, endless excitement flashed in his eyes. Every 60 years, a scattered dragon energy will appear in the world. Whoever can get all the dragon energy will become the dragon lord of this generation. The ancestors who established the Dragon King Palace were once the recipients of dragon energy. Yi Qingyu, Song Yang, the dragon energy of the two of you must be mine. Hua Chengfeng murmured. Yi Yun told him bit by bit the two money-making techniques that Song Yang mentioned. In the end, Hua Chengfeng chose to take them all, but he needed to discuss it with the Hua family and Lin Jai, and it would be best to drag the Long family into it as well. Night. In the lounge of the president's office of Yi's group, Shen Liuliu screamed as she watched Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, who had completed Long Ling's teaching of drawing qi into the body and using qi to cultivate their bodies in just one afternoon. Why are you two so powerful? A smug smile appeared on Yi Qingyu's lips. Because I'm the queen. Song Yang felt the weak energy in his body and was very surprised. Is Song Yang's body so strong? Could it be the effect of dragon energy? Song Yang thought of the battle for dragon energy that followed and suddenly realized. No wonder Hua Chengfeng set his sights on Yi Qingyu from the very beginning. It might not just be because of the money. Yi Qingyu next to him became thoughtful. Is it dragon energy? Long Ling looked at Yi Qingyu and Song Yang also thoughtfully. A martial art called Yin and Yang popped up in her mind. What she didn't tell Song Yang was that another reason why the Long family valued Hua Chengfeng was that Hua Chengfeng had made great achievements in cultivation. This is also the reason why she taught Song Yang the martial arts. Compared with Hua Chengfeng, she wants to marry Song Yang more. Brothers, please give me votes. Night. After returning to the villa, Song Yang took the initiative to take the responsibility of cooking. It doesn't matter whether I do it for Yi Qingyu alone or for 4 beauties. Yi Qingyu and the other 3 girls sat on the sofa and chatted about their thoughts. Long Ling hesitated whether to tell everyone about the technique called yin and yang intercourse. Yi Qingyu was hesitating about how to get Long Ling to join the group. To be honest, Yi Qingyu, the evil wife, was a little scared of the idea of dealing with 4 women and 1 man. The main reason is that I'm not very familiar with Long Ling. Shen Liuliu and Secretary Jin have ulterior motives. Yi Qingyu told them this morning that they should take Song Yang down directly. In Yi Qingyu's words, Song Yang's personality is awkward and he has a strong sense of responsibility. You confess your love to him and seduce him, but as long as you are still married, he will definitely restrain himself. But if you force him, he will be responsible for you. Yi Qingyu, who could hear Song Yang's inner voice, was very sure of this idea. Song Yang, who was still thinking about divorce the day before yesterday, was able to break up with Yi Qingyu decisively after having a relationship with her. With such a strong sense of responsibility, it is very suitable for cleaning up. But with so many things happening today, Shen Liuliu and Secretary Jin hesitated again. While the 4 of them were chatting absent-mindedly, Song Yang had already prepared the dishes and set the table. 3 cool and 5 hot dishes in 1 soup. The taste caters for 4 people. After dinner, after Song Yang helped Yi Qingyu wash up, he also went to take a shower. Shen Liuliu and Secretary Jin came to Yi Qingyu's room. Yi Qingyu said calmly, "Then let's talk about how to deal with Hua Chengfeng now." Shen Liuliu frowned and asked in confusion, "Qingyu, I have always been curious about one thing. Why do you insist on dealing with Hua Chengfeng?" From Shen Liuliu's perspective, the hatred between Hua Chengfeng and Yi Qingyu was not dead. Although there were calculations, they were all resolved one by one. Secretary Jin heaved a sigh of relief and said seriously, "Because there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days." Yi Qingyu smiled and said to Shen Liuliu in a deep voice, "Liuliu, you really should be with Song Yang, and you should trust him unconditionally. Otherwise, with your brain, you will be tricked to death sooner or later. In the business world, the most hated thing is being soft-hearted. Look at Lin Jai and Yi Nianshu. One is my childhood friend and the other has no grudge against me. But in order to get something from the Yi group, they directly harmed me. They will continue to attack me for fear of my revenge." Shen Liuliu was silent. This was also the reason why she entered the entertainment industry and stayed away from the business world. "Too cruel." After sighing, Shen Liuliu asked quickly as if she had just thought of something, "Qingyu, do you want to go to the banquet held by the Lin family in 2 days?" A strange look flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. He shook his head and didn't want to go. He turned to Secretary Jin and said, "I need to trouble your father and brother to check the situation of the Hua family fleet." Secretary Jin nodded and said no problem. Otherwise, she would have to check it herself. Shen Liuliu tilted her head and looked at Secretary Jin in confusion. What were the identities of Secretary Jin's father and brother? "Hey, can Secretary Jin's father help check the Hua family?" Song Yang came out of the bathroom, exposed his upper body and wiped his hair and asked in confusion. Shen Liuliu and Secretary Jin blushed instantly when they saw Song Yang's figure. He has a tiger back, a wasp waist, and mantis legs, and his bronze-colored skin reveals his 8-pack abs. "It looks wild," Secretary Jin stammered. "My family is a family of royal guards. Later, as the times changed, we became a family of police officers." Song Yang suddenly realized that's what it was. The original author wrote a lot of darkness and violence in this book, and was afraid that it would not pass the censorship, so he set the background to the modern Ming dynasty. It was probably during the Zhang Zhezhang era that Zhang, who should have stepped down, suddenly turned evil and completely encircled the emperor, allowing the cabinet's power to expand unlimitedly, ushering in an era of figurehead monarchy. He also lifted the maritime ban, promoted maritime trade, traded silk with the West, obtained large amounts of silver and gold, and most importantly, successfully kept up with the development of modernization in the city. The evil Lao Zhang lived to be 150 years old. He single-handedly cured the Ming dynasty of arthritis and made it a powerful country. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Secretary Jin. After all, your family is professional in investigating these things. But why don't you, Secretary Jin, do it?" Song Yang was very confused. In the original book, Secretary Jin mentioned that after Song Yang failed to avenge Yi Qingyu, he was discouraged and took the civil service exam to teach in a border area. Secretary Jin blushed and lowered her head. Could she say that she was actually an undercover agent of the Jinyue in Fenghai City shopping mall? This is the characteristic of the Ming dynasty. Everything must be controlled by the top people. At the very least, intelligence cannot be missing. Shen Liuliu looked at Secretary Jin in surprise. You, a secretary with big breasts, long legs, and black stockings, actually come from a family of wealthy people who kill people without blinking an eye. Outrageous, too outrageous. People from a wealthy family shouldn't be cold-blooded and ruthless, killing people without blinking an eye. Your image as a gentle and queen doesn't seem like that. After Shen Liuliu and Secretary Jin left, Song Yang pounced directly on Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu didn't care at all that there were people in the villa and indulged himself loudly. This left Long Ling, Shen Liuliu, and Secretary Jin, who were sleeping next door, with no choice but to practice their mental skills and tell themselves that it was time to practice. Secretary Jin returned to the room and sent a message to her father. There was a problem with the Hua family's fleet, which was revealed by Long Ling, who came from the capital. The reason was that foreign trade was not profitable, but the Hua family still maintained it. After receiving the news, Mr. Jin felt a terrible toothache. What is this? However, they still started sending people to investigate. When the royal guards investigate a case, they only need to have suspicion. On the other side, a dinner party was being held in the old house of the Hua family. The entire Hua family, Lin Jai's family, Yi Nianshu, Yi Yun, Linglong, and others were all there, except Hua Ling. At the banquet, Mr. Hua praised Yi Nianshu for his youth and potential to show that Yi Nianshu and Lin Jai were a perfect match. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were all smiling, and Lin Jai was also smiling happily. They now turned their attention to Yi Nianshu. Since Yi Qingyu's was not good enough, Yi Nianshu's was not bad either. Yi Nianshu has always behaved properly and doesn't care because Hua Chengfeng is behind her. A dinner party with 3 families, and everything they eat is based on their thoughts. At the climax, Hua Chengfeng proposed 2 plans that Song Yang gave to Yi Yun. After hearing this, several families were amazed. Especially the first one, they felt it was too strong. By continuously borrowing from banks in a leveraged manner, even if there are a large number of bad debts, they can be handed over to the banks in the end. This behavior is amazing. And the most important thing is that Hua Chengfeng had a brilliant idea and combined it with the second plan. If the people below don't have money to buy new drugs from them and join the membership, it's okay to participate in the rebates. They can still make money from them and participate in the membership rebates. Hua Chengfeng has already thought of a slogan: buy Huyang Technology's products, become a shareholder of Huyang Technology, become a boss, continue to invest money, and continue to make money. If you don't have money, you can borrow money from Huyang Technology to join this big family. Anyway, their industries are all real. Their products are all real, especially the medicines produced by Huyang Technology. Only Yi Nianshu frowned and raised some doubts. But aren't drugs sold in bulk? Hua Chengfeng waved his hands in high spirits and said proudly, I am going to come up with a new product for daily use called Angxin pills, which are mainly used to relax, calm the mind, and assist sleep. The effects are real. I don't believe no one will buy it. Old Master Hua clapped his hands, saying that he was indeed his grandson, so outstanding. Lin Jai's sister Lin Huyin, who was standing next to him, stared at Hua Chengfeng with shining eyes. What an outstanding man! She wanted him so much. This man was much better than Hua Ling. Page 20. It happened that at this time, Lin's mother asked in confusion, Uncle Hua, why is Hua Ling not here today? He is Hui Yin's fiancé. Mr. Hua's face turned pale and he changed the subject. Let's not talk about that loser. Give him a ship tour route and he'll create problems everywhere. Looking at Hua Chengfeng, who was full of high spirits, the Lin family understood instantly. At night, the Lin family drank a lot under the temptation of Hua Chengfeng's big project and stayed here. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, there was a knock on Hua Chengfeng's door and Lin Huyin walked in. You are Hua Ling's brother. This is not good. Humph, what's wrong with that? I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Lin Huyin smiled. At the port, Hua Ling, who had been busy until midnight, could finally go home. At the dinner table in the early morning, Shen Liuliu had dark eyes, bit a piece of bread, and stared at Yi Qingyu, whose face was flushed with dissatisfaction. Half a night, a full half a night, and you two are calling for help. Secretary Jin calmly reported the group's work to Yi Qingyu. Long Ling asked Song Yang if he could accompany her to check out the project. This sentence, look at the project, attracted everyone's attention. I thought about it all night yesterday, and I think the reason why I was abandoned for marriage is because I am not valuable enough. Think about it, if I had my own business and made a lot of money every day by filling sacks with money, wouldn't I be abandoned? Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu. Not necessarily. Here is an example. So I thought about starting my own business. Long Ling looked at Song Yang with a smile in her eyes. Now that she has money, she has more interactions with Song Yang, and it is easier for them to communicate their feelings. Yi Qingyu next to him looked at Long Ling warily. She felt a sense of crisis. This woman was stealing her boyfriend right in front of her. What project is Sister Ling going to do? As a local boss in Fenghai City, I can help you. A smile appeared on Yi Qingyu's lips. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu in confusion. Don't you believe me? However, there is a little happiness. Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang speechlessly. Good man, you like to see me jealous of other women, right? Long Ling looked at Yi Qingyu and said calmly, Nothing, I just want to open a small restaurant. My cooking is pretty good. The 4 people at the table were shocked. The eldest daughter of the Long family said that she just opened a small restaurant. Long Ling said to stay calm, it was nothing. Suddenly, Long Ling's cell phone rang. Long Ling frowned and picked up the phone. Naughty girl, where did you sleep last night? Didn't I ask you to go find Xiao Feng? As soon as the phone was connected, the roar of Long Fu was heard. From the trembling in his voice, one could tell that Father Long was extremely angry. Long Ling smiled disdainfully. I slept at Yang Yang's house. Yang Yang's wife and I fell in love at first sight. For love, I was even prepared to marry Yang Yang in private. Anyway, as long as we don't get a marriage license, we're not breaking the law. What a mess. Not only was Long's father stunned, but even Song Yang and others were confused. The sound of a chair falling came from the phone, followed by the roar of Long's father. Do you know what you are talking about? The disdain in Long Ling's eyes grew. Of course I know. Father Long's panting voice came again. The Long family gave birth to you and raised you, and you are going to treat the Long family like this. After yawning and drinking some porridge, Long Ling continued. Is there anything wrong? If not, I'll hang up. I was very tired last night. After all, as you know, oil workers are always in good physical condition. On the other end of the phone, Long's father felt his blood pressure soar. This rebellious girl. It's really infuriating. But this is his daughter after all, and the only bargaining chip for his family's marriage. After taking a few deep breaths, Father Long said in a deep voice, Rebellious daughter, I know you are angry, but you have to understand one thing. If you leave the Long family, you will be nothing. Do you think the Song family would want to abandon a child? Hearing this, Long Ling chuckled with a look of disdain. Stop it, what else did the Long family give me besides the identity of a young lady? Didn't you stop all my resources after your illegitimate son came back? The company, the skills, the secret techniques, and my studies have all stopped. No one even informed me of the engagement news. I had to go outside to receive it myself. After seeing the news on the Gold Coast Forum yesterday, and seeing Yi Qingyu solve the problem of his elder's good life, Long Ling felt that he had realized something. I am not even treated as a human being by the Long family. If I stay any longer, I won't get any benefits. In this case, I might as well leave quickly to avoid being plotted against. You were born to me and raised by the Long family. You have to repay me, do you understand? Otherwise, you are a ruthless person. I wonder who would dare to marry you. And marry Song Yang. Do you know what family the Song family is? They won't marry a ruthless person. Besides, you deserve your grandfather's training of you. Father Long held back his anger and continued talking. Long Ling waited for him to finish, then calmly said, First, the old man trained me and only gave me a mental method when the illegitimate son didn't come back. Secondly, who said I was going to marry Yang Yang? I was going to be Yang Yang's mistress. Oh, that's not right. I was just a tool for Yang Yang to vent his anger. So it has nothing to do with the Song family. Not only was Long's father shocked, but Song Yang and others were also confused. Seeing Long Ling's calm, gentle expression, and stable emotions constantly uttering shocking words with her sexy lips, Song Yang and others didn't know how to get along with her later. Goodbye, Lao Deng. Anyway, our household registration books are not together. Bye-bye. Long Ling hung up the phone directly and said to Song Yang with a smile, Yang Yang, do you want to go out with your sister? Song Yang swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, Sister Ling, are you crazy? Yi Qingyu and others also looked at Long Ling as if he were a madman. How could this beautiful elder sister, who was originally gentle and lovely, suddenly go crazy? Long Ling looked at Song Yang and others with incredible expressions and covered her mouth and laughed. After laughing enough, he said gently, My mother and I are the same kind of people. We both cannot tolerate mistakes. After my father and mother divorced, I stayed in the Long family for 2 reasons. First, the Long family would not let me go. Second, I wanted the Long family's skills and secret techniques. But the result was that the Long family detained me there, denied me any secret skills, and denied me a good life. When I was in college, I wanted to study scientific research, but they didn't allow it. They forced me to apply for art and learn violin. Everyone, there is a limit to what a woman can learn in art. This is a naked restriction on my development. Long Ling's eyes turned red, not because she was about to cry, but because she had murderous intent. Besides that, they also control my money. My monthly pocket money is only 20,000 yuan. How ridiculous. The old man is sick and needs me to take care of him. He said he wants to cultivate my temperament as a good wife and mother. Speaking of this, Long Ling's smile was a little crazy. They also told me to follow my husband wherever he goes. In fact, when I was brought to the Song family, I wanted to develop a relationship with you, Yang Yang. Long Ling smiled coldly. I'm not stupid. I know that the Long family is PUAing me. Shen Liuliu, Secretary Jin Yi Qingyu, and Song Yang were all silent. If this is the case, then everything makes sense. When a sober person faces someone who PUAs him, there will only be hatred. Yi Qingyu looked at Long Ling and said seriously, "Then why didn't you leave the Long family before but choose now?" Facing the question, Long Ling chuckled and said, "It's very simple. Before I left the Long family, I couldn't inflict a heavy blow on them. Now that I'm away, I can inflict a heavy blow on them. It would be great to tear up the engagement with the Hua family. Not only will it make the Long family lose face, but it will also force them to increase their cooperation in order to make up for Hua Chengfeng's losses, which will lead to them getting deeper into trouble and end up being even more unlucky." Song Yang and the other four were silent. It was indeed true. Yi Qingyu took out his cell phone and handed it to Long Ling. Without saying a word, Long Ling went to the Gold Coast Forum and recorded a video in which she refused to marry Hua Chengfeng. Then, Long Ling looked at Song Yang with a smile. "I'm sorry, Yang Yang, I affected you." Song Yang shook his head and didn't care. He was already hostile to Hua Chengfeng, so why should he care about these things? After dinner, Yi Qingyu decided that the five of them would go shopping together today. The Gold Coast Forum went crazy. Hua Chengfeng was broken off from engagement, and it was because of a video posted by Yi Qingyu. This made many people speculate that Song Yang had cheated on Hua Chengfeng. After all, Yi Qingyu doesn't have this ability. Hua Chengfeng's eyes turned red when he saw it. Hua Ling smiled, took Lin Huyan's hand, left the Hua family, and went shopping outside. The Long family in Beijing. The furious father Long told this to old man Long. After listening, Mr. Long sighed deeply. "Then let her go. After all, she is his own granddaughter, and it was the Long family who wronged Long Ling first. Father Long cursed, she is just like her mother, an ungrateful bastard and a sophisticated egoist. We can't just let it go like this." Long's father immediately called the Song family, and then immediately released the news to the public, severing ties with Long Ling, and announced that the original engagement would be continued by Long Ling's sister Long Xuan. Page 21. To show his sincerity, he immediately transferred 1 billion yuan to Hua Chengfeng. This is the dowry. Hua Chengfeng was delighted. After swearing to himself that one day he would make Long Ling kneel down and beg him, he decisively began to implement his plan. With the full efforts of the Hua family, the Long family, and the Lin family, the Angxin Health Pill project was established. With Yi Yun's opening up, Hua Chengfeng's Hujiang technology also began to release shares to Yi Yun, the Long family, the Hua family, and the Lin family. The four companies joined forces, completed all the procedures within a few hours, and hired a professional team to carry out publicity. The factory that produces Angxin Health Pills is directly owned by Hua Chengfeng. For the big plan, Hua Chengfeng invested all the cash flow from the four companies in one go. This time, he wants to make the four companies take off. On the other side, Song Yang, who was shopping in the mall, received a call from his grandfather. He smiled at Yi Qingyu and the other three girls and went out to answer the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Grandpa Song's calm and strong voice came out. "Long Ling is with you." Song Yang hurriedly began to explain in panic. "Grandpa, listen to me, this matter is..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. "No need to say anything. I don't care about you and Yi Qingyu or your personal life. I just want to see my grandchildren, the grandchildren with the blood of the Song family. I will find time to bring Yi Qingyu back. Also, your eldest aunt's cousin has opened a new medical research institute in Fenghai City. You can go there with Yi Qingyu for a physical examination when you have time." After hesitating for a moment, Grandpa Song spoke again. "It would be better if you could bring a few more of Yi Qingyu's friends." Song Yang was confused. What was going on? In the original book, doesn't it say that Grandpa Song is a feudal old man? Song Yang was confused. When he went back to find Yi Qingyu and the other three girls, he discovered that they were chatting with Hua Ling and Lin Huyan, and Lin Huyin kept calling them sister. Content from looking at Lin Huyin, who was wearing a white suspender dress with her chest generously exposed. Song Yang couldn't help but complain in his heart. No wonder Hua Chengfeng likes Lin Huyin. With such a flirtatious look, which man can stand it? While listening to Lin Huyin talking about the wonderful scene of their three families' dinner together yesterday, Yi Qingyu frowned at Lin Huyin's chest, really wanting to cut it off. Tusk, the three families are having a dinner together, and I don't know if Lin Huyin climbed into Hua Chengfeng's bed. I remember that the first time I climbed into bed was at a dinner party. Yi Qingyu's pupils shrank sharply, and he was extremely shocked. What? Hua Ling probably never thought in his lifetime that the woman he would rather go to jail to protect had already put a hat on him. What a pity I'm not familiar with Lin Huyin. Otherwise, I could go to her place to get the USB drive. This woman likes to take photos and record things. If I give this record to Hua Ling, I wonder if he will turn his love into hatred. After all, Hua Ling has always regarded Lin Huyin as his white moonlight and the salvation of his life. Yi Qingyu looked at Lin Huyin and then at Hua Ling. The two could be said to be a perfect match. She had also heard some stories about the two. It was probably because Hua Ling was stupid and cowardly when he was a child and was often bullied. It was Lin Huyin who helped and saved him. From then on, Hua Ling became Lin Huyin's bootlicker. In addition, their family backgrounds were similar, so the two got engaged. It is said that Lin Huyin returned to China this time to get married. Song Yang looked at Hua Ling with pity. The other party was very handsome and gentle, a warm-hearted type of man. Unfortunately, I trusted the wrong person. Oh, I remember now. It is said that Lin Huyin was conquered after she got together with Hua Chengfeng. After that, the two of them became addicted to the taste and played very openly. Tisk, let's find someone to follow them. Yi Qingyu said silently in his heart, I've written it down. After chatting for a while, Lin Huyin smiled and said to Yi Qingyu, Sister Qingyu, you must come to my homecoming banquet the day after tomorrow. We can't be relatives, but we can still be sisters. Yi Qingyu responded with a polite smile and promised to go. After watching Hua Ling and Lin Huyin walk away, Shen Liuliu complained, as coquettish as ever. Yi Qingyu said to Secretary Jin quietly, find someone to follow her and investigate. Then the four of them went to the 4th floor of the shopping mall. This shopping mall belongs to the Yi family, and there happens to be a vacant store that can be introduced to Long Ling. After Lin Huyin and Hua Ling strolled around for a while, they separated and Lin Huyin gently advised Hua Ling to go to work. After all, work was important, and it affected their future happy life. After watching Hua Ling go to work, he took out his mobile phone from under his body. There was a hotel message on it, which was from Hua Chengfeng. Thinking of the madness with Hua Chengfeng last night, Lin Huyin missed it very much. It was really cool. For a woman like her who loves this kind of sports, this is the greatest joy in the world. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, Long Ling, and others, who were unaware of the subsequent situation of Lin Huyin and Hua Ling, came to the 4th floor of the mall to look at the shops. It's 260 square meters and used to be a hot pot restaurant, but it went bankrupt due to poor management. Long Ling turned around and said with emotion, no matter where, everything is good. The only bad thing is that I also want to open a hot pot restaurant and the feng shui is not good. Yi Qingyu said calmly, then let's take a look at other things. My family has quite a few real estate projects in Fenghai City, and now they have all been converted into rental businesses. Led by Secretary Jin, the 5 people drove to other stores. The second set is a store, a 3-story building. Long Ling frowned. Too big. No, it would be a waste to open a hot pot restaurant in a 3-story building of nearly 1,000 square meters. Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, isn't it just right to make a high-end hot pot? Long Ling smiled slightly and explained, I am not going to open a high-end hot pot restaurant but a chain restaurant. It's hard to go public if you're a high-end company. But if you're a chain, as long as you open it, you can do everything from purchasing ingredients, developing hot pot bases, to store sales. Long Ling said that he has big goals. Yi Qingyu and others looked at Long Ling with admiration. As expected, he comes from a big family. Song Yang became interested and looked at Long Ling curiously. Sister Ling, what is your selling point? Hot pot is actually very difficult to make. The tastes are all similar. The only things that can be differentiated are the meat, environment, service, etc. Since Long Ling is not doing high-end business, the meat and environment can be ignored, and only the service remains. Long Ling narrowed her eyes and smiled gently. I am ready to serve. Shen Liuliu asked in surprise. Service. Long Ling nodded. Yes, it is basic service. We must take the saying that the customer is God to the extreme. After all, it's a chain, so we have to make some standardized things that can be popularized. Long Ling's professional words made everyone look at him with more respect. At the same time, it also made Yi Qingyu alert. This woman is treated like a waste by the Long family, so how could she have so many things? Feeling Yi Qingyu's vigilance, Long Ling didn't care at all and said easily, "Although I am treated as a waste by the Long family, my mother trains me as an heir. I stayed in the Long family only because I had some plans." Song Yang tilted his head and asked in confusion, "Didn't Aunt Lin get married again?" Long Ling explained with a smile, "Oh, the man my mother remarried died, and she lost her entire family." 6. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and others were all convinced. Long Ling began to tell Song Yang and others the requirements of the hot pot she wanted to make. Women's manicure, outerwear bags, mobile phone bags, sauce quality, personal quality requirements for waiters, complimentary snacks, dancing to birthday songs on site-pulled noodles, etc. She is prepared for anything that the customer might need. What she wants to do is to create a brand that is famous for its ultimate service. In Long Ling's opinion, current chain restaurants lack such capabilities. Everyone relies on who has a larger scale and more members to build their brand. In addition, I'm also planning to create a brand new membership model. Unlike the previous payment-based membership, the membership has been completely changed to a consumption-based membership. Customers can get discounts based on how much they spend. It's very interesting. This was what Yi Qingyu thought after listening to it. "So, do you want to invest together?" Long Ling's smile turned into a fox's smile. Yi Qingyu said without hesitation, "Go ahead." She thought it was very interesting. The key is that if the investment is successful, the store can be moved to Yi's shopping malls across the country, becoming a standard feature of Yi's shopping malls and a part of her business empire. Song Yang also responded cheerfully, not to mention Secretary Jin and Shen Liuliu. However, Secretary Kim did not submit the application in her own name, but in the name of a distant cousin. This made Long Ling, Song Yang, and others look at her more. Secretary Jin shrugged calmly. "There's nothing we can do about it. The Jinyi family is also human and needs to eat. Although their family is loyal to the country, they don't want to suffer. Not everyone is Lord Yu, who can be like him, loyal to the country while having nothing at home." After visiting several shops, Long Ling finally found one that satisfied her. It is also Yi Qingyu's industry. During lunch, they also met Lin Huyin and Hua Ling. The sharp-eyed Shen Liuliu noticed at a glance that Lin Huyin had changed her stockings, and she smiled and teased Yi Qingyu and the others about Hua Ling's energy. There was a flash of understanding in Yi Qingyu's eyes. He responded with a few words but didn't say much else. At the same time, Secretary Jin received several photos on his mobile phone, and he decisively forwarded them to Yi Qingyu. Page 22. Looking at the time watermarks on the photos, Yi Qingyu quickly sorted out the order. "Very good. Collect some more and send them to Huiling. No, we should wait until Huiling is no longer able to do so before sending it over. When a person has nothing and his supposed salvation betrays him, anything is possible." Yi Qingyu even thought that it would be so cool if Hua Ling got so excited that he drove his car and killed Hua Chengfeng. Then everything will be fine, and the world will be at peace. After lunch, Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin returned to Yi Group to work. It was not possible to skip work every day. Long Ling's mother called her and asked her to handle some work in Fenghai City. Only Song Yang and Shen Liuliu were left. Originally, Shen Liuliu wanted to invite Song Yang to her house to play, meet her mother, and talk about the things between them. Unfortunately, Song Yang received a call from his cousin, Xinglin Hotel, the largest hotel in Fenghai City. As soon as Song Yang entered, he saw his cousin Song Qingling, who was accompanied by a blonde foreign beauty in a white coat. When Song Qingling saw Shen Liuliu, his eyes lit up. He started to ask Shen Liuliu about her well-being without any concern for her. Song Yang was very confused about why Song Qingling came here. So as soon as he arrived at Song Qingling's room in the hotel, Song Yang asked his doubts. Glancing at Shen Liuliu, Song Qingling said word by word, "Come here for a physical examination to determine whether you can carry on the family line." Song Yang rolled his eyes and said, "What a joke, Yi Qingyu complains every night." Song Yang couldn't help but complain. "Sister, nothing should have happened at home. Why do everyone care so much about continuing the family line? And Grandpa called me this morning and didn't care that I have a mistress, even though I don't." Song Yang looked through the memories of his previous life and found that he had basically had no contact with his family in the past 3 years. It's just daily communication. The book says that the reason why Song Yang did not communicate with the Song family was mainly because the Song family disliked Yi Qingyu's background and felt that it was not good enough. Song Qingling waited quietly for Song Yang to finish speaking, glanced at Shen Liuliu, and said calmly, "Because Grandpa is almost mad at me, your cousin, your younger cousin, and your younger cousin." Song Yang was a little confused for a moment. What did this mean? "What did you do?" Song Qingling smiled slightly, hugged the blonde foreign girl next to him, and kissed her. Song Yang and Shen Liuliu were stunned. After a long while, Song Qingling parted his lips and smiled. "This is basically the case for the younger generation in our family. You are the only one who got married normally, but you still have no children in 3 years. That's why the old man is so anxious." At this point, Song Qingling glanced at Shen Liuliu beside him and said meaningfully, "Content from, now I can say this. As long as you can carry on the family line and don't do anything illegal, even if it's immoral, the old man won't care about you. After all, my family, including my second uncle, my aunt, and several other descendants, will all be extinct in the future, and the inheritance is waiting for someone to inherit it." Song Yang didn't know how he walked out of Xinglin Hotel and returned home. The amount of information Song Qingling brought was truly astonishing. Shen Liuliu sent this message to a group chat called Song Yang's wife. There are currently 3 people in this group: Secretary Jin, Yi Qingyu, and Shen Liuliu. Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin were also shocked. "This is too exciting." After expressing their feelings, Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin began to analyze Hua Chengfeng's Angxin Health Pill project. The more Yi Qingyu analyzed, the more he felt that Hua Chengfeng and his gang were sick. The project was established yesterday and started to be implemented today. Hua Chengfeng even took some time out in the morning to work on it with Lin Huyin. In the afternoon, the promotion of the Angxin Health Pills began on various TV programs. This efficiency is amazing. However, problems will inevitably arise under high efficiency. Are the Hua family and the Long family crazy? And the Lin family, how dare they instigate a group of former legendary people to form a team? Yi Qingyu looked at the phone that Secretary Jin handed to her, on which was a message from Secretary Jin's elder brother. Ever since Secretary Jin reported the Hua family to her father, the royal guards and the police department have sent people to keep an eye on the Hua family. As soon as the Safe Health Pill project was established and started to be promoted, the people sent by Secretary Jin's father to keep an eye on the Hua family discovered it. When the professional teams organized by the Hua family and the Lin family began to secretly recruit people into the group and persuade everyone to invest in Angxin Health Pills, he followed them in. As soon as the people who were following the Hua family entered the group, they began to check the background of this professional team. It doesn't matter if you check. They are all people who have been in jail before, and they have been involved in transactions worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Of course, this resume is indeed a symbol of ability. This group of professional teachers took only one afternoon to build 2 groups of thousands of people in Fenghai City by leveraging the remaining connections of ordinary people who had made money before. Another 2 hours passed, and more than 100 people invested in the Angxin Health Pills project and obtained the distribution rights in their respective regions. Of course, this distribution right requires continuous investment of money. 100 people, 3,000 yuan each. That's 300,000 yuan, and Hua Chengfeng only needs to give each of these 100 people a rebate of 300 yuan tomorrow. This record of making a profit of 300,000 a day directly proves that this plan can be implemented. Secretary Kim's father also sent another message about the Hua family's magical operation. Hua Chengfeng directly placed the Angxin Health Pills under the drug business license he already had. To put it simply, it is just a change of name for the previous medicine. At the same time, all production lines under Hu Yang technology were converted into production lines for safe and healthy pills. This is the rhythm of doing something big. Yi Qingyu had only one thought about how anxious he was about the Hua and Lin families. These people are crazy. That's not how you do business. From the personnel to the procedures, they are basically non-compliant. Isn't this just waiting for me to fire the cannon? Secretary Jin nodded to Yi Qingyu's sigh, pushed up his glasses, and said in a deep voice, "My dad said that they have made an evaluation of Hua Chengfeng. He has strong personal abilities and the quality of the medicines he produced before is also very good. But he is too arrogant and doesn't take the court and the law seriously." And he also pointed out the incident between him and Lin Huyin. Yi Qingyu smiled and said sarcastically, "Of course he's going to be arrogant. He's the palace master of the Dragon King Palace and is proficient in Taoist magic and medical skills. Secretary Jin frowned. Dragon King Palace. Yi Qingyu nodded yes. Secretary Jin was confused and asked, "Isn't this an underground force?" It was severely cracked down on back then. The Jinyue even broke the leg of the head of the Wudian Hall. If they hadn't run away quickly and moved abroad, they would have been destroyed that year. Yi Qingyu widened her eyes and looked at Secretary Jin in shock. No, shouldn't the Dragon King Palace be a secret underground kingdom, hidden very deeply and very difficult to deal with? If it wasn't through a special channel, I wouldn't have heard of it. Secretary Jin waved his hand, sat opposite Yi Qingyu, and said sarcastically, "It is an underground kingdom, but in front of the state machine, they are nothing. As for why you haven't heard of it, it's very simple. One is that they were very popular 40 years ago, and the other is that the crackdown was too severe. If my family wasn't a Jinni family, I wouldn't know about it." Yi Qingyu's eyes turned. Since the Dragon King Palace was an underground force and was registered with the Jinyue, he could just report it to the Jinyue and let the state machinery fight against them. After listening to Yi Qingyu's idea, Secretary Jin nodded, called her father, and told him about it. Secretary Jin's father was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The people behind Hua Chengfeng have submitted a letter of surrender to the court. The Dragon King Palace will gradually transform into a Jianghu force recognized by the court, so the Dragon King Palace will not be attacked for the time being." Yi Qingyu was a little disappointed. Secretary Jin frowned and asked, "Why?" Secretary Jin's father sighed and said helplessly, "In your grandfather's words, the reason why the Dragon King Palace was attacked was because that group of people had a lot of technology. Not only did they not hand it over to the court, but they also monopolized it privately, accumulated a lot of wealth, and developed believers. So it is directly defined as a religion. And at the moment when Hua Chengfeng came out of the mountains, an old man from the Dragon King Hall, the master of the Taoist Hall, handed over a Taoist secret technique to the court in exchange for an opportunity. So if the Dragon King Palace doesn't commit any crime, we won't deal with them, at least the royal guards won't." Yi Qingyu was thinking about something, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, "Uncle Jin, if the treasures in the Dragon King Palace were taken away, would you be angry?" Secretary Jin's father was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Qingyu girl, it is meaningless to classify people as close or distant. You and Song Yang are our relatives." Yi Qingyu smiled. As long as the things that the Dragon King Palace takes out will not make the court favor her, she will not be afraid. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin continued to analyze and began to make plans on when to trick Hua Chengfeng. According to the two people's speculation, the best time is when Hua Chengfeng, who has mastered the publicity, is preparing to go public. They will directly report him for spreading rumors. If this doesn't work, then report him for disrupting social stability. After all, Hua Chengfeng encouraged people to take out loans for investment, and the loan channel was prepared to use 2 billion in cash to leverage 20 billion or 200 billion projects. The most important thing is that the loan channel is all unlimited loans from banks. Once bad debts occur, the banks will bear the consequences. Page 23, Cloudflare Ray ID, 922E23C57 E to B7B1 your IP. Click to reveal 1116027 155, Performance and Security by Cloudflare. Page 24, Cloudflare Ray ID, 922E23C8BBF0 7B1A your IP. Click to reveal 1116027 155, Performance and Security by Cloudflare. Page 25, Cloudflare Ray ID, 922E23D5DC46E75F your IP. Click to reveal 1116027 155, Performance and Security by Cloudflare. Page 26. So there are still melons. Phew. Lin Jai lowered his head in horror. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Hua, were all frightened back by this sudden scene. Hua-san grinned and said, "Of course what I said is true, and the reason I said it here is to embarrass your Hua family and Lin family. Otherwise, how can I take revenge on you?" With a ferocious and crazy expression, Hua-san walked towards Lin's father and mother, and Hua's father and mother. Song Yang subconsciously stepped forward and protected Yi Qingyu, Shen's mother, Shen Liuliu, and Feng Qiuyu behind him. Song Yang's tall and strong figure gave the women enough sense of security. The hotel staff were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and it was a boss who was attending the banquet who told him to go out and call the bodyguards. When the bodyguards entered the scene, Hua's father and mother, as well as Lin's father and mother, were already lying in a pool of blood. The accident happened suddenly, and no one at the banquet came forward to help, even the partners of the Lin and Hua families. Tusk, if there is no one left in the Lin and Hua families, then those who owe them money won't have to pay it back, and those who have cooperated with them can take the opportunity to embezzle their property. People's hearts are evil, Shen's mother said sarcastically, but no one knew who she was mocking. At the same time, his eyes looked at Song Yang even more deeply. Song Yang was the best. He protected them at the first moment. On the other side, at the scene of Hua Chengfeng's car accident, only Song Qingling, who was dressed in casual clothes, and a blonde foreign beauty were standing beside him. Song Qingling calmly dialed 120 and then looked at the people watching around. Be careful not to get into trouble. After the crowd dispersed, a blonde foreign beauty stepped forward, calmly reached her hand through the broken window and placed it on Hua Chengfeng's forehead. Song Qingling glanced at his watch and said calmly, "Only 10 minutes." The blonde foreign beauty laughed and said, "This guy has a terrible weak will. 3 minutes will be enough." Song Qingling was surprised. It only took 3 minutes. This is truly the fastest speed for retrieving memories. He is the heir of the Dragon King Palace. Let me see how much he knows about the precious knowledge accumulated by the Dragon King Palace. There was a gleam in Song Qingling's eyes. 3 minutes later, the blonde foreign beauty returned to Song Qingling. 10 minutes later, a police car and an ambulance arrived. That night, the Lin family and the Hua family were both on the news. The headline was that Hua Ling, the fake young master of the Hua family, could not bear his fiancée's cheating on him with the real young master, so he drove a car to vent his anger. The Lin couple, the Lin family, the Hua couple, the old man of the Hua family, and Hua Chengfeng went to the hospital together. Hua Ling went to jail. After hitting Hua Chengfeng, Hua Ling went to hit Grandpa Hua. At the same time, a ship owned by the Hua family was seized by the embroidered uniform guards, and a large amount of contraband was found on it. In the hospital, a handsome man dressed in ancient Jinniewei clothing walked into Hua Chengfeng's ward and left soon. A handsome Jinniewei who had been to the ward at the Jinniewei base in Fenghai City packed a document called the Memory of Dragon King Hua Chengfeng into a bag and had it sent to the capital. What it means when people leave and the tea gets cold on you, and when you are sick they take your life, was demonstrated when the Lin couple, Lin Jai, and the entire Hua family were sent to prison. With the internal documents of the Hua family handed over by Hua Ling through Yi Qingyu, the Hua family was completely sealed off. Except for Hua Chengfeng, the rest of the Hua family members all had to serve 5 years to life imprisonment to varying degrees. All the companies under the Hua family went bankrupt. The Jinniewei and Fenghai City government liquidated the Hua family's assets and sold them off according to the law. Everyone rushed to buy the high-quality assets. Thanks to the humanity of the Ming Dynasty laws, when the Hua family's assets were insufficient, the government began to sell off Hua Chengfeng's assets. After all, you are a member of the Hua family. You have enjoyed the family's wealth, but when the crisis comes, you have to pay. Yi Qingyu and Song Yang took the opportunity to acquire the pharmaceutical factory under Hua Chengfeng's name. Although the Lin family has not reached the stage of bankruptcy and liquidation, no criminal record has been reported. But the Lin family's partners all took ruthless actions. The first step for the board members to take over the business is to sell the excellent projects of the Lin Group to their own group. The second step is to sell the excellent industries within the Lin Group to other families in Fenghai City. Also a real estate tycoon, Yi Qingyu took over several shopping malls that originally belonged to the Lin Group, further improving the commercial real estate map of the Yi Group. Long Lingdu took the opportunity to poach several hotels and restaurants under the Lin Group. The third step is to transfer the recovered money in the name of the directors, leaving an empty shell. The fourth step is that the upper class is not satisfied with the food, and the middle-level management of the Lin Group is also allowed to make large-scale moves during this period. There have been many cases of signing large orders, and then failing to repay the money or running away with the money. It can be said that everyone has had their fill in this wave. When Lin Jai and his parents wake up and are discharged from the hospital, what they will see is a hollowed-out Lin Group and endless debts. Song Yang's feeling about this is that in a company, it is impossible for everyone to have problems at the same time. The Lin family is an example. When there is no one in charge, something big will happen. The demise of the Lin family made Yi Qingyu feel very good. This group of people who plotted against themselves finally got into trouble. Just when they were happy, Song Qingling came to visit Song Yang and Yi Qingyu. Looking at Shen Liuliu, Long Ling and Secretary Jin sitting at the dining table in the villa, Song Kingeling smiled happily. After this meeting, Song Kingeling invited them to go for a physical examination together. Comprehensive physical examination. After confirming that there were no health problems with Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, Song Kingeling decisively started the labor-inducing mode. Brother, you are the only one in our generation who can carry on the family line, so you have to hurry up and have a baby. Like my medical industry, my eldest brother's military, my second brother's education, my eldest sister's politics, and your uncle's medical, political, military, and business foundations, they are all waiting for someone to inherit. Oh, and you have to adopt a child to your uncle. We'll figure out how to do it when the time comes. Anyway, there has to be such a process. Song Yang's face darkened after hearing this. He looked at Yi Qingyu beside him and said unhappily, "Is the old man treating me like a sewing machine? What's more, he treated my wife as a reproductive machine. How can this be tolerated?" Song Kingeling didn't care about Song Yang's noise and smiled gently. "Brother, the position given to you by the old man is the head of the family who will carry on the family line. The rest of the family status struggle is left to me and my eldest brother. Now, the situation in our family is like this. I am the female prime minister of the family, and my eldest brother is the general of the family. You are the head of the family responsible for carrying on the family line." Song Kingeling's eyes were full of teasing. Song Yang was dissatisfied, as this passage was not included in the original book. Song Kingeling looked at Yi Qingyu next to him and said with a smile, "I know it may be difficult for you to accept this situation, but you have to understand that the Song family and the Li family are the original founding families of our Ming dynasty. The inheritance is very far, and the bloodline cannot be broken." The voice was gentle but full of arrogance. Both the Song family and the Li family are descendants of founding heroes. It has been passed down for hundreds of years and has experienced the vicissitudes of the Ming dynasty and has never made a wrong choice, which is something we are very proud of. The most famous thing is that decades ago, their grandfather's generation volunteered to lead people to open up wasteland for the imperial court and moved their families to the northwest to develop oil. Yi Qingyu didn't mind what Song Kingeling said. She glanced at the frustrated Song Yang and said lightly, "Okay, I agree to give the child to you to inherit your family business." Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu in surprise. I remember that the evil Yi Qingyu has a queen personality. How could she agree to such a nonsensical condition? Yi Qingyu smiled. "Is that nonsensical?" "It's not nonsensical. What's unacceptable about your child inheriting a huge family business as soon as he is born? It would be really irresponsible to surround yourself with a group of children and let them fight for a share of the family property and get only a small piece of it." After Yi Qingyu agreed, Song Kingeling gave an injection to Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and others. In the words of the heavenly master on Mount Longhu, now is the Dharma ending age, and cultivation is becoming increasingly difficult. So we have to practice using scientific methods. The injection I'm giving you is a top-grade drug, specially designed to stimulate the body. At night, Song Yang felt the benefits of this injection. Afterwards, Yi Qingyu looked at Song Yang gently. "Hubby, you won't blame me, will you?" Song Yang shook his head. He was a beneficiary and a vested interest, so of course it was not strange. "I just feel that the plot is not right." Yi Qingyu found it very funny, just like that joke on the internet about polygamy being allowed. If the imperial court allows polygamy, your girlfriend would rather be the 108th concubine of some handsome young man than fall in love with you. That's the reality. Song Yang's child will inherit a huge inheritance after birth. Song Yang is handsome, strong, capable, and has a strong family background. Why don't you marry him? Song Yang had just enjoyed his good life for a few days when Secretary Jin brought him a piece of news. An old man came to the Dragon King Palace. He was once a miracle doctor and his name was Li Feng. He cured Hua Chengfeng and Lin Jai's family with just one move. Grandpa Hua and Mr. and Mrs. Hua are involved in too many things and are not worth saving. It is better for them to die than to suffer in life. The arrival of old man Li Feng brings about another change in Fenghai City. Some low-profile middle-class families took action and launched attacks on those who embezzled the Lin family's property. The industries of Yi Group and Long Ling were also affected. On Song Yang's side, Yi Qingyu is the main force to deal with the situation. Page 27. After several confrontations, old man Li Feng helped Hua Chengfeng and Lin Jai get back a lot of property. Then old man Li Feng took out the certificate of establishment of the Dragon King Temple approved by the court and invited the families in Fenghai City to participate in the opening ceremony. In the villa, After receiving the invitation, Song Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "The Dragon King Palace is about to come out from underground. I just don't know what kind of power they will show this time." Yi Qingyu's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Who knows?" Secretary Jin, who had just returned from outside, put down a document and said, "We have found out that those medium-sized family businesses that fought for old man Li Feng have all received favors from Li Feng." Song Yang looked dazed for a moment. "I remember now, the biggest trump card of the Dragon King Palace is this. These old guys have hurt people, saved people, and shown kindness all at once. So many people owe them favors. During this opening ceremony, there is a high probability that a group of families will support the Dragon King Palace. From now on, it will be stressful for those who want to oppose Hua Chengfeng." Yi Qingyu looked dazed. "So that's how it is." "That's easy," Secretary Jin said solemnly. "Old man Li Feng's medical skills are indeed amazing. This ability to save lives has made him a guest of honor in many families." A group of people gathered around him and huddled together for warmth. Everyone who knew what this life-saving ability meant became gloomy, and the atmosphere became a little tense. As wealthy and powerful people, they understand too well what kind of power this ability represents. To put it simply, there are foreign groups that work together to spend huge amounts of money every year on longevity research. The effect is very obvious. Some wealthy people who should have died at the age of 70 or 80 lived to be over 100 years old by taking a shot of life-extending potion worth 1 million yuan. Song Kingling also said that the potion they were given was a reduced formulation version of a life-extending potion, whose main function was to replenish the substances needed by the body and fundamentally extend lifespan. Because according to medical research, human life expectancy should be between 100 and 150. However, due to various reasons such as illness and diet, it may be shortened. The injections Song Kingling gave were to make up for the deficit and try to make them live longer. Therefore, the wealthy people who are afraid of death attach great importance to the life-saving ability of old man Li Feng. "It's a headache. I can't believe that the Dragon King Palace is so difficult to play with. After beating the younger ones, the older ones come out. Do we need to find a dump truck to send old man Li Feng away?" Yi Qingyu listened to Song Yang's inner thoughts and felt very amused. "But I have to admit that this is indeed a good idea." With the idea of broadening their horizons, Song Yang and others attended the opening ceremony of the Dragon King Hall. The opening ceremony was simple. Old man Li Feng announced Hua Chengfeng's identity as the Dragon King in public, hoping that the patriarchs of all the large and small families attending the banquet would give Hua Chengfeng a chance. As for the little thing between Hua Chengfeng and Lin Huyin in the news, no one cared. After all, it is normal for powerful people to have affairs with women. But, looking at Zhao Shuang, who had disappeared for a long time and appeared behind Hua Chengfeng, Yi Qingyu's eyes instantly became gloomy. "I didn't expect there was a traitor around me." Secretary Jin's face wasn't looking good either. She was an undercover agent and was proficient in all kinds of sophisticated intelligence, but she really didn't know anything about Zhao Shuang. On the stage, Hua Chengfeng spoke vividly about the next strategy of the Dragon King Palace. "The Dragon King Temple is the religion of the Ming Dynasty and should preach the Ming Dynasty throughout the world. Next, it will go overseas for development." Then he began to talk about the next work goals of Dragon King Palace, especially the benefits of joining Dragon King Palace. The Dragon King Palace emphasizes a cooperative model, with a professional team led by Dragon King Hua Chengfeng responsible for researching new products, while the family under him is responsible for production and marketing. Finally, I emphasize that the Dragon King Palace has zero tolerance for traitors. Speaking of this, Hua Chengfeng gritted his teeth. Who could have thought that Yi Yun had taken away all the money Hua Chengfeng had invested in the Angxin Health Pills project? The more than 3 billion yuan invested jointly by the Long family, the Lin family, and the Hua family, plus the money swept up by the professional team during this period. A total of more than 4 billion yuan were all taken away by Yi Yun. The one cooperating with Yi Yun was Linglong. Song Yang was shocked when he heard this and totally couldn't understand why the two of them betrayed him. In the original book, these two people are Hua Chengfeng's loyal brothers. It was Yi Qingyu who explained the reason clearly in one sentence. Hua Chengfeng was too useless. Many people in the Dragon King Palace did not submit to him. Seeing that he was in trouble, of course they withdrew. Hua Chengfeng spoke incessantly on the stage, while Song Yang and a few others were chatting below. "Only, Boss Yi, Boss Song, Senior Lai, please go to the back to talk." Zhao Shuang interrupted the fun of Song Yang and others. Secretary Jin pushed his glasses and said sarcastically, Zhao Shuang, I never thought that you are from the Dragon King Palace. Zhao Shuang's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, we each serve our own master. Yi Qingyu didn't say much, and let Zhao Shuang lead the way. In the lounge, Song Yang and his group saw Lai Feng, a man with white hair and a youthful face. Dressed in a tang suit, with his white hair casually draped behind his head, the old man Li Feng, who looked like an immortal, sat on the sofa and greeted Song Yang and others with a smile. There were 2 bottles of liquor stuck in the ice tray on the table. Song Yang and others were too embarrassed to confront Li Feng Carrot directly, so they could only respond politely. After everyone was seated, old man Li Feng didn't hesitate and said bluntly, I invited you here for no reason, just to declare war. This made Song Yang and others stunned. As expected of an old generation figure, he is passionate enough and doesn't even try to be pretentious. Yi Qingyu ignored Song Yang's complaints, faced Lai Feng, and said in a deep voice, Is it because of the dragon energy? Lai Feng was not surprised. He nodded and said slowly, The fight for dragon energy is cruel and only death can dissipate it. So the fight between you and a Feng will never end. Song Yang frowned. Then why are you telling us? The old man said it directly. It's definitely not a good thing. Lai Feng smiled and said nonchalantly, Of course I told you who the opponent is, so that you don't even know who killed him. Damn, you really succeeded in pretending to be awesome. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and others laughed angrily. The old man Li Feng's calm smile on his face now looked like naked arrogance and contempt in the eyes of Song Yang and the others. Before, a Feng was too arrogant and let you guys win. That was the match between the Yi family and you guys won 1 round. That match between Huiling and a Feng was also because a Feng was too arrogant and let you guys take advantage. Next, I, the old man, will personally manage the situation for a Feng and let you see the full strength of the Dragon King Palace. By the way, we can also do mud trucks. The old man Li Feng's eyes were full of mockery. Song Yang wanted to stand up and give him a big slap in the face. I'm just pretending to be you. If I wasn't afraid of you scamming me, I would have smashed the bottle on your head. Pretend to be you, old man. We are here because we respect the old and love the young. Yi Qingyu spat out cold, dirty words with her flaming red lips. Old man Li Feng looked at her in disbelief. Song Yang was somewhat used to it. After all, Yi Qingyu had already scolded people when he was at the Yi family. Feng Qiuyu, Shen Liuliu, Secretary Jin, and Long Ling, the 4 girls next to him, looked at Yi Qingyu in disbelief. It was the first time they saw Yi Qingyu swearing, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that this trip was worth it. They had originally come out with Song Yang just to watch the Dragon King Palace show off, but they didn't expect to see Yi Qingyu explode. Before old man Li Feng could continue speaking, Yi Qingyu picked up the wine bottle on the table and threw it next to his head. The broken glass and wine completely destroyed the old man Li Feng's youthful face, calm and composed temperament. Zhao Shuang was about to rush over, but Secretary Jin picked up another bottle of wine on the table and poured it on his head. Before he could react, Long Ling kicked him away. Secretary Jin stepped forward, pointed the bottle in his hand at Zhao Shuang's neck, and said coldly, Don't move. Is this my woman? She's so damn handsome. Yi Qingyu wiped her hands with the tissue Shen Liuliu handed her, a sarcastic smile on her cold face. Are you still threatening me with the dump trucky eye? Believe it or not, if anything happens to me, you'll be the first suspect. Old man Li Feng glared at her angrily. How dare a mere woman threat him? Oh really, Lolo? Shen Liuliu silently took out a recorder from her bag. It was the conversation just now, and there was a sentence in it that said that old man Li Feng also knew how to operate a mud truck. After being stunned for a moment, the old man Li Feng couldn't help but curse. Young people have no martial ethics. Old man Li Feng didn't expect Yi Qingyu to be so shameless that he even recorded the conversation. With this recording, whenever something happens to Yi Qingyu, Li Feng will be the first person to be suspected. Yi Qingyu ignored Li Feng and left with Song Yang and the others. The banquet in the hall just ended at this time. Song Yang and his group passed by Hua Chengfeng, and no one paid any attention to each other. Hua Chengfeng came to old man Li Feng's lounge alone. As soon as I entered the door, Hua Chengfeng called me master sweetly. Old man Li Feng's originally stiff expression improved a lot. Looking at the mess on the ground, Hua Chengfeng frowned and said unhappily, Master, do they dare to act arrogantly when they see you? With a disdainful sneer, the old man Li Feng said fiercely, They are just a few ignorant brats. A Feng, accompany Master to the surrounding areas of Fenghai City tomorrow. Master will show you the true strengths of our Dragon King Palace. A gleam of joy flashed across Hua Chengfeng's eyes. After Song Yang and others returned to the villa, they started their respective work. Page 28. As a boss, everyone is very busy and has a lot of things to deal with. Like Yi Qingyu, he started to deal with the Yi Group's charity projects as soon as he came back. The Yi Group has many charitable real estate projects. For example, in the agricultural area next to Fenghai City, there are shrimp breeding bases and fish breeding bases invested by Yi Qingyu in the past 2 years. In addition, there are supporting private schools. These schools are free for the children of employees of the Yi Group, and only outside students need to pay tuition. However, because all the shops around the school are owned by Yi Qingyu, the income and expenditure have always been balanced. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Qingyu was selected as one of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Fenghai City. Providing jobs to the people and solving the schooling problem for their children is called a proper Confucian businessman in the Ming dynasty and is highly respected. One of the tasks Yi Qingyu is currently dealing with is whether or not to open a school that specializes in disciplining second-rate people. Husband, do you think I should open this school? Many of our employees have said that they have useless children at home and hope that we can help train them. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and said incredulously, "Are those parents crazy? Aren't they afraid of meeting the Thunder King?" Yi Qingyu thought Song Yang's joke was very good and burst out laughing. "Everyone has trust in me. I just want to hear your opinion." Song Yang thought for a moment and said seriously, "Open it. Train those second-rate people and send them to work in factories. It would be best to arrange some blind dates for them to get married. As the saying goes, they will start a family and build a career. By then, they should all be well-behaved." Yi Qingyu nodded and said okay. Song Yang looked at Shen Liuliu and found that she was reviewing the manuscript herself. This girl actually started doing a Dragon King skit, and the imagination is completely based on the wealthy families. Shen Liuliu spewed out his ideas, and then the authors below started typing frantically, and then pushed them wildly on the website, and finally arranged them into a short play. In just a few days, with Shen Liuliu's huge investment, Dragon King has become popular all over the internet. That kind of extremely unreasonable idea is indeed attractive, especially the ones about the son-in-law, the young wife, and the male protagonist returning as a fool. What bothered Shen Liuliu was that someone from abroad contacted her and wanted to introduce the Dragon King short play. Song Yang agreed decisively. Before he traveled through time, the Dragon King short play was a bestseller abroad. This kind of local literature and short plays really attract foreign guys. The main thing is to shatter your 3 views. Long Ling is running a hotel chain business, which was passed down to her by her mother. In line with the idea of treating everyone equally, Song Yang also wanted to give Long Ling some suggestions. The result is that there is no suggestion to make. Long Ling's chain hotel business is doing very well, from high-end to low-end to chain franchise. It is very complete. The most important thing is that because they started early and Long Ling's mother was willing to spend money, the direct-operated stores in various cities occupied advantageous positions. In Fenghai City, for example, the Long Ling family owns a hotel next to the stadium, with 200 rooms, and the average price of each room is no less than 600 yuan. The annual turnover is more than 30 million yuan, and the net profit is more than 15 million yuan, which is very profitable. Long Ling's current business is mainly to reduce costs and expand the market, but not the hotel market, but supporting peripherals, such as bed sheets, quilt covers, pillows, and the like. One of the tasks that Long Ling's mother gave to Long Ling was to open a factory in Fenghai City. Thanks to Song Yang, Long Ling and Yi Qingyu carried out some industrial restructuring. Yi Qingyu provided the land, Long Ling provided the factory technology, and they recruited workers from rural areas around Fenghai City. Finally, they further improved the charity industry. It can be said to be a win-win situation. Song Yang, who had no way to give any advice, talked to Long Ling about the training for the chain of hot pot restaurants she opened. Song Yang used He Dilao's business philosophy from his previous life to show off. After all, He Dilao was truly successful, went public, and raised a large sum of money from investors. At the same time, Song Yang also talked about the operations of some grilled fish restaurants and clay pot chicken restaurant chains that he had seen in his previous life. Song Yang had seen how much money those chain restaurants made in his previous life. Some grilled fish restaurants are over 200 square meters, have more than 60 tables and more than 20 employees. When they are popular, they can have sales of more than 100,000 yuan a day and basically have sales of 1 million yuan a month with a profit margin of up to 40%. It can be said to be very good. In Song Yang's eyes, the 4 aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation are very worthy of investment. Long Ling thought about it and said that if the hot pot restaurant was successful, she would invest in other things. After all, her mother's business was mainly in the service industry. Then Song Yang talked to Long Ling about the chip expert. Long Ling said that she really didn't know this. She couldn't get involved. This made Song Yang a little disappointed, and he could only think of ways to recruit some talents from abroad. Song Yang really wants to make the chip industry bigger and stronger. How about I go back and look for my mentor? In desperation, Song Yang thought of his previous mentor. Sometimes, we still need to rely on the power of academic cliques. The academic cliques are the terrifying clans of the new era. They monopolize knowledge, technology, and talent. These three approaches are almost all about robbing money, or the kind that you grab with your life. The next day, Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and others parted ways. Yi Qingyu, Long Ling, and Secretary Jin went to the Yi group for a meeting to discuss building a factory. Shen Liuliu went to find her mother. Feng Qiuyu followed Song Yang to Fenghai University to find Song Yang's mentor, a famous professor of materials science. Old man Li Feng took Hua Chengfeng to the rural area outside Fenghai City. Refusing the luxury car ride, old man Li Feng changed into a coarse linen shirt and asked Hua Chengfeng to change into the clothes of a medicine boy. The master and apprentice looked like traveling barefoot doctors. Hua Chengfeng didn't understand this kind of behavior of forcing oneself to endure hardship. Although he has little money now, his property was taken away by Yi Qingyu and others, and his assets were taken away by Yi Yun and Linglong. But he still has a female dog, Yi Nianshu. The other party still has a lot of industries and assets. Li Feng knocked on Hua Chengfeng and said, "Ah Feng, have you ever thought about the reason for your continuous bad luck?" Hua Chengfeng's face darkened for a moment, and he said unhappily, "Because those people are too ungentlemanly. They have clearly received your kindness before, but in the end they still don't support me. It's simply morally corrupt, especially Yi Yun and Ling Long. They have no loyalty at all." Hua Chengfeng's resentment could be said to be rising to the sky. He was really angry. Linglong and Yi Yun dealt him a heavy blow. They kept saying they were loyal, but right after he got killed, these two people donated money and ran away to the black area. Oh, it cannot be called division. It has to be called obeying orders and not decrees. Looking at the angry Hua Chengfeng, the old man Li Feng said slowly, "This is just one of the reasons. It's more because you found the wrong person." Hua Chengfeng frowned. What does that mean? Most unfaithful people are scholars, and most righteous people are butchers. A Feng, when you are looking for subordinates, you can't just look for scholars like Yi Yun and Ling Long. You should look for more rural guys. Hua Chengfeng seemed to be thinking about something. Old man Li Feng continued, "The middle-class families under his control now all have interests to gain from us. Once we die, they will immediately disappear into thin air and will not seek revenge for us at all. But if they are the people we have shown kindness to, they may avenge us. Next, Master will show you our true strengths and our standing among the common people." Hua Chengfeng still understood what old man Li Feng meant. When building your own power, try to find simple and honest people. Guojia Village. There is a large village of more than 5,000 people under Fenghai City. In the entire village, more than 4,500 people have the surname Guo, and their ancestors have the same ancestor. This village used to be representative of the local clan. Of course, it also represents poverty. The only advantage is that Fenghai City is close to the sea, and Guojia Village is also close to the sea, so people can make a living by fishing. But since they are all relatives, no one wants to see who gets rich first. However, this situation improved 15 years ago. At that time, Yi Qingyu's mother was in charge of the Yi group. She was not optimistic about residential properties at that time, and she had early plans for commercial real estate. She also invested in a large piece of land in Guojia Village, introduced some technologies, and engaged in aquaculture. Only then did the local area gradually become prosperous. Later, as Yi's father came to power, the local industry was gradually marginalized, and the situation in Guojia Village deteriorated again. 2.5 years ago, after Yi Qingyu came to power, he immediately made arrangements here in order to promote his good reputation. A private school was built, and the children of employees of Yi's aquaculture were sent there. A healthcare nursing home combining medical care and nursing care was also built nearby. Together with these ancillary industries, it can be said that the economy and living environment of Guojia Village have been greatly improved. Especially after Yi Qingyu increased his investment in aquaculture, the economy of Guojia Village improved. Every household became wealthy, and each achieved an annual income of over 300,000 yuan. However, when Hua Chengfeng appeared, the elders of Guojia Village began to sigh. Guo Wu is the nominal patriarch of Guojia village. Now 75 years old, he stands in the ancestral temple with a flash of memories in his eyes. That was about 30 years ago, when Fenghai City was just beginning to develop. A major event occurred in Guojia village. A plague came silently, and it could be said that every household hung white flags. The city sent many people over, but none of them were able to cure it. Page 29. Finally, a middle-aged man rescued them. The middle-aged man named Li Feng saved their Guojia village and did not charge any medical fees. He just asked them to promise a favor, which was to support young people when they came out in the future. For Guo Wu, this is a must. They saved their lives, so it's only right that we give them a helping hand. But why do we have to confront the Yi family? There was a flash of struggle in Guo Wu's cloudy eyes. He is an experienced man, and as the patriarch of Guojia village and also the village secretary, he still has some connections in Fenghai City. At the very least, his family is responsible for the transportation of Yi Group's aquatic business. A while ago, his son sold a dump truck to a manager of the Yi Group. Ha 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 ha, brother Guo, I'm here to see you. When Guo Wu was struggling, a hearty laugh was heard. Turning around and looking at Li Feng who came in, Guo Wu recognized him at a glance as the benefactor who once saved Guojia village. Brother Li Feng, I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are still in good health. Come with me to my house for a drink. Guo Wu greeted Li Feng with a smile. Li Feng smiled at the child who was leading the way and said, "Little friend, let me tell you that I know the head of your family." The child who was leading the way tilted his head, called out Grandpa Wu, and ran away. Guo Wu smiled and didn't say much. He just led Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng towards his home. Along the way, the villagers in Guojia village greeted Guo Wu warmly when they saw him. Hua Chengfeng looked at this scene in surprise. Li Feng explained to him that this was a family village. When they passed a small square along the way, some old men and women were shocked when they saw Li Feng. They came up to greet him and wanted to invite Li Feng to their homes for dinner. Li Feng waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. He just wanted to bring his young generation here for a stroll and to receive free medical treatment. After all, the plague that year had a huge impact. As a medical expert, I should study it to see if there is a possibility of a recurrence. The old men and women all said that Li Feng was indeed a good person and was worthy of being a kind-hearted doctor. Li Feng's arrival was warmly welcomed. Guo Wu's younger brother Guo Jiu even invited his eldest son, who was a manager at Yi Group, to come back and have a drink with Li Feng and reminisce about the past. When they were drinking, several old men in their 90s from Guojia village who were living in a nursing home came to pay their respects to Li Feng. Hua Chengfeng watched the 90-year-old man from Guojia village kowtow to Li Feng and express his gratitude, and he couldn't help but sigh that the rural people are still very simple and honest. He will remember this favor for decades, and he will definitely visit the countryside more often in the future. So at the banquet, Hua Chengfeng began to brag that he was also one of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Fenghai City. The reason why they haven't done it yet is that there are some bad guys stopping them. At night, Guo Wu, Guo Jiu, and others invited Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng to stay and directly cleared out a separate courtyard for them. On the same night at Guo Wu's home, a group of elderly people from Guojia village, including several grandfathers in their 90s who had accompanied Li Feng for a drink, sat together. Mr. Guo Jiu's eldest son, Guo Jianjun, poured a glass of water for each person and sat aside. Even though he is a powerful manager outside, he still has to sit at the back table when he eats in the clan. Guo Wu and others each lit a pot of dry tobacco. When the cigarette was almost finished, Guo Jiu said, "Fifth brother, how do you choose?" From what Hua Chengfeng said at the table, the Yi family is a bad guy. It seems that they came here to ask us to repay the favor we did in the past. Master Guo Jiu's face was filled with depression. Whether it is old man Li Feng or the Yi family, they have all done favors for their Guojia village. If it weren't for old man Li Feng, they might have died back then. If it weren't for the Yi family, they would still be poor. At the very least, Guojia village could not achieve what it has today, where every household has one person working. After Mr. Guo Wu exhaled a puff of smoke, he tapped the pipe and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Hua Chengfeng's company was acquired by Yi's company." Guo Jianjun, who was serving these old men on the side, nodded. Yes, Hua Chengfeng's Huyang technology was acquired, and Yi Yun and Linglong from the Dragon King Palace also took away a large amount of his property and went abroad. An old man in his 90s slowly said, "The reason Guo Kui came back and led our entire village to sell sugar was because he was his family, and they were good to use and would not be easily sold. Li Feng came here with the intention of getting Hua Chengfeng some trustworthy and simple subordinates. Master Guo Wu took a puff of cigarette and continued thoughtfully. Second Master, I understand what you mean. We can just ignore it and let the younger generation make their own decision. But the Yi family has supported our lives. Our current jobs and the schools our children attend are all owned by the Yi family. The second master sighed and said, "This is the most difficult part." Gu Jianjun's face changed, and he said, "My dear elders, Mr. Yi held a meeting this morning and said that he would cooperate with a hotel group in Beijing to build a factory here to specialize in the production of pillows and quilts. It is said that this is the first project, and furniture factories will be built one after another in the future. He also said he was going to build a training school to deal with those second-rate people. You also know that Gu Qi's incident created a lot of scoundrels in our village, and now they are still unemployed at home." The expressions of the second master and other old men changed instantly. "That's the benefit. You built a factory here and gave them dividends every year. This dividend is enough for every household to make money without doing anything. They will be given priority in recruitment, and with free education, they get a lot of advantages. This is also the reason why Guojia village can still maintain its unity in the form of a clan. Because the clan is rich, their villagers don't have to go out to work. Even these clan elders have a say in the dozen or so villages next door, because they have the right to recruit people for some of the Yi's factories. They are in their 40s and still respected, all thanks to the Yi family. If the Yi family opens another factory here, they can further expand this right. After all, Yi said that they hope to have a group of long-term partners. So, under the light, Master Guo Wu's face looked ferocious. "Jianjun, tell me, is it very likely that Yi's will build a factory?" Gu Jianjun smiled proudly. "Uncle, grandpas, Mr. Zio Yi and Mr. Song, when have you ever lied to us?" Master Guo Wu made up his mind, exhaled a puff of smoke and said faintly, "The Yi family cannot fall." The second master tapped the ground with his pipe and said in a deep voice, "I feel that the plague came suddenly and left suddenly, as if someone had planned it." Master Gu Jiu chuckled. "Living in poverty is not as good as living a carefree life with money. Besides, technology is so advanced nowadays, what disease can't be cured?" Gu Jianjun interrupted. "The only disease that cannot be cured is poverty." The old men in Guojia village dispersed and returned to their homes. Early the next morning, Uncle Wu Guo brought his whole family to greet old man Li Feng. "Brother, we have set up a stall for you in the small square. What medicine do you need? We'll go get it for you." Guojia village warmly welcomed old man Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng. Gu Jianjun also called back his eldest daughter, an aquaculture expert with a curvy figure. Hua Chengfeng's eyes turned green when he saw it, but because of the suppression by old man Li Feng, he didn't say much. The old men and women in the village promote to the young people how good and magical the traditional Chinese medicine, represented by old man Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng, is. But for a while, old man Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng were also the most popular. When the elders of some big families in the surrounding area heard that Li Feng was coming, they also came over, led by their children, to see Li Feng, reminisce about the past, and seek treatment. I have to say that Hua Chengfeng's medical skills are very strong. He can tell the other person's physical condition just by feeling the pulse. Hua Chengfeng became famous here in a short time. It even attracted many people from Fenghai City to come over. When Song Yang got the news, he was looking at the decoration of Long Ling's hot pot restaurant with her. It was also given a name that still needs to be fished out. Yi Qingyu specifically called Song Yang and told him not to care about the affairs of Hua Chengfeng and Li Feng, and not to interfere, because Secretary Jin conveyed the words of the Jinni away. Song Qingling also called Song Yang and told him not to interfere with his treatment. After he got a wife, Song Yang gave up his sister's arrangement. As a result, Hua Chengfeng and old man Li Feng treated patients in Guojia village for 2 months in a row, and their reputation spread throughout Fenghai City. Many people's difficult and complicated diseases were cured by the two of them. The magical power of traditional Chinese medicine is envied by countless people. Many medical experts and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have come here to learn from Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng. But old man Li Feng refused them one by one, with an expression as if to say, "My last disciple is Hua Chengfeng, and I will no longer accept any disciples." This behavior made many doctors sigh, especially Chinese medicine practitioners. The inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine is too complex and chaotic. In the past, most of the inheritance was done through family inheritance. If there were no outstanding children in a certain generation, the medical technology of this lineage would be lost. Occasionally, a Chinese medicine practitioner would appear who would accept apprentices and would sometimes keep some of his skills back. In addition, during the war years, many Chinese medicine practitioners died unexpectedly before they could pass down their unique skills, making it difficult to pass on Chinese medicine now. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who came to learn from him found that old man Li Feng's skills were really amazing, and his methods were varied. Page 30. During this period, the Dragon King Palace remained very honest and only developed several new medicines and sold them on a large scale. When the first snow fell, Fenghai City had already become popular on the internet. The title of Home of Traditional Chinese Medicine was established. Hua Chengfeng cured diseases and saved lives, and his reputation as a miracle doctor resounded throughout the Ming dynasty. Even Prince Ning from the capital came here for treatment. After Prince Ning recovered from his illness, he asked again and again, "Are you really not going to accept any disciples? Even if Hua Chengfeng accepts him as a disciple, it would be fine." Old man Li Feng declined. "We do not accept disciples. We in the Dragon King Palace are more focused on our own inheritance." Prince Ning left Guojia village with a sigh. King Ning did not leave Fenghai immediately, but stayed. He even came to Song Yang's house for dinner. The white-haired Prince Ning sighed at the dinner table. "Zioyang, if a person can cure illnesses and save lives, even if he uses all his strength, how many people can he save?" Song Yang smiled slightly. "Maybe in the eyes of doctors, life has a different weight. For example, saving your life can affect many trends." Prince Ning smiled and said with a deep look in his eyes, "But for the Zhu family, one miracle doctor is useless. Only many miracle doctors are useful. Technology is ultimately best when it is popularized. We can cure many diseases even without this miraculous Chinese medicine. But why are there no public methods? Because ordinary people can't afford that kind of money." After eating and drinking, King Ning left. When Song Yang saw Prince Ning off and returned to the villa, he saw Yi Qingyu hanging up a phone call. Yi Qingyu smiled gently but did not speak. Secretary Jin beside her said slowly, "Do you know Guo Kui?" Song Yang nodded. Of course he knew about it. A village secretary who was a sugar giant and needed thousands of people to be eliminated. But what's interesting about this person is that his white sugar has been dumped overseas. Secretary Jin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He was released from prison because of his good behavior and the amnesty granted to the crown prince when he got married a while ago. Song Yang raised his eyebrows. "This is interesting." In Fenghai prison, Guo Kui stood at the gate with a confused look on his face. He, a life-sentence prisoner, was pardoned just like that. Boom! An off-road vehicle called Land Cruiser stopped in front of Guo Kui. The car window was rolled down, and Guo Jianjun greeted Guo Kui enthusiastically. "Uncle Kui, long time no see. Hurry up and get in the car, I'll welcome you back." Guo Kui recognized Guo Jianjun as the eldest son of Lao Jiu's family. The off-road vehicle first drove to the largest bathing center in Fenghai City. After taking a shower, scrubbing, soaking in the bath, and getting a massage, Guo Kui almost died of pleasure. Then Guo Jianjun took Guo Kui to the box on the top floor. Guo Kui looked calmly at Guo Jianjun, who was pouring wine and picking up food for him, and said in a deep voice, "Jianjun, now that you're done, it's time to tell the truth." Guo Jianjun did not say much, but picked up another dish for Guo Kui and said with a smile, "Uncle Kui, try this dragon and phoenix dish." The chef who made this dish used to cook for the cabinet before he retired. After retirement, he lived in Prince Ning's home. Mr. Zhao Yi and Song Yang have some friendship with Prince Ning, and they admire you, so they invited him to cook a meal for you. And this wine, aged for 100 years, specially supplied to the palace, was also invited by President Zhao Yi and President Song. After listening to this, Guo Kui looked at the extremely rich and beautiful dishes on the table. His expression was dazed for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "This still doesn't want me to live." Guo Jianjun shook his head, took out his cell phone and put it in front of Guo Kui. Guo Kui looked at the contract image on his smartphone, his face full of confusion. "Uncle Kui, this is your family's profit-sharing contract. My sister-in-law and your eldest grandson have been living on this stuff before. It's not much every year. Your family can get 500,000. Guo Kui nodded. Guo Jianjun's hand slipped and a video appeared. Above are factories under construction, an aquaculture base, and a beautiful school. "Master Kui, this is our current Guojia village." Guo Kui nodded. Guo Jianjun's hand slipped again, and it was the next video. What appeared was a two-story building, and a video of a middle-aged woman with ordinary looks but whom Guo Kui knew, cooking at home and taking care of 4 children. Master Kui, this is your sister-in-law and your 2 grandsons and granddaughters. Master Kui, my sister-in-law is a capable and good woman. Over the years, she has raised 4 children little by little with a little help from the village. Your eldest grandson and granddaughter have been well educated. One is now a technical supervisor at a fishery base under the Yi Group, and the other works at a chip research institute under the name of Mr. Yi's husband, Mr. Song. The 2 younger grandchildren are both in college. One is studying art and the other is studying medicine. They will both have great futures. Guo Kui's eyes flashed. He sighed deeply, then picked up the century-old wine and drank it in one gulp. Jianjun, thank you so much. Jianjun chuckled and continued to slide his hand, and it was another share contract. This is the outsourcing contract for the fleet of the Yi's aquaculture base. It belongs to my brother's wife. She manages the fleet by herself. She is amazing. Guo Kui took a closer look and saw that it said that the Yi Group promised to give his daughter-in-law's fleet a net profit of 5 million yuan every year. The money was not much, but it made Guo Kui feel at ease. If he were given several hundred million, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Putting away his phone, Guo Jianjun picked up his wine glass and said seriously, Uncle Kui, the second master and his family have added your name back to the family tree. My eldest nephew is now also the head of a branch of our Guo family. Uncle Kui, I'm sorry for the sake of Guojia village. Guo Kui smiled freely and easily. Delicious food, good wine, and if there were a few beauties, it would be even better. Guo Jianjun smiled and took out a room card and gave it to Guo Kui. Master Kui, I've prepared it for you, a proper Japanese slave. Guojia village. In order to thank old man Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng, Uncle Guo Wu specially built a large courtyard for them, and all the people who served them were from Guojia village. As soon as Hua Chengfeng and old man Li Feng arrived at their residence after a busy day, they were served a sumptuous meal. After everyone left, Hua Chengfeng looked at the ordinary food and said unhappily, Master, when are we going back? Hua Chengfeng has had enough of this daily routine of saving people with a smile on his face. After learning this skill, he thought about a life in which a group of powerful people would cry and beg him to cure their illnesses, and in order to save their lives, they would dedicate all the beauties and wealth in their families to his life. Instead of smiling and greeting people here, this is so uncomfortable. Old man Li Feng ate a bite of food slowly and said with a smile, Ah Feng, you are extremely talented and good in every way. The only bad thing is that you are too anxious. Haven't you noticed that over the past few months, you have become famous throughout the Ming dynasty, and your network of contacts has spread all over the Ming dynasty? What are you missing now? It's just a chance to take off. Li Feng was really satisfied with Hua Chengfeng. He had taught disciples before, but all failed. Those people were too useless and could not learn at all. Hua Chengfeng learned everything, including medicine, Taoist secrets, martial arts, and mental skills. It can be said that he inherited everything from these old men perfectly. Hua Chengfeng said dissatisfiedly, Master, where is this opportunity to take off? Can we wait here until we get there? The most important thing is, why don't you allow me to touch a woman? Hua Chengfeng missed a woman, but old man Li Feng wouldn't let him touch her. Hearing the word woman, the old man Li Feng couldn't help but snorted angrily. Woman, can you think less about women? Have you forgotten about Lin Huiyin? It was because of her that Hua Ling almost killed you. Li Feng was scared just thinking about it. Hua Chengfeng was dissatisfied and said it was just an accident. The 2 men who were having a heated discussion did not notice that a crowd had gathered not far from the yard where they lived. Uncle Wu and Uncle and other elders of the Guo family village were sitting at intersections, surrounded by many young men holding sticks. Thanks to heavy snow for several consecutive days, loaders have reasons to go out on the road to shovel snow. Uncle Guo Wu waved his hand, and 2 loaders headed directly towards the houses of old man Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng. I wanted to get rid of you a long time ago, but Mr. Yi said you still have value, so I let you stay. Although I don't know why Prince Ning didn't protect you, so you better say goodbye. Inside the house, Hua Chengfeng and old man Li Feng were startled by the sudden vibration and ran out directly. A large loader with full firepower was chasing the 2 men, and with the house collapsing, Hua Chengfeng carried the old man Li Feng and ran away. Under the night sky, heavy snow was falling. Hua Chengfeng stood in the snow, gasping for breath. Old man Li Feng sat on the ground with fear in his eyes. It is unheard of that a loader would flatten the entire house. Kill them both. Master Wu Guo had already anticipated that the 2 would be able to escape, so he rushed forward with the fully armed young men. Hua Chengfeng's eyes turned red as he watched the people who usually begged them for medical treatment, rushing towards him with controlled knives. "Die for me!" A fireball condensed from Hua Chengfeng's hand and was about to be released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hua Chengfeng covered his chest and looked in disbelief at the man holding the crossbow not far away. Why did this weapon appear? Master Guo Wu sneered. Who wants to play close combat with you? With someone higher up, it's natural for us to come up with something that can reduce casualties. While Hua Chengfeng was stunned, the people surrounding him also raised their crossbows. Hua Chengfeng, the old man with fierce wind, died. Page 31, Chapter 31, Aftermath. In the early morning, as the sun rose, the news of the death of Hua Chengfeng and old man Li Feng appeared on the news. The whole country was shocked. Everyone was terrified. Why did he die? This is a good man who saved many people. In the past few months, they have saved hundreds or even thousands of lives. Countless people wrote letters demanding a thorough investigation. Prince Ning, who was still in Fenghai City, immediately convened a meeting. The local chief was dismissed due to public security issues and was immediately transferred to the cabinet in the capital to await punishment. Prince Ning frowned and mourned the regret over the deaths of Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng, then announced the formation of a 3-level joint investigation team consisting of the Jinyue, the Censorate, and the police. Those in charge of the investigation are all outstanding talents renowned throughout the country. Thanks to the investigation of these talents, the case was solved on the 3rd day after Hua Chengfeng's death. It was done by the former big villain Guo Kui. After committing the crime, Guo Kui attempted to escape, but was directly detained by the Jinyue. In order to show people's conscience, Guo Kui's interrogation was broadcast live. Guo Kui told the reason for killing the 2 people. It was very simple. Guo Kui discovered that the plague in Guojia village that year was caused by the poison from the strong wind. Guo Kui's parents and several brothers all died in that plague. In front of the live camera, Guo Kui cried bitterly and screamed, "The other people in Guojia village are not human beings. They wanted Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng to cure their illnesses, so they concealed the truth. I can only go alone. I must avenge my father's murder." Guo Kui's voice was filled with sadness. Guo Kui then recounted in public the evidence he had collected when he was the village chief of Guojia village. This behavior, which involved a shocking case from decades ago, shocked the entire nation. I thought it was a case of the death of a miracle doctor, but it turned out that the miracle doctor was actually a devil. Prince Ning immediately stated in public that the deaths of Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng were heartbreaking, but as a prince of the Ming dynasty and an official of the court, he had the responsibility to protect every citizen and investigate every case. He immediately ordered the launch of an investigation into the plague of that year. It happened that at this time, the medical research base headed by Song Kingling dug up a former experimental base during its expansion, and a large number of human bones were found inside. After DNA comparison, it was found that they were villagers from Fengjia village, Guojia village, and Jiajia village in Fenghai City. Then an elder of the clan came forward and talked about the cases of missing persons in the past, and everyone burst into tears. After repeated searches by the embroidered uniform guards, they soon discovered that this abandoned experimental base was what was left of the Dragon King Palace, where Li Feng was located. The whole country was in uproar. The newly emerged religion, the Dragon King Palace, turned out to be such a bad guy. Everyone was angry, and the Dragon King Temple personnel who were doing propaganda in other cities were attacked one after another. Because Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng could only save a limited number of people, most people were more concerned about whether they would be harmed. After all, in the eyes of most people, the miracle doctor may not necessarily save an ordinary person like him. But when the miracle doctor conducts experiments, he will definitely harm ordinary people. The missionary work of Dragon King Temple was blocked. Then, Jinyue found out from the archives in the abandoned experimental base that some middle-class families in Fenghai City had participated in it, including the Hua family and the Lin family. The Lin couple who were saved by the fierce wind, and the Lin brothers and sisters were taken away by the Jinyue before they could recover. Under the privilege of King Ning, he was directly beheaded, his body was burned, and his bones were ground into ashes. When outsiders think something is cruel, someone will immediately come out to explain it in order to appease public anger. With the fall of a number of families, the market in Fenghai City was reshuffled. The Yi family, Feng family, Shen family, as well as the academic cliques where some professors of Fenghai University were located, and some clans headed by Guojia village rose rapidly and entered those vacant markets. Even Song Kingeling has torn off a piece of the pharmaceutical market. Song Yang was deeply saddened by the death of Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng. He could not help but sigh. The Dragon King, who is a master of martial arts and Taoism, is useless in front of the loader and the crossbow machine. The Dragon King Palace, which has been hiding underground for decades and has connections all over the country, is so vulnerable in front of the imperial court. The only pity is the medical skills represented by Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng. Song Yang really felt it was a pity. They are all inherited, what's the pity? Song Kingeling's words attracted Song Yang's attention. At this time, the two of them were staying in Yi Qingyu's villa. There were not only Song Yang and Song Kingeling around, but also Yi Qingyu and several other women. Today is their family dinner day. Song Yang believes that we should have regular dinners to strengthen our friendship. Song Kingeling said slowly, the medical policy that the cabinet is about to introduce includes support for traditional Chinese medicine. Secondly, the Imperial Hospital has recently developed several new drugs that are a combination of Chinese and Western medicine. They contain the theory of the 5 elements of traditional Chinese medicine and can cure many diseases. Shen Liuliu beside him said in surprise, could it be that among those doctors who came to become my disciples before, there were members of the Imperial Guard? In Shen Liuliu's opinion, these things could only be done by the Jinyue who do the dirty work. Shaking his head, Song Kingeling said softly, not really. Someone stole Hua Chengfeng's memory. Song Yang was extremely surprised and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Isn't this the copy memory skill that those people in America used to steal Hua Chengfeng's technology in the later period? It is said that it takes a long time to use it once. When Yi Qingyu heard this, she looked thoughtfully at the blonde, foreign beauty following Song Kingeling. She remembered that this woman had disappeared for a while. Now it seems that it was the Song family that took away Hua Chengfeng's memories. People in America have the ability to copy memories, so it's impossible that Ming Dynasty doesn't have it. Tisk, those who play politics are really heartless. Yi Qingyu became thoughtful again. So, when Hua Chengfeng and Li Feng were treating patients, the Jinyue who had obtained Hua Chengfeng's memory were secretly comparing medical skills and taking the opportunity to learn from them. As for the fact that he couldn't learn it secretly, Yi Qingyu had never thought about it. The Ming Dynasty, an empire that dominated Asia and once terrorized the world, had an absolutely terrifying foundation. Even if Li Feng's medical skills were unrivaled in the world, the Imperial Hospital, which had gathered the resources of the entire empire, could not have failed to learn and replicate Hua Chengfeng's medical skills without having Hua Chengfeng's memory. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but take a breath. In other words, the upper echelons of the empire actually wanted to give Li Feng a chance to survive. Because King Ning once asked Li Feng whether he was willing to promote traditional Chinese medicine and recruit disciples. Sure enough, for the empire, it is better to have no talents that cannot be used by them. Song Kingeling next to him looked at Yi Qingyu meaningfully. She was always observing Yi Qingyu and noticed the changes in Yi Qingyu. But I don't care. Sister, are you going home for the new year this year? Song Yang calculated the time and realized that it was almost the new year and it was time to go home. His previous incarnation hadn't been back for 3 years, but now that he had traveled through time, he had to go back. Especially with so many beauties around me, I have to go home and let the old man take a look. Song Kingeling smiled distressedly and sighed. Although I don't want to, I still have to go back. Yi Qingyu and the other girls widened their eyes. Is Song Yang going to take them home? Shen Liuliu was both happy and nervous. I'm happy that I'm going to meet my parents. What makes them nervous is that, if several girls go back together, will the older generation of the Song family be able to accept it? Although they have all devoted themselves to Song Yang. Song Kingeling's words relieved their worries. This time when I go back, the old man will decide on Song Yang's position as the next head of the family. For aristocratic families like us, we don't care how many wives a man has. After all, if we don't get a marriage certificate, it's just immoral, not illegal. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Song Kingeling's mouth. Yi Qingyu and the others felt inexplicably uneasy, as if their status and value had been lowered after what Song Kingeling said. Especially Shen Liuliu. She knew too well what she had done. Only Feng Qiuyu took a bite of the melon and asked in confusion, Qingyu, why are you in a bad mood? Yi Qingyu looked at her clear and stupid eyes and didn't know what to say. Does this mean that the Song family actually doesn't take us women seriously? The blonde, foreign beauty next to Song Kingeling covered her mouth and said with a nasty smile, Sister Qiuyu, What Kingling meant just now is that none of you can marry young Master Song Yang. Song Yang said dissatisfiedly, "Sister, this is too much. Even if you call the Song family a feudal family, you can't hurt my woman." Song Kingling didn't say anything, just showed a gentle smile. Feng Qiuyu took a bite of the melon and said calmly with clear eyes, "Oh, so Sister Kingling despises the fact that several of us girls like brother Song Yang together." These words instantly made several people look even worse. "It can't be revealed." Song Yang frowned. Song Kingling looked curiously at the follower behind him, the little fool. Among Song Yang's women, Yi Qingyu is the queen and runs the business empire. Long Ling is a noble lady and a martial arts master. Secretary Jin has a Jinyue background and a strong family background. Shen Liuliu looks harmless but has a shrewd and cruel mother behind her. And only Feng Qiuyu has nothing and can only follow Song Yang around, and is not the best at anything. She wanted to see what Feng Qiuyu would say. Feng Qiuyu continued calmly, "But born in this era, isn't it the most important thing to stay alive? Brother Song Yang is so outstanding. Isn't it right for us to follow Brother Song Yang in order to survive?" Song Kingling was silent. Yi Qingyu and others widened their eyes. Song Yang couldn't help but roar in his heart. Page 32. "Oh my God, Feng Qiuyu, you are going to get a big score." Feng Qiuyu picked up another piece of melon and said in a rambling voice, "My family has experienced bankruptcy, and I have witnessed the fickleness of the world. So I understand one thing, that is, the rich may seem free and easy, but they are not as safe as ordinary people. So if you want to live a good life, you must make a choice. I don't know what the other sisters think, but I follow brother Song Yang with only one thought, to survive." Song Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not for love, Sister Qiuyu." Feng Qiuyu looked at Song Yang with a smile. "Of course I love you, brother Song Yang, but if you ask yourself, the most essential thing is to live and live well. So I, who have no ambition, will always follow you, brother Song Yang, unwaveringly. Look, over the past year or so, I have done whatever you said." Song Yang touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed by this sentence, but he was indeed aroused. Empty words about love are not as comforting as Feng Qiuyu's words. Song Kingling's eyes changed instantly when he looked at Feng Qiuyu. "Is this woman very clear about life? However, you still have to push it." The blonde foreign beauty next to him said at the right time, "Sister Qiuyu, if another man comes out to give you a sense of security, will you run away?" Yi Qingyu and the other girls nearby also wanted to see how Feng Qiuyu would answer. "I don't know why the topic has turned to this, but it's nice to listen to." Feng Qiuyu tilted his head and asked, "Why?" The blonde foreign beauty was stunned. "Why?" Feng Qiuyu put down the melon rind in her hand, picked up another piece of melon, and ate it while saying, "Sister, beauty is a fatal card if it is played alone, but if it is played with any other card, it will be a royal flush. I don't have the high IQ, high EQ, family background, and strong personal abilities of my other sisters, so the card I use to match my beauty is loyalty. So I can die with brother Song Yang. I am a little touched." Song Yang couldn't help but think in his heart, "This woman Feng Qiuyu says she has no emotional intelligence, but she is so aggressive in flirting." The blonde foreign beauty wanted to continue speaking, but Song Kingling raised his hand to stop her. "Catherine, that's enough, let's stop here." This was the first time Song Kingling said the name of the blonde foreign beauty. It was very ordinary and common. Song Kingling looked at Feng Qiuyu deeply and asked doubtfully, "Sister, I'm just curious, why did you say loyalty?" Feng Qiuyu stared with clear eyes and said seriously, "I was sure that brother Song Yang was a good person. Before I confessed to him, I studied many successful people and their followers. I found that they all have one common advantage, that is, absolute loyalty." This sentence attracted everyone's attention. Feng Qiuyu grumbled as he ate melons. Like Lin Jai, Yi Yun, Hua Chengfeng, and Sister Qingyu's unlucky father, as well as the group of middle-class families in the Dragon King Palace that fell, they are not loyal enough. Lin Huyan was unfaithful in love, so she was almost crushed to death by Hua Ling. Lin Jai was not loyal enough to Sister Qingyu, so when the Lin family encountered a crisis, he had no way to ask for help directly. He could only use roundabout means and make various calculations, and finally died miserably. Those middle-class families were wavering between the imperial court and the Dragon King Palace, and were not loyal to either of them. So after Hua Chengfeng died, they also suffered misfortune, and no one came to save them. So I must be loyal to the end. This theory left Song Yang and others silent. That's right and wrong, but it definitely makes some sense. Shaking their heads, they stopped thinking about it. Song Yang continued his action of making villains at night. The medicine Song Kingling prescribed for him made him strong and full of energy. As soon as the 12th lunar month began and there was nothing to do in Fenghai City, Song Yang and others formed a convoy and headed towards the Song family in the northwest. It is worth mentioning that Shen's mother also came along, because Shen Liuliu felt that it was too inhumane to leave her mother at home. After walking and playing along the way, on the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, the convoy drove into an oil town in the northwest. The architectural style here is wild, which makes Yi Qingyu and others who grew up in Fenghai City very uncomfortable. The enthusiasm of the Song and Li families made the girls even more uncomfortable. Song Yang's mother, Ms. Li Qingqing, gave each of the 5 girls, Yi Qingyu, Shen Liuliu, Feng Qiuyu, Long Ling, and Secretary Jin, a hug, and then put 2 big gold bracelets on each of them. One was given by the Song family, and the other was given by the Li family. Song Yang's grandparents and grandparents also prepared gifts for the 5 daughters. The 5 girls were flattered to see these 4 elderly men appear in textbooks and promote the spirit of hard work of the oil generation. During the meal, the old man of the Song family, Song Yang's great-grandfather, asked the 5th girl and Song Yang to sit at his table. He had happy smiles on his faces and praised Song Yang by saying that it was his honor to marry the 5th girl. Of course, when some people are happy, others are unlucky. All the brothers and sisters of Song Yang's generation from the Song and Li families, except Song Yang, were collectively criticized by Old Master Song. There was no way, because they had entrusted the important task of continuing the family line to Song Yang alone. After the meeting banquet, Old Master Song invited everyone to his tea room for tea and inquired in detail about the careers of Yi Qingyu and the other 5 girls. Then, Old Master Song leaned on the soft sofa, holding a teacup, and said with a smile, "I have also heard about what the Dragon King Palace did to you. You fought back very well. Don't be afraid. If something happens, I can risk my reputation to save you." Song Yang couldn't help but say in his heart, "Alas, Hua Chengfeng is dead, and no one knows who will come out of the Dragon King Palace next. And I don't know what to do with those enemies overseas. There's still a long way to go." However, with the old man's words, I still have a lot of confidence. Yi Qingyu's heart tightened. There were enemies behind them. On her face, she smiled sweetly to Old Master Song and said, "Master, don't worry, nothing will happen to us. Look, the little Dragon Kings in the Dragon King Palace were defeated by us." The old man shook his head and was about to put down the teacup, but Mr. Song's father, who was standing and serving him, hurriedly took it. Grandpa Song Yang next to him slowly said, "Qingyu girl, you may not know the hidden masters in the Dragon King Palace." Song Yang quickly looked at his grandfather. "Grandpa, can you introduce him to us?" "Old man, the intelligence depends on you." Song Yang said that he felt very uncomfortable because what was written in the book was incomplete. Grandpa Song Yang said slowly, "Dragon King Palace, in fact, they were not an organization at first, but a group of people who pursue immortality." This sentence stunned everyone present. Song Yang complained in disbelief. "Grandpa, are you kidding? This part was not written at all when he read the book." But Hua Chengfeng did everything very smoothly in the later period, and he had the support of bigwigs wherever he went. Grandpa Song Yang shook his head and said seriously, "I'm not kidding, it's true. Otherwise, how do you think the Dragon King Palace can be spread all over the world? Are we just relying on the gale to save people everywhere?" When he said the last sentence, Grandpa Song Yang's face was full of disdain. The ability to save people is indeed a bug, but you can see it by looking at Gale's death. Old Master Song said slowly, "Theoretically, the Dragon King Palace is a traitor to those who seek immortality." This sentence attracted the attention of Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and others. After drinking a sip of tea, the old man said in a relaxed tone, "The existence of Li Feng and the others is mostly supported by everyone to explore the path to immortality. But Li Feng and the others betrayed everyone. Through the stories told by several elders, Song Yang learned about the past of the Dragon King Palace. Probably since ancient times, there have been powerful people pursuing immortality, but some dangerous tasks are not easy to do personally, so they support an external force. Dragon King Palace was the name of this force in the previous era. Unfortunately, Li Feng and his gang betrayed these powerful people and ran away with the money. This time, Li Feng and others returned for the legendary dragon energy. However, Old Master Song was very disdainful of this, saying that this thing was illusory and there was no need to pay attention to it. After this round of conversation, Song Yang learned a lot about the past from Old Master Song and his grandfather. This is all knowledge. Then Song Yang was confused. "Grandpa, didn't you say that you would pass the position of the head of the family to me? When will the ceremony be held?" Old Master Song was amused, raised his eyelids, and said calmly, "The things in the past that I am telling you now are the inheritance ceremony." Song Yang was dumbfounded, Yi Qingyu and others were stunned, and the elders all laughed. Song Yang's father said jokingly, "Silly son, family inheritance is not that troublesome. It's just a matter of speaking, and everyone knows it. Then the older generation can tell you the experience they have accumulated throughout their lives." Song Yang was a little speechless. Aren't these things about family property and connections passed on? Yi Qingyu couldn't help laughing when listening to Song Yang's inner complaints. From then on, Yi Qingyu and the other girls followed Song Yang and wandered around the oil town. Most of Song Yang's brothers, uncles, and grandpas have gone back to work. Because of the nature of the Song family, they cannot be away from work for too long. Only a few people like Song Kingeling, who were engaged in business activities or research, stayed. Wandering in this oil town in the northwest, Yi Qingyu and the other girls felt a different rhythm. Page 33. It's slow here, without the anxiety of a big city. The people here are very innocent, without the intrigues of big cities. Therefore, Yi Qingyu proposed to come here to live out his retirement in the future. Song Yang agreed with a smile. The good days continued until the new year. Some people who only exist on TV come to the oil town to pay a visit to Old Master Song. Among them are Father Long and Old Man Long. When Long's father saw Long Ling, his eyes were gloomy. The Long family not only suffered heavy economic losses in Fenghai City, but also lost a lot politically. Because there were so many people coming to pay their respects, Old Master Song set up a banquet as usual to welcome them. At the banquet, Mr. Long said to Mr. Song with a sad face, "Old leader, I am suffering." Song Yang, who was sitting at a table with a few girls, frowned. "This old bastard, is he going to cause trouble?" Long Ling became nervous, and Yi Qingyu held Long Ling's hand and narrowed his narrow eyes. Sitting on the other side, Shen's mother looked at Long Ling and Song Yang thoughtfully. She wondered how Song Yang would deal with it. At the main table, Old Master Song put down his chopsticks and looked at Old Master Long with a smile. "Zio Longzi, tell me, why are you suffering?" Mr. Long sighed and said sadly, "Old leader, you also know that I am useless. I can't do anything except fighting. Not only has the business gone bankrupt, but my only granddaughter has become young Master Song's concubine. How can I live like this?" It's a blatant request for benefits. The others who came to pay their respects to Old Master Song narrowed their eyes and said nothing. Grandpa Song Yang was in a bad mood. He didn't expect that Grandpa Long was so ignorant. He secretly complained in his heart that the Long family deserved to be in trouble. Old Master Song suppressed the anger that the Song family wanted to speak, and waved to Song Yang and Long Ling, asking them to come over. What is the old man doing? Song Yang was very confused. Yi Qingyu was a little nervous. After Song Yang and Long Ling passed by, Old Master Song held their hands together and raised them above his head in front of everyone's surprised gazes. "Zio Long, I can't do anything about your business going bankrupt, but I can handle the matter of Zio Long Ling becoming your concubine. I will make the decision today and let the two of them officially get married. How? I can also ask the Song and Li families to give a dowry to my great-grandson on the spot, but I don't know what kind of dowry your Long family can come up with." This move scared everyone present. The Song family's public heir got engaged on the spot. Old Master Long had a gloomy look on his face. He came here today to cause trouble. He proposed that Long Ling be Song Yang's concubine in order to ruin Song Yang's reputation, not to get engaged. Now it is difficult to get off the tiger's back. If he agreed, the Long family would stand completely on the same side as the Song family, but he was now a member of the Dragon King Palace. If you don't accept it, it means he was talking nonsense. Neither the left nor the right is human. Everyone looked at Grandpa Long with a smile. "Old man, please stop joking. The Long family belongs to our Dragon King Palace. How can they marry into your Song family?" A pleasant female voice suddenly sounded, and everyone saw a beautiful girl walking in from the door. Two old men followed the girl. One of them was limping, and the other was wearing a Taoist robe. "Yi Nianshu." Song Yang whispered the woman's name. It seems that Yi Nianshu is the second Dragon King. But that's right. After all, she is the Dragon King's wife. It's impossible that Hua Chengfeng is the only protagonist. Yi Qingyu took a sip of wine and smiled coldly in his heart. The Dragon King's beloved wife. It doesn't matter. The Dragon King is dead. How can your beloved wife still be alive? Yi Nianshu ignored the eyes of everyone present, saluted to Old Master Song, and then smiled at Song Yang. "Long time no see, brother-in-law. Does my sister know that you married a young wife behind her back? Be careful not to be killed by my cruel sister, with a loader one day. Song Yang pursed his lips and couldn't speak at this time. Yi Qingyu wanted to stand up but was held down. She turned around and saw the cold expression of Song Yang's mother. After pressing Yi Qingyu, Song Yang's mother asked coldly, "How did you get in?" "We didn't invite you." The limping old man following behind Yi Nianshu laughed and said, "Little girl with me here, your Song family's secret guards are useless." In one word, full of murderous intent. What's more, there is this old man. The old man in Taoist robes also spoke in a cold voice. "I'm here today just to mess things up." The three of them came in directly to tell everyone that they, the Dragon King Palace, could chop off the heads of the Song family members at any time. But Song Yang's mother smiled politely. "So the senior is so powerful, but our Song family didn't arrange any guards. After all, we live in the safe Ming dynasty." "Phew." Song Yang couldn't help but laughed. "I am mighty. My mother-in-law is mighty." Song Yang and Yi Qingyu said in their hearts almost at the same time. "You in the Dragon King Palace are just pretending to be so powerful that you can marry someone from the Song family at any time. But my Song family doesn't have any guards at all. The door of my Song family is open. If you come in, it would be like breaking and entering, and you are also challenging the laws of the Ming dynasty." So, in front of Yi Nianshu and others, Song's father took out his cell phone and called the police. "Hello, I'm Song Qingfeng. I want to call the police. Someone broke into our house and threatened us." "So shameless." Yi Nianshu, the lame old man behind her, and the old man in Taoist robe were all speechless. 3 minutes later, the police arrived and detained Yi Nianshu and other 2 people. Clean and neat. Old Master Song looked at Old Master Long, who was standing there stiffly, and said calmly, "Xiao Long, just like you said, you only know how to fight." Old Master Song didn't say much. He invited everyone else to eat and drink together, chatted with the guests about life, and told them about his daily life. At the banquet, Mr. Long, the Long father, felt very uncomfortable. Song Yang returned to his seat and said to Long Ling with a smile, "Sister Long Ling, from now on, you are completely free." After today's commotion, everyone knew that the eldest daughter of the Long family was not getting along with her family, and that the family was splitting up. Long Ling nodded. Shen Liuliu asked in a low voice, "What are Yi Nianshu and the others doing here?" "What else can I do? I'll just show off and tell everyone that the Dragon King Palace is still there. By the way, if I remember correctly, those 2 old men should be Hua Chengfeng's martial arts teacher Hurricane Yun and Taoist teacher Zhang Yuan. It's a headache. Zhang Yuan is a contemporary Taoist master. How should I deal with him? Alas, the power of the Tao is too great." Song Yang complained in his heart. Yi Qingyu listened quietly, very calm. After the banquet, Song Yang, Song Qingling, Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jin, Song Yang's father and others accompanied Old Master Song to stand at the gate to see the guests off. Such polite behavior of respecting the wise and humble was greatly admired by everyone. When sending Old Man Long and Long's father off, Old Master Song said softly, "Xiao Long, you used to be my personal guard and you blocked bullets for me, so I advise you to stay away from those people in the Dragon King Palace. The water here is very deep, and your family's IQ cannot handle it." There was a struggle in Mr. Long's eyes. There was a flash of resentment in Long's father's eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer. "Grandpa Song, if you really remember my father's kindness, why don't you help our Long family? The Song family has been thriving in the energy business for decades, but they are unwilling to lend a hand to our affiliated families. Isn't that too much?" Old Master Song shook his head and walked straight inside. Song Yang's father looked at Long's father and sneered. "He is indeed a fool. No wonder Xiao Longling's mother wants to divorce you." The dragon father was furious. "You old man, do you want to die?" A yellow-haired man got out of the car that came to pick up Mr. Long, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and cursed at Song Yang's father. Song Yang's father narrowed his eyes. Song Yang was furious when he saw the yellow-haired man. "Isn't this Long Ling's unlucky brother, Long Tangfei?" Tusk Yi Nianshu's bootlicker. A murderous intent flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Secretary Jin's glasses reflected a light, and he rushed forward before Old Man Long, Father Long, and the yellow-haired dragon Tengfei could react. One punch, Long Tengfei flew out directly and stopped only after crashing into a car, spurting out a mouthful of blood. "You can shut your dirty mouth if you want," Song Yang said coldly. Old Master Long clenched his fists, and Father Long gritted his teeth. "Quack, I'm calling the police if you randomly beat someone up." The yellow-haired man smiled proudly. Song Yang was a little stunned. What was this? Did the boomerang hit him? Just after calling the police and putting Yi Nianshu and others in jail, they were schemed against by this yellow-haired guy. Old Master Long turned around, slapped the yellow-haired man on the head, and shouted to Old Master Song, who was still walking inside. "Old leader," I heard him enter. The yellow-haired dragon Tengfei said dissatisfiedly. "Grandpa, what are you doing? I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine." Old Master Long pushed him into the car. Father Long looked coldly at Song Yang and Song Yang's father, and said in a deep voice, "You are not the only ones who can use methods such as loader hitting people and reporting to the police. So can we. I'll let you go this time." What a great pretender. Song Yang felt unhappy and turned to look at his father, only to find that he just had a blank expression on his face and had no other thoughts. "Let's go back to the house and rest." As soon as I returned to the living room, I found Old Master Song chatting with Long Ling. Page 34. Xiao Longling, you are the daughter of the Long family and have the right to inherit the Long family. When Song Yang heard this, he said speechlessly, "Grandpa, Sister Long Ling has no resources in the Long family. Do you think she can have the right of inheritance?" Old Master Song smiled and said nothing. He said he was tired and left. Song Yang sat next to her and began to comfort Long Ling. Long Ling just smiled. Song Kingling pulled Yi Qingyu's hand aside and muttered, "My little brother is sometimes very naive. Sorry to bother you." Yi Qingyu smiled softly. The other side. In the car of the third generation of the Long family, Old Man Long said to the driver with a gloomy face, "Find a hidden road and leave this oil town directly." Long Fu and Long Tengfei were dissatisfied, especially Long Tengfei, who said dissatisfiedly, "Grandpa, we haven't continued our studies yet." Ever since he first met Yi Nianshu at a party at the Dragon King Palace a month ago, Long Tengfei fell in love with her at first sight. Such a beautiful woman is worthy of him. More importantly, by marrying this Dragon Queen, he would be able to become the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. With the surname Long, it would be perfect. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with Mr. Long's behavior of stopping him from calling the police and letting Yi Nianshu vent his anger. But Mr. Long, who usually loved Long Tengfei very much, suddenly changed his expression and roared, "Catch that shit. Let's take care of ourselves first. Because of your father and son's idiotic behavior, we have offended the Song family badly just now. Let's run for our lives now." Long Fu and Long Tengfei's faces were filled with disbelief. Old Master Long closed his eyes in pain and said helplessly, "You have no idea how terrifying the Song family is." Long Tengfei said nonchalantly, "Grandpa, do the Song family dare to send people to kill us directly? Aren't they afraid of being targeted by everyone for breaking the rules? There is an unwritten rule among the aristocratic families and the rich and powerful, which is that assassinations and stabbings are prohibited, because this will cause large-scale casualties. If you find someone to mess with me today, I can find someone to mess with you tomorrow. After all, no matter how strong the master is, he will be finished if he is hit by a bulldozer." Old Master Long sneered and said disdainfully, "Rule, let me ask you one thing. If we died in a storm in the northwest, would it be considered a natural disaster or a man-made disaster?" Long Tengfei was frightened. Father Long said dryly, "Dad, we just broke up with the Long family and died in the northwest. They can't get away from it. They must be begging us not to die." Old Master Long sighed deeply. "Guess why the Song family, the Li family, and some other families are either staying in the northwest or in the mountains, but are still feared by others?" Father Long shook his head and said he didn't know. Old Master Long looked at the scenery flashing outside the car and said quietly, "The jobs that the family does, such as oil field workers, coal miners, iron miners, and ship workers, all have one characteristic, and that is hard work." Long Tengfei didn't understand what this meant, but his father seemed to understand something. Old Master Long continued, "The children of aristocratic families are still able to do the most strenuous work and climb to the top step by step. Tell me, how cruel are they?" Father Long was in a trance for a moment. Long Tengfei sneered, but they were still driven out of the capital. Old Master Long looked at his only grandson and said quietly, "Drive him out of the capital. Is there a possibility that they don't even like the games played by people from Beijing?" With a sudden break, 3 generations of the Long family almost fell down. I saw a sign erected on the road saying that the road ahead had collapsed due to snowstorm, and that traffic was prohibited. The words "no passage" made the 3 people in the car angry and caused disagreements. Long Tengfei was furious and wanted to go back and fight the Song family. Father Long was conflicted and felt panic for the first time. Old Master Long insisted on returning to the capital, and his reason was very firm. If he went back and fought hard now, there would be no way back. He believed that as long as he didn't die this time, he could still talk when he returned. Long Tengfei said he was going crazy. Why do we have to rely on the Song family? Can't our Long family be independent and strong? The furious Long Tengfei got out of the car with a look of annoyance on his face. Old Master Long roared, "Self-reliance and self-improvement. Do you think I don't want to? Your father lost money in business. I don't know how to do business. Traditional cultivation is getting worse day by day, and the Dragon King Palace won't share the technology with us. What else can we rely on if not the Song family? When the new cultivation method rises again, our Long family will lose its last value. How can we survive?" Long Tengfei roared back angrily. "Then place all your bets on the Dragon King Palace." With a sneer, Mr. Long said disdainfully, "In my life, I have never seen a noble family that only bets on one side." After being annoyed, Long Tengfei got in the car again. They went to a nearby place to buy a map, filled up the gas, and started driving on the mountain road. If the highway doesn't work, then try other roads. Along the way, the three members of the Long family did not speak. Song family. During dinner, Song Kingling smiled and talked about the choices of the three members of the Long family. Old Master Song sighed quietly. That guy Xiaolong is still as cowardly as ever. Sometimes, with some choices, you either don't do it or do it completely. Song Kingling couldn't help but laugh and said, "Grandpa, if Old Man Long comes back to beg you, will you give him a chance?" Old Master Song did not hesitate and said firmly, "Yes." After saying this, he looked meaningfully at Long Ling on the table. Long Ling smiled sweetly. On the day before the new year, the story of the three members of the Long family bravely venturing into the wilderness area of the Northwest spread among the aristocratic families. Everyone says that the Long family is courageous and real. Old Master Song's comment on this is that it is a case of suffering without any effort, because only he knew that he really didn't want to do it. After all, dragons never bother with ants. Also on the day before New Year, Yi Nianshu and other two were released from the detention center. Content from, the three of them left with a message, "See you in Fenghai after the New Year," and left. Song Yang didn't pay much attention to this harsh remark. During the Chinese New Year, everyone from the Song family and the Li family came back. Everyone celebrates the New Year happily. Li's cousin who lives overseas told Song Yang something. Those people overseas were also studying cultivation. It was said that something Yi Yun brought over had enabled them to make a breakthrough. He also said that Yi Yun and Linglong were doing well overseas, and they were now the branch masters of the Dragon King Palace in the Black area. Oh, he should be called the new master of Dragon King Palace. Song Yang had a lot to complain about the new Dragon King and his little wife. In the end, it all turned into a sentence: the terrifying World Correction Force. Yi Qingyu smiled at this. She didn't expect that Yi Yun's defeated opponent was so capable. The cousin also told Song Yang that Yi Yun had organized a new type of fundraising overseas, which had raked in a lot of money. This was also the basis for him to build the new Dragon King Palace. There is no way. In this world, money is always the most important thing. It's outrageous. Yi Yun actually put that fundraising method into practice. Yi Qingyu narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Is that the reason why no one is causing trouble? After the Chinese New Year, Song Kingling held a comprehensive physical examination for everyone in the Song and Li families to make sure everyone was in good health. At this time, a major event suddenly happened in the capital. The second master of the Lin family, a scientific research family that has risen in modern times, suddenly announced that he had found his long-lost daughter. It was deduced and found by Zhang Yuan from the Dragon King Palace. His daughter Song Yang and Yi Qingyu also knew each other, and she was Zhao Zhenjin, the legal officer of Yi Group. 6 of them. I didn't expect this gentleman's daughter is right next to me. Song Yang really didn't expect it. However, Song Yang felt that it was not his fault. In the original novel, the second master of the Lin family changed his daughter's name after taking him home. He called her Lin Qingyan, a perfect name for the protagonist. Yi Qingyu next to him sighed quietly. This wave was enough for the Dragon King Palace. "Sai, I hope Yi Nianshu won't attack me in the chip market." Song Yang prayed in his heart. The second master of the Lin family will lead the Ming dynasty's chip industry to take off in the future. Whoever holds him holds the future. The Lin family has always been a popular family and has been cooperating with the outside world for many years. Yi Qingyu felt Song Yang's worry and said with a smile, "I have a good relationship with Zhao Zhenjin. She was sponsored by my mother. Maybe she can help us make some connections." Song Yang shook his head. "No, the probability is very small, unless we can prove that Zhao Zhenjin's disappearance was caused by the Dragon King Hall and make the Lin family hate the Dragon King Hall." Song Yang sighed softly. After all, Zhang Yuan helped the second master of the Lin family to find Zhao Zhenjin, probably to tell us that he, who is proficient in deduction, can snipe us at any time. This is a demonstration. There was a gleam in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Demonstration. In that case, Yi Qingyu winked at Secretary Jin, who found a deserted place and contacted Zhao Zhenjin. The other party's answer was, "My biological father didn't allow me to contact you because he was afraid that I would be used as a gun by you. And he also said that the Song family and the Yi family were too vicious." This reply made Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin sneer. It really is coming towards us. It's telling us directly that you, the Dragon King Palace, are going to snipe us. However, it is not unexpected. Song Yang began to think in his mind how to deal with this siege. Now I remember that Zhao Zhenjin spent some time reading sadomasochistic literature after returning home. Because Zhao Zhenjin is the real daughter, the fake daughter Lin Qingyu felt a sense of crisis. She was afraid that she would not be able to get the property of the second master of the Lin family, so she took advantage of the second master of the Lin family not being at home to target Zhao Zhenjin. Page 35. I remember the first time I was bullied was at the family reunion party. It seems that this can be operated. Yi Qingyu understood, okay, there is an arrangement. Song Yang also took the opportunity to suggest to everyone that they go to the capital to attend Zhao Zhenjin's family recognition banquet. But before they set off, news came that Zhao Zhenjin refused to go to the capital and wanted to live in Fenghai City. This surprised many people, but it was a good thing for Song Yang, as he could go back to Fenghai directly. In Fenghai City, in the restaurant of Xinglin Hotel, Zhao Zhenjin ignored the looks of the people around her and ate voraciously at the table, looking as if she had not eaten before. Zhao Zhenjin's father and mother, the fake daughter Lin Qingyu, Yi Nianshu, Zhang Yuan, and others all looked at her in shock. "No, is it Yi Qingyu who didn't pay you? How can you eat so voraciously without any regard for etiquette?" Zhao Zhenjin was sobbing in her heart while eating. "Brothers, who understands?" Suddenly a group of people appeared and said that they knew through fortune telling that she was the lost daughter. The key point is that after a paternity test, she really is the other party's daughter. Then the other party said a lot of bad things about her boss, who was domineering, kind, beautiful, and sponsored her schooling, and was a bad person, and the Yi family was a heartless person. More importantly, her biological mother asked her to make friends with her boss's enemy, Yi Nianshu. Now, this group of people were discussing how to deal with her boss in front of her. The most terrifying thing is that her fake sister Lin Qingyu, who is obviously not a good person and has never given her a red envelope, keeps asking her about her boss's husband Song Yang. "Woo woo woo," Zhao Zhenjin said she wanted to die. "Boss, please come back quickly to save me. Oh, and come back to save your own marriage. I feel that my fake rich sister is interested in your husband. Sister Qingyan, I heard in Beijing that Yi Qingyu treated her husband very badly. Is that true?" There was a gleam in Lin Qingyu's eyes. Zhao Zhenjin carefully glanced at the people around her, swallowed her saliva, and said softly, "Sister, you should call me Zhenjin. I'm not used to it yet. Also, my boss and his wife have a very good relationship." Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered. "The relationship is very good. It seems that I have to contact Longling and see if we can form an alliance." Lin Qingyu felt so sad just thinking about it. Her family members who understood her. After studying abroad for 3 years, the white moonlight she loved in youth has become a married man. However, the husband seems to have more feelings. At the banquet, the second master of the Lin family had a very pleasant conversation with Yi Nianshu. He was very satisfied with the concept of building a strong country in science and technology proposed by Yi Nianshu. This is a good young man who knows how to make progress. So much so that after the banquet, after the second master of the Lin family sent Yi Nianshu and Zhang Yuan away, he said to Lin Qingyu and Zhao Zhenjin alone, "You two must spend more time with Yi Nianshu in the future. This child is amazing and has foresight. It's much better than people like Yi Qingyu, who only know how to do real estate and make money from ordinary people. And Qingyan, you should resign from Yi's as soon as possible, and Mom and Dad will take you back to the capital." Zhao Zhenjin panicked when she heard this. "Dad, Mom, I'm not going to the capital. I want to stay in Fenghai City. I have feelings for this place." She didn't want to go to the capital, where she was unfamiliar with the place, and what if she got bullied? It would be much better to stay in Fenghai City. The second master of the Lin family frowned, and Zhao Zhenjin's mother also frowned. Zhao Zhenjin's biological mother, Song Mei, said dissatisfiedly, "Qingyan, Mom and Dad both work in Beijing. What are you doing in Fenghai? Can you be more filial, kid?" Lin Qingyu next to her couldn't help but sneer. She knew it would be this sentence. The second master of the Lin family immediately spoke up. When you were 2 years old, you were disobedient and ran around everywhere. In the end, you suffered for more than 20 years. Don't you understand the lesson now? Zhao Zhenjin widened her eyes and said, "No, you two are sick. Who would be so nice as to blame a 2-year-old child for running around? Isn't it obvious that you didn't take good care of him?" Lin Qingyu stepped back slightly and looked at the second master and his wife of the Lin family with disdain. "You two, you only look glorious and beautiful, but actually you are all psychos." However, thinking of the Lin family's magical train of thought, Lin Qingyu decided that she must get away from them as soon as possible. "Gil, I was already very upset when you guys said bad things about my boss, and now you're still chatting like this. So do you want to acknowledge this relationship or not? Anyway, there's no way I'm going back to the capital with you guys." Zhao Zhenjin rolled her eyes and left. "I'm already annoyed by going to work every day, and then I have to meet such crazy parents. Is this what it looks like to recognize a relative? It's ridiculous. We were fine when we first met a few days ago, and we were talking and chatting normally. But ever since she said she didn't want to go to the capital, the conversations have become more and more uncomfortable. Today, I directly blamed her. This is enough. It's not like Zhao Zhenjin can't support herself, so why does she have to go back to the Lin family?" Although Zhao Zhenjin was not a wealthy person, she had accumulated a considerable fortune over the years and was a wealthy woman. What's more, she is not lacking in love, so she doesn't need to beg the Lin couple to love her again. "So go away, you psychopaths." The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei frowned and looked at Zhao Zhenjin's departing back with disgust in their eyes. Children who grow up outside are really bad, especially the idiot who could get himself lost when he was 2 years old. Lin Qingyu's eyes turned and she said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, my sister is just not used to it yet. Why don't you let me stay in Fenghai and persuade her? After all, only if you bring your sister back home will Grandpa be willing to continue investing in your project." The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei fell silent. It was indeed true. If they don't take this flesh and blood back home, their crazy old man will interrupt their research. Even if the Dragon King Palace is willing to invest money in them, they will not be able to continue their research. After all, some resources can only be used by those old bastards. It makes me angry just thinking about it. The second master of the Song family clenched his fists fiercely and said with fiery eyes, "It's hard for you, Qingyu. Once my research on human chips is completed, you won't have to make any more efforts." Song Mei also spoke with a fiery look in her eyes. "Yes, our research is supreme. As long as it succeeds, everything is worth it." Then the three of them separated. After Lin Qingyu respectfully saw them off, she drove directly to chase Zhao Zhenjin. On the road, Zhao Zhenjin was really regretting why he didn't go to the hotel restaurant and order more delicious food, and then put the bill on the crazy couple before leaving. The wild G-Class stopped in front of Zhao Zhenjin with a tail swing, scaring her so much that she almost bumped into it. The car window rolled down, revealing Lin Qingyu's bright and wild face. "Sister, get in the car. I'll take you racing." Zhao Zhenjin shook her head, backed away frantically, and said seriously, "Speeding is illegal, and I don't want my lawyer license to be revoked." Lin Qingyu chuckled. "I'm just teasing you. I'll take you home." Zhao Zhenjin finally got in the car because she could save the taxi fare. In the car, Lin Qingyu asked the question in her heart, "Why don't you go back to Beijing? When you go back, you can get a lot of money." Rolling her eyes, Zhao Zhenjin complained, "That pair of crazy parents started complaining about my kind-hearted boss. No one would want to bother with them." Lin Qingyu was speechless. It was really cool. Although the reason for the rejection was outrageous, the result was indeed right. The Lin family was indeed a crazy family, especially this couple's research on human chips. It was really like watching too much Spider-Man. Shaking her head, Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "Can you tell me the story of your kind-hearted boss and her husband Song Yang?" Zhao Zhenjin instantly became alert and decisively refused. "No way, I will never betray my boss." Lin Qingyu chuckled, "Name a price." Zhao Zhenjin continued to refuse, saying that Yi Qingyu and her mother had both supported her, and she could not be ungrateful. 100,000. Zhao Zhenjin's eyes widened. He was so rich, but this was not okay. He couldn't betray his benefactor. Lin Qingyu was speechless and had to speak again. "It's just some daily gossip. It doesn't involve the group's secrets." Zhao Zhenjin's eyes lit up. 100,000, you can't lie to me. Lin Qingyu thought Zhao Zhenjin was really funny, so she smiled and nodded, saying that she was not lying. Zhao Zhenjin began to enthusiastically tell the story of Song Yang and Yi Qingyu that she had heard, including Song Yang spoiling Yi Qingyu into an idiot in life. By the way, he also complained about Yi Qingyu's ungrateful character. Finally, Zhao Zhenjin said with emotion, "If I wasn't so outdone by my looks, I would have wanted to snatch the boss's wife." That's a really good man. If Zhao Zhenjin hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that there was a man as good as Song Yang in the world. He makes money, takes care of the family, never contradicts his wife, and gives her enough emotional value. Lin Qingyu glanced at Zhao Zhenjin. Although she was also very beautiful, she was indeed a little short of her level. However, she agreed with Zhao Zhenjin's evaluation of Song Yang. He was really a good man, from childhood to adulthood. I still remember the first time I met Song Yang was at a gathering of aristocratic families. The Lin family went there to solicit investment, and she went with the second master of the Lin family. At that time, she was very skinny due to malnutrition, and was excluded by a group of plump and pretty little princesses from wealthy families. At that time, Song Yang had dark skin, like a barbarian. So at the party, they were both excluded. Page 36. A group of people said that the two of them were different. Song Yang, who is a social idiot, pulled her aside to play by himself and ignored them. In Song Yang's words, it was not them who isolated the two of them, but the two of them who isolated that group of idiots. In a word, the kids who isolated them were all defeated, and some of them pointed at the two of them and called them Ku Dali, Chow Yao Gong, Match Girl, and so on. Song Yang was not angry at first until someone scolded her. Then he got angry, rushed forward, and shouted, "It doesn't matter if you scold me, I am a real man, I stand tall and upright, but you can't scold Xia Oyu, she is a girl to be spoiled. What if she is bullied and feels inferior?" The irritable Song Yang successfully completed the achievement of 1 against 20 that day, and beat the opponents so hard that they dared not to act rashly. It was also on that day that Song Yang's figure was deeply engraved in her heart. So handsome, so strong, so gentle. After getting to know him, Lin Qingyu discovered that Song Yang was simply a treasure on earth. She and Song Yang studied together for 3 years in high school. Whenever she asked for help, Song Yang would agree. If she had not been unable to leave the Lin family at that time, she would have wanted to confess her love to Song Yang. After Lin Qingyu came back from abroad and had the foundation to leave the Lin family, Song Yang got married. This is very infuriating. It's really one step late, every step is late. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyu felt a tremendous hatred towards the Lin family. This crappy family gave her nothing except the opportunity to study, and also restricted her from pursuing true love. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Therefore, Lin Qingyu said to Zhao Zhenjin, "You are right not to choose to go to the capital. The Lin family is not as good as people think." Zhao Zhenjin looked at Lin Qingyu in surprise. Your words were full of dissatisfaction with the Lin family. While driving, Lin Qingyu said quietly, "In the eyes of most wealthy families, the Lin family is a noble family with high IQ. This family is passed down through scientific research wisdom. But there's a saying in psychology that people with mental illness are often smart kids." Zhao Zhenjin's hair stood on end instantly, and she stammered, "So most of the Lin family members are mentally ill." Thinking about the mental states of the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei, as well as their disparagement of Yi Qingyu regardless of the occasion, Zhao Zhenjin felt that she might have guessed right. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "Be more confident. Remove most of them and you'll get all of them." Thinking of something, Lin Qingyu subconsciously clenched her fists, and the veins on her hands gripping the steering wheel bulged. "When I was a child, an aunt in the Lin family proposed a program to cultivate gifted children. I am one of the chosen ones. Then, from childhood to adulthood, my academic performance has never dropped below first place. I have been subjected to numerous experiments to stimulate my intelligence and help my brain, including electric shocks, high voltage, and the idea of a filial son being made under the stick. So before high school, there wasn't a day that I didn't have injuries. The Lin family believes that this research is of great significance and is the foundation of the Lin family's inheritance. As a result, most of the Lin family members of my generation suffer from depression and gloomy fear, while the previous generation are basically paranoid and only believe what they want to believe." Zhao Zhenjin swallowed, her eyes full of disbelief. "This is more fiction than fiction." Lin Qingyu smiled. "Yeah, this is more fiction than fiction. So you'd better not go to the capital. Stay here. Yi Qingyu can still protect you. Once you go to the capital, you will probably be severely tortured by those envious and jealous lunatics of the Lin family. Then your mentally ill parents will only say, it's your fault that you are not a high IQ child. If you were, you would go back." Zhao Zhenjin was speechless and complained, "Is this true? If this is true, then this family is sick." Lin Qingyu sighed softly, and looked at the scenery passing by the car window. If it was fake, why was she so obsessed with Song Yang? It was because she experienced a different kind of light in Song Yang. Just like a child who has seen the light never wants to go back into the darkness. Moreover, Lin Qingyu, who has studied psychology, guessed that she also had paranoia. Otherwise, she would not be so obsessed with the married man Song Yang. I really want to destroy the Lin family. There was a flash of madness and murderous intent in Lin Qingyu's eyes. That was the madman family. Especially in recent years, the research has gone underground and been conducted in collaboration with the Dragon King Palace. Each one is more damnable than the other. The car stopped downstairs of Zhao Zhenjin's building. Lin Qingyu watched her go upstairs and lit a cigarette in the car. Song Yang, when will you come back? At this time, Song Yang was still having fun in the oil town. There is no rush to cultivate relationships with several women and go out with them every day. Old Master Song also prefers this feeling of being in the arms of a loving mother. Especially Yi Qingyu and her daughters were very good at coaxing people, and they were equally matched with the old man when playing chess with him. The only person who felt awkward in the oil town was Shen's mother. Of course, Song Yang only felt this awkward, but Shen's mother herself thought it was pretty good, as she could eat and drink for free, and she had a group of people of the same age to communicate with. It was not until the 10th day of the new year that Song Yang and his companions took a bus back to Fenghai. On the 15th day of the lunar year, Zhao Zhenjin's birthday, Second Master and Song Mei were supposed to go back to the Lin family, but for some reason they did not go back. Instead, they stayed to hold a family recognition party for Zhao Zhenjin. Zhao Zhenjin refused desperately, not to mention what Lin Qingyu told her she didn't want to go back to the Lin family. The life of the rich is outrageous at first glance. The Second Master of the Lin family was so angry that he became furious and asked her why madly. Zhao Zhenjin swallowed her saliva as she watched the Second Master of the Lin family break down his defenses. You go crazy so easily, let alone the other members of the Lin family. The Second Master of the Lin family almost couldn't breathe. In the end, Zhao Zhenjin agreed to hold the family reunion banquet, and it was Lin Qingyu who came up with the solution and gave Zhao Zhenjin 5 million yuan. The Second Master of the Lin family was very angry about spending the 5 million yuan. He pointed at Zhao Zhenjin and cursed her for bad luck. Song Mei looked at Zhao Zhenjin with disgust. All she talked about was money. She was indeed a lowly person. If the old man hadn't insisted on holding a family reunion banquet to allow Zhao Zhenjin to recognize her ancestors, they would have returned to the capital long ago. She's just a daughter, why bother? Unfortunately, the old man holds the investment funds for scientific research projects, and if he doesn't obey, his funds will really be cut off. Zhao Zhenjin didn't care about this. What she loved was money, not the love of Lin's parents. During this period, Lin Qingyu also found a reason to stay and conduct chip research. After all, in the entire Ming dynasty, the best chip research is currently still in Fenghai University, mainly because of Song Yang's investment. The Second Master of the Lin family and Song may also hope that Lin Qingyu can infiltrate Song Yang's company and become one of Yi Nianshu's helpers. Their Lin family now has a lot of cooperation with the Dragon King Palace. Lin Qingyu's thought on this is, haha, it's up to me, Lin Qingyu, to decide who to help. As for the Lin family's kindness in raising me, I'm sorry, but when you used me as a test subject, most of us dispersed. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Xinglin Hotel was bustling again as the second branch of the Lin family in Beijing found their real daughter and celebrated here. Song Yang and others finally rushed back. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu came in the name of blessing their employees. Long Ling came on behalf of her mother. Secretary Kim is simple colleague. Shen Liuliu didn't come because she was busy with her own short play. As soon as the new year was over, people from overseas came to discuss cooperation. After Feng Qiuyu came back, she went back to the Feng family. There was something she needed to discuss with her father, whether her and Song Yang's child could inherit their Feng family's inheritance. Of course, although it was called a discussion, in Feng Qiuyu's opinion, the entire Feng family now depended on her for food, so she had no right to speak up. She just came back to notify him. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, Song Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is the hall where Lin Huyan's homecoming banquet was held last time. Unfortunately, things have changed. The Lin family and the Hua family, which were once in their heyday, have now become yesterday's news. The tomb of Dragon King Hua Chengfeng, which is worshipped by countless people, will be covered with grass by spring. I just got news that the Lin family has a good relationship with the Dragon King Palace. I wonder if Yi Nyanshu had any involvement in the selection of this hall. Secretary Jin smiled and said. Song Yang pursed his lips, said nothing, and smiled in his heart. The Lin family in this life has come together with the Dragon King Palace. I don't know whether Lin Qingyu will destroy the Lin family again. Tusk, who could have thought that Lin Qingyu, the fake daughter who bullied Zhao Zhenjin, would end up being the funeral attendant of the Lin family. Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up. Interesting, too interesting. The fake daughter Lin Qingyu is actually the undertaker of the Lin family. Thinking about this, Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang and thought quietly in his heart that he didn't know whether Song Yang and Lin Qingyu were in contact. If so, use your male beauty to seduce the other person. Selling out her husband's body eventually became Yi Qingyu's habit. With this idea in mind, Song Yang and his companions walked around the banquet hall. Many people from the capital also came to this family reunion banquet. Although they are not the heads of the families, they are all young masters. Song Yang looked around and found many familiar faces from his previous life's memories. These were all the fights I had fought when I was in the capital. Now when they saw Song Yang, they all had anger in their eyes. I wanted to be so shameless as to go up and tease her, but unfortunately the second master of the Lin family came. Looking at the second master of the Lin family who walked in with a serious face and a murderous look, Song Yang shook his head. He was a talented person, but unfortunately he committed many sins and ended up in a bad way. Page 37. Null. Page 38. The Dragon King Palace wanted to break up the cooperation between Alexander and the Lin family, and then they would tie the Lin family to their chariot. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin looked at each other, and Yi Qingyu whispered, "We don't need to move. You have to trust the Jinyue's own judgment." Immediately afterwards, Yi Qingyu and Lin Qingyu began to communicate. While taking Zhao Zhenjin to the back to apply medicine, Yi Qingyu started communicating with Lin Qingyu. "Do you like Song Yang?" It was such a straightforward answer that Lin Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, saying, "That's right." Yi Qingyu smiled. "Then how much do you like it?" Yi Qingyu was too lazy to ask why he liked it. It was meaningless. Each of these women has different reasons for liking Song Yang. There was a flash of confusion in Lin Qingyu's eyes. How much did he like her? After a long while, he slowly said, "I like him so much that I am willing to betray the Lin family for Song Yang and overthrow the Lin family." Yi Qingyu raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Oh, then my husband is quite charming." Yi Qingyu even licked his lips, pretending to be savoring the taste. Lin Qingyu frowned, feeling really unhappy. Yi Qingyu whispered in Lin Qingyu's ear, "I can't help it, but I can cooperate with you." Lin Qingyu was moved. As long as she got close, there would be a chance. That night, the second master of the Lin family and Song became completely famous in the upper circle. The couple cooperated with the investigation in the police station and spent the night. It was also that night that Song Yang drank the nourishing soup that Long Ling brought him and fell asleep in a daze. Early in the morning, the Lin couple waited in the police station for Lin Qingyu to come and rescue the person. Also in the early morning, Song Yang and Lin Qingyu met in the hotel. Song Yang's face turned slightly red, and Lin Qingyu had a teasing look on her face. When Song Yang and Lin Qingyu walked out of the room, Yi Qingyu, Long Ling, and Secretary Jin were sitting in the living room. "Honey, I had a great time last night." Yi Qingyu handed the breakfast to Song Yang with a smile. Now as the family grows bigger, breakfast is not only prepared by Song Yang, but Long Ling also starts to help. Song Yang sat down depressedly and smiled bitterly. "I don't know how to describe my mood." Yi Qingyu covered her mouth and laughed secretly, without saying anything. Long Ling walked behind Song Yang with a smile and massaged his shoulders. Lin Qingyu sat next to Song Yang and said resentfully, "Are you blaming me for being shameless?" Song Yang hurriedly shook his head and explained, "No, I just feel like I've become a tool." Yi Qingyu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Husband, you are right to say that. At least it's because of you, my husband, that I got to know so many partners. By the way, I plan to form a business alliance to unite the industry and strive to create a closed loop." Song Yang tilted his head and combined the industries. He understood Feng Qiuyu. After all, the other party had industries. As for Long Ling, the only industries under her name now were the few hot pot restaurants that had just opened. Speaking of hot pot restaurants, Song Yang suddenly thought of something. Fuck, if I remember correctly, there was a plot where a rich second-generation restaurant owner flirted with Yi Nyanshu, and then Hua Chengfeng stood up for Yi Nyanshu and used Taoism to cause food poisoning in all the restaurants under the rich second-generation owner's company. Yi Qingyu's expression suddenly darkened. "Damn it." Seeing that Yi Qingyu and Song Yang both looked stiff, Lin Qingyu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Song Yang said with tears in his eyes, I suddenly remembered something. Do you think there is a way to make all the stores of a catering company have food poisoning at the same time? Long Ling's face instantly turned gloomy. Among their group, she was the only one who ran a restaurant, and because of her betrayal of the Long family, she had a direct feud with the Dragon King Palace. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "Of course there is. The projects that Mr. Lin has been researching have always been the inevitability between Taoism and science. I remember him saying that the transmission of Taoism is very magical. If it can be cracked by science, then humans can become gods. This is also the reason why the Lin family cooperated with the Dragon King Palace. But unfortunately, if you want to use this kind of awesome Taoist method now, you need a painful price to pay, or you need a medium. So don't worry too much." After Lin Qingyu finished speaking, she looked at Song Yang and continued with a smile. "Let's talk about the matter between the two of us first. Honey, can I go to work in your company?" Song Yang nodded decisively and said yes. Ding-a-ling. Before Lin Qingyu had time to be happy, Secretary Jin received a call. After a few humming and he put down the phone and said gloomily, "Bad news. The Jinyaway has received a request from the upper echelons to release Alexander immediately." Yi Qingyu frowned and asked unhappily, "Why?" There was a flash of resentment in Secretary Jin's eyes. The family behind Alexander controlled its chip company last night and cut off all chip business in our country. According to relevant departments, my country's chip reserves are only enough for 1 month. This is truly a thundering blow. Yi Qingyu, Song Yang, and others showed collective helpless expressions. This is really an unsolvable trick. Then Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu. "Qingyu, quickly find someone to find Zhao Zhenjin a new place to live and protect her. That madman Alexander might not let her go. Damn, I just remembered that bastard Alexander once attacked people around Hua Chengfeng because he couldn't beat Hua Chengfeng. Who knows whether Alexander will attack Zhao Zhenjin? After all, abnormal thinking circuits are always incomprehensible." Secretary Jin shook his head and said, "Don't be too nervous. Alexander will be escorted out of the country by the royal guards themselves. It's impossible to let a dangerous person like him go completely." Secretary Jin said that if Alexander was let off completely, the court would lose face, which would be a major blow. Therefore, for the sake of the economy, it is possible to release people temporarily, but it is impossible to release them completely. "Tusk, my technique has been taken advantage of. That's not good." Song Yang curled his lips, looking unhappy. Lin Qingyu covered her mouth and laughed. "This is when my importance is revealed. Leave the chip research to me." Lin Qingyu was very proud. Then Song Yang and Yi Qingyu separated and went to do their own things. Song Yang returned to his company to prepare for Lin Qingyu's employment. Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jin returned to Yi Group to study the next group's strategy. Long Ling drove back to the capital and prepared to develop some means of defending against Taoist attacks. She didn't want the business she had worked so hard to build to be destroyed by someone using some Taoist magic. That would be a huge loss. Lin Qingyu went to pick up the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei. As soon as I picked up the phone, I received a call from the old man of the Lin family. "Second brother, you and your wife should return to the capital immediately and research chip technology immediately. Stop messing around with your bullshit human chip." The second master of the Lin family was dissatisfied. "Why did you stop my project?" Old Master Lin roared. "Why? Because we are being controlled by Alexander's family and are being strangled. The cabinet leader in charge of scientific research is very dissatisfied and has questioned our Lin family." The second master of the Lin family's expression changed instantly. "Besides, the family under great pressure has already found a way to die after this time. We don't need to marry him. Zhao Zhenjin is useless too. You should get back here as soon as possible." Lin Qingyu shrugged. This was really good news. After hanging up the phone, the second master of the Lin family roared in dissatisfaction. "Damn Song Yang. It's okay that he made me lose face at the banquet, but he also caused my project to be suspended. I have to study the damn chip. It's extremely unpleasant." Lin Qingyu said at the right time, "Dad, I will avenge you." The second master of the Lin family looked at her with red eyes, wondering how she could get revenge. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "I will go to work at Song Yang's chip company and use his resources to break through the technology. I will then secretly hand it over to you. We eat his food, use his products, drink his drinks, and finally register the technology first, leaving him dumbfounded." This made the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei happy. She was worthy of being the daughter they had personally raised. She was sensible and much better than that waste Zhao Zhenjin. "Very good, Fenghai City is now left to you." Alexander was handed over to his family, by the royal guards on the high seas. Immediately afterwards, foreign countries began to implement a chip blockade on the Ming dynasty court. The cabinet elders were furious. How could the Ming dynasty be bullied? Policies encouraging independent research were soon introduced, and universities began to conduct professional research on chips. Yi Nianshu took this opportunity to start cooperation with the Lin family. In Yi Nianshu's opinion, if this matter is successful, it will be a two-pronged approach. It can not only strike a blow to Song Yang, but also tie the Lin family to the chariot, and also use the huge profits in the chip industry to unite the hidden forces of the Dragon King Palace in the country. After all, Zhang Yuan and others have been missing for too long, and the failure of Hua Chengfeng, Li Feng, and others was so devastating that the Dragon King Palace is now in pieces. However, while Yi Nianshu was doing this in the chip industry, he was also preparing to deal a blow to Song Yang and others. Master Zhang, please use your Taoism to find something for Song Yang and the others to do. Yi Nianshu looked at Zhang Yuan and said with a gloomy expression. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. No problem, I just need some treasures to help. And the Chen family in Fenghai has a piece of rat-repellent stone that we can borrow. Yi Nianshu frowned. He was not familiar with the Chen family in Fenghai. Zhang Yuan chuckled twice and said, "It doesn't matter. As powerful people, we don't have to be familiar with ordinary people." Page 39. Because mortals will take the initiative to seek out powerful people because of life and death. Not long after, the old lady of the Chen family suddenly fell ill, and the entire Chen family was in chaos. The old lady of the Chen family issued an order that she would pass the position of head of the family to whichever child found a miraculous person who could save her. When Song Yang received the news from the Chen family, he was doing research with Lin Qingyu in the company's laboratory. During the break, the two discussed how science and technology have impacted national development and people's lives. The two chatted more and more happily, until the secretary came in to report that Miss Chen Yan, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, was here to visit. Song Yang was very surprised at the arrival of this young lady. For this reason, I specifically checked the WeChat account of that small account, but did not find any information about Chen Yan on it. I checked my previous life's memories and found that I had only communicated with Chen Yan in some business activities. The two had no contact during the rest of the time. To this end, Song Yang recalled the original text's overview of the Chen family. The Chen family is a famous neutral family. It is said that their ancestors were one of the 9 Gates admirals, and they started out by robbing tombs. The businesses currently run include ceramics, embroidery, restoration and imitation of ancient artifacts, antiques, pawnshops, etc. In the original novel, the old lady of the Chen family also fell ill suddenly. In order to cure the disease, the old lady of the Chen family took out a treasure called the Dust Bidding Pearl, and then many strange people from all over the world came. It was at this time that Hua Chengfeng appeared on the scene to show off. After a series of pretense and slap in the face, Hua Chengfeng not only won the recognition of the old lady of the Chen family, but also gained the secret love of Chen Yan. Thinking of this, Song Yang recalled what Lin Qingyu said, that now a medium is needed to perform Taoist magic. Perhaps the medium that caused the restaurant company of the second-generation rich man to go bankrupt in Hua Chengfeng's original work was taken from the Chen family. After all, the Chen family's ancestors were the 9 Gates admirals in the tomb-robbing world, so it's normal for them to have treasures in their home. Thinking of this, Song Yang immediately decided to have a good chat with Chen Yan. Under Lin Qingyu's ambiguous gaze, Song Yang walked towards the company's reception room. After thinking for a while, Lin Qingyu followed. She was afraid that Song Yang was too charming and would also bring Chen Yan under his wing. After all, Yi Qingyu's bottom line is too low. As long as Song Yang goes home on time to serve her, take care of her, and feed her, she doesn't care how many women Song Yang has. In Yi Qingyu's words, she is a traditional woman who can accept a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines. What's more, he is a man like Song Yang, whose family background, appearance, and abilities are almost perfect. Pushing open the door of the reception room, Song Yang saw Chen Yan standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the factory scenery. Very surprised, in the sunlight, Chen Yan, wearing a lavender dress, seemed to be glowing. Song Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Su Song really didn't lie to me. Chen Yan turned around when she heard the door open and greeted with a smile. "Long time no see, Mr. Song. Who is this person behind you?" Song Yang smiled gently. "Long time no see, Miss Chen. This is my friend Lin Qingyu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Beijing." Lin Qingyu stepped forward and extended her hand to greet him. "Hello, Miss Chen. My name is Lin Qingyu." Chen Yon was surprised for a moment. After both parties sat down, Song Yang's beautiful secretary served them tea. Chen Yon took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Boss Song, I thought you would be a male secretary." Song Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly. This female secretary was introduced by Secretary Jin. She is her junior. After straightening his expression, Song Yang looked at Chen Yon seriously. "Miss Chen, please tell me your intention directly." Song Yang didn't want to waste time. As they didn't have such a deep friendship, it would be better to be straightforward. Chen Yon also looked serious and looked at Song Yang seriously. "Mr. Song, I am here for one reason, to discuss business." Song Yang raised his eyebrows. "The old lady's matter." Chen Yon nodded and said with a dim look in her eyes, "Mr. Song must have heard the rumors about the Chen family's heir." Song Yang began to look through the memories of his previous life. The Chen family is a very powerful family, thanks to the ruthless ancestor who is known as the Nine-Gate Admiral. The Chen family does not mind the existence of illegitimate children because their inheritance system is based on raising gu. Basically, there is only one heir, but there are countless competitors, both men and women. Every person who competes for the position of head of the family will take control of a Chen family business after adulthood. Then it's about developing this business. The better you develop, the greater the benefits you create for the family, and the more you can defeat other competitors. You will be the next generation of people in power in the family. That is, the head of the family. That's why the Chen family was able to transform from a lower-class Nine-Gates Admiral family into a top-class family. Generation after generation of ruthless patriarchs have allowed this family to continue to develop and progress. However, the Chen family has always denied it to the outside world, so Miss Chen said this was a rumor. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "So Miss Chen is here to find an ally." Chen Yon nodded first, then shook her head and finally said, "Yes and no. I want to ask Mr. Song if he knows any way to break the evil spell on my grandma." This. Song Yang was confused. A hint of vigilance flashed across Lin Qingyu's eyes. Song Yang really couldn't understand Chen Yon's thinking. "You ask a layman how to break the evil spell. Isn't this so funny?" Chen Yon leaned back in her chair and chuckled. "I know Mr. Song thinks I'm joking, but I have checked the process of Mr. Song's fight with Hua Chengfeng. My people told me that Hua Chengfeng tried to harm you, but failed." Song Yang's eyes widened, and Lin Qingyu's expression changed instantly, becoming extremely gloomy. She said in a cold voice, "What did you say?" Chen Yon looked at the murderous intent on Lin Qingyu's body and understood that the recent rumor in the upper class, circles about Song Yang having a harem, seemed to be true. Chen Yon explained softly, "I believe that Mr. Song and Miss Lin also know that with the advent of the Dharma ending age, the forbidden spells in the West are now just a small fireball, and our magical Taoist magic in the East also requires a medium to implement. So the treasures in my Chen family's hands give us a decisive power in the mysterious circle." Song Yang said with a serious look, "So, you found out that Hua Chengfeng used Taoist magic to plot against me, but it was unsuccessful." Song Yang recalled all his experiences since traveling through time and space, and found that he did not feel any discomfort, and there was no sign of him being ambushed by any mysterious force. "You know, he has been enjoying everything recently, and has been making love with various beauties every day, and he is living a very happy life. There was no sign of being ambushed." Chen Yon nodded depressedly. "Yes, so this is also the reason why I came to you. The conspiracy of the first young man in the mysterious circle failed. I guess you must have a special method." "Special method?" Song Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Chen, stop making trouble. I have never been in contact with the mysterious circle, so how can I understand any Taoist magic? Maybe Hua Chengfeng's plot failed." Chen Yon stared at Song Yang intently and sensed the pendant in front of her, and found that Song Yang was really not lying. This made Chen Yon very depressed. Could it be that she really guessed wrong? This made Chen Yon a little disappointed. She said unwillingly, "Boss Song, if you were the one being plotted against, what would you do?" This question left Song Yang speechless. But with the idea of making friends, Song Yang thought about the method used in the original novel, Zhang Hua Chengfeng, to break the evil spell that befell the old lady of the Chen family. The medium of the frame-up was found in the old lady's room, and then crushed with one foot. After figuring it out, Song Yang said in a tangled and serious manner, "If it were me, I would think about whether I had received anything special recently, find the source and crack the source. Then think about who might harm me, and then kill him." Chen Yon was a little disappointed. It turned out that this was the only solution. Everyone knows this solution. After all, you need a medium to cast the spell, and you can destroy it once you find it. But how to find it is a problem. The Chen family had cleaned up the place where the old lady lived from top to bottom, but still couldn't find the medium. Chen Yan said disappointedly, we have searched the entire Chen family and cleared out all the new goods. We even used the funeral cleaning method, passed down from our ancestors, to clean everything the old lady had touched in the past month. It can be said that everything has been cleared out except for the people. Now the entire Chen family has nothing to do with evil magic. Song Yang was stunned. This was even more awesome than the evil magic used by the old lady in the original book. As for the ancestral funeral object cleaning method that Chen Yan mentioned, Song Yang also knew it. Because the Chen family was born into the Nine Gates Admiral family and has been in contact with underground things for many years, they have a set of special methods to crack the dirty things underground. In the original novel, when Hua Chengfeng went to retake the Dragon King Palace in the West in the later period, he was ambushed by the people there with the Dracula ring. It was Chen Yan, who had become Hua Chengfeng's boyfriend, who saved him using the Chen family's method of cleaning the underworld objects. So if Chen Yan said that the Chen family was clean, then it must be clean. Lin Qingyu next to him frowned and said, you mean besides people? Chen Yan nodded and said, yes, except people. Then why don't you check and clean up the people as well? Lin Qingyu asked back. Chen Yan smiled bitterly. Ms. Lin may not know that humans cannot be used as a medium to perform Taoist or evil magic. Page 40. Lin Qingyu smiled. Why not? Faced with this aggressive attitude, Chen Yan was a little dissatisfied. Ms. Lin, my Chen family is professional. Lin Qingyu was not angry. She smiled and said, Miss Chen, it is you and your family who are specialized in this field and are now looking for help everywhere. Chen Yan was stunned and then felt cold all over. Yes, it was this group of professionals who were asking for help everywhere, and even turned to Song Yang, an outsider, for their only hope. Lin Qingyu looked at the stunned Chen Yan, took out the mobile phone she carried with her, and smiled. Miss Chen, do you know that every mobile phone needs a chip to process and calculate data? Just like the medium object in the performance of Taoist magic. Chen Yan looked at Lin Qingyu in disbelief and stuttered. You mean, someone has buried the medium in a person? Lin Qingyu nodded with a smile. Yes, that's what I meant. Chen Yan's body suddenly stiffened. This is truly a cognitively subversive operation. Chen Yan, who was hit hard, said thank you to Song Yang for his advice, exchanged WeChat messages, and left quickly. She needs to go home and check it out thoroughly. It's a pity for Song Yang that he was not able to help in the end. Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered behind her. She needed Chen Yan to verify whether her guess was true or false. This is the human chip project that the second master of the Lin family is working on. The goal is to give people extraordinary powers through external forces. In the past, Taoist masters could perform Taoist magic directly, but now they can't and need to go through a medium. Then put the medium directly into the human body. Wouldn't it be possible for humans to directly perform Taoist magic? However, although a lot of manpower and material resources were invested in this project research, it still did not achieve its goal perfectly. But the greatest charm of scientific research lies here. You set a perfect goal and reap a lot of small results in the process. Lin Qingyu guessed that the second master of the Lin family's project might not have been realized, but there should have been some small results, such as burying the medium for performing Taoist magic into the human body. On the other side, Chen Yan, who was on her way back to Chen's house, suddenly felt a palpitation. Chen Yan subconsciously rubbed the ring on her middle finger and felt a warm sensation. It's dangerous to go home this time. Chen Yan's face suddenly turned ugly. She braked suddenly and parked the car in the parking lot near the side of the road. The main business she is responsible for in the Chen family is the antique business. Collect good things and sell treasures. In the process, he handled countless magical things that ordinary people could never see. She also collected some treasures herself. For example, the jade necklace on her neck is called Zijai Horn, which can sense whether what others say is true or false. The disadvantage is that it has a certain distance requirement. The ring on her hand is called White Tiger Stone. Legend has it that the white tiger brings good luck and protects the safety of the people. The function of White Tiger Stone is very simple, which is to sense danger. The disadvantage is that the extent of the danger is unknown. Chen Yan hesitated. If going home means danger, then she. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yan decided to go back. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, and she didn't want to give away the Chen family's huge assets to others. However, she needs to find an ally. Song Yang felt a little headache when he looked at the message from Chen Yan on his mobile phone. To go or not to go? Hearing Song Yang's mumbling, Lin Qingyu became curious. What's wrong? Song Yang handed her the phone. Chen Yan, Mr. Song, I feel that I am in some danger on this trip home, so I would like to ask you, my friend, to escort me. As a token of our friendship, I can give you a dragon ring. This dragon ring is in my Aussie antique shop. You can just go get it. Dragon ring. Song Yang knew about this thing when he was reading a book. This is the treasure that Chen Yan gave to Hua Chengfeng. To use the words of the original book, this was a magic weapon in ancient times, and its effect was very simple, which was to strengthen the physical constitution. The effect is slight but lasting. Wear it, and as long as you can withstand the backlash of the dragon ring, your body will continue to strengthen at a slow speed. This is what many practitioners want. However, the side effect, that is, the backlash, was very great. During a fight between Hua Chengfeng and others, he killed his enemy but was nearly killed by the backlash of the dragon ring. Go ahead. The Chen family is worth our friendship, so we must go there. However, you need to bring along the expert secretary Jin. Lin Qingyu expressed her support for this matter. Song Yang nodded and said, it won't be wrong to listen to my wife. At the Chen family's old house, Chen Yan's younger brother Chen Chen brought Yi Nianshu and Zhang Yuan to see the old lady of the Chen family. Grandma, my eldest grandson has invited Master Zhang from the Dragon King Palace for you. The old lady of the Chen family, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the three people coldly. Yi Nianshu and Zhang Yuan greeted the old lady of the Chen family, who was in a wheelchair. But Yi Nianshu is gentle. Hello, Grandma Chen. Zhang Yuan was mocking. Isn't this the flamboyant heroine from the past? How come she is lying sickly on the bed now and needs an old Taoist priest like me who is mocked to save her? The old lady of the Chen family did not hide the murderous intent in her eyes and said coldly, the female Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, the old cunning Zhang Yuan, are you two okay? These cold words immediately made the scene awkward. Yi Nianshu glanced at Zhang Yuan and asked, what's going on? Are your relationships so bad? Chen Chen came up behind the old lady of the Chen family, massaged her shoulders and said softly, Grandma, of course I asked these two to save you. The old lady of the Chen family sneered and said disdainfully, Zyro Chenzi, guess why I didn't ask Zhang Yuan, the old bastard, to come over right away? Chen Chen's hands froze. Zhang Yuan's face suddenly turned ugly. Yi Nianshu felt a terrible headache. It happens again. The Dragon King Palace has a particularly bad reputation among the top families. The Lin family is like this, so you have to be on guard when working with them. When Hua Chengfeng was the Dragon King, he contacted many families and everyone was on guard. The overseas Dragon King Palace even directly rebelled. Yi Nianshu felt that this shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, a powerful force should always have some loyal followers left behind. However, after Linglong and Yi Yun absconded with the money, Yi Nianshu felt that the Dragon King Palace was very strange. After she became the Dragon King, she asked Hurricane Yun, Zhang Yuan and other elders in the village, and the responses she got were that people's hearts have changed and the world is deteriorating. When people fall into poverty, even their former subordinates will be stepped on. By the way, I also learned a lesson. So when you are studying, you must remember that you should treat your subordinates like dogs. However, as a successful entrepreneur who ran his own business vigorously, Yi Nianshu felt that what the old men in Dragon King Palace said was totally wrong. But as she made her living by relying on the knowledge from the Dragon King Palace, she was too embarrassed to refute directly and could only endure it. Now, Yi Nianshu felt that he should be able to get the answer from the old lady of the Chen family, the head of a top aristocratic family who once dominated the world. The old lady of the Chen family said coldly, Mo Yun. Exist. An old and hoarse voice sounded in the corner, and a middle-aged woman dressed in black slowly walked out from the corner and came behind the old lady of the Chen family. Master, let me take care of the master. Chen Chen's face was dark and he said aggrievedly, Grandma. The old lady of the Chen family sneered again. Don't call me Grandma, I'm afraid you will twist my head off. Chen Chen was dissatisfied and secretly hated himself. Old lady, your guess is so accurate, I really want to twist your head off. What Chen Chen was most dissatisfied with about the Chen family was the damn inheritance system. Competition is fine, but why should women be allowed to compete as well? Those women should just get married. Why should they compete for the position of head of the family? Chen Chen hated the rule that allowed women to run for the position of head of the family. Otherwise, he, the eldest son, could have directly become the head of the family. There is no need to be in the current situation, where we still have to compete with Chen Yan. As a result, he even hated his own grandmother, the current head of the Chen family, old lady Chen. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, Chen Chen could only retreat respectfully. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't say anything, the old lady of the Chen family looked at Zhang Yuan coldly. "Old man, do you know why I didn't ask you to remove this evil spell from me right away?" Zhang Yuan said calmly. "Maybe he's afraid that I'll raise the price." With a sneer, the old lady of the Chen family said bitterly, "Because I guessed that this evil spell was cast by you." Yi Nianshu widened his eyes and asked, "How did you know?" Zhang Yuan's face was also full of disbelief. How did she know? Chen Chen took several steps back after hearing these words. His body was suddenly covered with cold sweat, and he looked at the old lady of the Chen family with horror on his face. Their actions were so covert. How did this old lady who never leaves the house know about it? Moreover, the entire Chen family was checked by the old lady's confidants, and no traces were found. The old lady of the Chen family looked at the three people in front of her with sarcasm and sneered. "Zhang Yuan, do you think that you did it so perfectly that I don't know it was you who did it?" Zhang Yuan frowned and asked in disbelief, "How did you know?" With a sneer, the old lady of the Chen family's eyes were full of indifference. "It's very simple. There are only a few people in the world who can break this evil spell that even my Chen family can't break. Apart from you, no one else can do it to me." Page 41. Sometimes, too perfect operation is the biggest flaw. And then, the old lady of the Chen family burst out with terrifying, murderous intent. "Only you, the Dragon King Palace, can do such a thing as poisoning first, then detoxifying, and then buying people's hearts. So Zhang Yuan, wait for death. Do it." Following the order from the old lady of the Chen family, a group of bodyguards in black instantly appeared in the room and surrounded Zhang Yuan, Yi Nianshu, and Chen Chen. Then, Overlord breaking formation spear. A loud shout came from outside the door, and the terrifying force of the gun instantly covered the entire room. The black-clad bodyguards were knocked out before they could react. The lame hurricane walked in from outside with a spear in his hand, his face full of arrogance. "Tusk tusk, the Chen family's guards are as weak as ever." Hurricane Cloud mocked the old lady of the Chen family. The old lady of the Chen family's face turned dark instantly. "Mo Yun, Sister Mo Yun." Two shouts started at the same time, and the next second Mo Yun stood next to Yi Nianshu. The old lady of the Chen family was full of disbelief. His most trusted and loyal warrior defected. Yi Nianshu walked forward with a smile, stood in front of the old lady of the Chen family, and said softly, "Grandma Chen, you don't think that I didn't prepare any backup plan and came to your Chen family's base camp foolishly?" The old lady of the Chen family didn't say anything. She just sat there dejectedly. In the end, she still lost. However, she wanted to know where she lost. The old lady of the Chen family looked at Yi Nianshu and asked with her eyes instead of words. Yi Nianshu chuckled and said, "Grandma Chen, did you know that Sister Mo Yun once had a child?" The old lady of the Chen family glanced at Mo Yun, who was standing indifferently aside and sighed. In the end, she lost. After Yi Nianshu finished speaking, he sat aside. Seeing the situation reversed, Chen Chen rushed forward with wild laughter. "Old woman, hand over the position of the head of the family, and I will spare your life." The old lady of the Chen family glanced at Chen Chen with disdain and asked, "Do you think I'm stupid, old lady? If I hand over the position of the head of the Chen family now, I can still survive." Chen Chen laughed grimly. "Old woman, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Hand over the key to the storehouse that symbolizes the position of the head of the family. If the most valuable treasures of the Chen family were not all kept in the warehouse, and the key to the warehouse was with the old lady of the Chen family, and she was the only one who knew where it was, Yi Nianshu and Chen Chen would have taken action long ago." "Dream. Waste." The old lady of the Chen family leaned back and said casually. Whoosh! A burst of gunfire instantly pierced through the old lady Chen's shoulder. Blood was shed instantly. Hurricane Cloud sneered and said, "Girl, hand over the key to the Chen family's warehouse and give the position of the head of the family to Chen Chen, and we will spare your life." The situation at this moment is hard to understand. The Dragon King Palace is preparing to take force. Yi Nianshu sighed softly. "Grandma Chen, the position of the head of the family should be held by a man. Chen Chen has good talent. Why are you unwilling to pass it on?" The old lady of the Chen family didn't say anything. Chen Chen said angrily, "Old woman, you are biased. You don't understand as well as outsiders." At this point, the old lady of the Chen family was completely disappointed with Chen Chen, but she still said in a hoarse voice, "Chen Chen, 40 years ago, the 9 families representing the 9 Gates Admiral were robbed one after another, and some families were even wiped out. The only 5 families that still exist are our Chen family, Wu family, Zai family, Huo family, and Li family. Guess how they died 40 years ago? Guess why I am so hostile to the Dragon King Palace? As she spoke, the old lady of the Chen family spat out a mouthful of donated blood. She is in a really bad condition now, but Chen Chen was the only heir left by her side. Even if she looked down on this child, she had to find a way to save herself and not let the Chen family become extinct. But Chen Chen didn't care. He kicked the wheelchair over and kicked the old lady of the Chen family fiercely. He said frantically, "It's just that the Dragon King Palace wiped out the other families. It's just that the means were a little dirty with undercover agents, poisoning, and using Taoist magic to harm them. But so what? It's none of my business, Chen Chen. I don't care about them. The only thing I care about now is the position of the head of the family. Moreover, only cooperation can lead to win-win results," Chen Chen said as he assaulted the old lady. What's strange is that despite such a big commotion here, no one from the Chen family came. The old lady of the Chen family closed her eyes in pain. Her grandson had gone completely crazy. Is the Chen family going to perish? She didn't believe that the Dragon King Palace would cooperate with the Chen family. Judging from the Dragon King Palace's style of doing things decades ago, it was all about taking advantage of everyone. She didn't believe it would change. Whoosh! A flying knife shot in from outside the door. Banged! He was shot and flew away halfway. Chen Chen, you are truly a fatherless and motherless scum. You actually attacked Grandma. Chen Yan covered the wound on her body and appeared at the door of the room, breathing heavily. Chen Chen tilted his head and said sarcastically, "Sister, you can actually come here. Didn't the others stop you? But even if you can rush over, what can you do with your injured body? You will just give me another target to abuse." Chen Chen laughed crazily. If someone took a walk around the Chen family's old house at this time, they would find that this small manor was full of people lying everywhere. If you look closely, you will find that they are all descendants of the Chen family branch. There are also several middle-aged people among them. The bodyguards hiding in the dark stood aside indifferently. According to the Chen family's ancestral precepts, bodyguards are not allowed to interfere during civil wars. Chen Yan glanced at Yi Nianshu and Zhang Yuan, especially Mo Yun, who was standing next to Yi Nianshu, and said coldly, "The Dragon King Palace does such dirty things. Aren't they afraid that the noble families in the world will resist together? You know, aristocratic families value inheritance the most, and the Dragon King Palace's behavior of taking everything away is the most alarming." Yi Nianshu chuckled and said casually, "Sister Chen, stop joking. We from the Dragon King Palace are only here to treat Grandma Chen out of kindness." After Grandma Chen recovered from her illness, she was so happy that she made Chen Chen the new head of the family and asked him to get engaged to me. It's as simple as that. Sister Chen, do you think this ending is bad? Chen Yan sneered and immediately took out her cell phone, frantically recording the old lady of the Chen family who was lying on the ground vomiting blood and with footprints all over her body. When Hurricane Yun saw this scene, his pupils constricted and he rushed forward. Then Chen Yan started the kite flying tactic. If I can't beat him, I can run away. Yi Nianshu looked at Chen Yan with a stiff expression and gritted his teeth and said, "Sister Mo Yun." Mo Yun rushed forward to catch Chen Yan. The other side. At the gate of Yi Group, Song Yang, who had just met Secretary Jin, received a WeChat message from Chen Yan. He looked at the video sent over and silently handed it to Secretary Jin. Secretary Jin calmly dialed a phone call. "Brother, the results are here. The Chen family's old house." After seeing that the message was sent successfully, Chen Yan smiled slightly, threw the phone to Hurricane Yun, calmly walked to the old lady of the Chen family, helped her up, and looked at Yi Nianshu and others coldly. "Breaking into people's homes and abusing the elderly. As long as you don't beat me and Grandma to death today, you will be convicted of these 2 crimes. When the time comes, we will see whether your Dragon King Palace has more solid connections or our Chen family has more solid connections." Chen Yan felt extremely happy. Thanks to the Ming dynasty's high-pressure policy management, these aristocratic families were able to solve many problems through official means. Yi Nianshu, Zhang Yuan, Hurricane Yun, Chen Chen, and Mo Yun were all stunned. They really didn't expect Chen Yan to be so shameless. She was clearly a cultivator, a game between aristocratic families, but she actually called the police. How is this behavior different from that shameless Song Yang? Hurricane Cloud gritted his teeth and said, "Little girl, do you still have any dignity as a cultivator? If you stand up and fight me, I will respect you." Chen Yan sneered and said disdainfully, "I am an idiot. I am using my 28 years of power to challenge your 82 years of power. Also, don't you feel shameless for saying such a bullying remark? Hurricane Yun wanted to say more, but was stopped by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and said calmly, I am the only one who can break the evil spell that has befallen your grandmother. Are you sure you want to fight to the death with us? Chen Yan glanced at the depressed old lady of the Chen family, then looked at Zhang Yuan with a serious gaze, wondering what he meant. Zhang Yuan continued calmly, we in the Dragon King Palace have no other ideas about the Chen family. We just want to cooperate. You should also know that the treasures in your warehouse are what we need. As the saying goes, it is a crime to possess a treasure. Cough. The old lady of the Chen family forced herself to look at Zhang Yuan and said in a cold voice, Zhang Yuan, don't make the robbery sound so simple. It is true that you are guilty of possessing the treasure, but your idea of robbing by trickery is also true. With all the previous hatred, I will never agree to cooperate with you. Unless you kill me. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with impatience, and he said coldly, then go to hell. As he spoke, he raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and a black gas emerged. Bondage. The old lady of the Chen family covered her heart instantly, as if some force was squeezing there. Chen Yon wanted to fight, but Yi Nianshu smiled softly and said, Sister Chen, if you fight now, we will fight each other. Page 42, Chapter 45 is a demonstration. Yi Nianshu sneered and said, You are not the only ones who will call the police, I will too. You want to send me in, and I want to send you in. Chen Yon looked at the suffering old lady of the Chen family, and her face instantly darkened. The situation was not favorable for her. The other party is threatening the old lady's life. Chen Yon was in a dilemma, and she didn't know what to do now. The key to the Chen family's warehouse is in the hands of the old lady of the Chen family. She won't let go, and no one can do anything about it. However, if Chen Yon chooses not to save the old lady of the Chen family, she may be kicked out as a candidate for the head of the family. If she wants to save him now, she can only fight with Yi Nianshu, but she can't beat Hurricane Yun. Don't be fooled by Hurricane Yun's lame leg. This lame leg was caused by dozens of top masters of the Jinyue besieging him together. The 3 hall masters of the Dragon King Hall were all top talents in their respective understandings, which was recognized at that time. When Chen Yan was struggling, Zhang Yuan started to exert force again, and the old lady of the Chen family showed a painful look. Yi Nianshu gave Chen Chen a look. Chen Chen immediately stepped forward with a big laugh and said with a fierce laugh, Old woman, even that bitch Chen Yan can't save you now. Now either you pass the position of patriarch to me, and I will spare your life, or you wait to die. Taoism kills people, and there is no evidence. No one can do anything to us. Legal judgments require evidence. Otherwise, even if you know who did it, there is nothing you can do. In the severe pain, the old lady of the Chen family forced herself to open her eyes and said in a deep voice, You are dreaming. I will never give you the chance to betray the Chen family, even if I die. Chen Chen yelled in dissatisfaction. Old woman, she promised me that as long as I become the head of the Chen family, she will marry me, and I can become the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. By then, the Chen family will be promoted to a higher level. Isn't that good? Stop struggling fearlessly. When the old lady of the Chen family heard this, her pupils shrank sharply. Chen Yan said in shock, How is it possible? How could Yi Nianshu fall for a loser like you? Yi Nianshu next to him said gently, Sister Chen, Chen Chen is not a waste, he is very capable. Chen Yan didn't respond. What kind of ability could a man who couldn't even double the profits of his own business have? Don't be ridiculous. Since you are still stubborn, go die. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists and looked at the old lady of the Chen family coldly. Even someone as tough as the old lady from the Chen family let out a roar of pain. Chen Yan gritted her teeth and rushed towards Zhang Yuan. The slender whip-like leg kicked towards Zhang Yuan like a shadow. It's just that the opponent is too terrifying. Mo Yun instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yuan and blocked the move. Hurricane Cloud took the opportunity to attack Chen Yan. The spear power amassed over decades of practice fell like rain. Chen Yan gritted her teeth and rushed directly towards the gun force, determined to defeat Zhang Yuan even at the risk of her own life. Bang! A powerful punch hit Chen Yan and knocked her away. No matter how hard you try, it is not enough in the face of absolute strength. With Hurricane Yun and Mo Yun joining forces, Chen Yan had no chance at all. Yi Nianshu looked at Chen Yan lying on the ground and the old lady of the Chen family struggling in pain, and said as gently as possible, Grandma Chen, Sister Chen, what are you still holding on to? Your rescue will not arrive for a while, and your lives are in our hands. Hand over the key to the Chen family's warehouse, and I'll spare your lives. When he said the last sentence, Yi Nyanshu could no longer maintain his outward gentleness, and his voice became extremely cold. Tusk, Tusk, when will the Dragon King Palace be able to decide the life and death of my Ming dynasty's aristocratic families? Are you going to rebel? A calm and majestic voice came from outside the door. Yi Nyanshu turned his head in disbelief. Song Yang walked in with Secretary Jin and a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. Seeing the gloomy middle-aged man, Hurricane Cloud said in a deep voice, "Jin Datong, the northern commander of the embroidered uniform guard, I didn't expect it to be you." The gloomy middle-aged man glanced at the whole audience, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "You have been convicted of these 2 crimes, sneaking into a private house and abusing the elderly." Yi Nyanshu gestured to Zhang Yuan to put his hand down and smiled brightly. "Commander Jin, where is the evidence? Which eye did you see us abusing the elderly and trespassing into private homes?" Chen Chen walked forward with a proud smile and said proudly, "They are the guests I invited. They were treating the old woman just now. As for the injuries to the old lady and Chen Yan, I was the one who caused them. So at most you can charge me with domestic violence and elder abuse. But these 2 crimes are not punishable by death." Chen Chen was very proud. Yi Nyanshu looked at Song Yang with a smile. "Brother-in-law, do you feel like you made a mistake?" Yi Nyanshu had already found a scapegoat. Shaking his head, Song Yang did not say anything, but walked straight towards Chen Yan with Secretary Jin. Jin Datong waved his hand, and 2 Jinniawei came in and took Chen Chen away directly. Yi Nyanshu took Zhang Yuan, Mo Yun and the other 2 and left immediately. But before leaving, Zhang Yuan smiled sinisterly. After leaving the Chen family's old house, Mo Yun picked out a tooth from his mouth, and Hurricane Yun crushed it with the power of his gun. Banged! In the room, the old lady of the Chen family vomited a mouthful of blood and died instantly. Zhang Yuan looked at the Chen family's old house and sneered. "The old man who is not afraid of death is gone. I wonder if his successor is afraid of death." Yi Nyanshu looked at this scene with an awkward expression. This is the way the older generation of the Dragon King Palace does things. Will they kill you if you don't cooperate? To be honest, she's annoying. In her opinion, threats are enough. There is no need to kill. Killing this person means the fight will never end. With a deep sigh, Yi Nyanshu didn't know what to say. Inside the Chen family's old house, Chen Yan looked at the dead old lady of the Chen family with horror. She hasn't got the key to the Chen family's warehouse yet. Jin Datung sighed. This is the way Hurricane Yun and Zhang Yuan's generation did things. They treated human life as worthless. Song Yang looked very unhappy and said unhappily, "Uncle, why didn't you wipe them out back then?" Shaking his head, Jin Datung walked out the door and said quietly, "Who knows? There are many reasons, none of which can be told." Song Yang said to Chen Yan guiltily, "Sorry I'm late." But he didn't mean it. On the way here, he had 3 car accidents. Each one was not serious, but it was enough to delay him. If Secretary Jin's father, Jin Datung, hadn't come with his men, Song Yang wouldn't have been able to come. This is what Yi Nyanshu was confident about just now, because he had arranged everything before the incident happened. Chen Yan sighed and didn't say anything more. The Chen family still had a lot of things to deal with, so she didn't keep Song Yang. Night. Song Yang felt very complicated when he returned to Yi Qingyu's villa. This was the first time he saw Taoist magic killing people. It was indeed amazing. Secretary Jin told Yi Qingyu and the other girls what happened in the second half of the day. It's hard to guard against. This time, Yi Nyanshu is demonstrating to us again. Yi Qingyu opened her red lips slightly. "That's too cruel, killing people directly," Shen Liuliu said angrily. She didn't understand. That was a human life, a living life, and it was being used to establish authority. "This is too crazy." Yi Qingyu took a sip of red wine, shook the glass, and said calmly, "First of all, we did not show mercy when we killed Hua Chengfeng, so we have no right to criticize him in the matter of establishing authority. Secondly, this is the Dragon King Palace's style of doing things, overbearing. After all, in their eyes, they have reached the pinnacle of humanity and can take human life at will. They are extraordinary and a different kind of life." Shen Liuliu's eyes were full of fear. Indifference to life, is this the world of adults? After Song Yang cleaned up the kitchen, he came to the living room, poured himself a glass of wine, sat on the sofa, and said with a headache, "How should I defend against Zhang Yuan's Taoist magic next?" "What a headache." Chen Yan said that Hua Chengfeng had attacked me using Taoist magic, but it was unsuccessful. "I am not afraid for now, but what about these girlfriends? After all, he is not a cold-hearted monster." Song Yang cannot ignore the death of his woman. Yi Qingyu's pupils shrank suddenly. "What?" Song Yang had been attacked by someone. Damn it! Anger flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Their biggest weakness at the moment is that they don't have a person with profound Taoist skills to protect them. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu tapped her fingers lightly and glanced at Song Yang. She had an idea. Secretary Jin pushed his glasses and said at the right time, I asked my father to help me get some defensive runes from the Jinyaway. Everyone can wear them when they arrive. Hearing this, Song Yang's eyes lit up. I remembered that after Yi Qingyu died, Song Yang went to Longhu Mountain for revenge and asked the talented female Taoist Zhang Yu to help make a talisman for them to die together. Perhaps I can ask Zhang Yu for help, but I don't know what the relationship between Zhang Yu and Yi Qingyu is. Yi Qingyu was speechless. How could her husband think that Zhang Yu was doing this for her? This train of thought is amazing. However, as for Zhang Yu, maybe we can try to get in touch with her. The Chen family treasure represented by Chen Yuan and Zhang Yu's Taoist magic. Yi Qingyu said she wanted them all. With Secretary Kim around, everyone feels a lot more at ease. After all, those are things produced by the Jinyaway, and they are definitely good things. Page 43. In the old house of the Hua family. After all the Hua family members died, the mansion was put up for auction. In order to commemorate his lover, Yi Nianshu bought this place. Now this is also the base camp of the Dragon King Palace. At the dinner table, Yi Nianshu reported the current situation of the Dragon King Palace to Zhang Yuan and Hurricane Yun. Although they didn't get what they wanted from the Chen family's old house, they also got Wei Li out. Two elders, although our Dragon King Hall's road to unification is faltering and difficult, especially overseas, many branch halls have either betrayed or remained silent. However, after our training and development over this period of time, especially with the scar removal cream left by Elder Li Feng, we have finally made great progress. Yi Nianshu took out a data chart. I used the good effect of scar removal cream to open my beauty salons across the country in the form of chain franchises. The franchisees are the cooperative families of the Dragon King Palace back then. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked in confusion, how can those families be interested in the profits from a mere beauty salon? Yi Nianshu smiled and said, of course those ambitious families don't care about it. After all, they can make hundreds of millions of dollars by just starting a real estate project in the local area. But the second generation of the family needs this kind of business that is sure to make money. So we, the Dragon King Palace, have established connections with the second generations of those former families through the profits brought by the beauty salon franchise. I believe that with the continued output of our Dragon King Hall's scientific research department, we will eventually use the profits to rebuild the Dragon King Hall and make it a giant under the sun. Yi Nianshu is very ambitious. At that time, those who have betrayed us and those who are hostile to us will be judged one by one. Thinking of the death of her man, Hua Chengfeng, Yi Nianshu was filled with murderous intent. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, that pair of shameless guys, actually used a loader to attack secretly. It's ridiculous to put the blame on a death row inmate. And that Prince Ning was even more of a bastard. Li Feng cured his illness, but he turned a blind eye to the deaths of Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng and didn't even care about revenge. It's absolutely heartless to the extreme. However, it is precisely because of this that this world needs their Dragon King Palace to make reforms. After hearing that the Dragon King Palace had made progress in its unification efforts, Zhang Yuan and Hurricane Yun both smiled with satisfaction. Night, Yi Nianshu sat in his study and worked hard alone. Now, under her management, the Dragon King Palace mainly takes the path of business alliance with many families. Her biggest ally at the moment is the Long family. All the beauty salons in Beijing are franchised by the Long family. Although the family doesn't have much money, it is still possible to make a net profit of more than 1 million a year. For example, the Long family invested in 100 stores at one time and made a lot of net profit in a year. In Yi Nianshu's vision, she wanted to control the upstream factories and raw material production areas of all industries developed by the Dragon King Palace and outsource the downstream sales to various small and medium-sized families across the country. Then tie those families to chariots and use them to besiege the big families. Once a business empire is established, the network of contacts is also built. With the connections of those small families in official circles, their Dragon King Palace can take the opportunity to influence the country's grassroots policies. After all, every policy has its own countermeasure. Until then, they can do whatever they want. Yi Nianshu continued to work overtime with great expectations for the future. In the corner of the villa, Mo Yun answered a phone call and said respectfully, Miss, Chen Yon's hoarse voice sounded. Kill Zhang Yuan at all costs. In the old house of the Chen family, Chen Yan stood in the morning hall of the old lady of the Chen family with a gloomy face and hung up the phone indifferently. Looking at the old lady of the Chen family lying there quietly, Chen Yan murmured, "Grandma, thank you for using your life to warn me how strange those Taoist magics are. Thank you for risking your life to tell me that people like Zhang Yuan should be eliminated." The next day, as soon as Song Yang and others got up, they received information from Secretary Jin's father. Last night, a fire broke out in the Hua family's old house, and Zhang Yuan, a Taoist prodigy and the top expert in the Dragon King Palace, was assassinated. The murderer was Mo Yun, the former servant of the old lady of the Chen family. After killing the man, Mo Yun surrendered himself to the Jinyue and asked to be sentenced. Mo Yun also explained the motive for the murder, which was to avenge the old lady of the Chen family. It turned out that Mo Yun once had a child with Chen Yan's father. This child is also eligible to run for the position of head of the family. However, the child mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago. The old lady of the Chen family has been looking for her. Unfortunately, he was found by Yi Nianshu in the end, which was also the reason why Mo Yun betrayed the old lady. But after decades of living together, Mo Yun also had feelings for the old lady. He asked that the old lady's life should not be taken and that her child be supported to become the head of the Chen family. As for Chen Chen, he is a waste and a scapegoat. But the old lady of the Chen family died, and the position of head of the family fell into the hands of Chen Yan. More importantly, Mo Yun discovered that the child Yi Nianshu found was not hers at all. In a rage, Mo Yun chose to avenge the old lady. Yi Qingyu commented on Mo Yun's explanation. "It's a lie. Recommend 2 books from friends." Book title, Universal Mecha, a god-level talent at level 5. Summary, disaster strikes, monsters wreak havoc, copies appear, and the mecha era arrives. Everyone awakens the mecha core, obtains unique talents, and freely builds their own mecha. Yifeng's awakening level mecha is looked down upon by his girlfriend's mother, who breaks up the couple. Fortunately, he obtains a god-level talent evolution. Every time he advances 5 levels, he gains a talent. Energy saving. The mecha's energy is increased by 2 times, and the loss is reduced by 90%. Others are still worried about the high energy consumption of mechas, so they have to be frugal and choose the components they carry. As for Yifeng, Gauss gun, super particle cannon, snake floating cannon, refraction defense shield, etc., as long as they can be equipped, they are all equipped. Wind of recovery. When the mecha's health value drops to 30%, its vitality, energy value, and recovery will increase by 200%. Unyielding reduces damage received. The lower the mecha's health, the less damage it takes. When receiving fatal damage, it will be immune to damage for 10 seconds and convert the damage received into attack power. Holy Fury. All attributes are increased tenfold, lasting for 1 minute. Others were afraid of being besieged by the monsters, but Yifeng deliberately went into the monster group and acted recklessly. When monsters besieged the city, others held on for fear of losing their lives, but he became the god of death. Title, My Vegetative Wife Sit Up After Listening to My Concern. Introduction. Shen Mo married a vegetative wife just because his father-in-law gave him enough. Then when everyone else was laughing at Shen Mo laughed. What a bunch of idiots. Even though my wife is a vegetable, she is beautiful. The most important thing is that she is lying on the bed, so I can go out and have fun as I please. As long as I don't overdo it, no one will care about me, ha 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 ha. When the time comes, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th mistresses will come whenever they want. Liu Yue, who was lying on the bed, jumped up when she heard Shen Mo's voice and roared, "You are my man. How dare you try to find someone else?" A completely new book, written by a man who was dying and suddenly woke up. Of course it's a lie. Mo Yun's biological child is Chen Yan. Mo Yun was probably afraid that Zhang Yuan would attack Chen Yan, so he directly eliminated this Taoist master. Tusk, this part where the young master falls in love with the guard, but is cruelly separated by his old mother, and in order to make the guard's daughter the heir of the Chen family, he joins the game and takes his wife to die. This is a climax. Song Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yi Qingyu's pupils shrank sharply. If this was the case, then the plot of the whole incident was probably that both Chen Yan and Chen Chen wanted to take the top position. Chen Yan used Mo Yun's secret incident to pretend to surrender to the Dragon King Palace, helping the Dragon King Palace and Chen Chen to capture the old lady of the Chen family, allowing Chen Chen to get the key to the Chen family's warehouse. Then Mo Yun stole the key and gave it to Chen Yan. At that time, Chen Yan would put the charge of murder on Chen Chen, and she would be able to take power without bloodshed. The reason why it has come to this is probably because Chen Yon did not realize that Zhang Yuan was too cruel. So Yi Qingyu guessed that it was most likely that Chen Yon panicked, so she directly asked Mo Yun to take Zhang Yuan away. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Is there any good person among these wealthy families? Oh, it seems that today is the funeral of the old lady of the Chen family. I remember there was a joke at the funeral of the old lady of the Chen family. The old lady of the Chen family gave birth to a son with an outsider in her old age, and that outsider would go there today to ask for the inheritance. Oh, I remember now. The reason why Chen Yon and Hua Chengfeng are together is that when Chen Yon inherited the Chen family, the illegitimate son of the old lady of the Chen family came to make trouble and brought the paternity test with the old lady of the Chen family. In the end, Hua Chengfeng used some means to resolve the matter. Tusk, how should I persuade Qingyu to go to the theater with me later? Song Yang felt conflicted when he thought about being able to eat the melons up close. Although there is a crisis around us, it should not affect our enjoyment of the show. Yi Qingyu looked dazed for a moment. Among the older generation of this aristocratic family, are there any clean ones? After the trance, Yi Qingyu quickly adjusted his state and asked others. Today is the day of the funeral of the old lady of the Chen family. Does anyone want to go? Shen Liuliu shook her head and spoke first. I won't go. I want to discuss the overseas short drama business with the Rocky family in the West. Page 44. Song Yang was surprised for a moment when he heard this. It's not settled yet. Shen Liuliu smiled distressedly. It's not easy to talk about it. The Loki family wants too much. I just want to give them the sales rights in their own country. Song Yang shook his head and said softly, in this case, you might as well sell half of the company to the Rocky family and outsource all overseas short drama business to them. There's no end to the money you can make. Song Yang knew Shen Liuliu's idea, which was to cooperate with every Western country using the short drama resources in his hands. Shen Liuliu was stunned. She didn't expect Song Yang to come up with such an idea. Yi Qingyu glanced at Shen Liuliu and sighed. Sister, you really don't know how to do business. Shen Liuliu was a little annoyed but didn't say much. After all, this was not her strong point. This made Shen Liuliu feel a little lost, and she felt useless. Feng Qiuyu said with a smile, Sister Luo, you have to admit your shortcomings. Look at me, I directly admitted that I was a waste, and then I followed everyone around, eating with shares and trying to reduce my presence. In the end, it was Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and Secretary Jin who went. Feng Qiuyu recently took a fancy to a new project and planned to invest in it. Shen Liuliu decided to contact the Loki family again. If it really doesn't work, just give up. If a simple project is so difficult to negotiate, what will we do when facing more business competition in the future? Lin Qingyu continued to do scientific research. She wanted to make a breakthrough in chip technology research as soon as possible to give Song Yang another trump card. If Song Yang's company can break through the foreign chip blockade, Song Yang's weight at the national level will increase, especially the employment brought by chip processing plants, which is what the country values most. A great scholar named Lu Xun once said that people rebel because they can no longer survive. As long as the people can survive and have hope, they will never rebel. But how to keep the people alive? It is to give the people a job and stable prices. It's that simple. Therefore, the court will value the company that can create the most jobs the most, and will be most willing to give it some face. Before leaving, Yi Qingyu called Chen Yon while Song Yang was in the bathroom. At the Chen family's old house, Chen Yon, who was preparing for the funeral, was a little confused. She and Yi Qingyu were just nodding acquaintances, so why was he calling her on the phone? But thinking of Song Yang, Chen Yon decided to take it. In a place where no one was around, Chen Yon said in a serious tone, "Hello." Yi Qingyu's cold voice suddenly rang out. Your old lady has an illegitimate child who will go over and cause trouble today. Be prepared. My advice to you is to cremate the old lady directly. Don't give illegitimate children a chance. Otherwise, the illegitimate child with the paternity test will have the right of inheritance before you. Yi Qingyu hung up after saying that. Chen Yon stood there with her whole body cold. Damn it. It was just one good show after another. Miss, the guests are coming soon. The housekeeper found Chen Yon and asked softly. Chen Yon gritted her teeth and said, Uncle Zhang, find a car now. I want to take Grandma to be cremated directly. Tell the other guests to hold the memorial service at the crematorium. Announce to the public that it was the old lady who was poisoned. We cannot harm other people's lives. We will say that the poison came from His Majesty the Dragon King. We had no choice. At this moment, Chen Yon didn't care whether this excuse would work or not. She just wanted nothing to happen. As for whether Yi Qingyu wanted to laugh at her, she was too lazy to think about it. After all, she had no grudges against Yi Qingyu. Uncle Zhang was shocked and said hurriedly, "Miss, this is against the rules." "Rules?" With a sneer, Chen Yan said in a deep voice. "Does our Chen family have rules?" Uncle Zhang had no choice but to step down, as the Chen family really had no rules. When Song Yang and Yi Qingyu drove to the Chen family's house, the car was already ready at the Chen family's old house, and everyone was asked to go to the funeral home. When Song Yang and Yi Qingyu arrived at the funeral home, Chen Yan had already brought people to set up the mourning hall. However, the body is gone, only the portrait and the urn. The guests who came here were all confused as to why such a good funeral was held in such a hasty manner. But thinking that the Chen family has been in a crazy state for so many years, I decided not to cause trouble, so no one said anything. Only Song Yang was confused. Why was it cremated in advance? What will happen to the people who come to cause trouble later? Can we still eat the melon? Yi Qingyu smiled slightly. You definitely won't be able to eat the melon. The only thing you can eat is Chen Yan on the stage wearing a black funeral dress. Yi Qingyu was confident that he could send Chen Yan to Song Yang's bed as well. After all, marriage is always the best means of forming an alliance. My grandmother's passing makes me very sad because she was the one who nurtured and educated me, and she raised me after my parents passed away one after another. I hereby assure everyone that even if our Chen family uses all their strength, and even if there is only one person left in the family, we will fight to the end against the person who murdered Grandma. I believe that all the uncles, aunts, and sisters will support me and help me. Chen Yan stood on the stage and gave a speech with tears in her eyes. The faces of the top families listening in the audience were all quite gloomy. The main reason why they came to attend the funeral of the old lady of the Chen family today was that the old lady died too suddenly, or died from evil magic. In addition, they suddenly received news this morning that Mo Yun had assassinated Zhang Yuan. A guess suddenly came to my mind. Dragon King Palace. It's that damn Dragon King Palace again. For the heads of top families, they have experienced all the good things in their lives, and what they pursue is nothing more than living a few more years. And the Dragon King Palace actually dared to use evil magic to assassinate the patriarch of a family. This is such a terrifying thing. How can eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned? Everyone knows the principle that if the lips are cold, the teeth will perish. Therefore, these families came today to support the Chen family. They wanted to give a warning to the Dragon King Palace. Chen Yan continued, "Once again, I would like to thank all the elders for their support. I hope that the friendship between our families can." "Wait!" A loud shout came from outside the door, followed by two figures rushing in. There was an adult and a child. The adult was about 40 years old, and the child was about 12 or 13 years old. Chen Yan frowned and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?" The man in his 40s glanced at the whole audience and said in a deep voice, "My name is Zhu Lei, and I'm here to see my wife off." "See you off?" asked a patriarch of a noble family doubtfully. Zhu Lei said proudly, "Yes, it's a farewell. I am Chen Ziyuan's husband." The whole audience was in an uproar. Chen Ziyuan was the name of the old lady of the Chen family. Everyone instantly thought of something and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts that the old lady was having fun. Song Yang was excited. "Here he comes. The illegitimate child is here to steal the family property." Zhu Lei kicked the little boy next to him. The boy rushed forward, knelt in front of the portrait of the old lady of the Chen family, and cried loudly, "Mom, why did you leave so suddenly and leave Ziyuan alone in this world?" Chen Yan smoothed her hair and looked at Zhu Lei calmly. "Mr. Zhu, please respect yourself. My grandmother is a highly respected person. How could she have such a small child?" Zhu Lei smiled proudly and took out a paternity test from his arms. "Here is an example of a paternity test, and the hospital that did the test is the largest private hospital in the city, Lin's Private Hospital." Zhu Lei smiled proudly. With the paternity test in hand, his son is the only living son of old Lady Chen, which means that his son has the highest priority of inheritance. The old lady of the Chen family did not transfer her property before she died, and most of the Chen family's property is still under her name. Whoever inherits it will instantly become a wealthy man. Everyone present knew this, and the expressions of the rest of the Chen family members changed instantly. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly what she wanted. How to unite a family in crisis. It's very simple, just create an enemy for this family. After receiving Yi Qingyu's call, Chen Yan panicked, but then she realized that this was also an opportunity to unite the Chen family. After all, the Chen family is special enough. All the shares are concentrated in the hands of the head of the family, and other branches receive money from the head of the family every year according to their contribution. In the past, the head of the family would determine who would be the next head of the family before he died, and then the handover and transfer would be carried out in advance. In this situation, a situation arises. Other members of the Chen family, even if they have some property, will work hard for the position of head of the family. There is also a situation where once the head of the family dies tragically, the estate can only be inherited according to the legal rights of inheritance, and the heir becomes the new head of the family. Chen Yon felt that if the person who split up the family business had to choose between her and an outsider, the person would definitely choose her over the outsider. This is indeed the case. As Zhu Lei took out the paternity test, the Chen family members present were already filled with murderous intent. The Chen group, which is involved in the black, white, and gray worlds, must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Chen Yon stepped forward and said calmly, "Mr. Zhu, everyone present is smart. They all know that my grandmother's death is related to the Dragon King Palace, but you showed up at this time, not earlier or later. The paternity test report you brought was issued by the Lin family, a former affiliated force of the Dragon King Palace. It's hard for us not to suspect that you came here to defraud my Chen family's property." Page 45. Chen Yon's words not only changed the faces of the Chen family, but also the faces of the other families. How disgusted they would be if they thought that one day they would be ambushed, and the Dragon King Palace would find someone to take the family property with the paternity test report. Zhu Lei laughed heartily and said, "No matter what you say, I don't know the Dragon King Palace, and I don't know anything else. I just know that my son is Chen Ziyuan's biological son, and he has the priority to inherit Chen Ziyuan's property." Zhu Lei's attitude completely offended everyone present. Song Yang looked at the furious Chen family, the gloomy heads of the aristocratic families, and the complacent Zhu Lei, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Zhu Lei must be a fool. Doesn't he know that the Chen family is famous for being ruthless and cruel? Doesn't he know that the Chen family has people in all three worlds? Chen Yon looked at Zhu Lei, then at the Chen family members who were already furious, and said calmly, "Second uncle, why don't you go down and talk to Mr. Zhu?" The second uncle of the Chen family, a member of a branch of the family, a middle-aged man with a small mustache and wearing a black tang suit, came to Zhu Lei with a gentle smile. "Mr. Zhu, let's go talk over there. Relax, I can make most decisions." Zhu Lei smiled triumphantly and pulled his son aside. Chen Yon continued to read the eulogy as if the farce had never happened. After the funeral, Yi Qingyu and Chen Yon went to the next room to discuss the project, while Song Yang followed the group back first. He also had to find someone to contact Zhang Yu on Longhu Mountain, so he was also very busy. As soon as Song Yang followed the people from other worlds out of the funeral home, his pupils shrank suddenly. He saw Zhu Lei and his son lying quietly on the street outside the funeral home. Chen's second uncle was standing beside them with a gentle smile and talking to the police who came to monitor the scene. "Oh my, I thought I was going to have a younger uncle, but as soon as I went out, a car rushed over like crazy and hit them to death. I can't help it. I can only say that things are unpredictable." The heads of other families could only watch this scene coldly. When they thought that Zhu Lei might have been sent by the Dragon King Palace to cause trouble, they felt that he deserved to die. The palace of the Dragon King is really disgusting, using paternity tests to inherit the estate as an excuse. Song Yang could only whisper, "How cruel." However, why did Hua Chengfeng in the original novel coerce and bribe people who were sent away with money? But the Chen family had to use the cross-country eye. Oh my God, could it be that Zhu Lei is really related to the Dragon King Palace? It makes me sick just thinking about it. In the funeral home's reception room, Yi Qingyu and Chen Yon sat down face to face. Chen Yon was the first to express her gratitude. If it weren't for Yi Qingyu's timely notification, today's matter would not have ended so easily. At the very least, it would catch her off guard. Yi Qingyu smiled. She was just trying to be nice. After the two of them complimented each other for a few words, Yi Qingyu went straight to the point. "I don't know if you have the key to the Chen family's warehouse, but I think you should know that the Chen family has become a hot commodity in the eyes of all parties. After all, the treasures in your hands are all the spellcasting tools that the masters want." Chen Yon nodded and did not deny it. It was indeed true. Yi Qingyu continued, "So I want to discuss cooperation with you today." What cooperation?" Chen Yon frowned. The basis for cooperation between the Chen family's industry and the Yi family's industry is very small. So what does this mean? What is going on? The main reason is that Chen Yon doesn't think that the Chen family and Yi Qingyu have a basis for cooperation. What kind of cooperation can one person in the cultural relics business and the other in the real estate business discuss? Jointly develop ancient tombs abroad. So Chen Yon decided to be careful. Only by being careful can you go further. Regardless of Chen Yon's caution, Yi Qingyu said to himself, Song Yang is backed by the Song family and the Li family, the two founding families, so Song Yang's background is destined to have enough support no matter which path he takes. Chen Yon nodded. It was a very tempting condition, but it was not enough, because people in some industries don't care about your background at all. After all, the world is fair and everyone has only one life. Yi Qingyu continued to speak. Join us and you can also enjoy some of the resources of the Yi family, the Shen family, the Feng family, and the Jinyue. Chen Yon's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is attractive enough, but what is the reason? Can you, Yi Qingyu, represent so many families? Seeing Chen Yon's suspicion at a glance, Yi Qingyu smiled and said, I have formed a business alliance, and these families are all in the alliance. What Yi Qingyu didn't say was that the foundation of this alliance was Song Yang. Chen Yon, who believed in Yi Qingyu's ability, did not ask any further questions. Yi Qingyu continued to speak. In addition to this, there are Song Yang's own resources. You may not know that Song Yang has invested a lot in scientific industries and is one of the representatives of the academic clique. This is what Yi Qingyu got from Feng Qiuyu. Feng Qiuyu told Yi Qingyu that most of the industries that Song Yang had led her to invest in were scientific research results of university professors and high-end intellectuals. Most of these people are Song Yang's classmates and teachers. Most of the cooperative industries are joint ventures, in which Song Yang holds a large share. What can I say about the status of those scientific research giants? It is terrible, because a certain series of giants directly monopolize part of the industry technology and are supported by many people. Academic cliques have always been a formidable force independent of the secular world. For example, the famous one is the Lin family in Beijing, but they are just a branch of the academic clique, which has attracted the attention of countless people. However, this was not enough for Chen Yon to make up her mind to join Yi Qingyu's alliance. Therefore, Chen Yon said calmly, It's not enough. Yi Qingyu smiled. With these words, everything was stable. We are going to contact the people from Longhu Mountain next. If you join us, we will be a powerful alliance. As he spoke, Yi Qingyu took out a triangular piece of talisman paper from his bag and placed it on the table. The talisman paper circulated within the Jinyue is specially used to save lives. It is a deposit. Chen Yon was excited. This was exactly what she wanted. This was what she needed most. She was in control of the Chen family's warehouse and needed to turn those treasures into truly valuable treasures. But Chen Yon did not agree immediately. However, I will only officially join after I see your cooperation with Longhushan. Chen Yon decided to gain some more benefits for herself. Yi Qingyu left with a smile. After leaving the funeral home, Song Yang went to find Lin Qingyu. After confirming the progress of scientific research, he went to Fenghai University to find his former mentor and asked him to help find some chip professionals. The instructor waved his hand and said, No problem. Song Yang invested some money in the new projects of his mentor and several senior classmates. One of the senior brothers, brother-son, is currently researching a project called Intelligent Robots. This project is what Song Yang is most optimistic about. Song Yang estimated that the day this project was successfully researched, his senior brother-son would not be able to wander around freely and would have to live the kind of life that a court-arranged marriage would lead. At that time, money was a trivial matter. After confirming these, Song Yang called Song Qingling and asked his sister if she had the contact information of Zhang Yu from Longhu Mountain. Song Qingling said yes. The relationship between the Song family and Longhu Mountain is still good. However, Song Qingling expressed his doubts, saying that Song Yang and Zhang Yu were related by blood, but how come there was no contact information? This made Song Yang confused. What a joke, I didn't notice this when I was reading the book. In the original novel, Song Yang went to Zhang Yu for help, but Zhang Yu angrily refused. Later in the original novel, Song Yang mentioned Yi Qingyu, and Zhang Yu agreed to help. Frightened, Song Yang searched his original body's memory again, but found no trace. As far as I can remember, my predecessor Song Yang donated a sum of money to Longhu Mountain when he was a child, and he has never met Zhang Yu. This made Song Yang a little hesitant. He didn't know how to contact them next. Direct contact. While Song Yang was hesitating, Yi Nianshu was reorganizing the Dragon King Palace. Zhang Yuan's death made Yi Nianshu clench his fists in anger. I thought that their Dragon King Palace had the top masters of medicine, Taoism, and martial arts, and could bestow favors on countless dignitaries. They also had countless former subordinates, so they were definitely the top force in the country. What they never expected was that they were first stabbed in the back by their former younger brothers, followed by the deaths of Li Feng and Hua Chengfeng. Before they could recover, Zhang Yuan died. This made Yi Nianshu doubt whether his understanding of the world was wrong. As a result, Yi Nianshu returned to the small village where Hurricane Yun and others once lived in seclusion. The village is very small, with only more than 50 households and a total of more than 200 people. But this is the foundation of the Dragon King Palace. At an internal meeting in the village, Yi Nianshu explained all the circumstances and let those in the village who truly belonged to the Dragon King Palace make their choice. Everyone, our Dragon King Palace has suffered a series of defeats and is now on the brink of extinction, so please make a choice. You can continue to follow me and Elder Hurricane or leave on your own. It's up to you. Those who choose to follow will no longer stay in the village as a trump card this time, but will go out together and risk everything. If you're leaving, just leave. Yi Nianshu said calmly. This time she came back with only one main purpose, to bring out all her background and trump cards. She wants to open it up. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would lose everything because of the strategy of filling up the oil bit by bit. Page 46. Null. Page 47. Raising his eyebrows, Zhu Yuan was puzzled. Why was this old guy still speaking with anger? He remembered that he hadn't contacted the other party for 8 years, so he shouldn't have been angry with him. With doubts, Zhu Yuan asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?" Hurricane Cloud said in a cold voice, "Our Dragon King Palace is going to stand between heaven and earth again. Everyone in the village must leave. You hurry back here." "Hee hee." Zhu Yuan sneered and said disdainfully, "Are you sick, old man? I have been away from home for 8 years. Why should I listen to you? Also, don't you have any idea of how you treated me in the first place? I haven't even settled the score with you for brainwashing me. Why do you think I will go back and help you?" Zhu Yuan was furious when he thought about life in the village. In the past, he was young and ignorant, and thought that what Hurricane Yun said about him being born for Hua Chengfeng, being his bodyguard, and being his sword was correct. Later, when he was in high school, he met a teacher. When Hua Chengfeng bullied him, he set out what Hurricane Yun had instilled in him. The teacher was so scared that he immediately took him to see a psychologist. Upon examination, it was found that he had been hypnotized and brainwashed. The teacher called the police, and Zhu Yuan was expelled from school by Hurricane Yun and was beaten up when he returned home. Later, the Dragon King Hall took revenge on the teacher, which made Zhu Yuan so angry that he turned against him. In the teacher's words, "A normal person would not give up everything for another person who has no relatives or friends, especially when that person bullies you." When Zhu Yuan broke the hypnosis and escaped from the Dragon King Palace, it was the teacher who helped him, gave him food and drink, and taught him how to live an ordinary life. He also introduced him to his current wife, a wild prairie woman. Hurricane Cloud sneered, "Boy, I am your father. I saved your life. You must listen to me. Otherwise, I will beat you to death and the law will not matter." "Content from?" Zhu Yuan sneered back. "Is it out of my control? Then come and kill me. I'll send you the address when I get back. Come if you dare." After hanging up the phone with a click, Zhu Yuan rode his horse to find his wife, who was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 150 pounds, a heavy tank on the grassland. He also found his father-in-law, who was 2 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds, and cried as he told him what had happened. My father-in-law was immediately furious. "You are the son-in-law of my golden family. How dare he, a mere elder of the Dragon King Palace, bully you? Send him the address and ask him to come. My golden family can't beat him to death." Their golden family was once a powerful family that dominated the world. Now they still own half of the entire northern grassland, which is recognized by the imperial cabinet. His Dragon King Palace has Taoist magic, and my golden family also has ancestral witchcraft. If Hurricane Yun had his legs broken by the imperial guards, my golden family would have buried him alive and used him as fertilizer for the grassland. The burly father-in-law with a face full of flesh patted Zhu Yuan on the shoulder and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Since you have married into our family, you are our family. If Hurricane Yun dares to come, I will break his legs." At the village meeting, the furious Hurricane Yun ignored Yi Nianshu's attempt to stop him, gathered all the villagers from his lineage and rushed out. He wanted to beat Zhu Yuan to death. Yi Nianshu was helpless. She couldn't afford to offend any of these 3 elders, so she could only sit down and continue to contact other talents who had walked out of the Dragon King Palace. When Li Feng, Hurricane Yun, and Zhang Yuan made the plan, they wanted to train talents and send them to various industries and sects to pave the way for Hua Chengfeng's rise. Unfortunately, before Hua Chengfeng could start showing off, he died. Yi Nianshu started to call again, and the replies he received were all, "Study, I'm married, and don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Dragon King Palace. Dragon King Palace, those 3 old bastards are still alive. Study, listen to your sister's advice, and leave quickly. Hua Chengfeng is a nasty guy who inherited the bad genes of those 3 old bastards. Study, you are a good kid, you are smart, and now you have a successful career, so hurry up and cut ties with the Dragon King Palace." "What, you mean the great cause of the Dragon King Palace? Stop it. The Ming dynasty is peaceful and prosperous now. Why would you want to destroy it? As the saying goes, once a hero draws his sword, the people will suffer for another 10 years. What's more, the Dragon King Palace is just an ambitious man. Student girl, listen to me. Don't pay attention to those crazy people in the Dragon King Palace. Send them to jail. Take the money and come to Beijing to find me. I will order you 10 male models for massage in the club. It's not like there weren't elders in the village who angrily called these people bastards. There is only one answer. No matter what you old guys say, as long as you dare to provoke us, we will call the police and say that the Dragon King Palace is targeting you. Let's see whether the Imperial Court will take down us or you, the Dragon King Palace." Some people even said directly, "Idiot, it's modern society now, who would still be like you Dragon King Palace, thinking about making trouble all day long. Isn't it better to just live an honest life?" In the evening, after making the phone call, no one came back. Yi Nianshu came to the ancestral hall in the village alone. Looking at the densely packed list of people who died for the palace of the Dragon King, she was confused. She didn't understand why the Dragon King Palace kept losing, or just always unlucky. Before she came back, she still thought that Yi Qingyu, Chen Yan and others were too cruel, that Prince Ning and others were too ruthless, and that Yi Yun and Linglong and others were too heartless. But this time, the gathering of the Dragon King Palace's direct descendants from all walks of life, led by Lai Du and Zhu Yun, and the talents personally trained by the 3 elders, directly told Yi Nianshu not to think that just as you and Hua Chengfeng were loyal to the Dragon King Palace, so were the others. We have a very bad impression of the Dragon King Palace. Perhaps this is the reason why the Dragon King Palace fails every time. Staying in the ancestral hall, Yi Nianshu had a headache. She now doesn't even have anyone to discuss and argue with her. Taking out his cell phone, Yi Nianshu clicked into the address book, scrolled down, and found Song Yang's number. This was given to her by Song Yang when she first met him. She first met Song Yang at a banquet 2 years ago. At that time, Yi Nianshu's chain of beauty salons had just opened, and the beauty products it produced had just started to sell, but they were not very famous. Yi Nianshu took the invitation letter given by Lin Jai to attend the banquet of the Zhu family in Jinghai. At the banquet, many people ridiculed her, believing that the industry she was engaged in was low class. Song Yang stood up for her that time and said with a smile that in this industry, as long as you can make money, there is no distinction between being mainstream and not being mainstream. The second time we met was at a private bar party. Yi Nianshu and Hua Chengfeng went drinking with some second-generation friends who came from Beijing. Although those second generations called Hua Chengfeng Big Brother, all the time there was still contempt in their eyes. One of them was drunk, and seeing that Yi Nianshu was young and beautiful, he smiled and put his hand on her. Hua Chengfeng didn't say anything, thinking it was just a joke. It was precisely because he did not express it that, when Yi Nianshu went to the bathroom, the second generation who was making physical advances dared to chase him up with bad intentions. In the end, it was Song Yang who saved Yi Nianshu. Song Yang beat up the second-generation Cuckoo. Later, Yi Nianshu found out that Song Yang brought Feng Qiuyu to the bar to meet his friends. After a few more chance encounters, Yi Nianshu realized that Song Yang's attitude towards ladies was completely different from that of others. For example, Feng Qiuyu is a little follower following Song Yang, but out of loyalty to his wife, Song Yang has never touched her. He has never let Feng Qiuyu drink outside, and he protects her very well. This is completely different from Hua Chengfeng. In Hua Chengfeng's eyes, women are like clothes. When you like them, you will wear them every day, and when you have worn them enough, you will throw them aside. For example, Hua Chengfeng and Lin Huyin were together every day for a while, and he didn't think about Yi Nianshu at all. Even when Yi Nianshu reminded him to be careful of Hua Ling, Hua Chengfeng felt annoyed and thought that Yi Nianshu was jealous. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Nianshu finally dialed Song Yang's cell phone number. This is the first time. In Fenghai City, Song Yang, who had just arrived at Shen Liuliu's company, looked at the strange caller in confusion. I was a cautious person in my past, and I made notes on every mobile phone number. However, Song Yang still picked up the call. Hello. While answering the phone, Song Yang greeted the front desk and walked into the small reception room of Shen Liuliu's company, which was quiet enough. Inside the ancestral hall, Yi Nianshu didn't expect to actually answer it. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "Brother-in-law." The two words plus the familiar voice made Song Yang's body tremble. It turned out to be Yi Nianshu. After hesitating for a moment, Song Yang turned on the recording function first, and then slowly said, "What's the matter?" After struggling for a while, Yi Nianshu said bluntly, "Brother-in-law, why do you think the Dragon King Palace keeps losing and fails to everyone?" Song Yang really knew the answer to this question, so he said calmly, "Although I don't know why you are asking me, but since I call you brother-in-law, I will tell you. Because the concept of the Dragon King Hall is not consistent with our country's development concept. It is commonly said that the Ming dynasty does not have the soil to support the Dragon King Palace." Yi Qingyu stared in disbelief. Why was this the reason? Song Yang said slowly, "First, all the top noble families in the Ming dynasty have made contributions to the country, but the Dragon King Palace has not. This makes those people in the upper echelons unable to accept the Dragon King Palace. Second, what the Dragon King Palace did was too domineering. Just like Li Feng's medical skills, what Daming can accept is the top medical skills that are widely available, not the top medical skills that are unique to the Dragon King Palace. Third, what the Dragon King Palace did is too disgusting. Take the old lady of the Chen family, for example. No top family can accept that the life of the patriarch is not in their own hands." Page 48. Yi Nianshu fell silent. She knew all this, but was the reason so simple? Is there no other deeper reason? Song Yang sighed. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. It doesn't matter if I tell you this. I just want to say one thing, Yi Nianshu. There is no hatred in the world that cannot be resolved. As long as you let it go, we can all be friends." If possible, Song Yang didn't want to fight with Hua Chengfeng and Yi Nianshu. The reason is simple. There is no need to create so many enemies. Yi Nianshu said thank you and hung up the phone. After Song Yang hung up the phone, he went to find Shen Liuliu. When Song Yang arrived, Shen Liuliu had just finished negotiating with Kesha from the Loki family and signed the contract. This time, the cooperation between Shen Liuliu and Kesha was very simple. Shen Liuliu set up a separate company overseas, and she and Kesha's Loki family each held half of the shares. Shen Liuliu shares all of her domestic short drama resources with that company. Dang dang. "Lolo, I'm here to take you home." Song Yang walked into the office with a smile. Shen Liuliu stood up happily. "You are here." Hearing the familiar voice, Kesha turned around in surprise and saw Song Yang, who was much more mature than 5 years ago, with surprise flashing in her eyes. Song Yang also looked at the European and American beauty, with long burgundy hair in front of him with surprise. "It's beautiful." Seeing that Song Yang didn't recognize her and was only busy flirting with Shen Liuliu, Kaisha was a little disappointed and couldn't help but ask, "Boss Shen, won't you introduce me to him?" The teasing tone made Shen Liuliu blush slightly, and she whispered, "Yang Yang, this is Ms. Kesha from the Loki family. Ms. Keisha, this is my best friend's husband, Song Yang." Song Yang shook hands with Keisha. The name Keisha did not appear in the original book. There is no memory of my previous life either. When Keisha heard Shen Liuliu talking about her best friend's husband, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. "Are you all married? Then there is no need for her to worry too much, otherwise she will appear stupid." After saying goodbye to Keisha, Song Yang took the happy Shen Liuliu home. People in the company are no longer surprised by the two of them being so affectionate. At night, Song Yang gave Yi Qingyu Zhang Yu's contact information. "I think it would be more appropriate for you to contact me. After all, in the original story, Song Yang used your name, Yi Qingyu, to get Zhang Yu to take action. If Yi Qingyu had not previously stated that he did not know Zhang Yu, Song Yang would have planned to let Yi Qingyu find the contact information himself." Yi Qingyu looked at Song Yang thoughtfully. It was impossible that her silly husband had ever been kind to Zhang Yu, and she didn't know about it. Yi Qingyu knew herself well, and knew that she had no connection with Zhang Yu at all. A little bit of heartfelt words. For some reasons, the subject matter of this book is sensitive, so my previous chapters need to be revised. Sorry, I have been updating and revising the content over the past few days, so I will take a day off today. Dear big brothers, please do not delete the book. I will definitely come back. This is the first book I wrote after returning to QQ reading, and it will definitely not end badly. Not only did I revise it myself, I also spent money to ask some experts to help me revise it. I am really serious about it. Please, please don't delete the books. Night. The sudden ringing of a cell phone interrupted Zhang Yu's evening class. I seem to understand why people in this world are practicing slower and slower. Zhang Yu was not in a good mood. She didn't quite understand why she received 2 calls today. You know, in the past she would not receive more than 3 calls in a year. However, thinking that if no one was calling, it was no big deal. But if someone was calling, it must be a big deal. Zhang Yu picked up his phone and answered the strange call. Hello, I'm Zhang Yu. Hello, I'm Yi Qingyu. The gentle voice made Zhang Yu's heart tremble. Why did this woman look for her? Hello, what's up? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Zhang Yu pretended to ask as if nothing had happened. Yi Qingyu on the other end of the phone smiled and said gently, Nothing, I just want to talk to you about life. I want to ask how much I need to pay if I invite Master Zhang to come to my place to take charge. Zhang Yu's heart sank. Was this a demonstration? Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine why Yi Qingyu was so arrogant towards her. Sorry, I won't go out. Zhang Yu refused directly. Inside the villa, Yi Qingyu, who was sitting on the balcony with a glass of wine in hand, was not surprised by this answer. She smiled faintly and said, What if my husband Song Yang was threatened by someone? Zhang Yu's heart trembled violently. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, What's going on? As expected, Yi Qingyu sighed inwardly. She discovered one thing a long time ago, that Song Yang was a very kind guy, willing to help anyone who encountered problems, and might even forget about it afterwards. This Zhang Yu may have also been helped. You know, although the hero saving the beauty is a very old-fashioned story, it is really effective. Just think about it when you are in despair, a handsome guy descends from the sky on a 7-colored cloud and saves you from the water and fire. Would you be touched? Aren't you very happy? Yi Qingyu did not hide much and said lightly, It's nothing, it's just the Dragon King Palace. Zhang Yu clenched her fists. Zhang Yuan had raised her for a while, and Song Yang had saved her when she was in danger, so. Okay, I'll help Song Yang. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me. By the way, I have a set of health-preserving exercises that I wrote myself. You can take them and give them to Song Yang. They can help him regulate his body. I have personally carved a few jade pendants and consecrated them. You can send someone to get them. They can protect Song Yang's comfort. At the very least, some evil techniques cannot touch Song Yang. Zhang Yu was like unsealing a seal, and he talked to Yi Qingyu incessantly about the preparations he had made for Song Yang. Yi Qingyu was stunned and then fell silent. She found it hard to understand Zhang Yu's behavior. Can you prepare so many things for a man? Yi Qingyu wanted to invite Zhang Yu to come and take charge personally, but Zhang Yu refused. In Zhang Yu's opinion, love is selfish. If you can't possess it alone, it's better not to have it. Therefore, she didn't want to live with Song Yang and Yi Qingyu. She wanted to be alone, but she would help Song Yang. Don't worry. As the person who is better at fighting than the heavenly master on Mount Longhu, my Taoist skills are unrivaled in the world. Zhang Yuan is no match for me. As long as Song Yang has what I give him, no one can plot against him. Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered, and he agreed. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyu arranged for someone to go to Longhu Mountain to get the things. When Song Yang came out of the bathroom, he saw Yi Qingyu, who was in a good mood. Yi Qingyu explained Zhang Yu's words in a few words. She omitted the possible relationship between Zhang Yu and Song Yang, and directly said that Zhang Yu's Taoism was unparalleled in the world, and that he had given them the treasure, so they no longer had to be afraid. Song Yang smiled happily. Northern grasslands, Hurricane Yun and his group of more than 30 people marched towards Zhu Yuan's location in a mighty manner. When they arrived at the grassland tribe where Zhu Yuan was, Zhu Yuan was still a little confused. No, are you so cruel? Hurricane Yun raised his hand and slapped him with a palm wind. Zhu Yuan frowned and stopped him, scolding. Old man, I'll give you one last chance. Back off and don't force me to kill you. After all, there is some grace of upbringing. Hurricane Cloud seemed to have heard some earth-shattering joke and laughed up to the sky. You're still going to kill me. If you have the guts, just do it, you loser. Then die. A roar came out of nowhere, and a strong man rushed over from a distance and knocked Hurricane Yun away before he could react. Call out. A long whistle sounded. The people led by Hurricane Cloud looked in the direction of the sound and saw a sturdy but curvy grassland woman leading a horse coming from not far away. The woman looked at Hurricane Cloud and his group indifferently. You are the ones who threatened my husband and came here to cause trouble for him. Zhu Yuan ran to the woman and said, Wife, you're back. A 2-meter-tall, strong man also came to the woman. Hurricane Cloud wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, standing with the people he brought with him, sneering. "We have 31 people, and you only have 3, don't be afraid." The woman sneered and said disdainfully, "You are getting old and confused. When have you ever seen us grassland people fighting alone?" In the distant past, living conditions on the grassland were not good, and everyone had to fight against the sky, the earth, and the bad weather. All the grassland people who survived those harsh times basically had one thing in common: unity. And the long whistle of the woman just now was a message to gather people. The earth was shaking, and the sound of horses riding horses could be heard one after another. Hurricane Cloud and the others looked up and saw smoke and dust rising in all directions. That was caused by the galloping of the horse. Before Hurricane Yun and the others could react, they were surrounded. The woman sneered, "Now it's 31 against several hundred people. The advantage is on me." Zhu Yuan's father-in-law, a 2-meter-tall, strong man, walked forward with a grim smile and said, "Fool, do you really think that just because we have the only tent on this grassland, it means that we are the only family here? We're just a little far apart neighbors. Brothers, go ahead." An hour later, Hurricane Yun originally wanted to rush over under the cover of night and take Zhu Yuan back. Unexpectedly, someone took advantage of the night and turned it into fertilizer. Zhu Yuan looked at the land under the feet of the cattle and sheep, poured a glass of wine, and then sent a message to Yi Nianshu. Page 49. "Don't wait, it's too late." Yi Nianshu, who was resting in the village, sighed after receiving the news. The next day, there was still no movement in the village. On the third day, the young man's family realized something was wrong. On the fourth day, the young man's family began to contact those contacts who were out, but without exception, they could not get through to any of them. Everyone panicked and found Yi Nianshu. As the Dragon King, Yi Nianshu must be responsible for their village. Yi Nianshu smiled bitterly and chose to contact the Jinyue. "As soon as we contacted each other, Jin Datung arrived. I am now the person in charge of Jinyue, who is specifically responsible for targeting your Dragon King palace." In a room specially used for receiving guests in the village, Jin Datung sat there casually, observing other villagers while speaking lightly to Yi Nianshu. Yi Nianshu sighed tiredly and asked softly, "Uncle Jin, I just have one question. How are those who went out?" Other people in the village looked at Jin Datung nervously. Even if they have a guess, they hope they are wrong. Part of the previous part has been changed, but I saw some readers said they couldn't read it. Is that true? "Dead," Jin Datung uttered these 2 words calmly. Although the Northerners were very secretive and Hurricane Yun and the others had tried to shake them off. For the royal guards, there was no car they had lost and no case they had not solved. "What? How is that possible? Why is this happening?" The people in the house were instantly shocked. The more than 30 young people who died were the backbone of their village. They were also their beloved relatives and friends. They also had parents, families, and lovers. The eyes of the crowd instantly turned red, and a woman shouted at Jin Datung in a hoarse voice, "As a Jinyue, why don't you arrest those people?" Jin Datung didn't even look at her. He lit a cigarette and looked at Yi Nianshu boredly. Here only Yi Nianshu is qualified to talk to him. Who are the others? If you are ordinary people, Jin Datung would answer, because the Jinyue has the duty to protect the world. But the people in your village are not like that. You are from the palace of the Dragon King, or you are from those crazy people like Hurricane Yun and Zhang Yuan. You are all guilty of subverting the imperial court to a greater or lesser extent. After Yi Nianshu finally persuaded everyone to calm down, he sighed and looked tiredly at Jin Datung, who had a playful look on his face. "Uncle Jin, they are the people of the court anyway. Why did they die so silently? Aren't you afraid that if I tell others about it, it will spread all over the world and damage your image?" Jin Datung shrugged and said bluntly, "It's very simple, don't be afraid, and you don't know how to do it." As he spoke, Jin Datung glanced at the people present and said calmly, "I will just tell you my purpose today. We have already obtained everything the court wants from the Dragon King Palace. The next arrangement for you is also very simple. According to His Royal Highness Prince Ning and the bigwigs whose lives were saved by Lai Feng before, as long as you no longer have unnecessary thoughts, such as becoming the master of the world, we will not care. But if you still want to use it, I'm sorry. But the royal guards will completely define the Dragon King Palace as an evil sect and eradicate it directly." After Jin Datung finished speaking, he patted his butt and got up and left. Before leaving, Jin Datung turned back calmly and added, "Girl, you are a smart person. You should know that the people you have offended during this period are not real big shots. If you let those real big shots go, you Dragon King Palace will die miserably." Jin Datung left after he finished speaking. Some people tried to stop him, but were stopped by the only old man left in the village. After watching Jin Datung leave, Yi Nianshu sat dejectedly on the chair, lowering his head with a wry smile. The other people in the village looked at each other, all filled with despair. It turned out that in the eyes of those real big shots, the decades-long planning of the so-called Dragon King, Hurricane Cloud, Zhang Yuan, and Li Feng, as well as her previous ideas of Yi Nianshu, were all so ridiculous. It turns out that in the eyes of those real big shots, their Dragon King palace can be destroyed with a wave of their hands. Fuck, it turns out we are a joke. This is totally different from what is said in those novels. When he raised his head again, Yi Nianshu's face was full of despair. The few elderly people left in the village sighed and asked in a low voice, "Study, what should we do next?" Glancing at the confused and bewildered people in the room, Yi Nianshu sighed softly. Why are these people, from the old to the young, so lacking in initiative? Why would they focus all their attention on her, a young girl? Oh, it turns out that Zhang Yuan and his team had instilled absolute obedience in these villagers. Recalling what Hua Chengfeng had told her in the past, this village is the kingdom of the Dragon King Palace, and the people here will absolutely obey the Dragon King. Those who might disobey were thrown out to experience the sufferings of the world, and thus become loyal to the Dragon King. Thinking about those words now, Yi Nianshu just finds them ridiculous, because the Dragon King Palace itself is a joke in the eyes of those big shots. The only thing that people covet is the advanced medical technology that Li Feng once experimented with. Yi Nianshu chuckled and said gently to everyone in the room, "Everyone, the three elders are dead. I am now the Dragon King, the only one in charge." Everyone in the room nodded. "Yes, that's it. Then I hereby declare that the Dragon King Hall is disbanded. You may go wherever you wish. If you want revenge, just don't use my name. If you don't want revenge and don't know where to go, just follow me to Fenghai City to run a company." After careful consideration, Yi Nianshu decided to disband the Dragon King Palace. After saying this, Yi Nianshu did not wait for others to respond. He returned to his room alone and sent out the news of the dissolution of the Dragon King Palace according to the Dragon King Palace's special contact method. Of course, the last funds in the hands of the Dragon King Palace were taken away by Yi Nianshu. Who can go against money? All over the world, those who once belonged to the Dragon King Palace were in an uproar after receiving the news. Although they no longer listened to the Dragon King Palace, what the hell is this disbandment? Then some shocked people went to check the money in the Dragon King Palace and found out that all the money in the account had been transferred away and was taken away by the new Dragon King named Yi Nianshu. Almost everyone was stunned for a moment, and then, in the black area, Yi Yun and Ling Long, who were doing well, couldn't help but sigh. What's the matter with the disbanding of the Dragon King Hall? It turns out that woman Yi Nianshu donated money and ran away. Fenghai City. When Song Yang received the news of the dissolution of the Dragon King Palace, he was experimenting with new chip manufacturing technology with Lin Qingyu's team. With this technology, they will be able to produce 5nm chips soon. Therefore, Song Yang was only surprised for a moment about the affairs of the Dragon King Palace, and then he no longer cared about it. His company uses high-tech. Yi Nianshu's company is focused on services, and even its independent research is all in the beauty field, with a little bit of medicine added in. This does not conflict with Song Yang or Yi Qingyu. Oh, there is still a conflict with Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu is now forming a business alliance. One of the industries under the alliance is medical beauty, which is invested by Song Qingling. When the chip experiment was successful, Song Yang breathed a sigh of relief, immediately held a celebration banquet for Lin Qingyu, and immediately held a press conference to announce it to the world. The whole country celebrated, as this represented their successful breakthrough of a foreign technological blockade. Alexander was so angry when he heard the news. Yi Qingyu immediately held a press conference and a high-end banquet to celebrate for Song Yang. Some things can only become famous and get better and better if they are put on display and let people know about them. Just like Song Yang's company, only by having the enthusiasm of the whole nation can it attract the best talents in the country and build the best team. In the capital, the second master of the Lin family was smashing things crazily in the room with a distorted expression. "Lin Qingyu, you bastard, you betrayed your own family to protect outsiders. You've screwed me over." The second master of the Lin family and his wife Song Mei were so angry that their hands were shaking. He also contributed partly to Lin Qingyu's chip research. The most important thing is that what Lin Qingyu told him at the beginning was that if the research was successful with the help of Song Yang's resources, The results would be shared with him, and he would publish it. At that time, the credit would belong to the Lin family, and the status of the second master of the Lin family would be steadily improved. The most important thing is that he would be able to get more investment from the old man of the Lin family. After Yi Nianshu disbanded the Dragon King Palace, the first thing he did was to cut off cooperation with those scientific research organizations, especially the second master of the Lin family. In Yi Nianshu's opinion, those investments were useless to him. Now that he didn't even want the Dragon King Palace anymore, why did he need those things? What he should do most is to manage his own Jinyang technology well and manage the Dragon King Palace legacy that he inherited. The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei were furious when they received a call from the old master of the Lin family. On the phone, the old man's voice was very cold. He first talked about the chip research. The superiors were very dissatisfied with their response and decided to give the investment in chip research to Song Yang and Lin Qingyu's research team. Secondly, the old man of the Lin family punished the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei according to the family rules. The family funding for the research institute, where the two worked, was cut in half. If they could not produce reasonable results within a year, they would be closed down. Page 50. The second master of the Lin family begged for mercy quickly, but the old man of the Lin family firmly refused. The reason was simple. As a family that rose in the era of science and technology, the Lin family was able to gain a foothold in the aristocratic family group, and hundreds of family members could continue to enjoy a superior life, all thanks to their scientific research capabilities. To put it bluntly, they can continuously contribute to the country's scientific research. But the idiot second master of the Lin family ignored the orthodox chip industry and researched some crappy human chips with the Dragon King Palace. He also played tricks when foreign countries blocked the chip industry. He deserves to die. If you were not my son and were really capable, I would never let you go like this. The old man of the Lin family said this coldly and hung up the phone. He is a father, but more importantly, he is a family patriarch and a science and engineering man. He needs absolute rationality. Therefore, he could not protect the second master of the Lin family. Moreover, if he could not produce any results within a year, the second master of the Lin family's research institute would really be closed down. The second master of the Lin family, who knew the old man's character, sat on the ground in despair. He was really desperate. Song Mei was equally desperate. The reason she married the second master of the Lin family was for the Lin family's money and to act as a matchmaker for the Dragon King Palace. The two desperate people didn't even have the heart to scold Lin Qingyu. Ding-a-ling. Song Mei picked up the phone, looked at the overseas call displayed on it, and frowned in confusion. However, Song Mei still picked up the phone. I can invest in you, but you must give me all the research results of human chip. You also have to come overseas. No matter what, I am also one of the overlords of the overseas Dragon King Palace, and have the right to inherit the Dragon King Palace's legacy. The person who came was Alexander, the second master of the Lin family, and Song Mei hesitated. They were not fools and knew what it meant for them to go overseas. That is a choice from which there is no turning back. You can turn on the TV and see how other people treat you, and then make your decision. The second master of the Lin family frowned and turned on the TV, which was the live news channel. Song Yang stood on the stage in high spirits, explaining his ideas in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. As a young oilman born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, I have made a vow to give everything for the country under the influence of my ancestors since I was a child. When I heard in college that my country's chips were mainly imported, I realized that someone needed to step up in this industry. I think I have good abilities, and I should stand up and contribute to the country's prosperity. I always believe that the cause I work for is great. Next, please allow Ms. Lin Qingyu, the chief engineer of our company, to explain the future of the chip industry to everyone. Song Yang took the lead in applauding and welcomed Lin Qingyu to the stage. Lin Qingyu, wearing a white scientific research coat, came on stage with a gentle smile and said softly, I have two noble people in my life. One is my grandfather, Mr. Lin Danghui. The camera turned to the audience, where a stiff old man with a buzz cut was sitting there, nodding at the camera. In the barrage, countless people were screaming, and he turned out to be the only remaining national hero. Lin Qingyu said slowly, Under Grandpa's teachings, I understand one thing: science has no borders, but scientists do. What I have learned should contribute to the country while making a profit. The second noble person I met was Mr. Song Yang. I was moved by his passion for the chip industry. He was not afraid of overseas pressure and worked hard to win customers and investment, which made our chip business take off. So thank you, Mr. Song. Lin Qingyu bowed to Song Yang. On the internet, as the live broadcast progressed, articles appeared one after another, saying that they were contributing to the country in real time and that I felt my career was glorious. The names of Song Yang and Lin Qingyu officially became a hot search topic. After Lin Qingyu stepped down, it was time to sign the CHIP Strategic Cooperation Agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the public, cadres praised Song Yang for his contribution to the chip industry and called him a rising star. The second master of the Lin family smashed the TV angrily. All these should have belonged to him. If that guy Lin Qingyu hadn't deceived him, he should have been the one being praised and the center of attention. And the old man, who rejected him on the phone, went to Feng Hai and Lin Qingyu to act out the loving grandfather and filial grandson relationship. It was really disgusting. Promise Alexander that we will go abroad. In anger, the second master of the Lin family made a decision. Even if he makes this decision, he will lose a lot of things, such as his family. But the second master of the Lin family can't care about so many things. None of the projects he is working on can produce results within a year. He has put everything on the human body chip. So, let's go and wait for his glorious return. The second master of the Lin family and Song made up their minds and quickly decided to evacuate. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, the two of them took the copied USB drive and left. After all, the human chip project was their personal research institute, and no one above was paying attention to it. While Song Yang was holding a celebration banquet, the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei boarded a plane to go abroad. At the celebration banquet, Yi Qingyu walked towards some women alone, while Song Yang was communicating with Lin family's old man Lin Danghui and Lin Qingyu. The list of these women was given to her by Secretary Jin. They were all people Song Yang had contact with before and had nothing to do with this celebration banquet. They were ambiguous about whether to come or not, and when Song Yang was giving a speech, they sat below and stared at him in a daze. Now that you, my husband, have been successful, my business alliance should be further expanded. Yi Qingyu held the wine glass and walked towards the people on the list. Long time no see, aunt? The first woman Yi Qingyu found was his aunt, Ms. Yi Yunqing, a mature and charming woman with big wavy hair. Hearing the shout, Yi Yunqing's pretty brows wrinkled slightly. She didn't like her niece. The reason was probably that she had taken away the young man whom she had admired but had not had the chance to make a move on. Sighing slightly, Yi Yunqing turned his head and said with a complicated expression, "After not seeing you for many years, how come you have become so shameless? Can't you see that I don't want to pay attention to you?" Yi Qingyu smiled slightly, not minding, and pointed at Song Yang. "Is it because of my husband?" Yi Yunqing's pupils shrank sharply, and he lowered his eyebrows and said softly, "No, it's because of your mother's love brain." "Oh, then just keep pretending." Yi Qingyu exposed him without any hesitation. According to Secretary Jin's information, Yi Yunqing's eyes never left Song Yang after he came here. Sighing, Yi Yunqing turned his head and continued to look at Song Yang, who was talking to Lin Danghui with a light in his eyes, and said softly, "If you don't say it, you can still call me aunt. If you reveal it, we can't get along." Banged. Yi Qingyu clinked his glasses with Yi Yunqing and said calmly in the face of his dissatisfied gaze, 3 days later, I will hold a discussion in the conference room of the Yi Group. I hope you can come and talk about my business alliance." Yi Yunqing frowned, too lazy to pay attention to this niece of divine gold. "It's related to Song Yang." Yi Qingyu left proudly with the arrogance of a big wife. As annoying as ever, just like that stupid sister, Yi Yunqing continued to look at Song Yang. "Madam Wang, see you at Yi Group in 3 days. This was a noble lady whose husband had died. Miss Helena, I hope to see you at Yi's in 3 days. This is a noble lady from abroad who is said to have royal blood. Ms. Zhou, I've long heard of your name. I hope to see you at Yi's in 3 days. This is a strong woman who started from scratch. Mrs. Rienur, I'm glad you're here. I hope to have a chat with you at Yi's in 3 days. This noble lady from America. Ms. Sheng, I love your movies and hope to talk to you in 3 days. This is an international star." After going around in circles, Yi Qingyu felt like a socialite. Later, some women directly said that they would go in 3 days. Secretary Jin handed Yi Qingyu, who was resting by the window, a glass of water and pushed up her glasses. "Now you know how lucky you are to be with him." After taking a sip of water, Yi Qingyu looked towards the hall with confused eyes. Just now, there were about 30 people who agreed to go to Yi's, but she only invited a dozen of them on her own initiative. In other words, there were still a dozen people that Secretary Jin had not discovered. I'm just curious about how Song Yang knows these women. Yi Qingyu was really curious. Also, how did Song Yang have such great charm? Yi Qingyu even wanted to tear off Song Yang's face to see what kind of succubus he was. Secretary Jin's eyes flickered, and he said softly, "According to my investigation of Song Yang's resume, he has been having encounters since he was in junior high school. The international star Miss Sheng was a junior high school classmate of Song Yang. Her family situation was probably a gambling father, a missing mother, a sick sister, and a broken self. When Miss Sheng was most helpless, Song Yang protected her as the class monitor and funded her to study abroad." Yi Qingyu was speechless. It turned out to be Bai Yueguang. "I know a little about Miss Helena. Song Yang met her when he was an exchange student abroad in high school. It was probably about a noble lady who ran away from home and encountered a threat. The handsome young man came to the rescue and took in the down-and-out lady." Yi Qingyu complained expressionlessly, "It's still Bai Yueguang. Don't mention Bai Yueguang." Secretary Jin shook his head and said softly, "Let's talk about something else. Your aunt met Song Yang when Song Yang accompanied Long Ling on a trip abroad. At that time, Long Ling had a temper like a little girl. She was always messing around and bullying Song Yang. Once she locked Song Yang out of the door. Your aunt picked Song Yang up and brought him home. I don't know what happened afterwards." Page 51. Yi Qingyu's heart tightened. Her aunt was the type of person who would not be happy if the melon was forced to be sweet, but would quench your thirst. Secretary Jin talked about the encounters between 5 or 6 people and Song Yang. Most of them were Bai Yueguang. After all, Song Yang was a good man, and it was normal for him to help others when he saw injustice. In addition, Song Yang was rich, generous, and had a good personality. It was estimated that none of the men those women met later could compare to Song Yang, and their filters became thicker and thicker. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but sigh. "My husband, who is as chaste as a jade, is really perfect. I am really lucky." Yi Qingyu had never thought Song Yang was so perfect. You know, these women have various identities, but Song Yang was not tempted at all. What a touching situation. After the banquet, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu saw everyone off together. Secretary Jin apologized and left because of something. Shen Liuliu was taken away by Shen's mother. Lin Qingyu and Lin Danghui left. Some things needed to be discussed between the grandfather and grandson. Feng Qiuyu received a call from home and also left. So on the way back, there were only Song Yang and Yi Qingyu. Sitting in the back seat, Yi Qingyu turned Song Yang's head and looked at him carefully, which made Song Yang feel creepy. "What's going on? Why are you looking at me like I'm a monster? And with that look in your eyes, are you going to eat me? It shouldn't be like this. I haven't done anything wrong recently. I have remained chaste and have always been true to myself in the face of all kinds of temptations. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. I should think about how to tell Yi Qingyu about those women at the banquet. Those women were the ones who caused trouble for Dragon King Hua Chengfeng in the original novel." Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Especially Yi Yongqing, who is worthy of being Yi Qingyu's aunt. After Yi Qingyu and Song Yang died, she went straight to the battle with Hua Chengfeng overseas and almost beat Hua Chengfeng to death. If it weren't for Zhang Yuan dying in his place, Hua Chengfeng would have died. Even though he lost in the end, he was able to end the game safely. He's awesome. Yi Qingyu was speechless. It seemed that her husband was a little conflicted when it came to relationships. Tusk and Helena, who directly instigated the Dragon King Hall in one place to rebel, making Hua Chengfeng's path to unifying the Dragon King Hall full of contradictions. After the unification, the actual controller of that branch hall was still Helena. Yi Qingyu's heart sank. Those women seemed much stronger than her. However, the scariest one is Ms. Rianer. She banged. The car was hit hard from behind. Yi Qingyu and Song Yang turned around with gloomy faces, only to see an off-road vehicle following closely behind them. There was no doubt that someone was going to send both of them to their deaths. The driver whispered, "Boss Yi, Boss Song, there's a car coming up ahead." The crisis comes in an instant. Thinking about the fact that Shen Liuliu and others had left today for some business, Yi Qingyu felt uneasy. What's going on? When he woke up again, what Song Yang saw was the ceiling of the hospital, and what he heard in his ears were curses. In the guest room of the luxurious ward, Yi Qingyu, leaning on a crutch, slapped Secretary Jin, Shen Liuliu, Long Ling, who had returned from the capital, Lin Qingyu, Feng Qiuyu, and others in the face, and roared at Song Qingling. "Someone come." Song Yang's hoarse voice suddenly stopped the quarrel in the living room. The next second, a group of people rushed into the ward. Song Yang looked at the girls with wounds on their faces and Yi Qingyu with red eyes. He pulled up a smile and said gently, "I'm fine, aren't I?" Yi Qingyu hugged Song Yang and burst into tears. Secretary Jin and Shen Liuliu both lowered their heads in shame. Song Qingling sat beside Song Yang's bed. After Yi Qingyu had cried enough and got up, he said calmly, "I knew about your attack in advance." Yeah, Song Yang was not surprised. Yi Qingyu looked at Song Qingling with hatred. Song Qingling was about to speak, but Song Yang stopped him and asked Yi Qingyu to take the girls out. Secretary Jin was about to speak, but Song Yang just smiled and said gently, "Some things are not for you to decide. I won't hate you, nor will I blame you. Go out first. I will talk to my family about my family's affairs." The moment the car was smashed through last night, Song Yang knew that retribution had come, and he also knew why Secretary Jin and others left at the same time. This is a calculation. After everyone left, Song Qingling looked at Song Yang and said calmly, "Before the Dragon King Palace was disbanded, Hurricane Yun and a group of people died in the northern grasslands. After the Dragon King Hall was disbanded, a group of people left Yi Nianshu's Dragon King Hall. Then this group of people who left the Dragon King Palace targeted you, who had the greatest grudge against the Dragon King Palace." Song Yang smiled bitterly. "Am I taking the blame for those people in the northern grasslands?" Song Qingling shook his head and said calmly, "No, listen to me continue." Song Yang nodded and said, "Okay, go on. The chip breakthrough has affected the interests of many people at home and abroad. These people hate you to the core, and together with the group from the Dragon King Palace, they decided to teach you a lesson." Song Yang smiled, then said coldly, "So it happened that all the people around me were called away, and King Yu and I set out on the road alone." "Yeah," nodding, Song Qingling continued, "there are many people's calculations in this matter. Those people want to teach you a lesson, but they don't want to offend too many people, so they use various methods to call those women away. The Song family's idea is to murder the heir and eliminate a group of political enemies." Song Yang felt a chill in his heart. This was an aristocratic family. For the sake of family interests, even the designated heir could be sacrificed at any time. Song Yang could imagine what the Song family was doing at this moment. At this time, the old man and his family would probably make a fuss, crying loudly with his bare chest, "I have shed blood for the Empire, and I have made contributions to the Empire." Song Qingling gathered his hair and said quietly, "This incident also revealed one more thing." "What's the matter?" Song Yang was a little depressed. "Those women truly love you," Song Qingling said with a smile. After listening to Song Qingling's description, Shen Mo knew what happened last night. After hearing the news from the capital, Long Ling rushed back and called Secretary Jin on the way. Secretary Jin led his men to attack directly. Bodyguards were also temporarily borrowed from the Shen family and the Feng family. Feng Qiuyu returned home because a distinguished guest had come to his house unexpectedly. After receiving the news, he directly asked the bodyguards to detain the distinguished guest. The situation in the Shen family was similar. Shen's mother turned around and reported her partner who brought guests to her home. What the hell? The most ruthless one was Yi Qingyu. As soon as she woke up and heard that the thugs were from the Dragon King Palace, she rushed into Yi Nianshu's house with her bodyguards and smashed her house to pieces. She made it clear that if anything happened to Song Yang, she would definitely be killed first. Song Yang smiled. Song Qingling left. Several big guys were kneeling in front of Old Master Song. Several big men had bitter faces. Oh my God, they had never seen such outrageous gangsters. They were over 100 years old, and they started moral blackmailing these juniors without saying a word as they walked in. They kowtowed to them first, and then they kept saying, "I have saved blood for the leader, I have made contributions to the empire, and my only great-grandson was besieged in the country. Is there any justice in the world?" Several big guys took great pains to help Old Master Song up and sent him back to the Song family mansion. Then a few bosses discussed it and decided to deal with it according to the law. Soon, all the Dragon King Hall personnel involved in the case were taken away. Based on the confessions of this group of Dragon King Palace personnel, they began to hunt down people across the country. Many noble families were arrested, and many overseas personnel were arrested. A storm suddenly arose. Song Yang lay in the hospital bed every day, watching the news about who was arrested, which family went bankrupt, and which people were sent to prison. Among them was what Song Yang wanted to see the most: a long list of people engaged in overseas chip sales being arrested. The ending is tragic, but this is everyone's choice, and everyone needs to pay the price for their choice. Song Yang was framed and beaten up and almost died, so those people had to pay the price. This is reality. In contrast to those unlucky ones, the market value of Song Yang's company instantly increased tenfold, and a large number of domestic orders came in like snowflakes. Lin Qingyu assured Song Yang that she would break through the technological blockade as quickly as possible and bring chip technology to the level of foreign countries, thus making Song Yang a true chip giant. Song Yang looked at her fierce eyes and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only say, "Don't be too excited. What do you want to do with that devastating expression?" Before Song Yang had finished comforting Lin Qingyu, he received other news. News from all over the country said that a large number of children from aristocratic families had committed suicide at home. This scared Song Yang to death. What was he going to do? Song Yang was even more shocked when he heard that the old man of the Long family, Long's father, committed suicide, and his personal property was inherited by Long Ling, and the family was inherited by the branch disciple Long Shimin. Song Qingling's explanation was very simple. This was the explanation given by the families involved in the case to the Song and Li families. According to the rules of the family, if you offend us and lose, you will have to pay something. The Long family had previously prevented Long Ling from returning to Jinghai, and this was a sin. Song Yang was silent. The rules of the aristocratic family were as cruel as ever. However, what shocked Song Yang was that Jinyang Technology, where Yi Nianshu worked, did not suffer any losses in this process. This is shocking. The explanation given by Song Qingling was that this woman really did not participate in this incident, and that this woman was very clean, and no guilt could be found on her. Page 52. On the third day of Song Yang's hospitalization, Yi Qingyu met those women. At Yi Group, people arranged by Secretary Jin brought one distinguished guest after another to the conference room. When these distinguished guests saw the injured Yi Qingyu, they raised their eyebrows. "You only suffered such a minor injury." Yi Yunqing looked at Yi Qingyu with a bad expression. Yi Yunqing felt very bad when he thought that Song Yang was still lying in the hospital, while Yi Qingyu was just using crutches. Unhappy, extremely unhappy. Yi Qingyu ignored her, but looked straight at the people present and said coldly, "I want to form a business alliance and sincerely invite everyone to join." Helena raised her eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Is it similar to what someone did?" "We're not joining." The others nodded in unison. That's right, they would never join such an organization. They have always been neutral in the international arena, living their own life. With their strong size, no one wants to offend them. Therefore, participating in an organization does not conform to their philosophy. Yi Qingyu shook his head to indicate that it was not the case. Opening the PPT, Yi Qingyu said, "The business alliance I formed is just for mutual benefit." The girls became interested. "For example, my Yi Group is mainly engaged in commercial real estate. So I would like to cooperate with your construction companies and directly operated stores under your names, so that both parties can jointly reduce costs and expand benefits. That's really my main goal." Yi Qingyu smiled and said, "Yes, this is her main goal." But there were no fools present. Yi Yunqing said calmly, "You want to use the power of the alliance to connect upstream and downstream companies, so as to reduce costs and increase efficiency and speed up the expansion of Yi's. Is it right?" Yi Yunqing thought of a mobile phone company he had invested in. The president of that company took advantage of multifaceted cooperation among upstream and downstream industries to forcibly lower production costs, thereby quickly occupying the low-end market through price wars, making up for quantity with sales volume, and getting the company listed in one fell swoop. Yi Qingyu nodded without hesitation and talked about his future plans. With the help of the alliance, Yi's production costs were reduced, and step by step, the main focus was put on high labor industries to achieve the ultimate goal of self-protection. As soon as Yi Qingyu said the word self-protection, the women in the conference room all widened their eyes. "I know that you are all powerful people and know what happened between me and my husband Song Yang, so I will tell you the truth. The most fundamental goal of all I did was to protect myself. As long as the two of us have enough industries and provide enough jobs, I believe that something like this will not happen again. If Yi's company has thousands of construction sites operating simultaneously across the country, and hundreds of thousands of workers are relying on our wages to make a living, do you think we will still be attacked?" Yi Qingyu spoke slowly and clearly. Yi Qingyu saw very clearly that the reason why she and Song Yang were attacked this time was that their own destiny was not given enough weight. If she and Song Yang died, the industry collapsed instantly, and hundreds of thousands of people were forced to lose their jobs. Someone would forcibly eliminate the crisis before they crossed the bottom line. I can assure you that what I have mobilized is only cooperation, and it is mutually beneficial. After all, you are all scary, aren't you? If his own strength was not really enough, Yi Qingyu would not want to take this step. A group of people looked at each other, and finally Mrs. Wang took the initiative to speak with a smile. What you said is very tempting, but I don't want to agree unless. Yi Qingyu looked at her unless what? Seeing that she had attracted everyone's attention, Madame Wang smiled and said, unless you suddenly have dozens of girlfriends, you can hold a salon event when you have nothing to do. Song Yang also needs to go on more business trips abroad when he has nothing to do. How? The conditions were laid out in one sentence. Yi Qingyu's face looked a little ugly, especially since all the women present were looking at her like this. Yi Yunqing smiled at Madame Wang, looked at Yi Qingyu, and said lightly, my dear niece, I don't have much idea about your aunt. I just want a child. It's not too much, right? Yi Qingyu couldn't help but said, it's none of my business. The other women frowned at Yi Qingyu's sudden outrageous remarks. Don't agree to our terms. They actually met once before this meeting began. They all have their own forces behind them. They are all their own bosses. And they are all rational people, so their goals are very clear, which is to try something new, eat something good, and live a good life for a few days. Now that Yi Qingyu was swearing, they felt a little annoyed. Was this a rejection? Song Yang's business is getting bigger and bigger. How can I control whether he goes on business trips or not, and who he cooperates with? Besides, I'm so popular and have dozens of close friends all over the world. It's normal, right? After Yi Qingyu finished speaking, he left and asked Secretary Jin to see him off. Before leaving, Yi Qingyu whispered to the women inside, if Song Yang's chips want to become famous, he will definitely need cooperation from some big companies, so he will have to travel around. Yi Qingyu left the meeting room and rushed directly to the hospital, driving everyone away. He hugged Song Yang and cried loudly, which made Song Yang confused. He hurriedly comforted him, asking what happened. Was he bullied? He helped Yi Qingyu to bully him back, as he was so angry that he had no place to vent. Yi Qingyu chuckled, hugged Song Yang's shoulders, and bit him. Who made you so outstanding? You are the one who bullied me. Song Yang was very confused. That afternoon, Long Ling came over and gave Song Yang a set of skills that require both destruction and construction. This was given by Long Shimin to apologize to you. This time, we have accumulated a lot of good things. This is what Long Ling said to Song Yang. Song Yang didn't mind either. Soon, Song Yang received a set of exercises to strengthen his body. It is said to have been left behind by the legendary Yin-Yang school and can strengthen one's body through special methods. It's magical. Song Yang was not polite and took it and started practicing. He suffered heavy losses in this plot. For the next half-month, Song Yang practiced martial arts in the hospital to recover and handed the company over to Lin Qingyu. On this day, Shen's mother and Mrs. Wang came to see Song Yang together. 6-9 completed. Facing these two mature elders, Shen Mo, who was able to get out of bed, received them in the living room. Song Yang had to admit that it was really good to be rich, seeing as the wards he stayed in were all suites. Shen's mother and Mrs. Wang briefly asked about Song Yang's physical condition. After confirming that he had almost recovered, Mrs. Wang proposed to invest in Song Yang's company. Zioying, you know that at my age, I live on rent, which is not the right way, so I want to take advantage of your express train. Mrs. Wang's face automatically showed sadness. Song Yang opened his mouth and couldn't help complaining in his heart. You can't use my gold digging car. But don't worry, Zioying, I'm not just using your golden car. I brought you some big orders. Mrs. Wang smiled and took out several orders that Yi Yunqing and others had prepared in advance. Just as Yi Qingyu said, as Song Yang's company grows bigger and bigger, his business trips will inevitably increase more and more. Song Yang hesitated and picked up the order contracts to check. They were all quite large. The smallest order was 500 million yuan, and the largest was more than 1 billion yuan. There were 5 contracts in total. After thinking for a while, Song Yang said that he needed to think about it and couldn't agree rashly. Mrs. Wang readily said that it was no problem and that they should communicate more in the future and add each other on WeChat to chat first. There is one more chapter under review ahead. Then, under the guidance of Shen's mother, Song Yang had lunch with Mrs. Wang. At the dinner table, Song Yang behaved politely and chatted with Mrs. Wang and Mother Shen about his future career. Mrs. Wang did not have any company under her name, and she did not know how to run it, so she sold all the companies after her ex-husband died. But she was extremely lucky. She used cash to buy properties all over the country. Taking advantage of the booming real estate market, her assets increased more than 10 times. She was called the Fenghai Cash Cow. Including the rent, Mrs. Wang has a pure cash income of more than 10 billion yuan every year. Song Yang and Mrs. Wang mainly talked about the future of real estate. The future real estate market will definitely focus on the commercial market. The pure residential market will inevitably cool down, but the rental market should not be affected. Madam, a big shot in the rental market like you can sit on the mountain of stone. Song Yang couldn't help but sigh at how great Mrs. Wang was. She entered the rental housing market more than 10 years in advance and purchased in large quantities. Now, she has made a fortune just from the appreciation of the properties, and the rent has also recovered the cost investment. She is making money without doing anything. However, I think there will be a crisis in renting high-rise buildings in the future, Mrs. Wang said softly with a seductive look in her eyes. She thinks Song Yang is very handsome. This reminded her of her first meeting with Song Yang. At that time, her brother was transferred to work in the Northwest. There was an unfinished building that no one had bought, which had a great impact on the cityscape. With the idea of supporting her brother's work, she took it over with a wave of her hand. When her unfinished building was being renovated, her contract was tampered with, and the local decoration company suddenly raised the price and asked for an exorbitant amount of money. Mrs. Wang naturally couldn't stand it, so she immediately went to her brother for help. Her brother was also very angry. Someone was trying to mess with him. How could he tolerate this? He simply suppressed the decoration company, who knew that the group would take the risk and attack Mrs. Wang, and they happened to be met by Song Yang, who was in high school and out to participate in a competition. It was Song Yang who saved her. Page 53. Later, in order to thank Song Yang, she contacted Song Yang for a period of time. The final thought was why she was born a dozen years earlier. A young, handsome, cheerful, polite, righteous, and considerate boy is really attractive. Later, she met Song Yang again at Fenghai University. Mrs. Wang went to send her daughter to university, and Song Yang was attending the freshman orientation. The gentle, considerate, and sunny boy once again illuminated her cold heart. Later, Mrs. Wang was still deeply moved by his heroic act of saving the beauty at the cocktail party. It's a pity that Mrs. Wang's daughter doesn't like Song Yang. Otherwise, they would be a family. Song Yang nodded after a moment's silence. Indeed, although the safe service life of the building is 70 years, high-rise buildings can be called old buildings after about 20 years, and the aging problem of facilities and equipment will also be very serious. It is indeed necessary to take action as soon as possible. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. The more Mrs. Wang looked at Song Yang, the more charming he seemed to her. Shen's mother next to her side, thinking that her best friend was a little crazy. Shaking her head, Shen's mother changed the subject and began to talk to Song Yang about the future of the chip market and the entertainment industry. Mainly concentrated in the chip market, Song Yang felt very uncomfortable during lunch. He always felt that Mrs. Wang looked at him like prey. Especially in the second half, Mrs. Wang showed what an old fairy who had never had to touch water was like, and she even needed someone else to peel the shrimps for her. Song Yang felt that he couldn't let the young nurse take the nursing salary and then do the nanny job, so he had to do it himself. In the afternoon, when Yi Qingyu came to see Song Yang and Yi Qingyu talked about Mrs. Wang, and Yi Qingyu suggested that Song Yang agree. One is that Mrs. Wang has a strong background, and the other is that the company would not hesitate to take advantage of the ready-made order and receive a huge capital injection. Although Song Yang doesn't care much about these investments, it's better to have them than nothing. That night Song Yang wrote back to Mrs. Wang, offering 3 billion and 10% of the shares. Mrs. Wang agreed immediately and rushed to the ward with the contract that night. In the ward, Song Yang looked awkwardly at Shen's mother and Mrs. Wang, who came together. "Auntie, ma'am, don't be so anxious." Song Yang couldn't help but roar in his heart. Family members who understands. I just sent a WeChat message, and the other party didn't even bargain and rushed over to sign the contract. Is there some fraud here? Mrs. Wang smiled and said that she could ask someone to look at the contract. Now Song Yang could only ask Yi Qingyu and Zhao Zhenjin to help review the contract. When Yi Qingyu came, she glared at Mrs. Wang fiercely from where Song Yang couldn't see her. This woman really knows how to torture people. After the contract was signed, Mrs. Wang recommended a calming incense to Song Yang to thank him for helping her make money. As I get older, my sleep quality is getting worse. I found this box of calming incense specially for this purpose. It is very effective. Zioyang, you should try it. At night, Song Yang lit the calming incense out of curiosity. Is it really that magical? But it is really fragrant, and the effect is very good. The only downside was the dream I had all night. In the dream, he realized his childhood fantasy, became a hero and saved a beautiful girl, and then started dating a young woman. The next day, Mrs. Wang talked about life with Shen's mother in a refreshed mood, and told Yi Yunqing, Helena, and others about her experiences. When they heard that Yi Qingyu really did not stop them, They all breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Wang's calming incense was also passed around among this group of women. The first thing Helena, Ms. Rayner, and others did after returning to China was to announce their cooperation with Song Yang Company in the capital circle. Alexander rushed over angrily and asked why he betrayed her. Helena, Ms. Rayner, and others replied calmly, "Who are you, kid? You have nothing to do with us. You are not a member of our family. Why do you care about us?" As for the voices within themselves, Helena, Ms. Rayner, and others all responded calmly that Song Yang's chip technology was good, the quality was good, and most importantly, it was cheap, which would allow us to increase our dividends by 1 percentage point at the end of the year. You know, with the development of smartphones, chips are becoming more and more valuable. Many companies need to use it. A cheap chip can save a lot of money. For people in the capital market, who is Alexander? Oh, a man who claims to be the successor of the ancient king and calls himself the new Dragon King. Pretty awesome. But it's none of our business. Can it allow us to get an extra percentage point in dividends at the end of the year? Can't, then you say shit, go away. For people in the capital market, Song Yang can allow them to get an extra percentage point in dividends, so they naturally want to make friends with Song Yang. Song Yang was not used to his company's explosive growth and expansion. What Song Yang was most uncomfortable with was the massive number of business trips he had to take after being discharged from the hospital. In a month of 30 days, he would fly to 10 countries. 6-9 completed, Song Yang felt that he was being used like a donkey in the production team. But there was no way around it, since Yi Qingyu had arranged it for him personally. His wife can't hurt him, make up. Yi Qingyu would not harm Song Yang. She just made Song Yang a little tired. Under the Eiffel Tower, Song Yang was looking at the sky in a trance, with Helena and a purple-haired woman named Sayori beside him. Song Yang spent this month in pain and happiness. The happiness is that the cooperation is easy to negotiate. Everyone who discusses cooperation is very kind and does not pressure the price too much. The most important thing is that when discussing cooperation, most of the opponents are beautiful women. Even if they are not, he may occasionally meet one in the opponent's company. Just like now, he came to his last stop abroad, where he met Helena and Sayori. What's painful is that each of the women he meets would make strange requests, like Helena and Sayori, who asked him to go shopping with them for a day. In the other party's words, we are Party A, and as Party B, shouldn't you be more low-key and obedient? It is said that in your country, there are cases where Party B has to pick up and drop off Party A's children from school, clean the room, etc. in order to sign the contract. Song Yang really wanted to complain. What kind of weird sales literature are you reading? It might have been written by someone on Who. After the trance, Song Yang tried his best to serve Helena and Sayori as perfectly as possible while they went shopping. Take beautiful photos, cut the steak for dinner, and help them rest when they are tired. One evening, Helena and Sayori were very happy. Song Yang was still the white moonlight they once were. Before they got along, Helena felt that Song Yang might have changed, just like her brother's white moonlight. After many years, everything had changed. After all, even the most beautiful and charming rose will one day sink into the mud. After a day of spending time together, Helena discovered that Song Yang was still the same as he was back then. He was still the boy who was willing to lend a hand to help her when she was helpless on the street and took care of her like a child. The most important thing is that Song Yang was polite and rejected the temptation she offered with clear eyes. Helena studied psychology, and she could feel the innocence in Song Yang. That attitude of simply dealing with things and treating them seriously without any calculation at all really fits the image of the white moonlight in Helena's mind. In the evening, Helena made one last request. "My Mr. Party B, can you cook a meal for me?" Song Yang frowned and sighed. "Beautiful Miss Jia, I'm married, and the only person who can eat my dinner is my wife." Although she was rejected, Helena did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, she felt good about it. "Then, Mr. Yifeng, can you have a meal that I made for you?" Song Yang still refused. A man cannot eat food cooked by two women. This is the basic rule of love. The scenes in the double food diary flashed through Song Yang's mind. A man cannot eat at two tables. Helena and Sayori were puzzled, and Song Yang gave an explanation with a smile. In the end, Helena had no choice but to give up, and the three of them went to a nearby restaurant for a meal. At the dinner table, Song Yang and Helena had a chat about their understanding of business. Song Yang thought about it and said realistically, "I don't have much business ability. At least, I am far worse than my wife Yi Qingyu. My business was able to succeed because of my connections. So my understanding of business is very simple. Abundant capital and sufficient connections. The rest, I think, are trivial matters." Song Yang spoke sincerely, and Helena and Sayori smiled and nodded. Oh, I thought you had great insights, but it turns out you're just like this. A sarcastic voice came from behind. Frowning and looking back, Song Yang saw Alexander. Alexander looked at Helena coldly. Noble lady, you are not interested in this Oriental boy, are you? Don't forget you have a marriage bond. Helena wiped her mouth calmly and replied indifferently. It's like a dog catching a rat. You are meddling in other people's business. Why are you so idle? Alexander was furious. This woman was so rude. Song Yang stood up and looked at Alexander with a frown. If I remember correctly, we two should have no intersection. Why are you here? No intersection? These 4 words seemed to touch a switch. Alexander roared angrily. Because of you, my arrangements in that country were in vain. Because of you, my status in the family has declined. Now the only force I can mobilize is the Dragon King Palace in this area. Go to hell. What a stupid person. Page 54. Looking at the sudden attack from Shanda, Song Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What kind of family could cultivate such an idiot? Banged. Alexander was kicked away by Sayori. Sayori frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Your family is crazy to let someone like you be the Dragon King. Alexander looked at Sayori with pain and hatred. Where did this woman come from? A group of men in black suddenly appeared at the restaurant door and hurriedly took Alexander away. The red-eyed butler in butler's uniform bowed his head and meekly apologized to Song Yang. They also didn't know that Alexander had run away and said that Alexander's behavior had nothing to do with the Dracula family they belonged to. Song Yang was very satisfied with the other party's way of apology. Only, the red-eyed butler raised his head. His face was gentle again, and he said indifferently, The decision I am going to talk about next was made by the Dracula family. We will be hostile to you, Mr. Song Yang, and we will fight you to death. The relationship between the two sides will be one of life and death. Song Yang raised his head at a 45-degree angle, not really understanding what this sudden madman's remarks meant. The red-eyed butler turned and left. Apologizing is their etiquette as nobles, and issuing a battle declaration is also their etiquette as nobles. The two do not conflict. Song Yang sat back in his chair and said apologetically, I'm sorry for affecting your appetite. Helena and Sayori shook their heads to indicate that everything was fine. Helena asked doubtfully, Do you have a grudge against the Dracula family? Song Yang shook his head and said no. This was the first time he heard of this family. Sayori expressed even more doubtfully, That shouldn't be the case. The Dracula family rarely swears to fight to the death with one person. Song Yang was instantly depressed. I really don't know what I did. Even the Dracula family did not exist in the memory of the previous incarnation. The original text did mention it, and it was said that this was a powerful ancient family. After Hua Chengfeng came here, he came into conflict with them, and the two sides engaged in a brutal fight. However, there was no direct confrontation. That's amazing. Inside the Dracula family, a handsome man stood in front of a big red coffin with an extremely indifferent expression. The red-eyed butler reported to him that the battle declaration had been issued. The handsome man said indifferently, Very good, when I recover, it will be time to make sure that bitch Song Yang dies without a burial place. Go, bring me some food. The red-eyed butler retreated respectfully, and after a while 2 girls were pushed in. At night, Song Yang, Helena and Sayori were strolling on the street. Help! The sudden cry for help caught the attention of the 3 people, and Song Yang rushed over quickly. In the dark alley, 2 men in black were seen carrying a young girl into the darkness. Song Yang strode forward to stop him. A few of them fought and drove the other away. Looking at the girl sitting on the ground gasping for breath, Song Yang asked doubtfully, Is it so dangerous here? Helena and Sayori, who followed behind, said doubtfully, Not really. Although the security here is indeed bad, it is not to the extent where people are kidnapped on the streets. Hee, Song Yang, you really like to ruin my good things as always. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Who? Sayori turned her head and shouted angrily into the darkness. Scarlet eyes lit up, and the handsome man walked out slowly. Helena frowned. It's you, Nero. Nero did not look at Helena but at Song Yang, and said in a cold voice, Song Yang, the day I recover, you will definitely be punished by the loader. Song Yang's pupils shrank sharply and he exclaimed, Hua Chengfeng. With an evil smile, Nero disappeared in an instant. Helena frowned and whispered, Isn't Hua Chengfeng dead? Song Yang was even more confused. Yes, wasn't Hua Chengfeng dead? His body was handled by Jin Datung himself. Could it be that Nero is playing tricks? But that murderous intent that seemed so real didn't seem fake. With doubts, Song Yang said goodbye to Helena and returned to his hotel. Helena's eyes flickered, but she did not reveal her inner thoughts. She felt that the world was unpredictable, and it would be better for her to stand in the dark than to help Song Yang in the open. After all, it's good to be able to hide something. However, Helena opened another room next to Song Yang. After returning to the hotel, Song Yang called Yi Qingyu directly and told her everything that happened here. Yi Qingyu and Song Qingling lived together during this period, and Song Qingling heard everything. Resurrection from the dead is definitely impossible. And quad, I guess it's something else, and quad. After thinking for a while, Song Qingling said slowly, as a medical scientist, what Song Qingling least believes in is resurrection from the dead. If people can be resurrected after death, aren't you blatantly slapping the king of hell in the face? If resurrection after death can undo all the damage, then what is the need for doctors? I have heard that the Dragon King Palace has studied the art of longevity, and there is a technique called grafting. Discard the body and transfer the spirit. It's like in foreign movies where the body isn't important, but the spirit survives. Awesome, Song Yang was speechless. This thing is not mentioned in the original novel. Maybe it's because Hua Chengfeng in the original novel is so happy to go against the will of heaven that he doesn't need these life-extending tricks. Yi Qingyu said on the phone, Hua Chengfeng's resurrection, does it mean that the Dragon King Palace is alive again? But what did you say about Alexander being taken back by the butler? Song Yang sighed. He didn't know either, but now they had run into the Dracula family. This family is rich, powerful, and influential, and it is very difficult to deal with them. Hua Chengfeng was resurrected as Nero, who was also the legitimate son of this family and had the right of inheritance. The resources he could mobilize were even more terrifying. Fighting against such an enemy is not a question of being afraid or not. It is really very uncomfortable. Yi Qingyu on the other side frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Forget it, I'll send someone to report to the Dracula family and see what happens, Song Qingling said abruptly. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were stunned. Song Qingling said casually, no matter whether this matter is true or false, no matter whether it is Hua Chengfeng or Nero, just report it first. I just don't believe that the Dracula family would allow their legitimate heir to get into trouble. And Alexander, I don't believe he won't take advantage of this opportunity to fight Nero. Awesome, but it makes sense. Song Yang hung up the phone. Song Qingling found foreign partners to spread the news directly. Night, Song Yang fell into a coma, and a dark shadow entered him. While Song Yang was sleeping, something big was happening within the Dracula family. Nero stood in front of his father's bed and said coldly, one family does not need two voices. The head of the Dracula family had regret in his eyes. He wondered why he named the child Nero. When Nero walked out of the room and stood in the manor, what came into his sight was the manor in the midst of fighting and burning. The red-eyed butler led a team of masters to fight against the summoned family elders. One-sided state, Nero laughed and rushed into the battlefield. Lightning wrapped around Nero's fist, and he rushed forward like a god of war. In the darkness, Alexander watched the fight in horror and quickly fled. Midnight, Nero was sitting on the patriarch's throne with a beautiful woman in his arms, and below him sat the newly appointed family elders. The red-eyed butler reported to Nero that someone spread rumors that he had been replaced. Nero laughed and said, ha 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 ha, I knew that loser Song Yang would do something like complain. Look, I'm smart enough to resolve this battle in advance. 6-9 completed. As he said this, he pinched the beautiful woman in his arms hard. The newly appointed young elder praised proudly. That's right, that's right. The clan leader is indeed a dragon king with natural talent and the title of the great emperor. Nothing can escape your eyes. Nero, the great emperor of ancient Rome, was most famous for his massacre of religious people, killing his mother and sisters, and his debauchery, so much so that the name Nero is regarded as a great devil in mythology. After Nero finished laughing on the throne of the patriarch, he waved his hand and said to the red-eyed butler, Della, go tell the others that I am now in charge of the Dracula family. As you command. The red-eyed butler Della accepted it and whispered, Patriarch Alexander ran away. Nero's eyes flashed with disdain. It doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to carry on with our human on a chip research. Those two people from the Lin family were brought here by Alexander, so we can count his contribution as a part of it, so let's just let him live. After all, I'm not a particularly cruel person. As he said this, he pinched the beautiful woman in his arms again. That night, the new ruler of the Dracula family started a party. In the name of Nero, the fallen demon in mythology. Early morning, Song Yang looked at Helena and Sayori, sitting on the sofa in his room in shock. Looking at their blushing faces, he said incredulously, Why are you in my room? Helena nodded at Sayori and said, This hotel belongs to Sayori. Sayori smiled sweetly. Song Yang's face was dark. Helena smiled and decisively changed the subject. Something happened. Last night, a coup d'etat took place in the Dracula family. The young people rebelled and drove all the older generation out of power. Now the older generation of rulers have returned to the Dracula family's ancient castle in the mountains to retire. The ruler is Nero. Page 55. Song Yang's face darkened. Yesterday, Song Kingeling said he would file a complaint, but what was the point of filing a complaint now? Helena ignored Song Yang's expression and continued. As far as I know, those older generations are all dead. Song Yang's eyebrows lowered, which was normal. It was Hua Chengfeng's style. Helena continued. There is one more thing. Nero sent a new technology to all nobles this morning. It is a combination of mystery and technology called the human chip. Song Yang's pupils shrank sharply. Isn't this the invention of the second master of the Lin family? However, in the original book, this invention had no effect at all and was directly controlled and eliminated. Ding-a-ling. Song Yang's cell phone rang. Song Yang picked up the phone and heard Yi Qingyu's voice. Song Yang, the Dracula family has undergone a huge change, and now the whole world knows about it. There is one more thing. The second master of the Lin family and his wife defected. The reason why Nero became Hua Chengfeng is a result of human chip technology called mind inheritance. From Yi Qingyu's description, Song Yang learned what happened. The reason why Nero turned into Hua Chengfeng was not because Hua Chengfeng was resurrected, but because Nero inherited the human chip representing Hua Chengfeng. Last night, Yi Qingyu and Song Kingeling reported this matter to their superiors. When the people above heard the name Hua Chengfeng, they frowned and started an investigation overnight. First, the Lin family found the inheritance of thinking in part of the research results of human body chips during their cooperation with the Dragon King Palace. By making a person's thinking into a system template and putting it into a chip, and then injecting this chip into another person's body, that person can have the previous person's abilities. It's a very buggy scientific research result, but the price is also very high. None of the results of previous experiments have survived. Song Yang took a breath and couldn't help but said, I don't believe Nero can survive. Second Master Lin's move is a modern-day roundabout way to save the country. Helena and Sayori next to them were confused, wondering what this meant. Yi Qingyu on the phone burst out laughing and couldn't help but warn. Aren't you afraid that the second master of the Lin family will succeed in his research? According to Jin Datung's information, the new elders of the Dracula family who came to power all used the power of human body chips. With a disdainful sneer, Song Yang laughed and said, Stop messing around, wife, how can you possibly succeed? If the research results of the second master of the Lin family were successful, he would have handed them over to the court long ago in exchange for a higher and better scientific research environment. Why would he run away? My guess is that after he came to the Dracula family, he was considered useless, so he boasted and handed over his existing research results in exchange for a chance to escape. Song Yang said he had experience in this. In his previous life, he had seen many scientific researchers who had to hand in subsidiary products because they failed to complete their tasks on time. Seeing that Song Yang didn't care, Yi Qingyu could only sigh. Anyway, Lin Qingyu said that the research results of the second master of the Lin family had all failed before. Even if there was a breakthrough this time, it would not be successful in one go, and there would most likely be huge side effects. Judging from the fact that Song Yang encountered people from the Dracula family snatching girls on the street, they might have other needs. After hanging up the phone, Song Yang said to Helena with a smile, The Dracula family doesn't need to worry at all. I believe they will suffer retribution sooner or later. Helena didn't understand, but she believed Song Yang. Next, Song Yang drove Helena and Sayori out, got up, changed his clothes, went to Helena's company to sign a chip cooperation agreement, and then prepared to return home. The laboratory within the Dracula family, the second master of the Lin family, and Song Mei are frantically researching human chip technology. When the two first arrived, they were discriminated against by Nero. It was then that the two of them realized that Alexander's position in the family was not the highest, and there was a madman Nero above him. Especially in Alexandria, not only did it fail to suppress Song Yang with chip technology, but it allowed Song Yang to break through the technological blockade, causing the Dracula family's chip profits to suffer massive losses and their status to decline significantly. In order to have a better life, the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei decisively turned to Nero. Then, in order to obtain research resources, he decisively handed over the results of the inheritance of thinking in the human body chip. Although this result currently seems to have great side effects, those who succeed will become crazy, and those who fail will die directly. But it is also an achievement. Moreover, it can be used to train death squads. Originally, the second master of the Lin family also wanted to offer him up as a death warrior, but he never expected that this madman Nero would use him himself, and also use him on his own people. Although everyone inherited powerful strength, Nero, for example, directly possessed Hua Chengfeng's peak combat power, and his thinking seemed normal. But the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei were not fools. They knew that it was the effect of some kind of potion or secret technique. The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei, who were born in the Lin family, had seen the world, and were born in a mysterious oriental country and had received a lot of high-end education, understood one thing: any inhibitors or secret suppression techniques were nonsense. They were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause, and were useless. So for the sake of their lives, the two began to quickly research human chips and applied for a large amount of resources. At the same time, the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei couldn't help but sigh that the crazy Dracula family had great support for scientific research. No wonder Li Feng and others wanted to go abroad back then. Scientific research methods that are not allowed in the country can be carried out here. Just like now, another batch of live experimental subjects were sent in. Only, don't move, traitors. Alexander stared at the two of them with hatred. It was clearly him who rescued them, but they deceived him. How hateful. The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei looked at Alexander in confusion. Damn, the former master is here to show up. Don't be impulsive. As long as you don't kill us, you can have whatever you want. Song Mei admitted defeat decisively. She didn't have a bright future yet and couldn't fail here. Alexander took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Okay, that's what you said. Soon Nero received news that Alexander had kidnapped the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei. Nero, who was in a meeting to discuss how to deal with Song Yang, immediately ordered everyone to chase and look for him. The human chip of the second master of the Lin family involves the life safety of him and his subordinates. But the world is so big, where can I find it? When Song Yang was personally sent to the airport by Helena, he happened to see the Dracula family frantically searching for Alexander. This made Song Yang confirm that there was indeed something wrong with Nero's thought inheritance, and Nero might be finished in a while. Song Yang happily boarded the plane and said goodbye to Helena. After seeing Song Yang off, Helena and Sayori returned to the company and began to check the current situation of the Dracula family. The result is simple. Nero is a madman. After he came to power, he did not make any changes to his companies and industries. His main goal was still to remain mysterious. Helena sneered and began to unite the allies of her group to cover up for Alexander as much as possible. Fight, fight. If you don't fight, how can we seize your assets and business? Helena murmured. There are only so many resources in the world, and they are all in the hands of a certain group of people. If a few of them don't die, how can the rest of the people get rich? As soon as Song Yang returned to China, he heard Song Qingling's broadcast, and the entire Western world was shocked. Nero had now turned into a mad dog, biting everyone he could. After failing to find Alexander for 3 hours, he roared to all the countries in the Western world. If I can't find Alexander, you won't have an easy life either. Then this mad dog ordered the company group under his command to frantically attack the family business that had a grudge against Dracula, with an attitude that no one can survive in a world without him. Song Yang's comment on this is that the second master of the Lin family succeeded in saving the country in a roundabout way, and he must be protected. He hopes that he will continue his research on human chips. Who cares what the West does? We just need to take care of ourselves. Things like human body chips that can massively enhance the abilities of practitioners are definitely something that the country needs to pay attention to. It has nothing to do with us. Song Yang sat on the sofa and said with a smile, he is very open-minded. Some things cannot be done. If you try to do them, you will not only not get any reward, but will also be punished. After all, some technologies will not be allowed to be in the hands of the lower class. Technologies like human chips, which can be mass-produced once successfully researched, can only be controlled by the government. Song Yang could imagine that if their Song family intervened and obtained this technology, they would be crushed in an instant. Those old guys in the cabinet will not let them go when the time comes. Song Qingling was very satisfied with Song Yang's attitude. His brother was still very clear-headed and did not do anything stupid. After Song Qingling left, Song Yang picked up Yi Qingyu and went upstairs. I'm dying of hunger on a 1-month business trip, wife. When Song Yang thought about the dreams he had this month, He felt like he was going crazy. Although the dream was beautiful, he felt very unhappy after waking up. The sense of pleasure in a daze is very weak. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth and giggled. She was very happy that her husband was obsessed with her as soon as he came back. Thanks to the yin-yang skills given by Long Ling, Song Yang's cultivation level increased rapidly, and his physical fitness was also very high, which made Yi Qingyu very satisfied, especially satisfied. After being satisfied, Yi Qingyu told Song Yang about his business empire. During this month, Yi Qingyu expanded his own shopping mall on a large scale and signed many agreements. Page 56. Some foreign big brands controlled by Helena and some corporate stores invested by Yi Yunqing have gradually entered the mall, which has continuously improved the status of Yi's mall and improved the brand effect. At the same time, Yi Qingyu also told Song Yang that he had invested in many high-tech industries, such as drones, AI, 5G technology, etc. Song Yang listened carefully, then said, "Reduce your presence." Yi Qingyu was stunned. What did this mean? Song Yang sighed and explained, "The Yi family's brand is getting bigger and bigger. More and more people are relying on you for their livelihood, and your presence is getting higher and higher. This is not good, and it needs to be reduced. Otherwise, many people know you, Yi Qingyu, but don't know the official one. How can that work?" Yi Qingyu's face turned pale, as if this was the truth. How to reduce it? Song Yang thought for a moment and said softly, "It's very simple. Just stay out of the spotlight and stay out of the news. Time will dilute all traces." After returning to China, Song Yang thought he could settle down, but on the first day, he was pulled into her mother's hotel group by Long Ling. Smelling the incense in Long Ling's office, Song Yang couldn't help but complain. "Is this incense selling out now? Why is it sold both at home and abroad?" Long Ling chuckled and said nothing. "This is a gift prepared for you." Long Ling gave all the things about the hotel industry to Song Yang to look at. Song Yang was so dazed that he fell asleep unconsciously. The next day, Song Yang was pulled into the chip company by Lin Qingyu again, and they talked about the future of chips. On the third day, Shen Liuliu and Feng Qiuyu invited me to visit the crew of their new investment. The fourth day is... In between, he also attended banquets and met Mrs. Wang, Shen's mother, and others. Seeing Shen's mother getting closer and closer to Madame Wang, Song Yang was very confused. After walking around for a while, Song Yang was almost exhausted, so he went to Yi Qingyu to complain. "Wife, can you shorten my schedule? I was on a business trip abroad for a month. When I came back, I attended various banquets and met various strange people. I also had to accompany Long Ling and the others on patrol. It was really tiring. Wife, I feel a little powerless recently. I have to go to the hospital. Really, I feel like I'm having sex with you every day." Yi Qingyu felt distressed by Song Yang's helplessness. "But husband, there is no other way. If we want to achieve a large-scale outbreak in a short period of time, we can only resort to some unorthodox methods." "Thanks a lot." Before Song Yang went to the hospital for a checkup, Song Qingling came over, examined Song Yang, gave him a shot of a strengthening agent, and prescribed a diet plan. Song Yang was stunned when he saw the recipe. Isn't this the health recipe that only appeared in the middle of the Dragon King novel? This is a good thing that Hua Chengfeng has researched and officially entered the upper-class society. Because of this health-preserving diet, many elderly people have become stronger through food supplements, which is also the reason why everyone supports Hua Chengfeng in the later period. Yi Qingyu was stunned when she heard Song Yang's thoughts. What she learned was that this was a collaboration between Song Qingling's Research Institute and Jin Datong and his team. This is also the foundation for the Song family's solid position. Tusk, the fact that this recipe appeared in my hands proves that the authorities must have mastered it. In other words, Hua Chengfeng's death is dispensable to the authorities. After all, as long as they inherit the knowledge of the Dragon King Palace, it will be fine. This way, I feel relieved. After all, Hua Chengfeng has come up with a lot of useful things. Yi Qingyu was very happy to see Song Yang feeling relieved. Yi Qingyu had noticed before that Song Yang was sometimes very lost. Now it seems that he was blaming himself for Hua Chengfeng's death. Many things might disappear. It might be because Yi Qingyu reduced the intensity of work on the business trip. Or it might be because of the medicine Song Qingling injected him. Or it might be because of the deepening of his practice of martial arts. Song Yang felt that he was not so tired. The only problem is that I love Yi Qingyu more. Then Yi Qingyu began to dislike Song Yang and increased the intensity of Song Yang's business trips again. On this day, Song Yang was sent to Helena's country again. On the plane, Song Yang looked at Yi Nianshu, who was sitting next to him, with a look of surprise. "How could we two meet by chance?" The corner of Yi Nyanshu's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Why can't we meet by chance? Is it because my sister was afraid that I would hook up with you that she deliberately changed the schedule?" Song Yang smiled awkwardly and decisively changed the subject. "Have you expanded your business overseas?" Yi Nyanshu shook his head and said softly, "No, I want to meet the resurrected Cheng Feng and settle the past." "You must be crazy." Song Yang couldn't help but complain. He really thought Yi Nyanshu was crazy. The matter between Hua Chengfeng and Nero was nothing but yellow mud, to the extent that anyone's crotch would be filled with shit. Everyone stayed away from him, but you actually got close to him. Yi Nyanshu sensed Song Yang's thoughts and said faintly, "Do you know how I spent my teenage years?" Song Yang touched his nose and said awkwardly, "I don't know. I really know that you are an illegitimate daughter who ran away with the baby. Your mother had an accident before she could go back to Aski's father for money. You were sent to an orphanage, and then you started a life of being bullied. Later, when he was in elementary school, he met the young boy Hua Chengfeng and was brought back to the village by him. However, your life of being bullied was actually caused by the Dragon King Palace. The Dragon King Hall organization is really a scam. In order to train a loyal wife for Hua Chengfeng, they actually bullied and rescued a little girl without any hesitation." Song Yang complained in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Yi Nyanshu turned his gaze to the window and said softly, "A young master like you doesn't understand anything about an orphan like me." Yi Nyanshu slowly recounted his childhood life. Isolation and bullying occurred, and when I was a little older, I was nearly molested. I was beaten for resisting desperately. When I went to school, I was bullied and humiliated. I went to see the teacher, and all I got was one question: "Why do they only bully you and not others?" It was Hua Chengfeng who came down from the sky to save her, and brought her back to the village, allowing her to live a normal life and even receive training from the Dragon King. But her talent is not as good as Hua Chengfeng's, whether it is Taoism, ancient martial arts, or medical skills. Only in business ability is she better than Hua Chengfeng. Song Yang couldn't help but complain in his heart. The Dragon King Palace is really a beast. By the way, I remember that when it was almost the end, Hua Chengfeng's final enemy, the monster from North America, asked Yi Nyanshu, "Have you ever thought that your tragedy was man-made?" It was then that Yi Nyanshu went to check, and in the end he endured it. "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Qingyu, who had just boarded the plane, curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. "Long time no see, my dear sister." Yi Qingyu walked forward with a confident and upbeat smile. Song Yang stood up quickly and said hurriedly, "Wife, why are you here?" "Oh, can't I come?" Yi Qingyu said with a playful smile. "Sorry to bother you on a date with a girl." Long Ling, who was following behind him, burst out laughing. Song Yang was extremely embarrassed. Yi Nyanshu stood up and said with a smile, "Sister, please don't make things difficult for your brother-in-law." After Yi Qingyu's operation, there were only 4 of them in the first-class cabin. Yi Qingyu glanced at Yi Nyanshu, pulled Shen Mo to her side, and together with Long Ling surrounded Song Yang in the middle. Yi Nyanshu was speechless and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Do I look like a seducer?" Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Nyanshu with a smile on her face. "My dear sister, have you ever thought about this? The tragedy in your youth was actually caused by the Dragon King Palace. You are just a chosen child." Yi Nyanshu's face darkened and he felt terrible. He said in a cold voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't I know whether the Dragon King Palace is good to me or not?" Raising an eyebrow, Yi Qingyu played with her nails and said casually, "Who knows?" "Oh my God, my wife, you are awesome. You directly pointed out the biggest problem secret." However, Song Yang thought of a question. "Wife, why did you follow me?" Giving Song Yang a blank look, Yi Qingyu muttered, "I'm afraid you'll be seduced away by that woman Helena." Long Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "Actually, you saw that Yi Nyanshu was also scared on this plane, so you followed him and brought me here." Yi Nyanshu was irritated by Yi Qingyu and sat aside without saying a word, angry and embarrassed for a moment. Although flying is fast, it is also very boring. After all, there's not much you can do here. Of course, as long as you let go, there are many things you can do. But Song Yang couldn't let go, so he could only choose to sleep. On the other side, Yi Nyanshu also fell asleep. In the dream, Yi Nyanshu returned to her childhood. For some reason, when she looked back at her life as a girl, she always felt that a pair of dark hands kept flashing by. Thinking about how Zhang Yu and the others decisively left the Dragon King Palace, Yi Nyanshu had a bad guess in his sleep. As she thought about it, Yi Nyanshu's dream gradually changed to an orphanage she had visited by chance. It was owned by the Yi family, and its main purpose was to sponsor some poor children and help them go to school. Of course, those children who study well will go to work at Yi's in the future. In that orphanage, What Yi Nyanshu saw was order and calm, not violence, squeezing, or bullying. Smart people can often explore the future based on a sentence or a tiny clue. Page 57. Yi Nyanshu is a smart man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live so well when he was almost suppressed by the Dragon King Palace and had no way out. And otherwise, he wouldn't be able to let go and continue to live after making an enemy with Yi Qingyu. So Yi Nyanshu decided to ask Nero, no, Hua Chengfeng, for clarification. Actually, I'm not that weak. I can fight pretty well too. Looking at the white clouds outside the window, Yi Nyanshu murmured. When getting off the plane, Song Yang not only saw Helena and Sayori, but also Nero and butler Della. Yi Nyanshu carried the suitcase, walked towards Nero with a gentle smile, and said softly, Hua Feng, long time no see. Nero gave Song Yang a wicked smile, suppressed the madness in his eyes, and left holding Yi Nyanshu's hand. Song Yang shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. He had someone to protect him in this country. Helena curled her lips and said disdainfully, Don't bother with that lunatic. He won't be around for a few days. Let's go back together. Song Yang was curious about what this meant. In the car, Sayori told Song Yang and the other two about Nero's crazy behavior during this period. After the second master of the Lin family disappeared for 3 days and still hadn't been found, Nero launched an attack on all the enemies of the Dracula family, with an attitude that either Alexander got out or everyone would die together. Half a month after the second master of the Lin family disappeared, Nero challenged everyone and mobilized many masters to attack and assassinate. Even Helena and Sayori were attacked. For a moment, the whole city was in chaos. It was also this attack that successfully blew Alexander out. Those normal people couldn't stand Nero's madness and sent people to find Alexander. However, Alexander, who appeared, was also in a madman state. He led a group of elites to challenge Nero, and he also got the support of Gura, another steward of the Dracula family. The fight between the two sides was brutal. Nero had the support of the Dracula family, and Alexander had the power of the Dragon King Palace in this area, so the fight was hard to tell. Except for the use of hot weapons, all other forces were mobilized, because they played so crazy that many people are not satisfied now. If the problem cannot be solved within this month, the higher-ups will send people down to suppress it. Helena said it easily. Send people down from above, and we, the families that were affected before, should demand compensation. I've had my eyes on the Dracula family's winery for a long time. Maybe I can get it in one fell swoop this time. Helena smiled happily. No matter how powerful a family is, it will never be stronger than the official one. The Western world also has its own official system, and at most the nobles here have greater power. Sayori continued, I guess Yi Nyanshu was invited by Nero to help. Song Yang and the other two nodded. It was possible. But this has nothing to do with us, Miss Helena. Let's talk about business. Song Yang looked at Helena with burning eyes. He just wanted to finish the business and go home. He didn't care about anything else. The reason is simple. It is safe in the country. At least you won't be shot in the head by anyone. Helena curled her lips in dissatisfaction, thinking that the man didn't understand romance. HMPH, let's not talk about it. Helena snorted coldly and left. Song Yang was speechless, not knowing what this sudden indifference meant. I'm afraid he's sick. Yi Qingyu curled up a smile and calmly lit a stick of incense to help her sleep. At night, Song Yang dreamed that he and Yi Qingyu were making love, but it seemed that there were other people watching them. Dracula family estate. Yi Nyanshu leaned against the window, admiring the moon with a glass of red wine. The door was pushed open with a creak, and Nero walked in with a sly smile. Drinking alone is very harmful to your health. Let me accompany you. As he spoke, Nero's hand moved towards Yi Nyanshu's waist. Dodging calmly, Yi Nyanshu frowned and said, You have another woman's perfume on you. If Yi Nyanshu remembered correctly, he had smelled that woman's perfume today. He met her at dinner. And that woman was Nero's stepmother. Nero shrugged nonchalantly and said casually, It can't be helped. A successful man will always attract many women. Content from, Didn't you mind before? The unscrupulous look made Yi Nyanshu sigh. This was probably a side effect of human chip technology, which amplified negative emotions on a large scale. Hua Chengfeng was greedy and lustful before, and Nero is even crazier now. Nero saw that Yi Nyanshu had no intention of getting intimate with him, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He had originally wanted to taste the queen's fate in Hua Chengfeng's memory. In Hua Chengfeng's memory, the reason why Yi Nyanshu was chosen to be his wife was very simple. It was because Zhang Yuan said that Yi Nyanshu was destined to be a queen. Whoever can eat Yi Nyanshu willingly will gain a huge boost in strength. In other words, Yi Nyanshu is a good cauldron on the road of cultivation. In order to have a full meal, Hua Chengfeng never gave up on pursuing Yi Nianshu. Unfortunately, due to some reasons, Yi Nianshu's will was extremely strong, and he could not willingly give himself to Hua Chengfeng. The reason is that Yi Nianshu loves Hua Chengfeng, but thinks he is not good enough and is not worthy of Hua Chengfeng. No matter how Hua Chengfeng persuaded Yi to study, she disagreed. Nero thought he could take advantage of the situation by pretending to be resurrected from the dead, but unexpectedly, it didn't work. Hiding the madness in his heart, Nero sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of wine, and said carelessly, "Since you don't want to, let's talk about something else. I hope to gain your support, unify the entire Western Dragon King Palace, and then go to the east." Yi Nianshu nodded. Another ambitious guy. The madness in Nero's eyes grew bigger and bigger. "I know that after those 3 old guys died, most of the remaining people in the village were under your command. Those are 3 powerful teams. I want you to transfer them out as soon as possible." Yi Nianshu shook his head and refused decisively. "Those who are still under my command are people who have lost their ambitions and just want to live a stable life. I will not hand them over to you and send them to the battlefield. She has to be responsible for those who still follow her and cannot leave it to the ambitious people." Nero got angry instantly. "What are you doing here if you can't provide anything?" As if knowing Nero's thoughts, Yi Nianshu said softly, "I just want to ask you a question. Was my previous tragedy caused by the Dragon King Palace? Is my destiny controlled by you?" Nero felt annoyed and no longer in the mood to argue, so he stood up and walked towards Yi Nianshu. With a sneer, Nero's eyes flashed with sarcasm. "Of course." With a slight sigh, Yi Nianshu's eyes flashed with relief. "So that's really the case." Looking at Nero approaching, Yi Nianshu was not afraid but stood up calmly. Boom! Yi Nianshu raised his hand and struck out, and the sound of wind and thunder appeared instantly. Nero also raised his hand, and thunder appeared in his hand. "That's delicious." With a sneer, Nero launched another attack. Yi Nianshu groaned and went forward as well. After a few fights, the entire room was destroyed, and the 2 men flew out of the window. Bang! Yi Nianshu groaned and knelt on the ground. Behind her, Delac calmly put away his weapon. "It's a new era now, and we're abroad. Do you think I will fight you alone?" Nero twisted his wrist and looked at Yi Nianshu. Yi Nianshu snorted softly. With a loud laugh, Nero picked up Yi Nianshu and left. This time, Yi Nianshu had no ability to resist. The rest of the people were used to it. Nero threw Yi Nianshu, who was still bleeding from a wound on his back, directly onto the bed. Looking at Yi Nianshu groaning in pain and the bloodstains on the bed, excitement flashed in his eyes. It's exciting enough before it even starts. With a wolf howl, Nero forced his way forward while Yi Nianshu was struggling. Bang! Nero's body fell to the ground. Yi Nianshu wiped the red from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Soft." Nero's body was twitching on the ground, looking at Yi Nianshu in disbelief. Just now, he had just licked the bright lipstick, and his body could not move. Yi Nianshu sat on the edge of the bed, practicing his profound skills to force the bullet out of his body. Seeing this, Nero understood everything and stammered, "All of this is your plan." At this moment, there was no more excitement or violence in Nero's eyes. All negative emotions were suppressed by death. With a hum, Yi Nianshu looked coldly at Nero, who was struggling on the ground. "Yes, that's my plan. From the beginning, I felt that the human chip technology was inhumane, and the inheritance of thoughts was even more ridiculous. So the moment I received your invitation, I decided to send you to death. After learning that my tragedy was caused by the Dragon King Palace, I became more determined. You must die, and I can experience the pleasure of revenge." Yi Nianshu looked at Nero's body stiffening bit by bit with cold eyes, endless pleasure flashing in his eyes. Putting the deadly poison in the lipstick was a method of self-protection given to her by Hua Chengfeng when he was alive. In Hua Chengfeng's words, he is a man and he understands men's habits, so he will definitely kiss first. Therefore, as long as there is danger, he can kill them with one blow. As for the poison, it was also studied by Hua Chengfeng himself. This poison, called Flaming Red Lips, contains medical skills, Taoism, and ancient martial arts. It is absolutely powerful, because this comes from Hua Chengfeng's desire to dominate women. Page 58. After Nero died, Yi Nianshu stood at the window and said softly, "Hua Chengfeng, you can be considered to have died from your own poison." When Yi Nianshu saw Nero admit that her tragedy was caused by the Dragon King Palace, all his love for Hua Chengfeng turned into hatred, overwhelming hatred. This hatred can only be ended by death. Later, Yi Nianshu tore up a piece of talisman paper and swaggered out of the Dracula family's manor. This is the talisman paper that Zhang Yuan refined when he was alive to ignore his presence. The extremely reduced presence is no different from invisibility. That night, Yi Nianshu bought a plane ticket back home. Without any stopping, early in the morning, Song Yang got up, rubbing his waist. Last night, he was tortured badly by Yi Qingyu. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was trying to put on makeup, Song Yang complained in his heart. How come my wife's desires have become stronger after I went abroad? Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes and said, It's not just me. There are also 2 foreign girls. Their needs are really great. Otherwise, why do you think Long Ling taught you the skills that were either to strengthen your body or to be related to yin and yang? He complained in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. At the dinner table, Helena mocked Song Yang for his poor health, and then Sayori gave Song Yang a tube of medicine. It doesn't have any major effect. It just strengthens the body, nourishes yin, and replenishes yang. Sayori said that her family is professional in this regard. Her ancestors were alchemists in the Western world, and they specialized in making potions for important figures. Nourishing yin and tonifying yang is one of them. Song Yang believed Sayori's words for a very simple reason. Just think about how chaotic the ancestors of the Western world were, and you will know the value of this potion. It can be said that it is ridiculously high. After Song Yang drank it, he felt no more pain in his waist. Then Helena announced a piece of news to them. Nero is dead. This morning, Alexander rejoined the Dracula family. This news shocked Song Yang to death. Is it so outrageous? Everything feels out of control. Long Ling frowned and asked, what was the cause of death? Sighing, Sayori explained, it was poisoning. Now everyone suspects that Yi Nianshu did it. She ran back last night. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu gasped. This woman is so crazy. Yi Qingyu agreed with Song Yang's thoughts. It was indeed crazy to poison Nero to death directly. Helena wiped her mouth and said calmly, but this is not important. Now everyone is thinking about whether to take action against the Dracula family, whether to take the opportunity to kill this family and divide the cake. There was excitement in Helena's eyes. She really wanted to take action. Apart from anything else, swallowing up a great nobleman can earn more money than exploiting the people of a city. Song Yang shook his head. I don't recommend you do this. Helena and Sayori looked at Song Yang. Why? With a strange look in his eyes, Song Yang said calmly, the human chip technology must be incomplete. It is very likely that only he knows the secret of Nero's survival. Only in this way can he control the Dracula family. If Alexander doesn't know the secret of how Nero suppresses the side effects of the chip, then he will most likely die, and his subordinates will also die, so I think you can wait. It is better to take over the property peacefully than to be accused of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Song Yang's suggestions are all based on one logic. Alexander will inevitably die. Helena and Sayori frowned. They liked Song Yang, but they would not define him randomly just because they liked him. With a light in her eyes, Sayori whispered, Song Yang, how did you determine that there must be something wrong with the human chip technology? Song Yang was a little embarrassed. How can I be sure? I can't say I saw it. I can't say that just because I see a technology that has not been successful. It will definitely not be successful. After all, things are so chaotic right now. I feel embarrassed to speak carelessly. What if I'm wrong? After struggling for a while, Song Yang said helplessly, sorry, I can't guarantee it. Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang and said calmly, I believe in my husband. Helena, Sayori, whether you believe it or not is up to you. As long as you don't regret it afterwards. Helena and Sayori's eyes flickered. They also believed it. Helena then made a phone call and told her subordinates not to attack Alexander and just take care of themselves. The person on the other end of the line was horrified. Master, why? What a great opportunity this is. Did you know that 10 minutes before you called, other families had already taken action? Many experts rushed to where Alexander was and broke into the Dracula family. The entire city's underground world is in chaos now, and many employees of the Dracula family have begun to flee. In terms of business, there is a lot of news coming in that the Dracula family's projects are being booked. According to my experience, the fighting will climax at noon today. If we don't stop now, we won't have anything to eat when others kill the Dracula family. The voice on the other end of the line admonished. After hearing this, Helena said without hesitation, are you the patriarch or am I the patriarch? If you don't listen to me, then you will leave the family. You can pass this sentence on to others intactly. The person on the other end of the phone was furious. This woman actually relied on her position as the clan leader to disrespect them. It's damned to the extreme. But, as you command, patriarch, but who can blame Helena for not making any mistakes? But who can make money for them if Helena can help them? But who can blame Helena for her outstanding personal abilities? Hanging up the phone calmly, Helena sneered disdainfully. These bastards, they need me to threaten them every time. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and Long Ling were all stunned. You are so ruthless that you didn't even kill your subordinates who dared to question you. Helena and Sayori explained her family to Song Yang. Helena's family was cursed and could only give birth to girls. In order to protect the family, a certain generation of ancestors set up direct lines and branch lines for Helena's family. Branches can be given names and formed, and the direct line is Helena and her family. Maybe it's because of the curse. The direct descendants of Helena's family have always been very smart and can make a lot of money with their branches, so many families are willing to join Helena's family. After the cooperation between the two parties, the Helena family had an unparalleled large branch and supreme status. Those branch families that joined had the opportunity to expand. Of course, branch families can also withdraw. In a nutshell, Helena's family is a combination of interests, the root of which is the unparalleled wisdom of Helena's family. A very pure relationship that can be easily broken. But as long as the wisdom of Helena's family does not disappear, this huge family will not collapse. Song Yang thought it was outrageous. Yi Qingyu also found it outrageous. But this outrageous situation has been passed down for hundreds of years to tell everyone that we are living well. And for the aristocratic families, living a long life makes sense, no matter how outrageous the methods. Helena continued to propose conditions for signing a contract, and Song Yang accompanied them out shopping and sightseeing. Song Yang didn't want to agree. After all, such conditions always felt like selling out himself. But Yi Qingyu admitted it immediately, and Song Yang had no choice but to obey. As soon as they stepped onto the street, Song Yang, Helena, and others understood what the conversation on the phone meant by a mess. The streets were filled with strong men charging and dashing, and occasionally some strong women. Song Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Are you so open here? This is the most euphemistic word Song Yang could imagine. Which good person would dare to start a fight in the street in broad daylight with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs? Helena and Sayori smiled bitterly and said speechlessly, I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Let's go back. It's unbearable to walk around this street after watching the thugs who finished a fight on the street and started shouting for the authorities to whitewash them. Song Yang and others decisively closed the door and went back. I turned on the TV and a magical scene appeared. There was actually someone commentating live. This made Song Yang unable to help but complain again. Don't you care about public security at all? What could Helena say, who made the people of this country accustomed to it? This is a country with millions of drug addicts, and when the locals run out of money, they give friendly greetings to foreign tourists with backpacks. It is also a world-famous mafia country, so everyone is actually quite used to it. Moreover, the live broadcast is not official. Is it broadcast by private media? After thinking for a while, Sayori smiled and said, Actually, this is also good. It will make it easier for us to receive information from all over the world in real time. You can also enjoy a good gunfight, which is much more enjoyable than the movies. Song Yang was speechless. This was indeed more exciting than the movie. We sat in the house and watched the live footage, and the bang 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 noises outside were dubbed. This reminded Song Yang of a complaint he had seen when watching a Hong Kong movie. You thought the people on the other side were acting, but in fact, they were filming their own documentary, reminiscing about the real past. After a while, Helena's family sent over information about the city. No, the country's nobility situation and business changes bit by bit. Page 59. From these intelligences, Song Yang and others could see Alexander's madness. The other party was using the foundation of an entire family to fight against all the nobles and wealthy families. The various families launched a frenzied campaign against the Dracula family at all levels. The leaders of the Dracula family in various regions are under siege. One stronghold after another, one name after another disappeared. However, not only were people from the Dracula family dying, but people from the besieging families were also dying. At present, the only family that has not suffered any losses is Helena's family. But, Patriarch, the families besieging Dracula ask if we want to intervene. They said if we catch up now, they'll allow us to have a share. If we don't catch up, they will completely abandon our family and say that they will never share any of our profits with us in the future. The people in Helena's family sighed. They really couldn't understand Helena's decision. Helena calmly replied, no participation. As soon as Helena's response spread, the entire Helena family was shocked, and the heads of each branch family were very confused. In the end, they chose to continue to obey, thanks to the correct decisions made by Helena's family over hundreds of years. The families that besieged Dracula sneered at Helena's choice, but then everyone thought it was a good idea. This way, they would have one less person to divide things. However, his pride did not last long before he suffered a severe blow. Seeing his family suffer, Alexander gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and transplanted human chips into everyone in the family, all of which were Hua Chengfeng's. This is the outrageous thing about the technological strength. Once it is conquered, a large area can be replicated at the fastest speed, and the speed of troop growth is outrageous. The combat effectiveness of those who had Hua Chengfeng's human chip transplanted increased dramatically, and relying on the sufficient number of experts, they actually managed to block the siege. However, sometimes the more you resist, the more excited your enemies become. When those who besieged the Dracula family saw how powerful the human chip was, and thought about the identity of the second master of the Lin family as a member of the Lin family, a top scientific research family in the Eastern country, they instantly felt that this was a technology that had been lost by the Eastern country. As we all know, Tokyo University has always been a leader in the research of mysterious powers, especially after Dongda made an international request for the repatriation of the second master of the Lin family. The besiegers became even more excited. Alexander relied on the human body chip to rapidly increase the number of soldiers and fought with many families. This made some members of the Dragon King Palace in the Western world look at him with surprise, and they thought that Alexander was really strong and capable, especially after learning that Alexander also had Hua Chengfeng's human chip transplanted into him. He felt that Alexander had the potential to be the Dragon King who could unify the world. Therefore, many members of the Dragon King Palace in the Western world chose to follow Alexander, especially some minor nobles. It's gambling. As long as you win, you will make a lot of money, and you may even double the size of your family. It doesn't matter if they lose. With their huge size, how can they lose? What's more, they have been suppressed by those big families. And for some reason, the officials of this country watched the battle spread wider and wider. Not only did they not intervene to stop it, but they just stood by and watched coldly. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and Long Ling stayed, and didn't leave, watching the farce quietly. Half a month after the fighting began, people who had gotten used to it began to continue working and living. Alexander and the besiegers gradually turned the battle into a covert one. Helena and Sayori took over a lot of the Dracula family's business market. Because of this battle, many businesses were suspended, and Helena entered the market just in time to take over some of the market share. When the branches of Helena's family saw their expanded market share, they all praised Helena. One old man even slapped himself in the face in public at a Helena family banquet to apologize to Helena. Song Yang was shocked when he saw it. Is it such a big deal? A month after the battle began, Alexander's enemies used the captured human chips to create a number of combatants for their own side. However, Song Yang, who was watching the game, felt that Alexander leaked the information on purpose. Because the besieging side also had a lot more human chip warriors, their combat effectiveness was greatly improved, and Alexander hurried to retreat for a while. Another month passed, and as the fighting calmed down and the country's officials began to come down, the Dracula family collapsed. Those who had human chips transplanted died suddenly due to the invasion of negative emotions, including Alexander. Many members of the Dragon King Hall who joined Alexander, and many high-ranking officials of small families, died suddenly due to greed for power. The people who besieged the Dracula family were dumbfounded. Could human chips have such serious side effects? They were so scared that they quickly went to look for the researcher, the second master of the Lin family. As a result, the second master of the Lin family ran away and ended up in a black area that was once a colony of the Western world. The people who took him away were Linglong and Yi Yun, whom Song Yang had not seen for a long time. After losing the second master of the Lin family, those who besieged the Dracula family were dumbfounded. There is no other way. I can only start researching human chips on my own. When they first acquired the human chip technology, they implanted themselves on a large scale in order to protect themselves from assassination. Now the old man is hanging himself. He is tired of living and has given himself a rope. Song Yang burst into laughter at this. It was so funny. After laughing, Song Yang saw his sister Song Qingling coming. The local national officials finally intervened and cooperated with the University of Tokyo. After some research, the result was a failure. The human body chip is very powerful, and many major countries are coveting it. If it is successfully developed, it will be equivalent to mass-producing super soldiers. Unfortunately, no matter how much research was done or how many people were mobilized, there were no results, and in the end the project had to be retained. However, the unlucky ones were those who besieged the Dracula family. In just 3 months, these unlucky guys died suddenly one after another, so that their family power was severely reduced. After all, many of a family's businesses need to be looked after by family members. After a large number of our family members died, the authorities began to investigate those responsible. During the period when you were fighting the Dracula family, the country suffered heavy losses, and someone needs to step up and take responsibility. There's no other way. As long as you're alive, you just have to give something out. At the same time, the authorities began to settle accounts with the sins of those unlucky families. After all this, after a large number of people died, the unlucky family had to give up a lot of the interests that they had swallowed up from the Dracula family. During this period of time, the Helena family took over a lot of the market of the Dragon King Palace and the Dracula family. The most notable thing was that Helena successfully captured a castle of the Dracula family, and Song Yang was fortunate enough to live in it. The castle is too old, and all the facilities and buildings are no longer in good condition, but the castle is indeed of high quality, and it is really pleasant to live in. The most important thing is that he has been dreaming every day since he moved into the castle, and every dream is so erotic that, when he was about to leave after living there for a month, he received the news that Helena was pregnant. On the day when the news of Helena's pregnancy spread, people from Helena's family came to celebrate. There were piles of various expensive gifts, which stunned Song Yang. Some branch elders even cried when they learned that Helena had no husband, which made Song Yang even more speechless. So much so that Song Yang, who was attending the banquet, felt that he could not understand the mentality of these people in the Western world. Song Kingeling, who was also attending the banquet, smiled at Song Yang and asked, "Brother, how do you know that there will definitely be problems with the human chip?" Song Kingeling was very confused about this point. She came here on behalf of the University of Tokyo to conduct research for several months. Even with the original technology and research reports, she conducted various experiments, but no breakthrough could be made no matter how hard she studied. No matter which method is used in the experiment, those who have undergone human chip transplants will definitely die suddenly. It's just weird. This kind of evil was something he had never encountered before, as if there was a ruthless black hand controlling it in secret. Song Yang rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "How should I know? I just feel that there is no way to break through in a very short time. I can't say that because I've seen human chip technology fail. It's doomed to fail." Yi Qingyu, who was eavesdropping on Song Yang's thoughts, smiled, took a sip of wine, but then her pupils shrank sharply. She suddenly thought of something. Since Shen Liuliu entered the short drama market, she has watched a lot of melodramatic short dramas and recommended the story of eavesdropping to Shen Liuliu. In those short plays, Yi Qingyu had seen the story of traveling through a book. Now Yi Qingyu had a doubt. Is Song Yang really still the same Song Yang? If Song Yang was not a person who traveled through a book, why could he know so much about the future and so many secrets of the past? But Yi Qingyu had another doubt, which was the reason why he had never doubted Song Yang, and that was because Song Yang's cooking skills and subconscious movements had not changed. In other words, the things in Song Yang's subconscious mind that should change the most have not changed. Also, Zhang Yu said that she would tell Song Yang's fortune from time to time. If Song Yang was really replaced, Zhang Yu should have discovered it long ago. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingyu suppressed the doubts in his heart. As long as Song Yang has not done anything wrong to her, she is willing to believe Song Yang. Page 60. Song Kingeling clinked his glasses with Song Yang and sighed. The human chip project has now been listed as a key project. Everyone is ready to invest in research. In our country, I will take the lead. Song Kingeling was very resentful, and she didn't want to study this. Song Kingeling felt that instead of studying human chips, it would be better to study other things. I don't understand, but I respect it. Song Yang shook his head and said calmly, "In fact, I think if our family has enough capabilities, we might as well study AI and robots. This is also the direction I will focus on next. Also, I think we can research exoskeleton armor. If it succeeds, it can solve many problems. The combat effectiveness is improved no more than the human chip." Song Kingeling rolled his eyes and said, "Stop it. None of these are easy to research. The cost of investment is too high. But you can apply for it. Anyway, you can now talk to those people in charge of domestic scientific research. If your research is successful, the old man will be very happy." Song Yang nodded without hesitation. Then I will apply when I get back. I remember that Madam Wang and Mother Shen have always wanted to invest in technology. We can bring them along, oh, and Yi Yunqing as well. Song Yang thought of Yi Yunking, whom he met on a business trip before. He thought that he could strengthen cooperation with that woman. After all, she was very powerful. Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows but didn't care. Song Qingling seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, "Do you know that there was a joke in the international community recently?" "Joke?" Song Yang looked at Song Qingling in confusion. "Yes, it's a joke." Song Qingling's eyes were bent with laughter. "A gas tank in our country was bought by someone in a war-torn area abroad and modified into a weapon. Now we are being sued." Song Yang complained speechlessly, "Are you kidding?" Song Qingling shook his head and continued, "Not only that, but also the steel pipes for natural gas pipelines were bought by foreign war-torn areas. The reason was that the quality was comparable to that of artillery barrels, and they were also sued. In addition, a drone factory was requisitioned a while ago because its drones were of such good quality that the country is now preparing to conduct a comprehensive survey of private technology." Song Yang looked up to the sky. 6. Ding-ling-ling. Song Yang's cell phone rang. "Yoko, where are you? Come back quickly. Something happened in our factory." Fenghai City Airport. As soon as Song Yang got off the plane, he saw Feng Qiuyu and his senior brother Lei Guang coming to greet him. Feng Qiuyu cheered and walked forward, taking Song Yang's luggage. "Brother, what's wrong?" Song Yang walked towards the lightning, looked at him with eyes and said puzzledly. He asked several times on the phone, but Lei Guang refused to answer and insisted on waiting for him to come back. Looking at Song Yang, Lei Guang said with tears in his eyes, "The drones from our factory have gone to the battlefield. We've been sued." Song Yang was stunned for a moment. What was going on? When Lei Guang was researching drones, it was invested by his predecessor. It was a case of investing some money regardless of whether one had money or not, and also involving Feng Qiuyu. At the beginning, they said they were just making toys. So why are they on the battlefield now? Is it that Song Yang can't keep up with the times? Or is it that the pace of this era is too fast and he has been left behind? Feng Qiuyu smiled and pulled Song Yang into the car, heading to the booked restaurant. Yi Qingyu and Long Ling were busy with something, so they didn't come back. This time, I finally don't have to accommodate Yi Qingyu during the meal. At the dinner table, Lei Guang drank 3 large glasses of beer and then complained bitterly. Half a year ago, Lei Guang's factory suddenly received a group of foreigners who were from the north. When they arrived, they asked Drone if they could customize something. Lei Guang immediately said yes, it was not a difficult task. After the other party checked it, he waved his hand and directly placed an order worth several hundred million. Lei Guang was very excited and gave away some mechanical dogs he made. Then half a month ago, at an international conference, Ermao's people sued Lei Guang for selling arms. Lei Guang checked and found the ending was so shocking that Damao actually used drones and mechanical dogs on the battlefield. The effect is pretty good. This is outrageous. Because they were sued, the people above came down to inspect Lei Guang's factory, directly placed a large order, checked the future design direction of UAVs at Lei Guang's factory, and calmly confiscated several UAVs. Those confiscated drones were all ordered by me and the courier company. The only drone we can profitably sell is the toy we started with. Yoko, can you find someone to talk to the higher-ups and ask them to let us go? Lei Guang really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Song Yang rolled his eyes and complained speechlessly. "Isn't this a good thing? You still got a lot of orders, so you don't have to be so sad." Lei Guang sighed. His mentality was very complicated. Overall, this is a good thing. After all, he was recruited. However, this does not mean that he is not upset. He was sued while eating hot pot and singing, and then his factory was taken over. Who can bear this? He wanted to pass the factory to his son in the future, but how should he do that now? Song Yang rolled his eyes at Lei Guang's fantasy and ignored him. He thought that it would be better to take care of other invested factories with that time. After saying goodbye to Lei Guang, Song Yang began to wander around. Following Lei Guang, a factory invested by the predecessor that specialized in producing chains for large ships was also taken over. It turns out that the interception locks from the United States were customized from them. It's just outrageous. Not long after, a steel material factory invested by Song Yang was also taken over. Because the quality of steel has improved by leaps and bounds, reaching a level specifically suited for certain weapons. Not long after, the paint factory opened by one of Song Yang's senior brothers, and which had Song Yang shares, was also taken over. That paint is actually resistant to infrared detection. Not long after, an engine factory invested by Song Yang and run by his senior sister was also taken over. Because the quality of their engines is so amazing, They are directly targeted at a certain model of heavy-duty vehicles. Song Yang went around with the private enterprises to conduct a comprehensive survey, comforting his fellow students and asking them to be more open-minded. However, Song Yang's mentor thought it was a good thing. His business apprentices, like him, finally embarked on the path of serving the country and being loyal to the country. This was very good, very nice. However, this wave also allowed Song Yang's people to enjoy all the benefits, and their status rose rapidly. On the day Yi Qingyu came back, Song Yang went to pick her up in person and told her his itinerary in detail. Yi Qingyu also recounted the situation on Helena's side. Not long after Song Yang left, Helena's forces suffered a counterattack. Those families that were harmed by human chips and lost a large number of people were still unwilling to accept that Helena could get market share for free without doing anything. However, Helena had official support behind her and directly held on, and those families could only watch with gritted teeth. But Helena was not a greedy person. After taking a bite of the cake, she gave up and left the cake for those families. However, Yi Qingyu himself made some investments there. Although they were not huge, he still made a lot of money. Yi Qingyu also said, "I met Yi Yun and Linglong before I came back. They both live very well in the Black area. However, they were going to take over the Dragon King Palace, left behind by Alexander. It seems that they haven't given up on the Dragon King Palace yet." Yi Qingyu thought it was outrageous. The Dragon King Palace was already in ruins. Why didn't those people give up yet? Song Yang was very calm about this. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. For Yi Yun and Ling Long, two people who don't have much foundation, swallowing up the remaining forces of the Dragon King Palace will help them gain a foothold in this world. But it's strange that they didn't cause you any trouble. Song Yang couldn't help but joked. Yi Qingyu chuckled and said, "Of course you won't cause me any trouble. After all, they all know who my husband is and how capable he is. But they both let me thank you." "Thank me?" Song Yang was puzzled. Yi Qingyu nodded and said seriously, "Yes, they relied on the asset-gathering method you gave them to gain a foothold in the Black area, and the company they founded is preparing to go public. Most importantly, they relied on the rebate system to lay a solid foundation for the company and gathered many loyal people around them. But there are also disadvantages. Yi Yun complained that the people in the Black area are selfish and greedy. Many people only consider themselves when doing things and do not consider the outcome, especially the people at the bottom." Song Yang smiled. "As for those people, only the White Master could deal with them." "I wish Yi Yun good luck," Song Yang said. After all, they didn't completely confront each other in this life, and Yi Yun even tricked Hua Chengfeng. Sometimes, with some things, all grudges can be forgotten with a smile. Unless we meet again. By the way, Yi Yun's company is going to go public with the Anshan Yangsheng pills. He is going to go public in the United States. Ask us if we want to take part in it." After saying that, Yi Qingyu stared at Song Yang blankly. She wanted to take part and make some money. He has bad intentions. I remember that Yi Yun once used the company's listing to cheat many people and accumulated a lot of wealth for Hua Chengfeng. This is also the reason why he later became the business manager under Hua Chengfeng. Forget it, just ignore him. Page 61. He didn't receive the most important asset of the Dragon King Palace. The future of his company is in doubt. Song Yang found a reason. Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered. Yi Yun would use the listing to cheat people. In this case, Yi Yun's suggestion to her to take a stake was not well-intentioned. Anyone with bad intentions must die. Speaking of which, the most important legacy of the Dragon King Palace, those batches of second-rate Taoist, medical, and ancient martial arts inheritors have all been recruited by Yi Nianshu. Tusk, who would have thought that the low-key Yi Nianshu would be the biggest winner. It seems that Yi Nianshu is going to enter the field of medical beauty in the future. With the resources she has, she is likely to become the new generation's richest woman. Tusk, amazing. Yi Qingyu narrowed her eyes and almost forgot about her good sister. Although she had never had a direct conflict with Yi Nianshu, and the situation had eased a little now, the other party once wanted to kill her. Just as he thought of this, Yi Qingyu received a call from Yi Nianshu. The other party did not hesitate, and directly said that he wanted to treat Song Yang and Yi Qingyu to dinner. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingyu agreed. Xinglin Hotel, in the top-class private room. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jin, and Long Ling came together. Secretary Jin and Long Ling are the guarantee of force. These days, no one dares to attend a banquet without armed guarantees. After all, there are too many crazy people who break the rules. Yi Nianshu brought 4 young people whom Song Yang did not know. Long Ling secretly told Song Yang and Yi Qingyu that the four young men were also masters among the inheritors of ancient martial arts. It's just a second level. Song Yang and Yi Nianshu understood instantly that this was the greatest legacy that Yi Nianshu had received from the Dragon King Palace, a large number of second-level masters. A force must not only have top-level strongmen, but also batches of second-level strongmen. Only in this way can the hematopoietic system be perfected. After everyone exchanged greetings and sat down, Yi Nianshu stood up first and raised his glass. The main reason I invited my sister and brother-in-law here today is to apologize. I won't waste any more time. I'll finish these 3 bottles of wine first. The liquor was divided into jugs, each weighing 2 taels. Yi Nianshu drank 3 jugs straight away. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu didn't stop them. After finishing, Yi Nianshu took out a contract from his arms and handed it to Yi Qingyu. Drinking to apologize is just sincerity, it's practical. This is a rare industry under the Dragon King Palace. It's a small hotel chain called Firth. It now has 60 stores across the country, all directly operated. The valuation is around 2 billion. I gave it to my sister and brother-in-law. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were stunned by Yi Nianshu's generosity. This is too fierce. This hotel is not only valued at 2 billion, but also very profitable. With 60 stores, its annual net profit is 400 million. In the future, this hotel group will become a giant in the domestic hotel group, and its foundation can be said to be very good. A huge wave of emotion rose in Song Yang's heart. Yi Qingyu's heart also sank. Looking at this, it seemed that there were too many things that had been done. Yi Qingyu didn't know what Yi Nianshu was thinking for a moment. The two could only look at Yi Nianshu and wait for her next step. Sighing, Yi Nianshu continued, I know my sister and brother-in-law think I took out too much, but how should I put it? I don't think it's much. After all, your lives are the most important. I'm also responsible for those who left the Dragon King Palace and attacked you. Okay, this reason is acceptable. There should be more than these. Song Yang asked directly. Song Yang was too lazy to guess. Yi Nianshu nodded, stood up and said, Yes, there is more than that. I also want to make peace with my sister and brother-in-law and change from being enemies to collaborators. Yi Nianshu began to talk about the darkness of the Dragon King Palace that he discovered and the impressions of the people coming out of the village about the Dragon King Palace. Yi Nianshu even revealed the fact that the Dragon King Palace had sent people to all walks of life, as well as those people's denial of the Dragon King Palace. After talking about the dark side of the Dragon King Palace, Yi Nianshu said slowly, Now the Dragon King Palace staff led by me are in denial about the Dragon King Palace. We are not optimistic about the Dragon King Palace, nor do we want to follow the path that Li Feng, Zhang Yuan, and others had reserved, the path called the path of hegemony. Our thoughts now are very simple, that is, to live a down-to-earth life and work honestly. Now we devote most of our energy to business and scientific research, and our lives have improved greatly. In the village, almost every family has built a 2-story house, and every household has received money, and they have all become middle class with millions of dollars in savings. The most important thing is that everyone is doing well after letting go of the old ways. So we really want to cut off ties with the past and from now on, just do business and live our lives. And if we want to completely cut off ties, resolving previous grievances is necessary. Otherwise, we won't feel at ease. Yi Nianshu, who had said a lot in one breath, stopped and took a sip of wine. Thanks to his strong practice, Yi Nianshu was able to stay clear-headed and not get drunk. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu nodded, indicating that they were willing to resolve the conflict. After all, they don't want to make many enemies. After Song Yang and Yi Qingyu gave in, Yi Nianshu also breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere became much better afterwards. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted, and the atmosphere was very good. Yi Nianshu talked openly about his and others' future business strategies, including medical beauty and medical care, as well as the opening of some Chinese medicine clinics. Content from Yi Nianshu had already negotiated with the authorities, and they were responsible for promoting part of Chinese medicine. To this end, Yi Nianshu donated the popular medicine prescriptions left over from the Dragon King Temple, which were specifically for treating injuries and sprains. Song Yang applauded Yi Nianshu, saying that she had chosen the most correct path. Yi Qingyu told Yi Nianshu about Yi Yun's experience abroad. After listening to this, Yi Nianshu had a complicated expression and whispered that Yi Yun had contacted her, praised her superb skills, and then invited her to go abroad and live freely there. After all, many things that foreign businessmen can touch are not allowed to be touched at home. Many of the dragon-slaying skills of the Dragon King Palace that can be vigorously displayed abroad cannot be displayed at all in China. Like in foreign countries, Yi Nianshu can directly order people to eliminate competitors. It is simple and direct. But in China, this will be directly countered by others. But Yi Nianshu thought about it and refused. The reason was simple. I don't want to go abroad and be pointed at with a gun. It's still better to be in China. As long as we don't drive the lower class crazy, it won't be that dangerous. Yi Nianshu thought about the dead Hua Chengfeng. If Hua Ling had not been driven crazy and forced into a desperate situation, such an outrageous thing as the mud truck EI would never have happened. As for the loader EI that caused Hua Chengfeng's death in the end, it is even simpler. If you engage in monopoly, you will be hit, even if your monopoly is in technology. Finally, Yi Nianshu commented on Yi Yun. He is a contemporary Sima Yi. Be careful. Song Yang didn't expect Yi Nianshu's evaluation to come so quickly. Just a few days after meeting Yi Nianshu, Yi Yun became famous internationally. The reason is simple. This guy has tried the same things in other countries as he did in the black area. Then, with this move, he swept away 300 billion beautiful coins in the world. Those foreigners who had never experienced or seen this kind of gameplay had their entire fortunes taken away by Yi Yun. The 4 words, making money while lying down, are really attractive. So much so that many foreign people angrily scolded Yi Yun for being a degenerate. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Yun himself was staying well in the black area. The warlords and people from the Dragon King Palace there strongly supported Yi Yun with an attitude of come and fight us if you are awesome. But capitalist society is ultimately different from the big Eastern countries, where the governments are not as responsible. Yi Qingyu sighed. Fortunately, he didn't listen to Yi Yun. But I have to say that Yi Yun played very well and did a good job. This really taught the whole world a lesson by using the 4 words, making money while lying down. 300 billion in pure cash represents so many things. For example, it makes Yi Yun one of the richest people in the world. Soon after, Yi Yun's company was successfully listed in the United States. But there is also a disadvantage. That is, people in many countries boycott Yi Yun. You are a big liar. You still want to come to our country to sell goods. You are dreaming. At this time, Yi Yun performed another amazing move. He subcontracted the distribution rights of Anshan Yangsheng pills, a genuine Chinese medicine product developed by Hua Chengfeng, to the dark forces of various countries and members of the Dragon King Palace. Yi Yun just said one thing. You guys sell your products, I am only responsible for the production. The quality of this product is definitely up to standard. You can just sell it with confidence. Even when those foreign countries were still going through the official formalities, Anshan Yangsheng pills had already been sold privately. The gang leaders who got the distribution rights didn't care whether the official procedures were completed or not. They just started selling them first. And their sales channels are still those who invest money and receive rebates. Those who participated in making money while lying down and waited for rebates all hoped to make a fortune from the tranquilizing and health-preserving pills and get rebates. Of course, there are also people who want to make a fortune from tranquilizing and health-preserving pills without paying the people above them. Unfortunately, their bosses are the evil forces in their own country. Those evil forces want to squeeze every last penny out of them and then lend them money so that they can buy tranquilizing and health-preserving pills from them and sell them. When they can't pay them back, they will send these people to jail and take the tranquilizing and health-preserving pills back. Page 62. The plan was made by Yi Yun, and the main point was to be a person without conscience. After Yi Qingyu and Song Yang learned about what Yi Yun had done abroad, they said only one thing. You are really awesome. You can't be like the second master of the Lin family, who is like Captain Jia who saves the country in a roundabout way. Yi Yun's operation was ruthless, but his company made a lot of money in the first place and launched the tranquilizing and health-preserving pills. Such extremely high profits have made foreign capital envious. Of course, there are people in China who envy this, but unfortunately this cannot be done in China, and it is easy to be found and killed by Jin Datong. The old guys in the country know too well the basis of their rule and will never allow anyone to commit suicide. Basically, whoever seeks death will be prepared to die for real, and the situation is handled without any courtesy. After making a lot of money from the Anshan Yangsheng Pills project, Yi Yun came up with the extraordinary project. It's a very simple project, which is to pirate human body chips and sell them mainly to cooperating criminal gangs. Once this thing came out, the already chaotic situation abroad became even more chaotic. Some desperate people will choose to spend some money to buy human chips, gain power, and then take risks to kill their enemies. For a time, everyone abroad was in danger. Helena, Mrs. Riener, and others flew to Shanghai City under the pretext of business trips. Here, it is not only safe, but you can also see Song Yang, which is really killing two birds with one stone. It's not that no one has thought about capturing the leader first, so just kill Yi Yun. Unfortunately, Yi Yun is surrounded by masters led by Linglong, as well as the support of warlords in the Black District. Those warlords in the Black area have made a lot of money by cooperating with Yi Yun, so they will not give up Yi Yun. At the same time, Yi Yun also used this trick to formally unify the Dragon King Palace abroad. Seeing that Yi Yun had gone astray, the honest people in the Dragon King's palace chose to withdraw and leave. All the dishonest people joined forces with Yi Yun, and they made fortunes together in various countries. The channels that Yi Yun did not have were opened up by the people from the Dragon King Palace, who had defected to him. This news was told to Song Yang by Helena and Mrs. Rayner. Song Yang's comment on this was that Yi Yun was awesome. Yi Qingyu sighed again and again. Fortunately, he did not participate in Yi Yun's business. Otherwise, he would have to think about how to avoid being taken away by Jin Datung for questioning. Yi Yun's actions made the country more chaotic, and then some lunatic spread the news that Captain Jia saved the country in a roundabout way. This was not a big deal. It was directly brought to an international conference. At the international conference, the spokesperson for the University of Tokyo looked speechlessly at the beautiful country across from it, accusing the University of Tokyo of sending spies. No, there is nothing wrong with the University of Tokyo. How could they possibly do something as crazy as trying to save the country by taking a roundabout way? Although what Yi Yun and the second master of the Lin family did made the world a mess. For example, some small countries in East Asia, such as Korea, had a hard time, and a certain Indian was extremely unlucky. There are even a large number of lower-class people in India who have transplanted human chips and called themselves gods, asking others to upgrade their castes in an attempt to cross class boundaries. However, this matter really has nothing to do with their Dongda University. At least, it is not about $10, but only about $1. After everyone else had finished speaking, the representative of Dongda said indifferently at the international conference, "Yi Yun is not from our country. Why are you looking for us? And all his companies are listed in your former United States. I suspect that you are manipulating Yi Yun to disrupt the world order." Then the representative of Russia stood up and said, "Everyone knows that you, America, are the world police in name only, but the world robber in reality. Stop making excuses. The beautiful country is furious, and they will never admit that they support Yi Yun even if they die. After all, only when the world is in chaos can those small countries be continuously reaped by them. The World Conference was in chaos because of Yi Yun's actions. The whole world is also in a bleak situation because of the fraudulent selling method of Anshan Yangsheng pills. Human chips have caused unrest and death to countless people. It can be said that the whole world has entered a state of micro-terror." And Song Yang. In Shanghai City, Song Yang looked at the women who lived next door to him in confusion. These are the people he recently worked with on business trips. Song Yang didn't quite understand why they all came to live next door to him. The key point is that these partners came to live next door to him, so Song Yang accepted it. Why do these people still want to eat and drink at his house? More importantly, why did Yi Qingyu agree? Song Yang was puzzled, but he was willing to accept everything Yi Qingyu promised him. Shanghai City also entered an era of great development due to the arrival of these people. After all, Helena and Mrs. Rayner were both very rich and had a lot of resources and businesses, so they easily made large investments in Shanghai City. After all, what happened abroad did not affect Song Yang. Just as Song Kingling once said, Song Yang's biggest mission is to continue the Song family's lineage and study what he likes. In the annual selection of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Shanghai City, Song Yang was successfully elected. The main reason is that chip companies need too many employees, which has greatly driven the local economic development. Yi Nianshu and Yi Qingyu were also successfully re-elected, but Hua Chengfeng was missing. Song Yang was very emotional on the day he received the award. Everything seemed to be changing very quickly, but in fact, time was not long. Song Yang even thought about the reasons for Hua Chengfeng's failure, and finally concluded that those who are arrogant will be punished by heaven. For this reason, Song Yang decided to keep a low profile. "So this is why you don't go out to work and leave the company to me?" Lin Qingyu looked at Song Yang speechlessly. She really couldn't understand Song Yang's train of thought. This guy found her early in the morning and said that he had been too ostentatious recently and wanted to keep a low profile, so he handed the company over to her for management. Lin Qingyu laughed, indicating that she was really angry. However, Lin Qingyu finally took over the company. The reason was very simple. She would not refuse Song Yang's request. What's more, only in this way can she see Song Yang regularly, every time he comes to the company. No matter how many people want to see Song Yang now, we have to find a way. After handing over the chip company to Lin Qingyu, Song Yang started a business with Long Ling. Long Ling's hot pot restaurant has not been developing very well. In other words, the expansion is not going well. Song Yang went to check it out personally and found that there was no problem with the model, and it was well received everywhere. The real problem lies in the bottom-level management. Those who were promoted did not know how to cherish their opportunities because they were promoted too quickly. Faced with this situation, Song Yang chose corporal punishment. Set performance, set goals, provide high benefits, work if you can persist, leave if you can't, it's that simple. In order to strengthen the physical fitness of employees, Song Yang organized annual military training. All middle-level managers participate in military training every 2 years, and their salaries will be paid as usual during the training period. But military training is very tiring, especially tiring. The last item of military training is to run 15 kilometers in work leather shoes. To put it bluntly, it's torture. After Song Yang did it once, the people under him started to complain, saying that the company was stupid and the leader was an idiot. Then no one resigned. The best welfare benefits in the industry make a group of people who need to support their families unwilling to leave, and they try their best to complete the goals set by the company. After all, the company only looks at results, not random meetings. The fixed institutional capability requirements have also successfully trained a group of people. However, the 8 words, arrogance will lead to failure, are also fully reflected in the employees. When a store manager achieves good sales performance, he thinks he is awesome and will definitely win in the future. Faced with this situation, Song Yang directly found an excuse that met the company's requirements and fired the entire store. 30 employees got off work at 10 o'clock, had a meeting at 10:15, and were all forced to resign after the meeting ended at 10:30. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the store was open as usual, with staff coming from other stores. The decisive action successfully deterred the enemy. Song Yang calmly said to his subordinates at the meeting, "I admit that you are capable, and I am willing to pay you a high salary for it, and I am willing to let you share the net profit of the store. But this is not a basis for your arrogance. Also, I want a brave and capable soldier, not a boss who bosses me around because of his achievements. I need you to understand one thing. The company belongs to Mr. Long. You are just managers. You don't have to treat this place as your home because we will fire you if your performance does not meet the standards. Likewise, I won't treat you as my family because I'll kill you if you make a mistake. But in this employment relationship, I will provide you with a platform and the industry's top salary so that you can give full play to your talents. Even when one of you leaves, I will speak well of you." Song Yang's clear-headed speech stunned the middle-level managers below, especially some old employees who had worked as front-line store managers for many years. It was the first time for them to hear someone say that you don't have to treat the company as your home. Of course, Song Yang's words were also very ruthless. He would fire people directly for lack of ability or failure to meet performance standards. This also made many middle-level managers who valued loyalty and conscience unhappy. But in the end, no one chose to resign voluntarily. The reason was very simple. Long Ling offered enough money. The industry's top salary level and the non-existent store net profit dividends make those middle-level managers willing to fight for Long Ling. Page 63. After all, everyone comes out to make money. For a time, Long Ling's chain of hot pot restaurants expanded rapidly, with performance changing every day. If the basic services are good and attractive, the store manager and middle-level management have strong execution capabilities, and the employees are willing to work hard, it will be difficult not to make money. In addition, Song Yang and Long Ling were willing to invest money to open a store, and gave their subordinates opportunities for promotion and salary increase, so the store became more and more popular. For this reason, Shen's mother and Mrs. Wang came to talk to Song Yang and invested in the hot pot chain. However, Song Yang also pointed out another business path for them, running a milk tea shop and a hamburger restaurant. But it's not high-end but purely low-end. The main point is that it is cheap and affordable for everyone. Mother Shen and Madam Wang waved their hands and voted directly. Because of the project approval and other reasons, the two of them spent every day in Song Yang's office. This made many people smell something was wrong. When Yi Qingyu and Shen Liuliu rushed over, Shen's mother told Shen Liuliu a shocking news. She was pregnant. That night, I dreamed of your father whom I hadn't seen for many years. Your father and I had a long conversation about life and our ideals in the dream, and we finally achieved the feat of bringing Ziwei into my arms. Facing what Shen's mother said, Shen Liuliu smiled coldly and said, "Mom, you are just talking nonsense." But Shen Liuliu had no choice. Mrs. Wang was very open-minded about this and recommended Shen Liuliu as Shen's mother's spokesperson to discuss cooperation with Song Yang. After all, building a chain of milk tea shops or hamburger shops is not easy, and it involves many aspects. Song Yang was also very open-minded about discussing the project with Shen Liuliu. After so long, he also noticed some things, but he didn't say anything. After all, Yi Qingyu didn't care, right? A year later, on the day when the chain of milk tea shops and hamburger restaurants targeting the low-end market was completed, Shen Liuliu gave birth to a pair of twins who looked alike. Mrs. Wang's daughter brought back a son whose biological father was unknown, and he was established as the heir. Mrs. Wang was furious at her daughter's behavior and asked her partner Song Yang to take her daughter with him and educate her so that she could inherit the family business in the future. At the same time, Shen's mother, who had been abroad for a year, came back to take charge of the situation. A lot of things happened during this year, such as the deaths of Yi Yun and Linglong. After the Dragon King became powerful, Yi Yun became very arrogant. He thought that his destiny was in his own hands and that he had the Dragon King's blessing of luck. Then the country where the tower is located took action. In the end, they couldn't stand the fact that the Dragon King Palace was leading their former brothers to rebel against them. Yi Yun directly used the Dragon King's luck and combat power to fight. The overwhelming flames directly destroyed the new Dragon King Palace, built by Yi Yun. No one survived. This destruction silenced everyone in the black area. They thought they could challenge anyone, but the result was so cruel. They are still brothers. At the same time, the deaths of Yi Yun and Linglong also proved one thing. The so-called luck is not of much use, and is not as real swords and real bullets. The company founded by Yi Yun and Linglong was directly divided up by various countries. At the same time, taking advantage of this opportunity, people from various countries cracked down on the evil forces in their own country. Of course, there are also countries like Korea and India, where the entire country is made up of evil forces, and the official authorities directly swallowed up Yi Yun's company business in their own country. It's a dirty, shameful act, but this is the real world where the victors write history. There were still quite a few remnants of the Dragon King Palace, and this time they were uprooted, and their resources were divided up by everyone. Unfortunately, it is still useless. The weak are still weak, and the strong are still strong. This problem cannot be solved by a few traditional Chinese medicine techniques or a few chip technologies. To shake the foundation of rule, a more powerful force is needed. With Yi Yun's death, the human body chip was officially established as a prohibited research project. Song Yang didn't feel much about this. He still lived a life of traveling for work every day, sleeping soundly at night, and making rapid progress in his yin-yang skills. The only change is that I am busier now, because Yi Qingyu is pregnant. On the day Yi Qingyu became pregnant, the entire Song family came to celebrate. Old Master Song even hosted a 3-day banquet and invited many important people. This is the eldest son and grandson of the next generation of the Song family. This is a great, joyous event. It was also this banquet that once again shocked Yi Qingyu with the strength of the Song family. Countless people who dared not even think about it appeared. The gifts sent were things Yi Qingyu could not even imagine. It was only then that Yi Qingyu realized that in the eyes of those top families, their Yi family, which was considered a wealthy family in the eyes of the public, was really nothing. What a 100 billion group. It's ridiculous. Some wealthy families can say that they have 100 billion in cash at home and can directly buy your group. Chicken blood red gems are extremely difficult to find outside. This time, a noble family gave Yi Qingyu a chicken blood red ruby bracelet. The direct value is immeasurable because it has never appeared. That's outrageous. But what's even more outrageous is that the gem mine belongs to that noble family, and the workers who polish it are their slaves. What Yi Qingyu found most outrageous was that the purpose of holding this banquet was that old Master Song had instructed people from various families to look after her property, because Yi Qingyu had to take care of her pregnancy and could not disturb the fetus. Everyone smiled and agreed to go. After the banquet, Yi Qingyu was told by old Master Song not to get angry or upset, and to just tell them directly if there was anything, and the Song family would handle it. In order to reassure Yi Qingyu, Old Master Song invested 10 billion yuan into Yi's company. His intention was to tell Yi Qingyu not to panic, that the Song family was strong, and her biggest task now was to have a baby. Gold medal confinement nannies, babysitters, servants, and bodyguards were all arranged. It's just a matter of announcing to the whole world that this is the eldest son and grandson of the Song family, and whoever moves will be prepared to be in trouble. Perhaps because he wanted to have a grandson, Song Yang's father also began to work hard and was transferred to the capital to take up a position at the age of over 40. Song Yang didn't have much emotion about these changes. His main concern at the moment was to ask who I was. During Yi Qingyu's banquet, the Taoist priest from Mount Longhu also came, and Zhang Yu followed. Zhang Yu asked Song Yang, "Do you know who you are?" Song Yang was confused. Who could he be? Zhang Yu chuckled and said, "Aren't you curious why Yi Qingyu can't eat your food?" Song Yang was confused. This was a question he had never thought about before. So after the banquet, Zhang Yu brought Song Yang to Longhu Mountain, accompanied by Feng Qiuyu and Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing said that she would keep an eye on her niece's husband. In the back mountain of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Yu brought Song Yang to a pond where several blooming lotus flowers were floating. "You can go underwater and ask yourself, who are you?" Zhang Yu smiled faintly and pushed Song Yang down. As soon as he entered the water, Song Yang felt a sense of suffocation. He didn't understand what was happening as he was a good swimmer. As the feeling of suffocation worsened, Song Yang gradually lost consciousness. In a trance, Song Yang seemed to have returned to his past life in his memory. This world has no Dragon King Palace, no strange Taoist magic, and no aristocratic families passed down through the ages. Here he walked the path of life again. Song Yang attended elementary school, junior high school, college, and graduate school. He founded a technology company, invested in industries, and step by step reached the pinnacle of life as recognized by the world. In the year when he achieved success in his career, he met the woman he would love for the rest of his life, a woman 3 years older than him. But for some reason, this woman looked exactly like Long Ling. His lover is intelligent and generous, and Song Yang is very happy in this relationship. The two gradually entered into marriage and gave birth to 2 children. As the child grew up, Song Yang began to grow old, and Long Ling also began to grow old. As the child grew up, Song Yang and Long Ling had quarrels and conflicts, but they were gradually resolved. In the end, Song Yang died before Long Ling. After his death, Song Yang watched as Long Ling could not eat enough, could not sleep well, and gradually became haggard and died. The next second, the world suddenly turned upside down. Song Yang opened his eyes again and found that he was born in an oil town. His family had 4 generations living together. He had been an excellent student since childhood and was a child of other people's families. Learn, grow up, and meet all kinds of girls in the process. He fell in love with Long Ling, but was rejected. When he was in college, Song Yang fell in love with Yi Qingyu, a girl as beautiful as a flower on the mountain top. Song Yang did not hide his love for her, but Yi Qingyu only had eyes for her childhood sweetheart Lin Jai. Song Yang could only hide his love deep in his heart. But Song Yang went to confess his love to Yi Qingyu and said loudly, "If you break up one day, please consider me." Song Yang is such a person, bold, passionate, and unrestrained. Yi Qingyu rejected Song Yang. She felt that her life was perfect. Suddenly one day, news came that the Yi family went bankrupt. Both Mr. Yi and Yi's father fell and left the company to Yi Qingyu. How could Yi Qingyu, a girl studying art, understand all this? She went to Lin Jai for help, but all she got was the news that Lin Jai had gone abroad. Others mocked Yi Qingyu, asking how could Lin Jai possibly like her. At this time, Yi Qingyu found Song Yang and asked him if he was willing to get married. Song Yang agreed, and there was no need to sign a prenuptial agreement. Song Yang gave all his money to Yi Qingyu and helped Yi Qingyu find a way to save the Yi group, which was to restart the auxiliary company plan left by Yi Qingyu's mother. Page 64. When Yi Qingyu's mother took charge of Yi's group, she saw the future of the real estate bubble economy and proposed to go into commercial real estate, which has achieved some results. The Yi's group has more than 100 shopping malls and shops across the country. And Yi Qingyu's mother, Ms. Yi Zhen, also left a plan, which was to assist the company. Open hotels, cinemas, chain catering companies, etc. in Yi's plaza. Song Yang helped Yi Qingyu restart the plan, and the first step was the cinema. In order to raise money, Song Yang asked Yi Qingyu to rent out a large number of shops at low prices. As soon as the cinema opened, Yi Plaza became instantly famous. Song Yang then suggested that Yi Qingyu follow the Shen family's path and enter the entertainment industry, which is a good place to make cash. To this end, Song Yang personally supervised the process, and with the help of Shen Liuliu, the Yi Group soon won one good film project after another. The good thing about listed groups is that when your financial report looks good, the stock price will go up and people will invest. Relying on these, Song Yang revived the Yi family within a year. The next step is to clean up the Yi Group's non-performing assets and bad investments and determine its future strategic position. It was also at this time that Song Yang was feared by the Yi family. For this reason, Song Yang chose to withdraw from the Yi Group and founded his own chip company. Song Yang believes that chips will inevitably be blocked by foreign countries in the future. As someone who came from an oil town and whose ancestors have contributed to this country for generations, he naturally has to do his best. While starting his business, Song Yang met Feng Qiuyu, Mrs. Wang, Shen's mother, Secretary Jin, and many others. Helping the Feng family was a spontaneous act of Song Yang. After all, he and the old man of the Feng family were chess friends. Song Yang chose to reject Feng Qiuyu's advances. He is a married man and cannot accept others' advances casually. Song Yang was also very distressed during this period. For some reason, Shen Liuliu suddenly became infatuated with him. As for Shen's mother and Mrs. Wang, he only helped them a little, but why did they suddenly look at him with strange eyes? For this reason, Song Yang reduced his contact with them. I still say that I am a good man, I cannot cheat. I have to protect my wife's innocence. If you work in the chip industry, you always have to go abroad because the main force of the chip industry is abroad. I don't know why, but Song Yang always meets some of his old friends every time he goes abroad. For example, a little girl he had sponsored before suddenly became an international star and opened an international entertainment company. He also met Helena, a noble lady whom he had taken in by chance before. Unexpectedly, she is now the head of a family. After the company got on track, Song Yang also attracted a lot of business in the country and had to go on business trips. At this time, he met Zhang Yu, a Taoist fairy. As time passed, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu's marriage gradually came to an end. When Yi Qingyu proposed divorce, Song Yang hesitated and chose to respect the other party, because she was his wife, his lover, and if he kept pestering her, it would be too much. But what Song Yang didn't expect was that just when he let Yi Qingyu go, and was about to let himself go on a blind date with Long Ling and prepare to get married, Yi Qingyu was framed and imprisoned. Lin Jai, who was married to Yi Qingyu, dug a big trap for Yi Qingyu and sent Yi Qingyu to prison on the charge of transferring state-owned property. Song Yang was shocked. He confronted Long Ling and told her that he still loved Yi Qingyu. Long Ling cursed Song Yang as a bastard, but was determined not to divorce. Long Ling said that she had let Song Yang down once, and Song Yang was not right to her this time, so they should just consider it even. After Yi Qingyu's incident was over, the two of them would live in peace. Long Ling said that no matter who Song Yang's heart was with, his body must be hers, and his love must be hers. Song Yang said yes. After Song Yang returned to Fenghai City, he immediately went to the prison to meet Yi Qingyu and asked Yi Qingyu to sign a will to donate his property to the country, as well as an agreement to hand over the shares to Song Yang for holding on his behalf. After obtaining these two copies, Song Yang made them public and signed a will stating that upon his death, his property would be donated to poor mountainous areas. At this point, everyone in the upper circle knew that Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were being targeted. When thinking about the dirty deeds of the Yi family, everyone sneered. Song Yang took over the Yi Group directly with the shares. Looking at the money and projects that had been transferred out of the account, he instantly realized that there were other people involved in this game. However, Song Yang promised Yi Qingyu that he would avenge her, and she would just guard this place. Because Song Yang made up for the deficit and completed the project, and also because of someone's help, Yi Qingyu was released from prison a year after he went to prison. After coming out, Yi Qingyu and Song Yang quickly separated, leaving only Secretary Jin by his side, and then he started to go crazy. Not long after, Mr. Yi and his father died in a car accident. Yi Nianshu's company was caught in a storm due to a large-scale allergic reaction to its products. None of Hua Chengfeng's projects could be advanced. The Lin family's businesses collapsed one after another. Either people died or other problems arose, or there was a shortage of materials. Yi Qingyu alone made the entire Dragon King Palace unable to move. At this moment, Yi Qingyu was surrounded by people while traveling. When Secretary Jin and his men arrived, Yi Qingyu was already seriously injured. The first thing Yi Qingyu did after recovering was to personally lead people to the village, where the Dragon King Temple was located to carry out demolition. Soon, news came out that Yi Qingyu, Zhang Yuan, Li Feng and others had failed to reach an agreement. Then Yi Qingyu was involved in a car accident, and the entire network accused the village of violent resistance. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Yi Qingyu was just a businessman, and the Dragon King Palace was involved in too many things. Song Yang wanted to help, but Yi Qingyu refused. She didn't want to let the last person who loved her get involved. When he realized that he could not deal with the Dragon King Palace, Yi Qingyu made a bold decision. One night, the village of Dragon King Palace was razed to the ground. Heavy trucks flattened the village one after another. Hurricane Cloud and Li Feng both died there. The most important half of the Dragon King Palace's foundation was gone. Problems occurred at a construction site of the Lin family, and a group of workers broke into the Lin family. Only one daughter survived. Hua Chengfeng's company was set up and suffered losses. Hua Chengfeng's tendons were cut off, and half of his kung fu skills were wasted. Yi Nianshu encountered a robbery while traveling. Yi Qingyu then chose to commit suicide and gave away all his family wealth before his death. She only left a letter for Song Yang, saying that she had had enough fun and was leaving. However, no one knows how many people took Yi Qingyu's money. All they know is that Hua Chengfeng was frequently assassinated for a period of time. In order to obtain protection, the Dragon King Palace spent a huge sum of money to ask the authorities for help. After Yi Qingyu's death, Song Yang chose to live with Long Ling. It's just that when living in daily life, he would use his power to find troubles for Hua Chengfeng and manipulate some people to prevent Hua Chengfeng from unifying the Dragon King Palace. As a result, Hua Chengfeng only obtained the nominal title of Dragon King in the end, and no one from any place listened to him. In the end, before Hua Chengfeng and Yi Nianshu got together, Song Yang had someone spread the news that Yi Nianshu's tragedy was caused by Hua Chengfeng, Zhang Yuan, and others. With this poke, Yi Nianshu exploded, and the position of Dragon King was split into two. One night, Hua Chengfeng died at the hands of Hua Ling, who had just been released from prison. After watching Hua Chengfeng die, Song Yang hadn't reacted yet when the scene in front of him changed again. This time it changed again. Song Yang turned into a real bootlicker. He was born in a common family and was a poor man. Even though he knew that Yi Qingyu had Lin Jai as his white moonlight, he still rushed up to lick the KFC because Yi Qingyu once gave him a KFC. After Lin Jai went abroad, he married Yi Qingyu and became a son-in-law. He did whatever Yi Qingyu asked him to do. When Lin Jai returned to China, Yi Qingyu wanted to divorce, but she refused and was eventually sued. When he learned that Yi Qingyu was going to jail, he took the blame for Yi Qingyu. After he was released from prison, he went crazy when he learned that Yi Qingyu was plotted to be killed. He drove his car and rammed Hua Chengfeng to avenge Yi Qingyu. The picture turned again. Song Yang discovered that this time Yi Qingyu had become the vicious real daughter, and he had become the real daughter's vicious ex-husband. They bullied Yi Nianshu in various ways, but Lin Jai and Hua Chengfeng let them off again and again. Out of viciousness, Song Yang also framed Long Ling, bullied Yi Yunqing, and did all kinds of bad things. In the end, he even drove his car towards Yi Nianshu. The picture turned again. This time, Song Yang became a phoenix man. Born an orphan, Song Yang took advantage of the opportunity and married Yi Qingyu immediately after learning that Lin Jai had gone abroad. After marriage, Song Yang entered the Yi family and lay dormant carefully, working hard to gain personal benefits. After Lin Jai came back, he cooperated with Lin Jai, hollowed out the Yi family, defected to the Dragon King Palace, and betrayed Yi Qingyu in various ways, causing Yi Qingyu's tragic death. Afterwards, he took over Yi's group and challenged Yi Yun, Lin Jai, Yi Nianshu, and others, determined to take control of this huge Yi's group. Such a cruel and brutal act will surely be punished by God. Lin Jai, Yi Yun, Yi Nianshu, and others never trusted Song Yang from the beginning to the end. They always felt that he was a sinister, cunning, and vicious man. For this reason, they were always wary of Song Yang. The moment Song Yang betrayed them, they immediately mobilized all their forces to encircle and suppress Song Yang. Song Yang was wiped out in a very short time. However, Hua Chengfeng was kind-hearted and finally chose to let Song Yang go. At this time, Yi Qingyu's backup plan was revealed, and he left some retirement money for Song Yang. At that moment, Song Yang, an orphan, felt the only warmth in his life and collapsed. In order to repay Yi Qingyu's warmth, Song Yang firmly embarked on the road of revenge. Song Yang, who had nothing, spent all his money to buy Hua Chengfeng's travel expenses, and then a truck hit him. Page 65. He then turned himself in, confessing everything about how he had collaborated with Lin Jai, Yi Yun, and Yi Nianshu to harm Yi Qingyu, and went to die with the entire young generation of the Dragon King Palace. The scene ends at the moment when Song Yang is brutally killed by the remaining people of the Dragon King Palace. The picture turned again. This time, Song Yang became an illegitimate child. He was bullied and looked down upon since he was a child. Throughout his growth process, only Yi Qingyu looked up to him and took care of him and protected him when he was bullied. Song Yang naturally fell in love with this young lady. But Yi Qingyu loves Lin Jai. Even though Lin Jai deceived her and harmed her, Yi Qingyu still loved him stubbornly. In the end, she went crazy for Lin Jai and died for Lin Jai. She banged her head against the wall for Lin Jai and gave Yi Nianshu a kidney for Lin Jai and finally died on the operating table. Following the principle of letting go if you love her, Song Yang could only collect Yi Qingyu's body alone, and then live his whole life alone guarding Yi Qingyu's ashes. Very perverted. The picture turned again. This time, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu are childhood sweethearts, and Lin Jai appears out of nowhere. Yi Qingyu's company went bankrupt, and Song Yang tried his best to save it, but Hua Chengfeng said that Lin Jai had his own difficulties. Yi Qingyu gave up everything and got back together with Lin Jai. Song Yang tried his best to stop him, but Yi Qingyu bravely stepped forward and became more and more crazy, to the point of doing things to hurt Song Yang. In the end, Song Yang got cancer and was dying, and Yi Qingyu repented. After Song Yang's death, Yi Qingyu realized who was the best person to her, and in a frenzy, Yi Qingyu took revenge on Lin Jai. This was a crazy revenge. Hua Chengfeng's company was almost bankrupt due to Yi Qingyu's trap. In the end, he had to use unconventional means to capture the thief first, manually destroy the source, and send Yi Qingyu directly to hell. In the Lotus Pond on the back mountain of Longhu Mountain, Song Yang suddenly popped his head out, looking at Zhang Yu on the shore with wet body, his eyes full of complicated expressions. Every Song Yang is me. I'm not a time traveler. I'm just me, a fixed fireworks Song Yang. After reading so many stories, no, it should be called accidents, Song Yang finally realized that what he thought was time travel was just a big dream he had. However, in other words, he entered other parallel time and space and saw different trajectories. In fact, when it comes down to it, he is still himself, still the Song Yang who loves Yi Qingyu from the bottom of his heart. This is also the reason why Yi Qingyu could not tell anything wrong with his cooking, because the person has not changed. Every dish that Song Yang made subconsciously, and every way he served Yi Qingyu, are still him, Song Yang. Zhang Yu smiled at Song Yang and pulled him ashore. After changing his clothes and getting himself ready, Song Yang called Yi Qingyu. "Honey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Yi Qingyu's anxious voice made Song Yang look dazed. Then, "Wife, can you please sell your collection of romance novels at home and stop reading them? I had a nightmare. In the dream, the two of us experienced all kinds of literature, and the two of us experienced all kinds of tragic deaths." Song Yang said this with gritted teeth, and Yi Qingyu chuckled. That was a secret she had hidden very well, but she didn't expect that Song Yang would still discover it. Okay, I'll sell it later." After making sure that Song Yang was okay, Yi Qingyu was in a good mood, or at least felt comfortable. For Yi Qingyu now, her husband is the most important thing, and other things are just trivial. At night, Zhang Yu invited Song Yang to stay for one night. That night, Zhang Yu asked Yi Yunqing and Feng Qiuyu to leave, as she wanted to teach Song Yang martial arts alone. With the help of incense, Song Yang entered the dream again. Half asleep and half awake, Song Yang vaguely saw a Taoist robe passing by. He remembered that it was Zhang Yu's. Before Song Yang could react, he dreamed of Yi Qingyu. When he woke up in the morning, Song Yang found that the technique he practiced seemed to have made a breakthrough, but he didn't know what stage he had reached. Song Yang only knew that according to Zhang Yu's introduction, he had now reached the level of Hurricane Yun, but his combat effectiveness was definitely not as good as Hurricane Yun. Although both of them fought, their ways of fighting were different. One was fighting between life and death, and the other was fighting in a trance while half asleep and half awake. Song Yang was very confused, but he didn't care. In Song Yang's opinion, he just needed to practice more and make sure his kung fu was good. As for the rest, he would just take things as they come and let it go. After realizing that he was still himself again, Song Yang could no longer bear the urge to return home, and immediately boarded a plane to go back to find Yi Qingyu. This naked love made Yi Yunqing and Feng Qiuyu very jealous. There is no woman who doesn't want her man to have only her in his eyes. After all, possessiveness is the strongest emotion a woman has, no doubt about it. Song Yang was very excited when he saw Yi Qingyu again. He had a feeling of being in another world. At night, lying on the bed, Song Yang told Yi Qingyu his secret. Yi Qingyu burst out laughing. "No wonder you were always thinking about divorce during that time. It turns out your memory was confused." Yi Qingyu felt very complicated about this, but he was more grateful. Yi Qingyu sighed deeply about the endings of the two people in Song Yang's dream. Perhaps in other worlds, the endings of the two people would be like that. However, Yi Qingyu was also very happy. No matter which world, no matter what the ending, she and Song Yang would always be together. This kind of love which vows to love each other and never separate until death, regardless of good or bad circumstances, rich or poor family background, sick or healthy, is particularly in line with Yi Qingyu's three views. So that night, if Song Yang had not refused, he would have had the opportunity to experience the feeling of. Yi Qingyu giggled and then lit the incense. Song Yang accepted it with a sigh. He is not a fool. After so long and having met so many people, he must have sensed something a long time ago. In the days that followed, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu lived a very ordinary life. Without the threat from the Dragon King Palace and other short-sighted forces, life couldn't get any worse. While Yi Qingyu was pregnant, Yi Yunqing and Long Ling moved in to live with her. Both of them took the initiative to assume the responsibility of taking care of their families. Song Yang still maintained a high frequency of business trips, but he was not as anxious as he was at the beginning. Life is beautiful. 10 months later, Yi Qingyu gave birth to twin boys for Song Yang. As soon as the child was born, he received blessings from both the Song and Li families. Song Yang also followed the agreement. The eldest son was named Song, and the second son was named Li. One inherited his grandfather's family property, and the other inherited his grandfather's family property. The young and middle-aged generations of both families were very happy about this. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the arrival of the twins, the Song and Li families officially had their eldest son and grandson as heirs, and officially entered the joy of 5 generations living under the same roof. More people came to the twins' birthday party. If some families came by representatives last time when Yi Qingyu was pregnant, this time the heads of each family came in person. There are many jokes in the upper class circles about the Song and Li families in this generation. Although they are hidden well, everyone knows what they should know, so everyone also knows what these two children represent. This is the future hope of the Song and Li families, so they must come to congratulate them. But it was a bit hopeless for Yi Qingyu. The two children were taken away right after the birthday banquet. In the words of the old man of the Song family, they must not be spoiled children, and his education would be personally undertaken by him. Yi Qingyu only has the right to visit. Song Yang was also helpless about this. He was the head of the family in name only, but in reality, he was just a tool. If he wanted to resist, the first problem he would need to face was that as the head of the family, he had the responsibility to continue the family line, and he could not escape it. Faced with family pressure, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu could only accept it. All they could do was to make more money, increase income for the family, and lay a better foundation for their children. Afterwards, Song Qingling gave Song Yang another physical examination. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Song Yang's body, he asked Yi Qingyu to arrange more care for Song Yang, and Yi Qingyu also gave him some tonic medicines. The road to having a child is not over yet. Yi Qingyu was angry. She felt that she was not as open-minded as she was at the beginning, but there was nothing she could do. She understood that the two children were on the best path now. They just needed to grow up step by step and not get involved in any messy things, and then they would be able to reach the top. It can be said that the starting point of a child is the end point for countless people. While other children were still thinking about getting married and having children, the twin brothers had already been arranged with the best wives. While other children were still thinking about their future paths, the paths had already been arranged for the twin brothers. All kinds of resources were ready. They could even say that they would get them as long as they grew up. While other children were still worrying about survival, the twin brothers had already reached the peak of their lives. It can be said that there is no problem with being born at the peak of their lives. 10 years later, the whole world fell into peace again. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu lived in Fenghai City. They would go back to the northwestern town once a week to see their children and spend Saturdays and Sundays with them. During these 10 years, Yi Qingyu gave birth to 3 more children who were adopted by Song Yang's brothers and sisters. Also during this decade, many of Song Yang's friends gave birth to children like mushrooms after rain. This made Song Yang sigh, that time is really good. When Yi Qingyu was bored, he made a relationship chart, marked all the children on it, and then sent one to everyone around him, especially telling the children of the Song and Li families that they must never date the boys and girls listed above. Page 66. When the children asked the reason, Yi Qingyu showed them demi-gods and semi-devils, and asked each child to remember the relationship between Duan Zhengchun and Duan Yu. as well as Duan Yu's cousins. By the way, Yi Qingyu also complained about the value of Duan Zhengchen. Looking back to the past, if Duan Zhengchen had stepped forward and acknowledged Yi Ernyang and Su Zhu, even if Abbot Chuan Ci had argued to the heavens and Xiao Yuanchen had produced a paternity test, Su Zhu would have been Duan Zhengchen's son. When Yi Qingyu was popularizing the art, Song Yang was standing next to him. He was completely speechless. How could he be compared with Duan Zhengchen? But Yi Qingyu smiled and said, Song Yang is a modern version of Duan Zhengchen. Otherwise, why would I make a relationship list? Perhaps because there are so many children in the next generation, and they are spread all over the world. The Song and Li families have decided to keep a low profile for the next 50 years. Song Yang is a determined implementer. He absolutely cannot jump back and forth in front of those big shots. He just needs to make money honestly and live a low-key life. Speaking of making money, when Song Yang was living a low-key life, the real estate market collapsed, and Yi Qingyu became famous for making the transition early. When other real estate companies were desperate because of the plummeting housing prices, Yi Qingyu had already made it ashore. This was also the last time Yi Qingyu became famous. Song Yang's comment on this was that Ms. Yi Zhen was really awesome and had anticipated this scene a long time ago. On the day when his twin sons graduated from college, Song Yang retired early, officially handed over the family company to them, let them go out and play on their own, and he and Yi Qingyu found a mountain to live in seclusion. Retirement life in your 40s. Very beautiful, that's the end of it. There will be several chapters next about Song Yang's acquaintance with other women. This month, you can just eat it all. This is the first time I wrote a text of this type and I went off track. I turned an urban romance text into a crazy text and I didn't sleep well. Next month, this account will open another book, which is a serious urban romance novel. My name is Shen Liuliu, and I'm the daughter of the Shen group. My father is a Phoenix man. His lifelong dream is to eat my mother, drink my mother, and then kick my mother away and turn the Shen group into his only group. Unfortunately, he met my mother, a woman who was love-minded but not stupid. When my mother found out he had cheated on her during her pregnancy, she kicked him out and forcefully divorced him, leaving the house with nothing. Maybe it's because my mother is so strong. The wealthy circles in Fenghai City call her a vicious woman. But my mother also has a good friend, Ms. Yi Zhen, who works for the Yi group next door. Thanks to the close relationship between my mother and Ms. Yi Zhen, Qingyu and I also became best friends. So when I found out that I fell in love with Song Yang, I felt so disgusting. The first time I met Song Yang was at a party organized by Qingyu. At that party, I learned that Song Yang was Qingyu's bootlicker. The first time I saw Song Yang, I thought this man was really good, handsome, and polite. I wanted to pursue him at that time, but I didn't dare. I was scared because I thought it would be embarrassing to pursue a man Qingyu didn't want, and it would also be like poaching. This became the thing I regretted the most later. Every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I wanted to slap myself twice because I missed a great man because of my pride. After that separation, we met again at a cocktail party hosted by one of my mother's partners. I don't understand why Song Yang always appears at various parties. I haven't heard of any background of Song Yang. I only heard that he is a Northwestern man who went to college with his bedding in a snakeskin bag. It is said to be from an oil town. Since I wanted to be a star since I was young, my dancing was very famous. At a party, someone suggested that I go up and dance, but I refused. However, everyone started to cheer and said that since I was going to make my debut, I might as well show it to my friends first. I don't think I'm friends with them. One of the drunk men even tried to pull me up, but Song Yang stepped forward, poured a glass of wine on the man's face, and coldly scolded everyone, saying that if they wanted to watch dancing, they could go to the bar and not embarrass the girls here. I want to tell Song Yang that a bar is not a place for people to watch dancing. Song Yang's scolding caused dissatisfaction among the crowd. Then the host of the party came out, scolded everyone again, and apologized to me. It is said that the second generation who started the commotion were beaten when they returned home, and it was the host of the party who reported them. This time I think Song Yang is so handsome, so handsome. I began my journey of peeking into Song Yang's life. Later I learned that Song Yang was studying materials science and was said to be doing research in the future. I also learned that Song Yang had excellent academic performance, and the reason he enrolled in Fenghai University was that his tutor was a top expert. Later I heard that Song Yang was very smart, and that some random investments made him worth hundreds of millions. But I also discovered a secret, that is, Song Yang is not Yi Qingyu's bootlicker, he just likes Yi Qingyu. Otherwise, why didn't Song Yang chase Yi Qingyu like other lickers? but just confessed his love lightly and backed away politely after being rejected. I think this is probably what it means to start from emotion and end with etiquette. After that, I entered the entertainment industry and paid less attention to Song Yang. After all, I was timid and did not dare to confess my feelings to Song Yang or pursue him. I jumped around in front of Song Yang a few times, but he ignored me and I didn't want to jump around anymore. The next time I came into direct contact with Song Yang was on a variety show, where I was a regular guest, and he accompanied an international Chinese actress named Sheng Zhu. Sheng Zhu came as a guest to challenge the club. I was very jealous when I saw the two of them walking and laughing. Also because of jealousy, I took a brave step and asked for a WeChat account. After this separation, we met again at King Yu's wedding banquet. The Yi family is on the verge of bankruptcy. Lin Jai runs away on a plane overnight, and King Yu chooses Song Yang to marry. My heart broke when I saw Song Yang say yes to Qing Yu. One side is my best friend and the other side is my secret crush. I feel so disgusting. Afterwards, I was seriously ill for 3 days. I hated myself for being cowardly and for discovering my true feelings too late. But because I was timid, I could only watch Song Yang in secret. I found that Song Yang was too perfect in his marriage. He spoiled Yi Qingyu like a princess. Song Yang would cook for Yi Qingyu, give her massages, put on makeup for her, and would do everything for her. Even when he was on a business trip, Song Yang would always provide Yi Qingyu with the brown sugar water she needed. In his career, Song Yang paid money to Yi Qingyu to fill the deficit, helped Yi Qingyu stabilize the stock price, used his connections to help Yi Qingyu improve the missing parts of the Yi group, and even dealt with the bad people in the Yi group in a swift and decisive manner. When Yi Qingyu was afraid of Song Yang could also quit Yi's for Yi Qingyu and start his own company. Such a perfect husband I wanted, but I lacked the courage, and I don't know whether Song Yang would like me. I plucked up the courage to tell my mother. She was stunned at first, then she laughed, and she laughed very happily. She supported me to grab it. My mother said that love requires courage and the ability to face rumors. My mother also gave me a tip: send Song Yang my own photos, starting with the beautiful ones. I did as he said, but the result was very bad. Song Yang almost ignored me and even deleted me. I was so angry that I went to Yi Qingyu to complain. Song Yang looked at me with a complicated expression and added it back. He probably didn't want to make Qingyu worry. People are like this: the more they can't get, the more they want it. The more Song Yang refuses, the more I want it. Later, Song Yang came to talk to me once, and I boldly told him that I liked him. Song Yang laughed in silence and just said that his morals did not allow him to do anything unfaithful. I'm so angry about this that I'll let Yi Qingyu kick you out. For this reason, I started to say bad things about Song Yang in front of Yi Qingyu. This is not acceptable, that is not acceptable, and Song Yang's perfect score in Yi Qingyu's eyes was reduced to 0. I was so proud, but later I found out that I was not the only one doing this. All of Yi Qingyu's best friends were doing this, including Feng Qiuyu and Secretary Jin. They were the most direct. It can be said that we have built a big net to isolate Yi Qingyu from Song Yang. It's not a good thing to do, but it's very exciting. What's more, my mother said that there is nothing wrong in charging for love. When that day came, I suddenly received a call from Yi Qingyu saying that she suspected Song Yang had someone outside. I was so excited. I became even more excited when I learned that Yi Qingyu and Song Yang were going to divorce. I was so excited that I took the plane back to Fenghai City overnight, and my mother even prepared the household registration book. Later, when my mother put her child under my name, I realized one thing. The way my mother looked at Song Yang showed more than just satisfaction, as if she were looking at her son-in-law. No wonder my mom supports me so much. No wonder my mother said that the family business would definitely be given to me. I was angry, but I also kept silent because Song Yang was so outstanding. My name is Feng Qiuyu, and I'm a newbie. I'm so newbie that I just want to be a parasite. It is because of this idea that, although I received the so-called education of a son of a noble family, I learned nothing. My father was very unhappy about this. He only had me as his daughter, and what would happen to the family business in the future. I gave my father an idea and asked him to personally choose a husband with excellent character for me. Then the company will be passed on to me and my husband will help manage it, and we can both rely on him. My dad said I was crazy. I'm a child of the new era. Page 67. Then my dad actually picked a boyfriend for me. Oh, they don't know us. The boy's name is Song Yang, and he is the grandson of my father's former boss. My father specifically asked Song Yang's father what he thought about Song Yang's marriage. Song Yang's father's reply was also very simple. It didn't matter. Their family didn't care about whether the couple's social status was equal, because there were not many families that were suitable. However, they did require that the couple had to have a good personality and be able to give birth to a son. My father was also excited. He slapped his thigh and handed me my photo and resume. When Song Yang's father saw my figure, he knew I was going to have a son. Then he looked at my unambitious personality and agreed even more, especially when I said that I am a traditional girl and I can do. The Song family was stunned. Song Yang's mother, Ms. Lee, even gave me a thumbs up and said, "Child, you are really excellent." However, I also made a request, which is that we in the Feng family must cling to their support, and in the future the Feng family's assets can only be passed on to my son. The Song family smiled and said on the spot that it was no problem and that they could hug the Feng family's thighs as they pleased. The Song family didn't care about the Feng family's stuff. After I returned, I started to create various encounters with Song Yang in the university, but it was useless. This guy only had Yi Qingyu in his eyes. According to gossip, Song Yang will wait until Yi Qingyu gets married before getting married. Then I secretly contacted Yi Qingyu and tried to find out her attitude. It's not that I have to rely on Song Yang alone. It's just that after a few contacts, I found that Song Yang is a boy with a strong character, good looks, and all-round development. One can't help but sigh that the education from an aristocratic family is awesome and good. What happened next was a bit unexpected. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu actually got married. The day they got married, I cried so hard that my thighs were gone, so I cursed that scumbag Lin Jai for 2 hours. After Song Yang got married, my father thought that he should find a way to leave me some business that could make money without any effort, which is commonly known as reckless investment and courting disaster. The result was obvious. My family almost went bankrupt, but my dad is also a capable man. He went straight to hug his old leader's thighs and cried. His old leader, Song Yang's grandfather, called Song Yang and asked him for help. It just so happened that Song Yang was starting a chip company at that time and needed raw materials, so he bought some at my house. I also inherited my father's shameless style and just hugged Song Yang's thighs and cried. Have you ever seen a beautiful woman with a height of 1.7 meters, legs of 1.2 meters long, and a curvy figure crying while hugging a man? You haven't seen it. I have done it in Feng Qiuyu. That day I almost cried to death, but Song Yang didn't show any mercy and took me down. However, my shameless father reported this matter to his old boss. The old leader may have asked Song Yang to save us, because he saw that our Feng family was too shameless. Song Yang had no choice but to come to Feng's group and sold everything that should be sold and cut everything that should be cut in the dilapidated Feng's group. In the end, he only kept some production companies related to the songs as cash flow. My dad shamelessly handed the contract directly to Song Yang and asked Song Yang to write it himself. Then Song Yang made some operations on Feng Corporation and turned it, which was previously involved in various industries, into an investment company. Finally, we successfully overcame the crisis. However, there are also many shortcomings, and Feng's status in Fenghai has plummeted. I took the opportunity to hug Song Yang's thighs and cry again. After my repeated requests to the boss, I became Song Yang's secretary. After becoming Song Yang's secretary, I followed Song Yang on business trips and met all kinds of clients. At my shameless request, Song Yang began to teach me how to invest and took me to invest in some companies of his friends and classmates. Those companies are not large in scale, but they are all very profitable with sufficient cash flow. They are also technology companies and are very low-key and powerful. At that time, I learned a word called academic clique. These academic tycoons are the real tough guys. Relying on Song Yang's connections, my life is getting better and better, and the Feng family is also getting better and better. My feelings for Song Yang turned into true love as I went on business trips, and he took care of me time and time again. To use the words from the internet, family members, can you refuse a man who is willing to buy sanitary pads for you, boil brown sugar water for you, give you an umbrella even if he gets wet during a business trip in the rain, and carry you to the hospital after you fall in a snowstorm? Feng Qiuyu doesn't know about others, but she knows herself, and she can't refuse at all, especially when it rained heavily. Looking at Song Yang's abdominal muscles, Feng Qiuyu said that he didn't know whether it was rain or water flowing on his body. Anyway, I just love it. For this reason, I began to study the marriage of Song Yang and Yi Qingyu. This research is not a big deal, but it did lead to problems. I found out that they got married by agreement, which is great. Taking advantage of the business trip, I started to harass Song Yang in various ways, and secretly became Yi Qingyu's best friend, mainly because of my shamelessness. Then I said all kinds of bad things about Song Yang to Yi Qingyu. God helps those who work hard, and they are finally getting divorced. At that moment, I was so excited that I couldn't express myself. But what happened was that Yi Qingyu suddenly changed his mind, which almost pissed me off to death. At that time, I wondered who leaked the news. But it doesn't matter, I can persist. If I can't, I will just be a traditional woman. When Yi Qingyu came to me, exposed my secret and said that I had been fooling her, I was shocked. This was not like Yi Qingyu's IQ. Then Yi Qingyu beat me up, and I accepted it. It was my fault for doing such a despicable thing. After that, I followed Song Yang openly. I was so happy because I had handsome guys to meet every day. I have always known that Song Yang is outstanding. But when I saw that there were more than 30 girls who had a crush on Song Yang, I was still shocked. At that time, I wanted to say, Song Yang, you didn't fall for the temptation. You have a strong will. You are truly a model of male morality. What shocked me the most was Shen's mother. At that time, looking at the stupid Shen Liuliu, I really wanted to say, do you know what your mother looks at Song Yang like? When I learned that Shen Liuliu gave birth to fraternal twins, I burst out laughing. What level are you at? Are you worthy of giving birth to identical twins with me? Don't think I don't know who that tall and strong child with a pair of fox eyes belongs to. However, I didn't say anything. I happily held my child in my arms and continued to hug Song Yang's thighs. See her, it smells so good. My name is Shen Myoling, and I am the chairman of the Shen Group. I am the only daughter in my family, and in the eyes of all men, I am a good target for making a living. So from childhood to adulthood, the thing I have seen the most is men who intend to make the whole family rich and powerful, and I have to be wary of educating men. The former is a wolf, and the latter is a weapon to prevent wolves. My parents taught me since I was young that girls should have self-respect and self-love, and understand that anyone in the world can betray you, except money. In order to achieve this education, my parents took me to the police station and local police stations to watch divorce cases all year round. They even inquired about areas with high domestic violence rates and took me to live there so that I could see with my own eyes the fate of a woman who had no self-respect or self-love. So I have seen the sorrow of women who marry far away, and I have seen women who are love-brained being cheated of their money and sex and ending up with nothing. It is because of what I have seen with my own eyes and heard with my own ears that I understand that men are all pigs. What they love is either your looks or your money. They may even yell and say things like, if you hadn't been getting in my way, I would have been with so and so a long time ago. You're sorry for her, you're sorry for us, you have to compensate us, so you'd better leave the house, and other crazy remarks. So from childhood to adulthood, what I hate most is the Phoenix Man. Unfortunately, I still have to find a Phoenix Man. Otherwise, the men in the second generation circle have strong backgrounds, and it will be difficult to get a divorce. After careful selection, I picked a boy in my university. He was tall and handsome, talented and intelligent. His only drawback was that he came from a poor family and ended up studying the wrong major, financial management, a major that makes it difficult to find a job without money. It was obvious that the other party also wanted to use me to climb up. After all, during the summer vacation of his freshman year, while other classmates went to financial companies or their own companies to work and intern, he was the only one who had to serve dishes. The gap was too big, and it was a huge blow to him. So I created a chance encounter, and he took the bait. We were officially together before we graduated from college. In the winter when I was 19, I became pregnant thanks to his efforts. My parents looked into the senior's past and were very satisfied. Although I was pregnant, we didn't get married. During my pregnancy, the boy took good care of me, and I reciprocated his efforts by not letting him worry about tuition fees and hiring someone to teach him English, various art appreciation, Mandarin, and other basic knowledge of upper-class society. My father also took the senior to various high-end occasions to hone his aura. After 5 months of transformation, when I was 8 months pregnant, my senior had become an outstanding talent. After all, the senior is a person with high IQ. It was also at this time that my dad arranged a job for me as a senior in an investment bank. I learned quickly, and with my dad's connections, I was able to successfully invest in a company and earn my first pot of gold. Maybe he was too excited, and the senior cheated. During a trip back to his hometown, the senior student cheated on his childhood sweetheart, the woman who paid for his college education. To be honest, I feel sorry for that woman. After the child was born, I named him Shen Liuliu, because there is no youthful color in Liuachi, but the poplars are rustling in the wind. Page 68. The senior's machismo erupted for the first time, because his last name was Liu. The senior student was yelling and cursing loudly in my villa. He thought that our family had always looked down on him. Otherwise, why didn't we get the marriage certificate? And why didn't we let the child take his surname? As I watched the man I was gradually attracted to turn into a demon, the only love I had in my heart completely disappeared. I told the senior that it was because he didn't deserve it. I had someone throw him a picture of him and his childhood sweetheart. The senior student sneered and said, "Which successful man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It's so funny. A poor guy, a man who relies on my family's connections to barely keep up with the level of the lowest second generation in the upper class, actually thinks he is successful." If the senior's IQ had not been tested to be 160, which is considered high, I would have doubted my own judgment. So I threw my senior out very decisively. As for the senior's revenge, later on there was also revenge, but unfortunately, facing the powerful family force, his revenge was useless. With the help of a high IQ, the senior started a business several times, but failed every time. After all, without the help of connections and guidance, your entrepreneurial journey will be difficult. When the senior returned home, his childhood sweetheart, whom he looked down upon, had become a wealthy woman by selling seafood and had opened 2 seafood stalls of her own. King Mei looked at the senior's decadent look, and then looked at the little boy she met after she became rich, and decisively kicked the senior away. I couldn't help but smile bitterly at this, and I also asked my father why the senior failed despite his high IQ. My father said that because the senior's basic education was problematic. His high IQ taught him to endure, but his basic education prevented him from enduring forever. The education I give to Lolo is similar to what my parents gave me. Also following Lolo, I met Song Yang, a little boy, a handsome and polite boy. But I don't care. After all, I have met many handsome guys over the years. I developed a liking for Song Yang after that cocktail party. That time, someone tricked me and drugged my wine. Just as I was walking out in a daze, I met Song Yang. He met me when he married Yi Qingyu and called me aunt. The smart Song Yang easily guessed my situation, picked me up and brought me home. I drank a bowl of white porridge in a half-asleep state. It tasted very ordinary but was very good. I also felt myself developing. With the help of the medicine, Song Yang rejected me and fed me drugs. I also felt that I vomited and vomited all over Song Yang, but the little boy didn't lose his temper. He just helped me clean up and tidy up. When I woke up in the morning and saw Song Yang busy in the kitchen, I had a feeling of home. When I saw the breakfast made by Song Yang, I felt I loved it. A boy who doesn't take advantage of you and takes good care of you is really attractive. My possessiveness erupted, and I wanted to possess Song Yang. But the boy Song Yang is too clean. So when Lolo said she liked Song Yang, I chose to support Lolo. My idea is simple yet dirty. I just want Luo to occupy Song Yang, and then I can get the upper hand. After all, I didn't mean to destroy their relationship. I just wanted to join in and have a taste of the little boy's flavor. Later, I checked Song Yang's itinerary and deliberately met Song Yang several times. We had a good chat every time. I also invited Song Yang to dinner several times alone. During those times, my clothes were very revealing and my meaning was very clear. But Song Yang still rejected me. To be honest, this makes me a little frustrated. In my mind, I think I am absolutely beautiful. Mature, rich, with a perfect figure, a widow, and with my pair of bright peach blossom eyes, I really don't know why I was rejected. Unfortunately, it was still rejected. I am very lost, but it doesn't matter. As an adult with explosive possessiveness, I love her even more. It was because of this kind of love that when Yi Qingyu asked me about my evaluation of Song Yang, I shamelessly lied. I used some specious words to make Yi Qingyu prejudiced against Song Yang. When I heard that Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were going to divorce, I immediately asked my daughter to go over with the household registration booklet and take advantage of the situation. That day, I was so excited. Unfortunately, it's useless. Later, I asked Luo and Yi Qingyu to come clean and express their desire to join. At that time, I thought that as long as my daughter had a relationship with Song Yang, I would also be able to have a relationship with Song Yang, this outstanding little boy. This turned out to be true later, and I met and talked with Song Yang more and more often. Every time we meet, the excellent Song Yang makes my heart beat fast. Sometimes, I even have to take a shower after seeing Song Yang. When I heard my daughter complaining to me about Song Yang's strength, I had to suppress my excitement. Later, I found that Mrs. Wang was the same as me. In order to increase the chances of meeting Song Yang, we two became old best friends. Excited, the two of us researched an incense. This incense can confuse dreams and reality. Thanks to this incense, Mrs. Wang and I successfully had the opportunity to eat some young meat. Very beautiful, very fragrant, very fascinating. Especially Song Yang, just as my daughter said, he is really strong, 10,000 times stronger than his senior. Song Yang's appearance successfully quenched my thirst. When my daughter found out what I had done, she was furious, but she had no choice but to raise my son for me. In the years that followed, Mrs. Wang and I often invited Song Yang out to discuss work, and Luo Luo and I often invited Song Yang out to travel. Every time we booked 2 rooms. Gradually, Lolo also felt that it was good to have a mother like me to help her share the pressure. At least, she was not so tired. Once they were having too much fun and the incense ran out, and Song Yang woke up. The sober Song Yang looked at me and said quietly, "I'm sorry." Then I experienced a violent apology. To be honest, it feels great and exciting. After that apology, I was placed on the conference room table like a rag doll. At that time, I wanted to say that the first few decades of my life were really lived in vain. It is a pleasure to get along with Song Yang. His eyes are always so bright, and he always makes people happy. It really makes people happy. My name is Yi Yunking, and my sister's name is Yi Zhen. I don't like my sister because she has a high IQ and a love brain, while I have a high IQ and a rational brain. But later, I found out that I also have a love brain. My sister, that stupid woman, knew that the man married her because of her abilities, but she still married him without hesitation. The most amazing thing is that my sister, that idiot, refused to divorce him even though she knew that the man was cheating on her. My mother probably took me abroad to prevent my niece from falling in love and holding me back as a mother and daughter. I inherited all my mother's property, founded my own investment company abroad, and became a top investor. To be honest, it's a bit ridiculous. Maybe I hate my sister's love-brainness, or maybe I hate men, or maybe all the men I met were rubbish. I didn't get married until I was 30 and was still a virgin. But I really like my stable life, work, and cooking for myself when I get home from get off work. But the accident came very suddenly. We all know that public security abroad is very bad. The other day I encountered a bank robbery when I was out shopping. I was kidnapped. It was also this experience that led me to meet a boy. The boy rushed forward without hesitation, beat the robber in a few moves, and saved me. At that moment, I felt that I was in love, and I felt that I understood my sister. However, I'm a restrained person after all. What's more, I don't know if I will see you again in the future. Coincidentally, a few days later, we met each other at a restaurant in another country. He was accompanying a girl who looked depressed. It can be seen that the girl doesn't like him, but Song Yang likes him. I think it's quite interesting, but also a little disappointing. How could a dashing boy who can save the beauty be despised by others? I thanked the boy and chatted with the girl, and expressed my determination to pursue the boy if I were 10 years younger. Unexpectedly, this incident caused the boy to be unable to return home at night. In the hotel lobby, I met the boy who was negotiating with the front desk. It was the peak tourist season, and the hotel had no rooms left, so the boy was kicked out by the girl. I went and talked to the boy, and asked him if he would like to come to my room. The boy quickly waved his hand to refuse, and went to look at other hotels. I accompanied the boy to look around in the name of repaying him for saving my life, but we couldn't find a hotel with any empty rooms. However, in the process, I became familiar with the boy, and I learned that the boy's name was Song Yang, and the girl's name was Long Ling. Song Yang had a house here, but he was driven out by Long Ling. He was always very nice and pleasant when chatting with Song Yang. It can be seen that Song Yang is well educated. I invited Song Yang to my room again, and I smiled and said that it was a suite and I could lend him the living room to sleep in. Song Yang still refused, and I asked him, is he still afraid that I will eat him? Actually, I have this idea. I thought to myself, I'm not ugly, he's so handsome and still a virgin, so I might as well just eat him. This is what I thought, and this is what I did in the end. When I lured Song Yang into the room, I drugged him. Page 69. Virgin tastes pretty good. Later, this also became the reason why I was angry with Yi Qingyu. That night, Song Yang and I talked a lot, such as his love for Long Ling, his desire to study law, etc. As we were getting along better and better, Song Yang said he wanted to marry me. I got scared and I ran away. I cannot accept a husband who is a dozen years younger than me. I am afraid that he will be criticized by the world. But I also began to pay attention to Song Yang's life. Not long after that, I found out that he had broken up again, and Long Ling did not marry him. Then Song Yang gave up studying law at the university where Long Ling was studying, and instead went to Fenghai City to study materials science. I don't know what he was thinking, but I guess he did it for me because I said my family is from Fenghai City. Not long after, the person I sent to follow Song Yang told me that Song Yang fell in love with Yi Qingyu, my niece who I had only met a few times, but who was 60% similar to me. But Yi Qingyu rejected Song Yang. At that time, I screamed and roared. I wanted to rush over to hug Song Yang, comfort him, and say, "Sister will marry you." Unfortunately, I backed down again because the age gap was too big. In order to vent my anger, I betrayed the Yi family and launched a sniper attack on the Long family. Although I don't have any fixed industry, I have money and I can invest. After my planning and cheating within a few years, both the Long family and the Yi family went bankrupt. The Long family was more decisive. They took the money and left, and the Yi family almost got wiped out. But I didn't expect that Song Yang would actually rescue Yi Qingyu and marry Yi Qingyu. I was completely desperate when I knew that I helped Yi Qingyu marry a good husband. What on earth have I done? After knowing that Song Yang and Yi Qingyu had agreed to get married, I went back to Fenghai, secretly found Song Yang, and said that I was willing to marry him. But Song Yang said, "I'm sorry, sister. I have to be responsible for my wife, and breaking up is breaking up." Later on, I met Song Yang's cousin Lee Kingaming by chance abroad. He was shopping with his boyfriend at the time. Lee Kingaming's boyfriend is my partner. Lee Kingaming talked about Song Yang. In his words, because their generation is so evil that Song Yang is the only one who likes the opposite sex. As long as Song Yang's wife can give birth to children, their family doesn't care about anything else. At that time, I wanted to vomit blood and die. Later on, I returned to Fenghai, met Song Yang, and possessed Song Yang again through the incense of Shen's mother and Mrs. Wang. One time when I woke up in the middle of the night, I found Song Yang looking at me. I only heard him say, "I'm sorry, sister. I'm a bastard. I was scared that year and didn't dare to use the power of my family to find you. I even found a substitute." I smiled and hugged my little man. I don't care about status or anything like that. I only care about whether you have me in your heart. It's officially over. Bye-bye. In the end, it becomes substitute literature, isn't it explosive?